Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Becomes the Watcher. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Name Issei. Age 19. Looks before. Looks after. Race before devil/now dragon dash. Hybrid. Title Red Dragon Emperor, the strongest dragon. Office, darling. The Crimson Swordsman, Underworld. Dragon Prince, everyone. The Killing Machine, Chow Chow. Watcher, rival, valet. Likes Great Red Office. His peerage. Battles, humiliation his enemies. Azazel, sometimes. Saji valet, sometimes. Killing those who threaten, dragons. Tiba, respects him a little, torturing his victims. Ajuka, respects his knowledge. Dislikes orc, except a few. Rise of him. Arrogant people. Old Satan faction. Cows Brigade's hero faction, finds them annoying, those who threaten to be insulted, someone else killing his victims. Most fallen angels. Personality, after Issei is someone with little to no patience. He finds most of the devils arrogant and annoying. After a specific event, Issei has developed a disgust for the ORC but can be gentle, kind and charming to his loved ones, very few. Issei is also a person with sadistic tendencies, which is often seen while he is in a battle. Issei is also dangerously obsessed with and is willing to do anything to please. Once pissed, Issei can be highly unstable, often killing the one who pissed him with no mercy, but Issei is truly a kind-hearted person who doesn't like to harm the innocent. Also, Issei has a soft spot for kids, which many don't know he likes to spend time with. Or his peerage. Issei can be a fun-loving person. Issei also has a deep thirst for vengeance against the ones who wronged him. He is mostly a cool person with his peerage and physical/magical abilities. Issei's body. After becoming a dragon and having trained his body, Issei has achieved physical capabilities compared to a high-tier high-class being, without using boosted gear. Also, Issei's body is resistant to a majority of devil's holy magic. Only an ultimate class or above being can injure Issei in his base form. Draconic instincts. As a dragon, Issei possesses enhanced reflexes, which was refined by Issei's trainings. Speed. Issei can move so quickly that even experienced fighters have trouble spotting him. In his balance breaker, Issei's speed increases tenfold. His speed at full capability is unknown. Master swordsman/bowman. Issei has mastered the way of a swordsman to an extent that he's on par with the most powerful swordsman in the world. Also, Issei's aim is said to be accurate enough to kill a target 15 kilometers away, but he rarely uses a bow. Boosted gear. One of the 13 Longinus capable of boosting the user's power till his stamina depletes. Issei mastered all the forms of the boosted gear while also creating his own forms. Stamina. Issei's stamina is almost inexhaustible. Draconic skinned. His draconic scales are almost impenetrable. Mana. Infinite mana. This dude's up. Magic spells. Issei almost mastered every magic spells, creating a few of his own. Trace on. Unlimited blade works. Concept of destruction. Other abilities/skills. Madness enhancement, a skill Issei obtained after developing hatred for the ones who wronged him. This skill is a passive ability which only unlocks when Issei's emotions are unstable. When unlocked, the skill increases his physical strength, but at the cost of probably losing his sanity. Presence concealment, a skill only a handful of assassins obtain due to experience on assassination. Issei managed to obtain this skill due to his training with. While using this skill, Issei's presence is nearly undetectable, but Issei doesn't actively use this skill. Blazing flames of scorching inferno. Low class. Weakest members of the supernatural, mostly reincarnated or slave, two-winged, serve as maids and butlers or as sodders. Mid-class. Slightly more respected than the low class, they can destroy small towns, mostly reincarnated and very few purebloods, usually four-winged angels, devils, fallen angels usually serve in a peerage. High class. Powerful and respected, they usually have their own peerage. Also, many arrogant members of the supernatural fall into this category. Very little chance for a mutation piece, they can destroy small cities at their best. Low tier. The high class is divided into three subclasses. Low-tier high class usually consists of newborn purebloods, and those who never train characters like Rias, Aquino fall into this category. Mid-tier. Mid-tier high class usually consists of beings who train rarely, and many sacred gear users fall into this category, except the Longinus users. Correctors like Sona, Kiba, Balance Breaker, Aquino, Holy Lightning fall into this category. High tier. High-tier high class consists of beings who have partial mastery of a specific magic and train frequently. Characters like Issei, base, riser valet, base, Saji, balance breaker, belong to this category. Ultimate class, highly respected and powerful beings powerful enough to destroy big cities and mountains. They are considered as powerful assets by the factions that also some possess a massive ego sure to get at least one mutation piece. Low-tier ultimate class beings are those who have trained on a specific type of magic. They usually train but are still unable to enter mid-tier ultimate class beings like mid-class dragons, Arthur Pendragon, Excalibur Ruler, and Lu Fei Pendragon. Mid-tier ultimate class beings are usually those who have partial mastery on advanced magic types such as divine magic, pyromancy, and so on, or unique lineage. Usually beings who have inherited traditional magical abilities are included in this tier. Characters like Kuroka Kokobile, Rias, Crimson Ruin Aura. High-class dragons fall into this category. High-tier ultimate class consists of beings who have partial mastery on traditional family magical abilities. Some Longinus users fall into this category. Characters like Issei, balance breaker, Valet, balance breaker, Biko Chow Chow with true Longinus, Cicavia Agrias fall into this category. Satan class, God class. Very powerful and highly respected beings who usually are considered as gods by the lower classes. They are capable of destroying countries and small continents. Usually beings of this class possess unique magical abilities or physical capabilities. While some beings of this class are humble, others are usually prideful. Very few beings can enter this class. Low tier, very weak gods. Low-tier Satan class consists of beings who have become powerful by their very unique magical capabilities and by pushing past their limits due to monstrous training. Characters like Sarawag, base, Kuchula in Chow Chow, balance breaker, Yasuka, base, Hassan belong to this category. Mid-tier, weak gods. Mid-tier Satan class consists of beings with mastery of a magic subclass and mastery of an elemental affinity. These beings have huge mana reserves or heightened physical capabilities. The beings in this category are usually well experienced in battles. Characters like Fenrir, Shalba, Beelzebub, Cruisery, Asmodeus, Catlia, Leviathan, Hermes, Issei belong to this category. High-tier, minor gods. High-tier Satan class consists of beings who have divinity or their own unique advanced magical abilities which may be in subspecies of the traditional magical skills. The beings in this class are renowned royalties known through the supernatural for their outstanding capabilities. Characters such as Loki, Thor, Azazel, base, Gabriel, Zekrom, Beel, belong to this category. Dragon King class. Beings with dangerous abilities capable of destroying a continent or a dimension with their full power. The beings at this class are usually very well known throughout the supernatural and the human realm. The beings here have mastery on many abilities, making them a force to be reckoned with, although only a handful have entered this class. Such characters are Graphia, Yulong, Azazel, balance breaker, Sun Wukong, Amaterasu, Poseidon, Chow Chow, Truth Idea, Issei, Juggernaut Drive, Yasuka, Nine Tails Form, Valet, Juggernaut Drive, Sarawag, balance breaker, Susuno, Midgard Somer, deity god class. This class consists of beings who have transcended the limits of mortals and have reached the true state of godliness. They are extremely powerful and can destroy multiple continents and dimensions. These beings are extremely hard to beat in a battle, and usually the beings of this class are either humble and fun-loving or they are totally evil. The characters that have entered this class are Fafnir, Odin, Zeus, Vitra, god of Bibles, the original Satans, Seraphol, Cerzeas, base, Issei, Valet, Saji, Sarawag, Laden Niohagarch, Hades, Samil, Grendel, Apophis. Heavenly class. Only about a handful of beings are in this class. The beings in this class are greatly feared and respected by every faction, and no one, even the gods, wish to anger these beings. The beings in this class are capable of destroying the earth, hell, and heaven with ease. Usually, beings in this class have mastered a concept. Low-tier. Beings who have mastered a minor concept or have partial mastery of a concept are placed at this class. Beings such as Rizavim, Lucifer, Timrat, Issei, Valley, Cerzeas, True Form, Azi Dahakadajuka belong to this class. Mid-tier. Beings who have mastered a secondary concept are placed at this class. Beings such as Issei, Krumkruch, Odin, Destroyer, are placed at this class. High-tier. Beings who have fully mastered a concept are placed at this class. Beings such as Draig, Albion, Issei, Shiva, Kama, belong to this class. True concept class. Beings who are the manifestations of the true concept are placed at this class. The beings present in this class are Great Red Ophis Issei, Trihexa. Class. Third POV, after Riser Arc. In the city of Kuo it was dusk, birds were chirping and trees were rustling. It was a typical happy day, but not so happy for our young brown-haired protagonist who was currently lying on the grass with a look of pain in his eyes as he laid on the grass with a hole near his heart, crimson blood flowing out of his body as he laid on the grass awaiting his death. Issei, is this a sick dream? If it is, I'm gonna wake up. Third POV, flashback to a couple of days ago. Issei is riding a bicycle at an incredible speed with a grin plastered on his face. Issei, hell yeah, finally got a contract done. Rias is gonna be proud, hee, and maybe I'll get to touch her boobs, hee. Issei arrives at the Orc Clubroom as he grins widely before entering. Issei, President, I'm back and I did the job you gave me. Inside the clubroom, everyone is seen to be having discussions among themselves while Rias is seen reading a book while having a frown which goes unnoticed by Issei as he enters the room with a smile, unable to sense the negative emotions in the room. Issei, Prez, I completed my first contract and the lady gave me a ring. Suddenly Rias gets up, startling Issei as she places the book down and looks at Issei with a stern glare. Rias, Issei, I'm glad that you saved me from that wretched harem-loving man. Issei, don't thank me, Prez, it's my duty to save you. I'll always protect you no matter the cost. Rias, although I'm glad that you saved me, that the way you behaved in front of all those Nobel devils disgusts me. The looks those devils gave me back then, I cannot think of it. So I want to tell you that I. Unaware of what's happening, Issei tilted his head in confusion as he then notices the glares he's receiving from all the others except Kiba. Issei, Prez, I'm confused, tell me what's the problem. Rias, you're my problem. Issei stares at Rias with wide eyes, processing what was this all about, but then his brain got the answer, not a bitter answer for this problem, but his heart didn't want to believe what was happening. Issei, what do you mean by I am your problem? Rias, Issei, due to your immature behavior in front of the Nobel devils while you crashed the party, that I believe my reputation as the Devil King's little sister has been tarnished, so to regain my reputation I hereby ban you from the Orc till I ask of your presence, and if you try trespassing you'll be severely dealt with. Also that I'm not that cruel to kill you by retrieving my pawn pieces. Although I'm tempted to do it, you still have the boosted gear, so I may find some use in you. A sickening crack is heard as the ring he was holding was crushed into pieces, and so was a crack formed on his heart. Kiba, sorry man, but I can't do anything against this, but if you want some help I'll gladly help you. Kiba is seen with a sad smile on his face as Issei looks at everyone present for any hope, but all he got was Kaniko's static glare, Asia's face filled with relief, Akino's face with a suppressed smile, and Rias's face with no emotions looking at Issei. Issei, this is a prank, right? Prez. Prez, tell me this is a prank, right? Asia, tell me this is a joke, isn't it? Guys, tell me this is a sick prank of yours, this isn't true, isn't it? Kiba looks at Issei with a solemn gaze as he stared at Issei's trembling figure with a look of pity for his new friend. Rias, I know it's hard to accept reality, but this is true, you are not permitted to enter the Orc. Issei suddenly turns around and walks towards the exit with an emotionless look on his face and his eyes devoid of any emotions as Issei spoke in a cold voice. Issei, I understand. Everyone slightly flinches as they have never seen him with an emotionless face and a cold voice with no emotions. Issei then exits the room, slamming the door on his way out. The next day brought to you by Issei being kicked out of his home by his parents. Currently at Kuo Academy, it's noon as Issei is seen to be limping towards a cherry tree with numerous bruises and cuts littered all over his body as he lies down on the shade of the cherry tree, panting heavily. Issei, what did I do to deserve this? That I didn't peek on a single girl, or did I hang out with Matsuda and Mohodama today? First Rias and the others hurt me mentally, now the whole school hurts my physically, oh fuck my life. As Issei is seen lying on the shade of the cherry tree, two girls are seen running towards Issei with a wooden katana with the intent to strike Issei. Issei, wait, why am I feeling like I'm being stalked? In an instant a wooden katana is seen aimed to strike his head, but Issei dodges narrowly, but another wooden sword comes into contact with Issei's hands, making him jolting up with holding his hands at pain. Issei, this isn't funny, who's there? The answer Issei got was a fist to his face and a kick to his knees. Struggling to stand still, Issei managed to get a glimpse of the ones who had attacked him. It was none other than the kendo club. Girl 1, rot in hell you filthy pervert. Issei, I come from the hell. Girl 2, how dare you filthy pervert, who gave you permission to talk to us? We don't have a conversation with people who sexually harass others. Issei, I did no such thing. Again Issei gets a slap to his face as both the girls are fuming with anger. Girl 1, don't lie pervert, we know that you've been kicked out of the Orc Club due to your attempts to sexually harass the two great ladies of the crew Aquino and Rias and our school mascot Kaneko. Everyone knows this. Girl 2, I heard that even your parents chased you out of your house and removed your filthy self you from their esteemed family. Issei, you're right, they are no longer my parents by name and I don't consider them my parents anymore. Rias, that she ruined my peaceful life. And I shall do the same. Issei then runs away from Kuo Academy, ignoring the shouts of the Kendo girls. After running away from Kuo Academy, Issei stops to catch his breath only to find that he's on the same spot where Rainier had killed him. Issei, I will not let anyone fool me again. This I swear to Satan himself, and I shall ruin Rias's life in every means possible. I saw her as my master me loved, but to her I'm just a toy to play with. That I guess I know why I was betrayed. It's because I'm weak, yes. I shall become powerful enough to make them tremble. If I'm powerful I won't be betrayed, yes. A chuckle is heard across the surroundings as an barrier is erected by someone. Issei immediately gets on guard, but the events from before play in his mind, distracting him. Drake, say, look above you. Issei looks upwards only to be met with a light spear going through his guts, leaving a hole as blood spurts from his body as Issei weakly lands on the ground and looks above to see a fallen angel flying away. Issei, is this a sick dream? If it is, I'm gonna wake up. Flashback and play button. Hi loyal readers, it's your author here with the first official chapter. Hope you enjoy. Say POV. If this is a dream, then I don't want anything but to wake up with my last bits of energy. I tired to keep my eyes open that I could already feel my body going numb. Issei, if only I had a second chance on life. I wanted to be happy that I wanted a family, but here I am be betrayed by everyone and dying a painful death. No, I won't die here. I want to live. I wish to live. I must live. My life took the wrong turn in an instant. I had planned to live a happy life with Rias, but here I am mumbling my last words to no one. Rias, it sickens me to think about that bitch, a power-hungry bitch who used me. That I even gave my arm to save her, but this bitch, how dare she? Ranting about her fame while she could have been a slave riser. Issei, Drag. Goodbye partner. I may have been your worst host, but hi, at least you didn't betray me. Drag partner. In my life inside this sacred gear, most of my past hosts just saw me as a tool, but you saw me as my partner. You may be my weakest host, but you're my best host ever. Chuckling to myself, I laid on my deathbed awaiting death to take me away from this world, but then a bright light blinds my half-open eyes for an instant, and what appears to be a book with skeleton hands, and what seems to be I materializes in front of me. That I must be hallucinating things. Rejoice, be oh wide as your wish may come true. Creepy looking book just talked to me. Definitely not creepy. With that my vision went black. Thumbskip. I opened my eyes only to be met with moonlight entering my eyes. Am I in heaven? Oh, am a devil only? Then I realized that my fatal wound was closed up, leaving only a scar on where I was stabbed. No way. I'm sure I died. As I was thinking what could have happened, I hear a voice in my head scaring me. You're awake. Good. Say what the... Fear not, Boyd, you're not hallucinating. I'm the one who took pity on you and thus saving you. Wait, what? The book, this voice belongs to that book. Damn, wait. Where is Drake? If you're worried for your dragon friend that he's asleep, I've ensured that no one listens to us. Phew, wait, how did it know what I was thinking? This is surely freaking me out. Don't be freaked out. I'm just a voice in your head. Also soon I won't be able to have a conversation with you ever again. Issei, what are you? I don't know who I am. If I wasn't scared beforehand, then I'm now. What kinda answer is that? Wait, don't tell me it has amnesia. I'm not amnesiac. It's just I don't have a name. Issei, answer me. Anything related to you that you know. I exist across the multiverse, every universe, every timeline. I am present. I wasn't created, I existed. For eternity and will exist even after the destruction of this universe. I can do anything if I had a soul to host meth. Only restriction I have is the lack of a solely created the concepts. Everythings are created by me, and I am the supreme concept. I rule the multiverse. I am the primordial concept. Everything was created by this book. What the actual hell? Wait, why am I not freaked out? You're not freaked out. I see, so? Your soul is accepting me last. After an eternity of unoblido use my full powers. I get a chance with this. We will be the supreme being. Issei, what do you mean by we will be the supreme being? To save you I tried to merge my powers to your soul. This was the first time I succeeded doing this, but I have killed many by trying to merge with them. But you're different. Your soul is unique. While I began to create the other universes, I placed a random factor that a unique soul may be created after a long time to host me. I feel our mergingus complete. Don't freak out, your personality will be slightly altered. We both will become one. Think of this as a gift no one can get now. Go to the multiverse.my. First creations will help you become the Watcher Me host. Suddenly my veins are popping out and this strange overwhelming power flows through me. My wish is granted. I know who I am now. This power Rias, watch out for me. I'll burn your ambitions soon. Third POV. Issei then starts to laugh like a child which got its favorite toy. The moonlight shines upon Issei as a twisted psychotic grin makes its way toward his face. Issei, I'm the supreme being, huh? Drace, say what happened? Wait, how are you alive? What's with that grin? Issei, Drake, I'm the supreme being. Can you believe this? I got a second chance at life. Drake, I can feel an unknown power flowing through you. Issei, what have you become? Issei, well then listen carefully. Time skip brought to you by Issei explaining what happened to Drake. Drake teases a lot to take. The primordial concept, the true ruler of the multiverse, supreme being. To think a pervert is the host of the powerful concept. This world must be fucking with me, but whatever, I'll be your sacred gear forever, my friend. Issei, Drake, I don't wish to be a devil anymore. Can you make me a dragon? I would have done it myself, but I don't know about my powers. Drake, sure partner, hang on, it may sting a bit. Suddenly Issei starts to scream as emerald-colored aura envelopes Issei. Issei, you said it will just sting, but I feel like a mountain is on top of me. Drake, that is not a big deal. Issei, fuck you, asshole. Drake, sorry, I don't swing that way. The emerald's aura subdues as Issei stops to yell due to his pain lessening. Issei comes out of the emerald aura. Issei's facial characteristics are changed beyond recognition and 8 broken pawn pieces lay on the grass. Issei, you didn't tell me this would happen, partner. Drake, I believe that due to my scale color being crimson, your hair color changed to red as I was the one who awoke your draconic correctors. Also, I feel that due to you changing into a dragon, your draconic affinity has evolved into a true concept. If given proper training you can master your new concept, but as for the primordial concept, I'm not sure what to do. Issei, we are not gonna go to the multiverse. As the weirdo book said so it mentioned that some of its greatest concepts are there and could help me. Drake then to the multiverse. So hyped to see what it looks like. Issei, do not you think those bitches will search for me? Drake, I after all you're the Red Dragon Emperor. I believe that all the factions will search for you, including the Devil faction. After all, having a missing Longinus user doesn't do well with the devils during this time of extreme tension due to the Great War 4,000 years ago. Issei, beware that gods, I shall return once again with vengeance for all devils and those who oppose me. Issei then disappears into thin air. In an unknown forest, a silver-haired teen is seen standing on a cliff of a mountain looking at the sea below with no interest on his eyes while suddenly, impossible, I can't sense the red one, this can't be possible, it's as if he has disappeared from the universe itself. Suddenly the silver-haired teen raises an eyebrow as then his eyes shows curiosity but then shifts to his emotionless state. 2. Whatever, I lost my rival, how boring. Valid, the red one won't disappear just like that. I've known Drake for a long time. If he goes missing it means he'll come back stronger. The man now introduced as Valis smirks as blue wings emerge from him, and he then is seen flying away. Rias is seen reading some files recoded to supernatural as she then gets up from her seat with tears startling the others. Akino, Rias, what happened? Rias, no, this can't be happening, no way, I refuse to believe this. Rias then starts trembling as she falls to her knees, having a mental breakdown as the others get concerned and confused. Kaneko, Rias, what's wrong? Rias says, I can't feel his pawn pieces. The others hearing this stare at Rias with wide eyes, knowing what that meant except for Asia, who was confused. Rias, call my brother and now. Tina, sure, but Rias, everyone. Search for Issei everywhere around. Also inform this to Isona, she'll help us to search Issei. Rias, Issei, you can't be dead, right? Play button. Hi loyal readers, it's your author here to present the chapter 2 to you. Hope you like my story so far. Third POV with Rias. Currently it's midnight as Rias is seen flying with her bat wings searching for Issei with a concern evident in her eyes. Rias, Akino, have you located Issei? Akino, Ryashi's pawn pieces are not functional, he can't be alive. Rias, no. I refuse to believe he's dead. Kiba, President, I have located Issei's pawn pieces but they are cracked and emit a strange aura. Rias, please let this be a sick dream. Issei is seen staring at the moon on top of a cliff with amusement visible in his eyes. Issei, the moon is gradient today. I believe that the multiverse itself is welcoming its new ruler. Drag, whatever. Are we paying a visit to the multiverse or not? Issei, the moon is so pretty, but why do I feel the urge to destroy it? In an instant a bright silver light covers Issei, and when the light disappears Issei is nowhere to be found. Say POV. A bright silver light covers me as I could feel my body becoming lighter as if I am floating. Wait, I am floating as I get far away from the earth, and somehow I am breathing. Soon I get accelerated at unknown speeds as my vision becomes blurry, but then I see something, what appears to be a dragon picking up a green orb with huge mana reserves, but I have much more mana, and a girl with blonde hair gazing into the dragon's eyes. Drag T that dragon. It's similar to Favner. I think this isn't dimensional. Crack. I have heard about this place from Great Red once, said that this is a crack that separates the parallel universes from the others. He stated that even he has only once have been in this place when he first manifested. Issei, ohak. And then I get pulled incredibly fast into what seems to be a wormhole. This is magnificent. And then a bright bluish light blinds me for a second as I get pulled inside the wormhole with even greater speed, but I can't feel any dizziness. I'm actually enjoying this, but drag too much speed. Slow down. Am tachophobic. Each the great Welsh dragon afraid of speed. As I was chuckling to myself, I slow down as I am met with an incredible sight. Oh, wow, this is insane. There are no way to describe what I am just looking at. Multiple universes, infinite parallel universes, infinite timelines. Oh wow, and at the center, a planet resides. I guess this is the multiverse. Drag W. What the incredibly awesome, infinite space, infinite timelines, infinite universes. Wow, I feel like I'm an ape on steroids. Really. Drag has a twisted sense of humor, but the primordial concept said that its finest creations will be here and will help me get stronger. So where are they? With that I move towards the center of the multiverse. Booty can't reach it. I'm pretty sure I'm moving at incredible speed, but why can't I reach it? Is it that far? But then I heard deep voice behind me. So it finally got a host, but this brat also has another concept in him, definitely interesting. Issei, where the hell are you? Are you one of its so-called finest creations? Look behind you. I look behind me only to look at a horrid looking thing. I feel like I'm about to pass out. This thing has a fucking scythe which screams death and tea. This thing looks like it's made of nothing but bones, and not to mention its black cape that has the best black color I have ever seen. Afraid of me? Can't blame you. You're looking at the thing that all fear except you, that is. Issei, what are you? The creepy skeleton tilts its head towards me as it starts to grin before answering. I am death, one of its first creations. Drag. Impossible, you can't be death. Hades is the concept of death. The thing, now known as death, snarls. As I can feel its annoy, and Cedrag really has a bad luck. Death, don't you dare compare me to those false idols, Welsh lizard. Issei, what do you mean by false idols? Death, I am the true concept of death. Hades was blessed by me, he just has a drop of it while I have a universe full of idiots. See, the primordial concept did not want us to interact with the mortals as it would result in the mortals finding about the multiverse, and it feared that the mortals would fight against each other universes for dominance, so we blessed a person on each universe with just a tiny drop of our power, making them look like the concepts. While we will stay hidden playing our roles in secret, and only 2 concepts including myself know about the multiverse. If other concepts in the universes were created by us, and they don't know about us. Issei, oh that makes sense, but can you just change your appearance? What the actual fuck, that thing is a cute cat girl. Did I say cat girl? Fuck yeah? Cat girls are just as he. I'm having dirty thoughts. Death, what? Why are you staring at me? Oh, do I look cute, master? Cuteness overload. My mind has been corrupted. Must protect. Drag P partners snap out of it. Issei, soy uria female. Yuppie. Issei, oh death, where are the other concepts such as yourself? Death, they are here, show yourselves. Soon a bright light shines, and as it disappears a white armored figure with wings made of the whitest of the white with an soothing aura walks towards us. Death, what are you doing at your mortal form? My apologies, my lord. Death here can be quite a flirt. Issei, oh no need to apologize, and call me Issei. Yes, Lord Issei, my apologies again. I am not able to restrain myself from addressing you as Lord, my lord. Haha, I never thought I'd be having a conversation with one of the most powerful beings in the whole multiverse. Issei, anyway tell me your name. Life, me lord. Issei, well then death and life. Please help me become stronger. Death, sure am quite talented in what the mortals call magic, and your second concept, I feel that it's related to me. Your secondary concept is destruction. What a fine specimen mind. If I do a little experiment, I can definitely feel her tone become a bit sluttier at the end. This is a interesting situation. Life, death, I said, don't disturb our lord with such behavior of yours. Death, don't worry, mommy will help you. Mommy, what the hell? I feel like I'm about to die due to embarrassment. Life, my lord, can I change into my mortal appearance? Issei, sure, go ahead. As I look at life with curiosity, life gets covered in a bright light, and soon what the hell? Another cat girl as beautiful as death, I'm in heaven. Life, my lord, oh, you like how the way I look? See why you're cute too, life. Death, well then let's train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Issei, what do you mean? Life, my lord, it's a alternate dimension where the flow of time is different. 3 years inside is 3 months at your DXD universe, and I'll train you on swordsmanship and physical attributes. Issei, surprised face. Who will train me on the primordial concept's powers? As I said that, both of the stiffen as they gain a serious look. Death, about that. You can access some of its powers. Such as creating things. Without a soul, without mana, any non-living thing except weapons with mana construct, granting partial immortality. The one who you bless cannot age and will live for eternity but can be killed, also immortality for yourself. Issei, what the supreme concept said it can do anything. Life, my lord, do you have the power to manipulate reality itself to do what you wish to without any restraints? All laws of nature can be overridden by you. That literally you could do anything but at your current state if you use the powers of it to the fullest. We believe your soul won't be able to handle the burden of the powers and will get destroyed. If that happens, you'll be gone forever, but as a failsafe it will get reformed within a couple of eons and will wait for it knows what time to get. Another perfect soul, but if you succeed you'll be the supreme being forever, so I advise that you not to use its full powers now, maybe a octrillion years later. Wait, that I have wait a octrillion years use my full powers. Death, anyway, let's start our training, shall we? Issei, yeah, let's start. Life, I feel bad for our lord. Death is gonna have a good time breaking my lord. What's that supposed to mean? I worry about my future already. Death, always remember the first rule of Death's training, do not talk about Death's training. Sit. Third POV. A minute later. Issei is seen running away with tears and sweat, screaming like a terrified prey. Issei, save me. Save me. Death, you're gonna know what mommy's wrath looks like. Drake, first rule of Death's training, do not talk about Death's training. Drake is seen crying inside his sacred gear as Death also trains him. Rias is seen having a mental breakdown with Issei's broken pawn pieces, sobbing. Rias, I'm so sorry. Hi readers, how was the second chapter? And before you ask this, no. Death and Life are not the love interests for Issei, they share a sisterly bond with Issei. Also the love interests will be revealed soon, so be patient. And if you want to see a beautifully sight, scroll down. It's Rin, one of my favorite waifu. Kukuku, I'm in heaven. Play button. The above song was really nice, please check out. Issei POV, 1 year later in hyperbolic chamber. Hell, that I saw hell. Death's teaching is hellish. How am I even alive? She is a real slave driver, but on the brighter side. I have managed to master the elemental magic types, and Life's very good with a sword. In this past 1 year I have never been able to land more than 5 strikes at Life with a sword. Me life sucks. Drake, first rule of Death's training, do not talk about Death's training. I am honestly worried for Drake. For the past 1 year he's been only saying that with a break, crying like a crybaby. Poor bastard. Death tells me that he did something very bad. Another year later in the hyperbolic chamber. Somehow the hell got a lot easier. Death is still a slave driver, but the training got a bit easier. I mastered my sacred gear. The juggernaut drive was really hard to master, but I did, and Life's training is still the same. I have mastered the way to use a longsword and cat, and also I've unlocked my second concept. Destruction. I've accidentally destroyed an entire universe by mistake. My concept for destruction is crazy strong. Also Dre's still the same, still crying and muttering the same words. Poor bastard, didn't deserve this. Also, I have developed a sisterly bond with both of my mentors. Death, state the first rule of Death's training. Issei, first rule of Death's training, do not talk about Death's training. The 3rd year at the hyperbolic chamber. I have mastered my secondary concept, destruction, finally, and I have mastered every type of sword, and with the help of Death I've mastered my dragon form. It's frickin' awesome. I managed to create some new forms for my sacred gear, and I had an idea, and with the help of Death and Life I managed to create a technique similar to the full powers of the primordial concept, bit a lot weaker. A field which overrides the world at the fundamental level. Laws of nature are defied by my field. In short, my words are the law that I'm able to transport my enemies. They named it a reality. MA are valid, but it drains a lot of mana from me. I am able to use it for a day at best. The next day. Finale, I have escaped the Helldrake is really happy that he literally cried tears of joy. Anyway, I then noticed Death arriving along with Life in their human form. Death, yo, how are you? Mommy misses you, screaming. Life, Death, did you forgot what we just talked about? Death, I haven't. Issei, are you visiting the DXD University as you training has completed? Issei, I am. Life, oh then let us give you a goodly gift. Me lord, no. Issei. Life just said my name after 3 years of addressing me as Lord fucking finally. Death, here's my gift. As Death said, Theta black mist forms over her hand and a cool-looking dagger with that end fearsome aura. Death, this is the Azoth sword, me finest dagger I've created it for you. Created using the best metal in the EXE universe, one of the strongest metal in the entire multiverse, imbued with my orates powerful enough to kill what the modals call the low-tier heavens-class beings can fatally injure mid-tier heavenly-class beings. Wow, just wow, I never thought I'll get a dagger from Death herself. This will definitely be a good weapon. Life, now behold one of my greatest creations. A bright golden light enveloped the area and from it a beautiful multicolored dagger emerges. Life, this is the rule breaker. This dagger can sever a pact with any familiar beings, and this dagger can also sever a being from its life force but won't work on the concepts. Issei, I don't know how to thank you both. Both Life and Death smile mischievously as I know that I have met my end. Life, let us address you as brother. Death, yes, if you don't, we'll take something precious as your first kiss. Oh, about that I don't mind, but hey, can't tell that, how can I? Issei, oh hell no, I'll let you call me your brother, and I am not going to Kuthi soon, going to explore the DXD universe for a while. I'll be back in a month, in the multiverse, and a year in the DXD universe. Death, bye brother. Life, see you later Zilord. Third POV, 1 month later in multiverse. In the multiverse, Death is seen watching a universe with amusement and Life is seen having a nap. Suddenly a bright lights envelopes and Issei comes out of it. They say, I'm back my dear sisters. Drag no nah please Issei, my partner, I'll give you anything please, let's go back. Both Life and Death in an instant hugs Issei, crushing his ribs, break a few bones. Life, my lordy, missed you. Death, yes mommy misses you. Issei, you be, roke my bones I'm a budo die. Both Life and Death loosens the hug, noticing Issei's difficulty in breathing. Forgot to mention this, I have a girlfriend, I'd like to introduce her to you guys. Issei nervously snaps his fingers as a portal opens and from it a beautiful girl with blonde hair, ocean blue eyes brimming with radiance, having a body men would die to get and a cute smile plastered on her face, wearing a red-colored royal mantle exits the portal. Aha, the first love interest is the one and only Mordred Pendragon. Greetings, I am Mordred Pendragon, the one and only true heir to the Camelot Knight of Treachery. Nice to meet you. Both Death and Life stare at Mordred with wide eyes as Issei nervously smiles. Death cute. Death hugs Mordred with a bone-breaking crush, but somehow Mordred is able to withdraw the mighty hug. Mordred, you must be Death. Issei said that you're the most violent slave driver he has ever met and the most prideful one of his 2 sisters. Issei is seen sweating profusely as Mordred stares at Issei with a smirk. Death, Issei mommy's gonna hurt you really bad. Mordred, I think we should just change the conversation. Life, yes we should, by the way I'm Life. One of my lord's sister me lady. Both Issei and Mordred sweat drop at Life's antics as Death facepalms. Death, so tell me, have you done yet? Issei blushes furiously as Mordred with a light blush answers the question. Mordred, no we haven't. Life, my lady, can you tell us how you 2 met each other? Mordred, sure. Flashback, 3 months after Issei left for the DXD universe. Near a yokai village at the Shinto realm. Issei is seen flying with his dragon wings, which are emerald green in color, towards a mountain. Issei, the few yokais I met before said me that the evil spirit would be here. Issei lands on a forest and focuses to find the spirit's aura. Suddenly a huge fire blast hits Issei, but Issei with an emotionless smile looks at the spirit which tried to hurt him. It had eye missing and had blue skin with no hair. And bloodstains on his teeth. Issei, damn, you're one ugly looking motherfucker. Spirit, no, I'm beautiful bastard. Issei, I'll just kill you. Issei then proceeds to tear the spirit's head off with his bare hands as blood gushes out like a fountain. Issei, good riddance. But the Issei in an instant ducks down as a fist barely misses his head. Issei, who's there? I didn't do anything. In an instant a fully armored figure rushes at Issei at speeds surpassing a normal devil and tries to kick him at his knees, but Issei dodges by moving away, but the figure then closes distance and tries to stab Issei at his heart with its blade, but Issei narrowly dodges. You vile spirit, how dare you feast on innocent yokais? For your sins I shall behead you. Issei, hey, I am not the evil spirit, I just killed it, see. Issei points at the corpse of the dead spirit as the figure stiffens. I'm not very sorry. As the armored figure's armor disappears and from it Mordred comes out of it with a visible blush. Seeing her, Issei also blushes a bit before regaining his composure. I'm Mordred Pendragon, I'm sure you've heard tales about me. Issei, I did. But I thought you were killed by your father King Arthur and you're a girl. Suddenly a sword is seen inches away from Issei's neck. Mordred, call me a girl again, you're dead, got it. Issei, there's no need to be ashamed to be called a girl, especially a girl cute as yourself. Mordred, CC cute, why you pervert? Issei, I'm not a pervert, I was one that doesn't matter and leaving. As Issei gets ready to fly away, Mordred pulls him towards her. Mordred, hey, how did yo kill that yokai? Issei, I ripped its head off with my bare hands. Mordred stares at Issei with a shock as Issei's sweat drops. Issei, you're staring at me. Mordred, oh sorry. Mordred with a blush looks away as Issei signs. Issei, anyway, where do you live? After hearing Issei's question, Mordred gets saddened as Issei notices this with concern visible on his face. Mordred, I don't have a home, I'm a traveler traveling across the human realm and the other dimensions. That I had a home but I destroyed it. Mordred whispers the last part, not Issei to his enhanced senses hears it with a saddened look. Issei, I'm also a traveler, if you wish we could travel together. Mordred blushes but composes herself and turns her face away from Issei. Mordred, and if I don't wish to? Issei, I'm an expert swordsman, maybe we could help each other train. Hearing this, Mordred's blush increases as she composes herself and with a cute smile demands Issei. Mordred, promise me that you'll spare with me. Issei, sure, where are your other clothes? Mordred, in my pocket dimension. Mordred smirks as Issei looks at Mordred with astonishment. Mordred, are we traveling together or not? Issei, we are traveling together. Issei flashes a handsome smile as Mordred follows him with one thought in her mind. Mordred, why do I find his smile cute? Flashback and Mordred, that's how we met. Both Death and Life are seen chuckling as Issei smiles, remembering the pleasant moment. Death, so Issei, what are you gonna do now? Issei's face darkens as his eyes flare with anger. Issei, both Mordred and myself are going to Kuo. Both Death and Life exchange a glance as Mordred looks at Issei worried. Death, are you sure you're okay? 'Cause that's the place you hate the most. Mordred, are you sure you'll be fine, my darling? Issei, I am. And I'll make sure to visit you frequently. And Death, destroy the EXD universe. The mortals there has found about the DXD universe and will most likely attack the DXD universe. Issei, goodbye both of you. Life, see you later, Mordred. Issei. Mordred, likewise. Mordred is the best. Play button. Hi readers, it's your author here with a new chapter. Hope you enjoy my story. Third POV, at an palace above the sky. Angels are seen guarding the castle, which radiates a calm aura, but the look on the angel's face says otherwise. One filled sadness and anger. Suddenly and bright light invades the area, and from it 4 angels with a divine presence but a saddened expression walk into the castle. 1. Are there any survivors? 2. I'm afraid only 1. 3. To think that he made an attack on us. 2. It's not an attack but a massacre. The third angel nods his head as he looks down in fury. 1. Brothers, what was sole survivor's last words? 2. He said, what attacked us was a monster under human skin. His grin was so unnerving that I felt like I was staring at the devil himself. I don't want to live after seeing that unholy sight. He is a twisted psychopath I fear will kill us all. With that he died. 3. The hunter of Red Plains truly lives up to his name. 4. That thing just destroyed the first heaven and killed about 1,000 of our brethren, and you speak without any hint of remorse. 1. I am for sure saddened, sister, but he killed the exorcists and angels who we suspected were close to fall. He didn't kill them like a psychopath but like an assassin. With Issei in the central street of Kuo. It is currently dusk as the streets of Kuo were busy as always, but deep in a dark alley a blue portal opens up and from it Issei and Mordred come out. Issei, it's dusk, I thought it would be around noon. Mordred, your hometown is beautiful with huge restaurants, amusement parks. I love this place, maybe we could go on a date. Mordred slyly smirks as she notices Issei blushing. Issei, we can go on a date. Mordred, great darling, and if you make the date enjoyable I might give you a little gift. Issei, an hour of makeout session. Both Mordred and Issei smirk at each other before bumping their fists. Mordred, you got a deal. As Issei and Mordred were chatting with each other, a gruff looks man bumps at Mordred by mistake. Mind apologizing, bitch. Hearing this, Mordred gets angry but then freezes on her spot as she looks at Issei, who is having a sinister smile. Issei, well, Polly wouldn't do that if I were you. Who the hell are you, bastard? Issei then places his hand on his neck as the gruff man suddenly grabs a pen and stabs himself in his eye and falls down dead. Issei, what the hell? Issei fakes a horrified face as the other passerby people get away scared while Mordred looks at Issei with an emotionless look. Mordred, why did you kill him? Was innocent. As Mordred whispers the last part, Issei flashes a sinister smile, grabbing her hands and taking her to an Empire Street. Issei, he was anything but innocent. He tried to touch my Mordred and he addressed I Mordred as a bitch. Only I can touch my Mordred and only I can curse my Mordred. Issei then giggles like a psycho as he looks at Mordred, who signs. Mordred, whatever, just go back to normal. Issei then stops giggling as he smiles, holding Mordred's hands. Issei, I am always like this, you do know this, don't you? Mordred, it can't be helped, I guess. Issei then snaps his fingers as a case full of cash and a key is seen on Issei's hands. Issei, princess, go ahead to our new apartment I have something to do. Mordred, sure, just don't be late. Mordred proceeds to walk away from Issei, winking at Issei. Issei, I'm glad that I met you, now back to work. Issei then chuckles to himself as he teleports in front of a familiar house and rings the bell. Issei, anybody home? Suddenly Mr. Hayato opens the door with a confusion visible on his face. Mr. Hayato, have we met each other? Issei, Hayato residence. Mr. Hayato, yes, and you are? Issei, can we have a nice conversation inside? Mr. Hayato then opens the door with confusion. Mr. Hayato, come in. As Mr. Hayato enters the house, Issei follows him with a grin plastered on his face. Drake, oh that's not good. Currently inside a luxurious apartment, we see Mordred and Issei on the couch having a talk and watching TV, but then a news is displayed on the TV. Double murder of a couple at Kuro. Today the officers have found out that 2 gruesome murders have taken place at the city. The victims, Mr. and Ms. Hayato, who are well respected, were found dead on their house just now with their internal organs in a jar and their limbs cut off with signs of torture, as multiple fractures of bones and cuts are found in the bodies. Also, it is stated by the forensic surgeons that Mr. Hayato had his manhood severed while he was alive. Issei then closes his eyes and suppresses a smile on his face, replacing it with a solemn look. Mordred, did you kill them? Issei, nope, although I don't care. Mordred eyes at Issei cautiously and looks at Issei in his eyes for any signs of nervousness but finds none. Mordred, all right, I believe you. Issei then smiles reassuringly as he then looks at the ceiling with a blank face. Issei, if only you knew, my dear. Flashback. Issei is seen seated on a couch with Mr. and S. Hayato sitting on a chair. Issei, I believe you want to know who I am or why am I here? Mr. Hayato, yes sir, I am sure I haven't met you. Issei, well you could say I am a friend of Issei Hayato, I'd like to talk to you about him. Ms. Hayato, I'm sorry but there is no one here named Issei currently. Issei then chuckles as he then uses magic to disguise him as his old self, earning shocked looks from the couple. Issei, I believe you know me now. Did Mr. Hayato, magic, no way, my son didn't know its existence. Issei then lets out a maniacal laughter as he summons his boosted gear. Issei, I never guessed that you both are mages, but that doesn't matter. Your magic circuits have been deactivated by my magic, so you can't try anything foolish. Ms. Hayato, WW, what are you gonna do, you monster? A sinister smile makes its way towards Issei. Issei, let's have some fun. Drake, I'm gonna pretend that this never happened. Flashback, and a smile makes its way towards his face as he chuckles. Issei, the game begins. Let's see who will last long enough to find the killer. Watch out, Rias, I'll end your existence by your own family, I swear. Mordred, Issei, I've been waiting to ask you, what are we gonna do in this city? Issei, we are attending Kuro Academy, princess. Mordred, Drake, Rias POV. This is problematic. A potential stray at loose was the only thought in my mind as I witnessed the horrible scene in front of me. Issei's parents dead. Akino, Rias, you should see this. Akino, who was examining the corpses, looks at me with seriousness. Rias, what is it? Just as I look at the corpses, I am met with a shocking discovery as my eyes widen. Rias, those are Latin words. Akino, it says, Neca proditoribus necess est mori. It means to no way. Why would the stray leave this message unless know he's dead? Rias, it means brutal death to traitors, traitors must die. I can feel myself trembling at the words of the stray. That I could tell the same for Akino. Called it be. He would never do this, also he's dead. Akino, let's just forget what we saw. Third POV with Issei is seen lying on his bed as he is seen to be deep in thought. Issei, I wonder, did Rias find my hidden message and found its meaning? As Issei is thinking, Mordred creeps into the room within, making a noise, lays next to Issei. Mordred, see, can I sleep next to you? Mordred asks the question as a huge blush could be seen on her face. As Issei turns his head towards Mordred, he then notices that she was on her nightwear as he blushes, seeing her cute face. Mordred, do I look good at this dress? Issei, of course you do, my knight. Issei then proceeds to cuddle with Mordred with their finger intertwined as Issei then blushes, feeling her soft breath against his skin. Mordred, good night darling. Issei, good night love. Issei then kisses Mordred gently as he then inhales her sweet scent, burying his head at her neck. Issei, I'm the most luckiest of all man on this universe, such a beauty befitting for the supreme being. In an isolated castle, a fallen angel with 10 wings could be seen on a throne with a mysterious glint on his eyes as he then looks at a ring. Don't you think the ring is just too much? I am just going to capture a small devil territory. Soon a scary voice is heard echoing across the castle. 2. It will help you if Cerzias arrives before you could kill them. But beware. If he rises his full capabilities, you won't stand a chance. I know that's why I have the pendant of Gaio. I'll escape with it if necessary. 2. Whatever, just don't reveal that I help you in this. Sure, God of Death Hades. A terrifying skeleton covered in royal robes with an aura of death is seen from the shadows. Hades, entertain me well, boy. In an unknown landscape. Amidst the beautifully scenery, a dark voice is heard. Play button. 3rd POV with Sona. In a mansion elegantly designed in medieval style, 2 women are seen seated having a conversation. They are Sona Citri and Tsubaki, the queen of Sona. Sona, the murder of the Hyaduos is a peculiar case. I strongly believe that the killer is not a stray, as a stray never leaves their victim's body. Tsubaki, do you imply that a normal human could have killed them? Sona looks at Tsubaki with amusement visible in her eyes. Sona, there is a possibility, but no normal human would leave a message in Latin even if it is a serial killer. The words in their bodies says otherwise. Tsubaki, what do you mean? Sona, the words on their bodies mean brutal death to all traitors. Traitors must die. Think carefully, Tsubaki, this is a crucial clue. Tsubaki, why you think that the killer knows that they abandoned their son and tried to justify killing them? Sona then looks at Tsubaki straight in her eyes with a frown. Sona, that's the major possibility in this. But there is something I do suspect. Tsubaki, do you think that Issei himself is alive and did this? Sona, highly unlikely, as his pawn piece was found broken. Lord Beelzebub himself stated that there's no way he's alive, although I believe the killings won't stop. I suggested improving the patrols across the city. Also, if anyone with a residual magical energy is found, quickly stalk them and if needed dispose them. Tsubaki stares at Sona shocked but then regains her composure. Tsubaki, sure, I'll tell the others to increase the patrols. Sona, Tsubaki didn't inform this to Rias or her peerage. Knowing Rias, she'll go after the killer in hopes of it being Issei. Just inform this to our peerage. Tsubaki, got it, President. Tsubaki then teleports away as Sona looks at the documents on her table with a strangely amused smile, showing joy. Sona, whomever you are, I appreciate you, as you got me thinking for so long. I know that you're intelligent. Let's see who wins this game of chess. Unknown killer. The next day with Issei. Issei is seen running across a street in his uniform with Mordred followed him. Issei, I'm gonna be late. Mordred, no we won't. Issei and Mordred then reach the school campus only to be met with a frowning Sona and a static Tsubaki. Sona, I guess you both are the new student. Issei, where? Sona, good, following me, I'll take you to your class. Also refrain yourselves from being late. Sure, ma'am. Issei salutes with a fake smile as Mordred chuckles while Sona rolls her eyes. Sona, in this way. Sona guides them to their classroom, which is 3C. Sona, this is your allotted classroom, and if you need any help feel free to contact me. By the way, I'm Sona Shaitri, Student Council President. Both Sona and Tsubaki take their leave as Mordred whispers softly to Issei. Mordred, they're devils. Sona. Issei and Mordred get inside the classroom to find a middle-aged woman and many students eyeing Mordred. Also Rias and Aquino are seen to be in the same class. Teacher, everyone, we are receiving 2 new transfer students, please welcome them. Issei, yo, I am Issei Kotamine, I'm from Tokyo, and before you ask, I'm not related to Issei Hayaduo, the missing students. Glad meeting you. I'm sure that you're all shocked at Issei's last name. Just as Issei said his name, whispers are heard around the class, but Rias and Aquino look at Issei with a look of disbelief and disappointment. Teacher, well, Mr. Kotamine, you can sit near Ms. Gremery. Rias raises her hands to show Issei where she is. Issei then takes a seat next to her. Mordred, I'm Mordred, I'm an orphan. Please take care of me. Every boys in the class yell praises, but none notices the dangerous glint in Issei's eyes except Mordred. Teacher, well, Ms. Mordred, you could have a seat next to Ms. Aquino. Mordred then sits near Aquino and flashes a smile hidden with malice. Time skip to the end of school. Mordred and Issei are seen leaving the school campus. Mordred is seen to be on a bad mood. Issei, hey, you look like you could destroy this city. Mordred, stupid school I aren't and damn teen I'm 700 years old. Drake, it's quite funny seeing you of all people ranting about this school. Issei, Drake's got a point, you re the night of treachery and yet you act like a child. Mordred, what's that supposed to mean? Issei then looks at Mordred, who is seen pouting, which he finds cute. Issei, you look so cute that I want to pat you. Mordred, I hate you. Issei, no, you love me. Issei then looks at Mordred with a killer smile, causing Mordred to sign. Mordred, whatever. Drake, if you remember, we need to tend.to something important. Issei. Issei, ahis, I do have an important job done. Mordred, you better come back before soon, we still want to beat the cocaine elf's ass. Issei, sure, see ya later, princess. Mordred then teleports away while Issei, then unable to suppress a sadistic smile, whispers something. Issei's presence concealment. Just as these words escape Issei's lips, his clothing changes to that of an thin silver armor with a red cape and a bandage across his face, except his eyes conceal his identity. Issei's time to hunt the vampire devil. Issei then moves back onto the shadows, disappearing from the street. Near the Orc building, Issei is seen stepping out of a tree's shadow with his golden orbs shining like a wicked force amidst the night. Issei, time to kill some brats. Issei then enters the Orc to find a hidden door protected with Rias's magic field. Issei's boring. Issei then proceeds to skillfully dodge the bounded field with ease. Issei, Gremory is really pathetic at bounded field deployment, this is mediocre at best. Issei then enters the room only to find a coffin, making Issei sweat drop. Issei, did Rias make a coffin the vampire's hideout? A loud yell is heard from the coffin as a blonde cross-dressing boy with blood-red eyes jumps out of the coffin scared. Www, who are you, mister? The vampire then stutters, intimidated by Issei's dressing. Issei, Gasper Vlad, I presume. Gasper was. Issei then proceeds to throw a knife at Gasper's head, killing him instantly. Issei, you deserve to die a peaceful death. Drake, Issei, this isn't like you killing innocents, you are a good man. Issei, so tell me why kill him? Issei, he was innocent, Booth has already suffered a lot and I just saved him from his pain, also he's a part of Rias's peerage, so I'll use this to strike fear into their hearts. Drake, just don't let Mordred find out this. Answer me, do you love Mordred with your heart? Yes, I do. Issei is seen entering his house with his normal clothes. Issei, I'm home. Suddenly Mordred appears out of nowhere and hugs Issei. Mordred, you're late. Issei, yes, sorry. Issei is seen scratching his head with a sheepish grin while Mordred looks at him with a glare. Mordred, go get freshened up, we are eliminating Kokabeel. Issei, I'm sleepy, that can wait. Mordred, don't you get it, we are killing Kokabeel and that's final. Mordred then stomps Issei's feet, but Issei seems to be unfazed. Issei, geez, women are scary. Issei then gets freshened up and lies on a couch to take a nap. Issei POV, Issei's dream. Hell, I saw hell, screams of agony and the stench of blood fills the land as the land is littered with corpses. Even by my standards this is cruel. This is not really scary. I see a man stabbing a man with his sword above a hill of corpses and blades. I am able to hear low inhuman whisper, but that I can't make out what it says. Suddenly I hear a dark voice. Suddenly everything becomes blurry and my vision fades away. Third POV. Issei then wakes up covered in sweat with a frightened face. Issei, holy shit, that was crazy. At Issei's backyard, Issei is seen casting an advanced bounded field while Mordred is seen stargazing at the sky. Mordred, the stars are beautiful today, you should take a look. Issei. Issei, it truly is. But why look at the stars when something that surpasses it is near me? Issei then winks at Mordred, causing her to blush. Mordred, but I'm just a failed knight, a failed kingdom existence that shouldn't have existed. Even my father abandoned me at the end. Mordred lets out a bitter chuckle as a lone tear escapes her eye. Issei, I think of you as a knight who'll do anything for the innocent people, a kind-hearted soul striving to lift the sword Caliban and my light. You saved me from my darkness countless times. You've managed to make me smile so. Mordred Pendragon, thank you for everything. Issei proceeds to wipe her tears away but then blushes, noticing her glorious figure under the moonlight. Entranced, Issei then kisses Mordred gently for a second. Mordred. Issei, what? Mordred, I love you. As soon as those words escapes from her lips, Issei's heart skips a beat as he then unknown flashes a toothy grin. With just one thought on his mind. Issei must protect. Unknowingly both of them, entranced by each other, move closer to each other, their lips centimeters apart, each other's becomes millimeters just as they were about to kiss. Drag, mind having your chit-chat after we wipe Kokabeel of the face of existence. Startled by Drag, both of them move away with a huge blush on their face. Issei, damn it Drag, I'll one day have my revenge for this. Drag mind telling me what was that about. Mordred, that was a confidence booster. Issei, yeah, I'm all fired up. Drag signs as both Mordred and Issei chuckle. Drag, the white one, is near us. Both Mordred and Issei stiffen at Drag's words. Issei, is he or she able to sense us? Drag, unlikely you have our aura concealed. Issei then lets out a maniacal laughter as his lips form a sadistic yet sinister smile, scaring Mordred and Drag. Issei, if my so-called rival is weak, I'll just break his collarbone like a twig. Drag, I know you'll do that. Time skip with Rias at Kuo. The Kuo Academy is seen to be just like any school would be on the outside, but currently a huge barrier is seen erected across the academy by Sona and her peerage, while on the inside Rias and her peerage along with a blueberry-haired girl are seen fighting a Cerberus and a priest with multiple swords, while a fallen angel is seen flying with a grin unlike any other. Kokabeel, is this all you could do? Truly pathetic. Kokabeel then procs to create a huge light spear and throws it at a building, destroying it and leaving a crater. Kokabeel, on the name of our Lord you shall pay for your sins. The blue-haired girl then tries to swing her long sword, but Kokabeel punches her in her gut, making her fly past several trees. Kokabeel, that sounds nice coming from someone who has no lord. What do you mean by that, you heretic? Kokabeel, Taha, your god died at the Great War along the Devil Kings. It was us fallen angels who were destined to be the victor, but then Azazel declares peace. I was like, what the F? Everyone present, both devils and exorcist alike, look at Kokabeel with shock while Asia faints. Rias, impossible. Kokabeel, nothing is impossible, my darling. No way, are you fucking kidding me? There's no way he's dead. Kokabeel, on the contrary, Michael has been doing a good job maintain the heaven and the sacred gear system from not failing to operate. I'll give my credit to that. Kokabeel looks at everyone with a smug grin. Suddenly the barrier above Kokabeel breaks and a red light is seen descending from the sky. Dude, you talk too much, cocaine elf. The red light disappears to reveal Issei in his balance breaker with an ferocious aura around him, gaining shocked looks from everyone, mostly Rias and her peerage. Kokabeel, the red dragon, this is bad, but if anything goes out of my plan I'll just use the ring and the pendant. Kokabeel whispers the last part to himself. Play button. P. Nothing beats BFG Division on Doom soundtrack. Third POV. Everyone present look at Issei in his balance breaker with shock evident on their eyes, while Issei internally smirks, looking at Rias's expression. Rias sky Issei. Rias then looks at Issei with a little hope just to be crushed. Issei, I'm not Issei Hayaduo, one of the past hosts. I am the new Red Dragon Emperor, the most powerful one. Kokabeel, brat, come at me. Issei, with pleasure. A dark red beam hits Issei, interrupting him as the source of the attack is revealed to be a pist of Rias. Rias, you bastard, you're the one who killed Issei for his sacred gear, aren't you? Issei then gets really pissed at Rias's immature behavior and her attitude. Issei, listen carefully, bitch, I did not kill him, was weak and got betrayed and killed by some pests, and if you stand in my way I will eliminate you. Issei's voice becomes more draconic at the end, scaring everyone but Kokabeel. Kokabeel, I don't have a lot of time, come at me, brat. Issei, princess, all the Excalibur fragments but one are here if you wish you can have a good spar. Suddenly a huge gust blows, blinding everyone, and as the gust subdues, Mordred is seen standing with her armor and clarnet. Mordred, hi shitty priest, show me what you've got. Fried then grins at Mordred, and soon the grin erupts into a maniacal laughter. Fried, I'll gladly kill you and chop you into pieces. Fried then in an instant closes distance using Excalibur rapidly and delivers a horizon slash, only to be blocked by Clarent, and Mordred counters with a kick to his abdomen, making him stumble. Mordred, you're a fake. Fried then uses Excalibur Nightmare to create a dozen of illusions, trying to stab Mordred in her chest from different directions, only to be stabbed in his guts. Mordred, illusions cannot trick me, you fool, I can sense your presence. Fried, I am taking you down. Fried then tries to decapitate her head with Excalibur Rapid, only to get his left arm severed clean. Fried, you motherfucking bitch. Mordred then proceeds to decapitate him, killing him instantly, while everyone who have witnessed this brutality were shocked, especially Kiba and the blue-haired girl. Issei, that was interesting. Kokabeel's indeed. Mordred then picks up the Excalibur fragments and hands them to the blue-haired girl. Mordred, tell the church to keep these fragments safe, I have no interest in a broken sword. Mordred then proceeds to lean on the tree, looking at Issei while others stare at her. Mordred, what? I want to see how the red dragon kicks the elf's ass. Issei, sure, let's get started. Issei then snaps his fingers, force teleporting Kokabeel, Mordred and himself away. Kiba, W are they? Issei and Kokabile are seen on a snowy valley, the moon shining bright crimson in color. Kokabile's not bad trapping me on a broken dimension, however the earthbreaker spell of mine will destroy Kuo. Issei, my girlfriend took care of that. Mordred, I did. Mordred is seen leaning on a tree without her armor, exposing her to the rays of moonlight. For a good experience I suggest you the readers to play the above ost. Kokabile, Divine Retribution. The sky then splits open and a huge golden beam of holy energy hits Issei, but he is seen unfazed by the attack. Drag boost 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 boost. Issei then closes distance with Kokabile in an instant and then proceeds to kick him in his face, but Kokabile manages to dodge it and then creates a sword out of light and tries to slash Issei but breaks upon impact with his armor. Issei, Crimson Firestorm. A huge firestorm engulfs Kokabile as he lets out a scream due to the immense power of the attack. Drag boost 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 boost. Issei then brutally kicks Kokabile in his guts, giving him no chance to recover, and then pummels him down the ground. Kokabile, I won't lose to you. Kokabile then summons a chain scythe. He then swings it at Issei, but Issei catches its chain and pulls Kokabile towards him. Kokabile is then met with a sucker punch to his face. Kokabile then falls to the ground with a broken teeth and a bruised eye. Kokabile, Devil's Ring, help me. Suddenly an enormous amount of mana floods Kokabile as a ring in Kokabile's finger breaks, startling Issei and Mordred. So the hell? Issei turns around only to be met with a fist to his abdomen, cracking his balance breaker. Issei then looks above him and gets stunned for a moment by the new appearance of Kokabile, a silver armor with a torn red cape radiating both demonic and holy energy. Kokabile, you nearly killed, may have never felt this sensation since the Great War. Dragoni acknowledge you as a worthy opposition, so I shall push past my limit, Satan Angel. An enormous amount of aura is released from Kokabile, making the dimension itself shake, while Issei looks at him in surprise and astonishment. Issei, he is on par with mid-tier Satan-class beings with his armor. Kokabile, let's have an honorable fight to death. A sword then materializes on Kokabile's hands, radiating huge amounts of divine aura. Kokabile's surprised face, sword of purification, let thy enemies crumble under thy might, shine upon the heavens, and bestow death to thy enemies, for all shall be purified. Hautaclear. Issei, the forgotten holy sword, how do you gave it? Kokabile, it was always with me, I got it after the Great Wary, shall kill you here and start a new war for my enjoyment. Issei, kill me if you can. Kokabile. Kokabile then appers behind Issei at unbelievable speed and slashes about 10 times with Hautaclear on Issei's armor, cracking his armor, and Issei gets thrown into a boulder, breaking it upon impact. Drake, can you repair the armor? Drag on it. The cracks on Issei's armor disappear in a crimson light, but then suddenly a fist comes crashing into Issei's chest, shattering the armor and making Issei stumble, also making him realize. Issei, I can't defeat him with my balance breaker. Drag boost 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 boost. Issei, Domination Drake. A ferocious fire rushes towards Kokabile. In an instant Kokabile manages to shield himself by using his arms and his sword. Issei, think I can use Juggernaut Drive, but it will attract the White One. The Flamen then subdues to reveal Kokabile with minor burn marks in his armor. Drag boost 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 boost. Kokabile, that actually made me feel a bit hot. Issei then rushes towards Kokabile, but then Kokabile procs to Apper behind him and slams him to the ground, making Issei cough blood. Kokabile, you'll have to use the Juggernaut Drive if you wish to defeat me. Issei, nah, I want to enjoy this fight. Drag boost 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 boost. Transfer. Issei then appers above Kokabile and then proceeds to deliver a solid punch to his abdomen, which sends Kokabile flying into multiple boulders, breaking them while also catching him by surprise due to the power of Issei's punch. Kokabile, that hurts that you transferred all the power from your boosts to that punch, didn't you? Caught me by surprise, but... Kokabile then appers behind Issei and stabs at his abdomen with his holy sword, breaking the armor. Issei then moves back, trying to create it a distance. Drag. Issei, stop this, use the other forms or use your concept, you can't win against him with your balance breaker. Issei, I'll use my other powers using the other forms, or my concepts will reveal my presence to the supernaturals. Issei then deactivates his balance breaker, allowing Kokabile to find how he looked like. Kokabile, don't tell methods, all you've got that Welsh dragon. Suddenly the air becomes colder and the trees rustle and the moon's crimson light falls upon Issei as a giant mana bursts out from Issei, throwing Kokabile a couple of hundreds of meters away. As mana accumulates around Issei till his shoulders, Kokabile gets scared due to the intense mana. Unknown to him, Issei whispers one of the most powerful words on the universe. Sutreson. A huge amount of mana accumulate on Issei's hands, taking the shape of an yellow spear flowing with demonic energy. Kokabeel that speared at it's filled with pure demonic energy. Kokabeel then proceeds to fire about 30 light spears mixed in demonic energy, but Issei skillfully blocks all the incoming spears. Kokabeel watches at awe by Issei's skill on the spear, while Madrid from afar looks at Issei with pride. Kokabeel, interesting. Kokabeel then rushes towards Issei with his sword aimed to decapitate Issei, but then Issei blocks the attack and then uses the blunt end of the spear to hit him in his abdomen, making him stumble, and Kokabeel loses his stance. Issei, I shall taint my spear in your blood. Kokabeel, merciless, focusing on breaking the opponent's stance while maintaining your stance. I see your skills are impressive. Issei, learn from the best. Kokabeel, I see, well, here I come. Kokabeel then rushes towards Issei with Hotoclear aimed at Issei's chest, but Issei parried all the blows with his spear. Kokabeel, you're good, I envy you. Issei then finds an opening and stabs Kokabeel on his shoulders with the spear, making him bleed. Kokabeel, nice, but sadly I can use my holy powers to regenerate a bit. Kokabeel then tries to close his wound using his holy powers but finds himself unable to. Kokabeel, the spear has a curse. This spear is Gibit, isn't it? The spear of the famous Diarmuid Uaduibni, also known as Diarmuid of the Love Spot, a hero from Celtic mythology. Issei, indeed, this spear is known as Golden Rose of Mortality. This spear can disable any kind of regeneration, works well for drawn-out battles. Issei then charges towards him with wielding his spear in one hand and tries to stab at Kokabeel's heart but gets blocked by Kokabeel using Hotoclear. Kokabeel, that was a mistake. Mana condenses around Issei's free hand into that of a long red-colored spear and stabs it into Kokabeel's legs, breaking his armor into pieces, and then Issei stabs Kokabeel in his lungs with his other spear. Kokabeel, I lost. The battle was hard fought. Issei, yes it was. Kokabeel, you had strength to demolish me, can feel my blood filling my lungs. I ask you, kill me with Hotoclear, I beg you, grant me a warrior's death. Issei, that was fun, I shall not kill you. You may be a bit of a manic, but you really were powerful with that armor, but the sword is hereafter mine. Issei then picks Hotoclear and then makes his spears disappear, thus dismissing the curse on Kokabeel's body, allowing him to heal his fatal wound. Kokabeel's T, Hank Yu. Kokabeel the faints due to exhaustion on using the ring, making Issei sigh, while Mordred out of nowhere hugs Issei and then proceeds to kiss him gently for a moment before parting away. Mordred, that was awesome. Issei then equips his balance breaker while Mordred equips her armor as they teleport away with Kokabeel. Currently Rias and her peerage are seen with looks of shock, confusion, rage, and exhaustion, while Sona and her peerage are seen maintaining the barrier, unaware to what was happening inside. Rias, it's been an hour since that bastard took Kokabeel. He is sure our enemy. I will make him regret hurting Asia. Yes. Kaneko, I don't care, the pervert's death was a good thing. He was the enemy of all women. Although I like this new Red Dragon Emperor. Rias then clicks her tongue, pissed at Kaneko's comments on Issei, while Kiba looks at them with a sweat drop. Kiba, the one who killed Fried, was really good, probably the best swordsman I have seen, but her sword is a bit off. A blue portal opens up and from it Issei in his balance breaker, Mordred in her armor come out with a fainted Kokabeel magically flying besides them. Issei, here a little gift. Kakabeel then lands on the ground near Rias while everyone on Real's peerage look perplexed. Mordred, hey Crimson bitch, is your brother here? Rias, whoever you are, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Rias then charges her power of destruction to kill Kokabeel with a joyful expression, but then gets hit by a boulder, knocking her off. Mordred, sorry, but can't let a bitch kill him. After all, Midarling here was the one who defeated him while you were screamed for your life at the jaws of a Cerberusso. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Issei well said. A huge thunder crashes onto Issei and Mordred from above while Aquino is seen blushing. Aquino should have paid more attention to the surroundings. As the thunder stops, both Issei and Mordred are seen unfazed by the attack, shocking Aquino and Rias. Issei, that was pathetic. The barrier again breaks as a azure blue light enters, breaking the barrier. Issei, so you're here, White One. The light subdues to reveal a white armored figure with alluring azure blue wing. Overall, a more flashy version of Issei's balance breaker. It seems that you've already took care of the fallen. Red One. How ironic, since I felt your presence disappear a year ago. Issei, none of your business, White One. You seem to be a strong one, didn't disappoint me. Want a sparred one? I'll gladly accept a offer like this. Suddenly Albion speaks, slightly startled the others except Mordred, Issei, and Albion, it seems you're still persistent as ever, Red One. Drake, maybe I see that you're still the same, a grumpy old fool. Albion, Yuri still are arrogant as ever, Dre, mean rival. Albion mutters the last word with venom dripping from his words. Drag, it appears that your current host is strong. Albion, indeed your host also seems to be strong, actually the strongest I have ever observed. Drag, he is until next time Albion. Albion whatever. Suddenly the white dragon grabs Kokobile and flies away. Next time we meet let's have a good fight my rival. The white dragon then disappears from sight as Issei then signs and then proceeds to teleport away along with Mordred. Issei, see you all later. Kiba, alright, things just got way worse, I fear for my future. In a huge mountain. Huge boulders are seen everywhere around what appears to be an ancient shrine. Inside it a gentle voice is heard. Respond to my wishes and come back from the underworld, the purgatory. A purple-colored magic circle with various signs appear on the floor near a man who is seen chanting. A huge explosion occurs and suddenly the flames dissipate into thin air and a lone laughter is heard as for a second, terrifying thing comes out of the shadows before merging into them again. Play button. Third POV, a day after the fight with Kokobile. Issei, this is a lame job for someone who wishes to kill their prey in an instant. My target is in a cafe filled with humans. Thesis a pain in the ass. Random guy, sir, what do you wish to have, sir? Issei, 1, caramel macchiato please. Random guy, yes sir. The random guy leaves making Issei sign and shake his head. Issei, think, the target's a rouge fallen angel, mid-class currently working in this cafe in the kitchen that just behind the wall. How can I kill him? Random guy, here's your caramel macchiato sir. Issei, it's time to execute plan C. This macchiato is wonderful. Focus. That's right, I'm here to kill. Also hope this cafe has been insured. Issei then proceeds to drink the coffee with a gleeful smile plastered on his face, but then his smile slightly widens as he proceeds to place the cup on the table as the clock strikes 11. Issei, he'll be dead in about 24.16 seconds approximately. Phew, that's good. Issei then takes out serviette from his table and then applies a small amount of mana into it, making it harder and sturdier. Issei, reinforcement. He then flings the serviette at speeds a human I can't keep up with. The serviette breaks the wall and proceeds to decapitate the fallen angel in the opposite side of the wall, earning screams from many. Issei, target killed. Need to work on my timing. It took me 24.27 seconds to kill him, which is 0.11 seconds later than my previous prediction. Issei then disappears into thin air as everyone present in the cafe are distracted except one. Louis. In the Orc building's basement, or more specifically Gasper's containment, a horrible stench invades the room as Rias and the others open the door only to find a mutilated corpse above the coffin with its eyes missing. Horrified Rias then proceeds to contact Sona with a communication circle while Asia and Kaneko are seen unconscious while Kiba looks like he's about to puke. Kiba, the hell is this? Akino, bounded field is intact, no one with magical energy has been here. Kiba, perhaps a mercenary. Akino, no way, me bounded field is their advanced one, no one should be capable of trespassing it. Suddenly a magic circle forms next to Rias and Sona comes out of it with a frown evident on her face. Sona, brutal but not as cruel as the Hayaduo family's murder. Rias, what do you think, Sona? Rias falls to her knees and starts to weep and cry looking at the corpse of her former servant while Akino tries to console her with a lone tear slipping from her eyes while Sona looks at the mess with an unreal smile. Sona, interesting. The next victim is Gasper. I never expected this. I once again am wrong. How tempting it is to find out that someone here can match my intelligence. I love this. I wonder if I could have the killer play a game of chess with me. Wish it would happen. I wonder if I could win him in the game of chess. That I'll find him soon. Is it wrong that I am aroused by this? Rias, tell me, Sona, what do we do? Sona, it's best if we could inform your brother about this. He was an invaluable asset for the devils with his sacred gear. Kino, Rias, look at this. Rias then looks at Akino and notices her terrified expression and her trembling body and looks at the corpse with wide eyes as Rias stumbles into the floor. Rias, dear Satan, it's the same one who killed the Hayaduos. Sona then takes a look at the corpse only to get a bit shocked as she struggles to surprise a smirk as some ancient letters are seen on his corpse. Sona, it says Kappa Iota Epsilon Lambda Eta Sigma Omicron Nu. Akino, what does it mean? Sona, I'll find out. Issei is seen walking on a street with Mordred next to him holding hands with him. Mordred, the fight with Kokobile was awesome. Hey. I'm talking to you. Issei, I am listening to your ramblings about the fight. Honestly, I didn't expect you to be a battle maniac. Mordred, says the one who was having a crazy smile while having a spar with me. Issei, hey, I was just excited. Mordred, oh yes, excited for hurting me. Never thought of you being a sadist until a couple of mouths ago. Issei then turns away from Mordred, trying to hide his newly formed blush but failing as Mordred then drags him across the street, earning weird looks from many while some just look at him with pity for what was about to come. Issei, where are you dragging me into? Mordred, just to the mall nearby for shopping. Issei then looks at Mordred with despair in his eyes as Mordred shows a devilish grin. Issei, Mordred, don't you go alone for shopping, have something to take care of? Mordred, like killing fallen angels on a cafe couple of streets away. Mordred asks with an emotionless face, but one could feel the monstrous killing intent radiation from her, making Issei sweat profusely. Issei, how did why you find out? Mordred, simple, I stalked you all the way to that cafe. Issei then looks at Mordred with wide eyes, feeling a part of him freaked out at her stalking him and a part of him screaming to do the same to her later. Issei, alright, I'll accompany you on your shopping. Thumbskip. In front of a huge mall, Issei carrying about a dozen of bags fall to the ground, unable to carry them, while Mordred hums and proceeds to help Issei. Issei, I am a high-tier high-class in my base without magic and yet I can carry these bags. Mordred, now to our home. Mordred then hums happily, ignoring the pained smile of Issei. Issei, we're teleporting to our house, no more walking. Issei then opens a portal to his house as both of them enter the portal, teleporting away. Issei, finally, couch, here I come, my dear friend. Issei falls into the couch with a joyful grin while Mordred just signs before leaving to freshen up. Issei, Drake, are you asleep? Drake, no, tell me, Issei, what do you want from me? Issei, well, Drake, is it possible for someone to have two sacred gears? Theoretical. Drake, it depends on the user's innate powers and the user's biological resistance to clashing forces. Theoretically, it is possible for someone to have multiple sacred gears, but the limitation is that they shouldn't be human or part human. Issei, I have the forbidden Baylor view with Meaver since I've extracted it from Gasper. Drake, are you aware that if you fuse the Baylor view with your eyes you'll lose your mystic eyes, which I believe will be a severe loss? Issei, then I'll have the forbidden Baylor view just as a backup. Drake, partner, which type of bounded field did you deploy around our house? Issei, cursed bounded field, why do you ask? The sound of the door creaking open is heard as Issei turns around only to be met with angeredly sight. Mordred, how do I look, darling? Mordred then sways her hips seductively with a sultry grin on her face, making Issei's face turn a 50 shades red in a second. Issei, cc cute. Issei then passes out due to an intense nosebleed, earned a sign and a look of concern from Mordred while Drake just facepalms himself. Thumbskip. Mordred POV. Nothingness, that's all I could see, it's like an infinite void, one that never ends. Thesplacius, my astral plane, I am sure this is my astral plane, the inner part of one's soul which resembles the said soul's emotions. Why am I here, or more specifically how am I here? Is something wrong with me? Did I end up here of all places in this stupid dream? It's been 700 years since I've been here. You haven't changed, Mordred, it's good to see you. That voicey, it can't be, no way, this isn't real, must be my imagination, yeah that must be it. Still stubborn as ever, I see this is real, I assure you, Mordred, you are not going insane, trust me. Mordred, who the hell are you? I am really saddened that you forgot the person you looked up to. Night of treachery, my time here is done, see you later. Andy took a liking to the boyfriend of yours. Suddenly everything becomes pitch black, but then I am sure that I saw a hand on my head patting me. A huge inhuman screech forced me to my knees due to its intensity, but then I swore that I saw a familiar yet distorted face, the face of someone I knew, someone I admired. Please don't mistake her for Artoria Alter, she isn't her alter. Third POV. Mordred is seen sleeping on her bed cuddling with Issei, but then she wakes up breaking heavily, cold sweat dripping of her forearm and a terrified face filled with nothing but negativity. Mordred, that's the worst dream ever. The next day. It was a beautiful day for both of them as Issei and Mordred are having a good breakfast with happily chatting with each other. Issei, have you ever seen a mystic eye user other than me? Mordred, well, yes I have. Issei, don't lie that I know you haven't seen anyone other than myself, cause I am the greatest piece of work ever to exist. Feel satisfied that I am being with you cause I am the best boyfriend you could ask for. Mordred, what's that supposed to mean, huh? Issei smirks with arrogance and pride, making Mordred pout. Issei, I was just messing with you. Drake, you're ruining my sleep, you fucking lovebirds, but hey, can't tell that aloud, can I? Mordred, hey, been waiting to ask you, I can feel a lot of fallen angels here, isn't it supposed to be a devil territory? Issei, actually this belongs to Shinto faction. Serzia's Lucifer, who is a major Siscon, used his political powers to make the Shinto pantheon lend this place to them in the name of Kuo. Apparently by the devil laws only a mature high-class devil or a pair of intelligent young high-class devils can earn the rights to acquiring a territory. Mordred, that's lame. Using your brother's authority to your own uses is something only a coward would do. Issei then chuckles due to the response he got from Mordred. Issei, Cerzias then appointed Rias and Sona Citri as the joint governors for this place. The reason for the fallen angels in this place is due to Rias's inability to scout the place and her retarded peerage, but Sona does a good job in managing the territory. Mordred, now I can understand the reason for Kokabil's recent attack. Drag quick you little chat, I can sense a person entering our bounded field. Issei, I deployed a cursed bounded field. Issei then fanatically runs out of the house only to be met with an corpse of a human who seems to be a mage carrying a briefcase. Issei, it seems like a mage stumbled upon our bounded field. Mordred glares at Issei while Issei looks at her nervously. Drag, just check his briefcase partner, it may help us. Issei then nervously nods and proceeds to open the briefcase only to find a file with a magical seal which Issei easily dispels and then looks at the files, shocking him. Issei, it's about my parents the Hayaduos. It seems that they were a Magus family. This contains their research on Flash Air. The Hayaduos were also a mid-ranked Magus family. The clock tower, suspicious of the deaths, dispatched a magi to collect their works it seems. Mordred, Flash Air, what is it? Sorry, I'm not so good with humans magecraft. Issei, Flash Air is displacement magecraft that substitutes something for something else, derived from alchemy. The system has a fundamental rule that the replacement will always suffer from degradation. Thought of as basic and low level, there are very few who use it, limiting it mostly to the Hayaduo family. It allows them to displace the soul and consciousness of others into stuffed animals and other objects, replacing them with pseudo-personalities like those used in their dolls. Mordred looks at Issei with a look of slight curiosity while Drake just scowls at him from his sacred gear. Mordred, so how are we doing with the corpse? Drake, are you both aware that the clock tower's Carillon Observatory being able to detect the use of magecraft across 80% of the world? Issei, how do you know that? Drake, I am sure the clock tower was built 500 years ago. Drake, a past host of mine was an enforcer at the clock tower. Issei then lets out a huge sign while Mordred looks at Issei with confusion. Issei, the Carillon Observatory's range is up to Kyoto. It can't observe Kuo, and our house lies on a sub-variant ley line connected to the Kyoto's ley line 7. Thus, our bounded field shouldn't be visible to the observatory, and I am sure that the clock tower won't send any other mages after this one, as this is a devil territory, which I am sure the clock tower is also aware of. Mordred, that's nice to hear. Issei, I'm going to burn this corpse. The boosted gear materializes in Issei's hand, and from it a bright yellowish flame burns the corpse to ashes in a matter of seconds. Issei, I guess that I should replace the cursed bounded field with an ideal bounded field. Mordred, you should do that. I don't want to witness any other innocent bystander's corpse on the front door. Issei, sure, it will be done in a second. Rias is seen sobbing silently while her peerage look at her with a solemn gaze and a few tears of their own, while a man seemingly at his 30s with crimson red hair similar to Rias wearing a suit emitting an aura of nobility and authority looks at the scene in front of him with a frown. My dear little sister, I promise you that I will find the one who is responsible for the death of your bishop, and the Hayaduos. I have also found out that Gasper was exorcised by one of the most powerful methods. Rias in Exorcist did this. Maybe the markings on his body, Kappa Iota Epsilon Lambda Eta Sigma Omicron Nu, is a Greek word for the most dangerous exorcism on creatures of darkness, Kyrie Eleison. Even the name itself brings me a slight pain, but do not say this can kill a mid-class devil by even whispering it. When used, it can successfully purge the soul of a mid-tier ultimate class being. The one who is responsible for this must be an exorcist of the church or an heretic working for the fallen, or perhaps this is to confuse us. This may be a fake. Rias, I swear to Satan that I'll find the one who did this. Play button. Hi loyal readers, it's your author here with the spectacular chapter 8 of this story. I have checked the votes and everything. I am very pleased that you all find this story interesting. Thank you. Third POV. A sickening smelling around the plains, which were tainted by crimson blood and corpses of the mortals. Above them was a Mano A thing with a long sword as the sole witness for the massacre. Through thy death does thy life granted, fear not souls of thy deceased, for peace shall be granted only by thy death. O death, feast upon their souls, bringing them salvation. A hand grabs the thing's leg, which is seen as undying Solder taking his last breath. Solder, WWRYU. The shadows shall bring you peace, rest for all eternity, fallen Solder. The thing then stabs him at his heart, killing him instantly. I must thy seek the Hassan of this era, I shall judge his worth and be his executioner. I Must heed towards the plains of red fields. If the assassin I killed before was right, a skilled assassin roams on the plains. He may be the Hassan I seek. In a huge colossal library littered with books about mystic codes to the special abilities inherited by traditional methods, Issei and Mordred are seen reading books regarding divine constructs and Welsh mythology respectively. Mordred, this is absurd. The humans have portrayed me as a male in Welsh legend. Draig indeed human, and a lot of supernatural historians are quite distorted in their views of portraying things. Issei, that's correct, but I guess it can't be helped with. Mordred, darling, what are you reading about? Issei, don't you know that you shouldn't have a conversation on a library? Mordred, this is our own library, you could do whatever we want, whatever we want. Mordred looks at him with a seductive smile, earning a blush from Issei, who composes himself. Issei, do you remember that we have decided to do it when we are truly ready, although my perverted side wants to pounce on you here and now? Issei whispers the last part only for him to hear, and succeeding in doing so while making Mordred develop a huge blush. Mordred, we're both 19 physically and we both have eternally youthfulness. We are virgins while many lose it before they're 18. Draig, this isn't a big feat. I am a virgin till this moment, and I have lived for about 500,000 years. Both of them stare at the now motorized boosted gear in Issei's arms with pure shock and disbelief dancing in their eyes while Issei looks traumatized. Issei. Mordred. Draig. Mordred, I am sure you have just made a new world record. Draig the Virgin Heavenly Dragon. Draig internally chokes hearing such a disgraceful honorific. Issei, how are you sane? Draig, it's not a big deal. I was so focused on improving my abilities and defeating Albion while I was alive that I literally didn't have time left for these. Although it was really hard controlling myself during my heat, I still didn't waste time and remained focused. Issei gets up from his chair and runs away with a look of horror. Mordred, what are you doing? Didn't you promise to help me learn about human magecraft and history? Issei, that can wait, I need a drink. Time skip the next day. Issei is seen on the cafeteria at Kuo Academy chatting with the other students as a group of jerks make their way towards their demise, which is Issei. Boy 1, dude, you should tell me, how did you get a hot blonde chick like that? Issei, think with your brain, not your crotch. Boy 2, I want to ravage the new blonde-haired slut badly. The air suddenly turns colder, sending shivers down their spines while Issei lets out a sadistic grin. Issei, ha, you want to ravage her? I'll be glad to cut your microscopic dick and chop your legs into pieces for addressing my cute adorable princess as a slut, and I will ripping you eyes out and crushing them as you scream for mercy. In the end you be just a corpse without eyes, legs rotting away in the purgatory, ha. His face distorts into a disturbing psychotic laugh, scaring the two boys, making them run away. Boy 1, no pee please, Didon, I want to live. Boy 2, no, I want my dick. Issei then lets out a chuckle as his facial expression changes into his normal self as he flashes an innocent smile to a girl near him who is seen sweating profusely. Girl, he may look cute but he's a psycho. Issei, of course I am a psycho, then what should I do to you for knowing my little secret? Issei mind reads her thoughts and replies to it with an innocent smile dripping with malice, making the girl faint, gaining the attention of the others far away. Issei, oh my god, help. Help. This is an emergency, somebody call the ambulance. Issei shouts with a fake concern as a guy then proceeds to carry her to the infirmary, but unbeknownst to him Kiba is seen with a terrified face, sweating heavily as he heard their conversation due to his enhanced hearing. Kiba, I don't want to die in the hands of a psychopathic yandere. Satan give me strength. Issei then tilts his head creepy towards Kiba with a mocking smile. Issei, I can see you. Issei whispers it as loud enough for Kiba to hear, making him run away in a hurry with his eyes wide. Issei, I think that I went a bit overboard. In the underworld. Inside a creepy room with an ominous aura, Rias's brother is seated along a silhouette of a figure in front of him. It's good to see you. How long has it been? 200 years? No. 500 years. Tu play dumb with me, Sirzias. Why did you request my presence? The man now introduced as Sirzias smirks, earning a groan from the other man. Sirzias, I hope you remember that you owe me a favor. Thou had about it. Sirzias, I have a favor to ask of you. What do you need, Mr. Devil King? Sirzias, a serial killer is in my sister's territory and I would like to have the killer eliminated. Damn brat, you want me to kill a insolent serial killer who is a human? Sorry, but I don't kill pests. Sirzias, the killer is aware of the supernatural. He or she exorcised my sister's mutation bishop, who is a part vampire, sealed by a bounded field of a average range by Kyrie Eleison, one of the most powerful baptism rituals. Tell me about it. Sirzias, sure. Issei, I still can't believe that I let you accompany me on my assassination quest. In a cold night with the crimson moon shining bright, both of them are seen walking across a forest filled with chirping and growling. Mordred, I was bored. I didn't get to fight anyone other than you since we have arrived at your hometown. Issei, you don't have to fight someone else. Why don't you think about having a peaceful life? Mordred, says the one who killed a vampire and his own blood-related parents in a gruesome killing spree along with the other fallen in the city. Issei, hearing this, trips on a rock and falls down shocked and terrified due to her words. Did you stalk me all this time? Mordred, yep, I accidentally saw you sneaking into the orc and followed you and saw you kill Hemas for the fallen angels. Well, I did stalk you. Issei, it's good to hear that my girlfriend stalks me. Mordred, the same can be said to you as well. After all, you did place a well-hidden tracking chip and a coated my dress with small amounts of your mana, making them a low-grade mystic code. Say, Drake cat's out of the bag. Mordred, so tell me Issei, why did you do that? You know very well that I hate people stalking me or keeping tabs on me. It's invasion of privacy. Issei, it's to protect you? Yes. Yes. I did it to protect you. There are many who may harm you, and it sickens me to know that I, although being the supreme being, can't use my full powers or at least a part of it without blowing my cover, which could cause unnecessary problems. Mordred, but you took things to whole different levels of protectiveness. No. It isn't protectiveness, it's obsession. Mordred looks at Issei straight in his eyes only to be greeted with a seemingly innocent look, but beneath that lies an immeasurable lack of empathy filled with a never-ending insanity and overwhelming desire for destruction to cause chaos and pandemonium on this world. As she peered through his golden orbs, she met something terrific, a pair of pitch-black eyes with a faint blue glow. With an aura of something terrific, something ethereal. Issei, hey, you're all right, you've been staring at me for quite some time. Clearly dazed by what she saw, Mordred now sweating answers Issei with a fake smile. Mordred, I'm fine, nothing to worry about, I guess. Issei, alright, let's get to work. Mordred, what did I just see? Must be my imagination. It felt so real thinking about this. I did have a strange dream yesterday. It's nothing to worry about. I must have been overthinking myself. In a huge mansion, Valle is seen seated on a couch along with a man at his 30s with spiky golden hair smirking at Valle. Come on, why do you look so sad, Valle? Cheer up. Valle, it's just that I saw my arch-rival when you asked me to fetch the bastard crow. He was the one who defeated Kokabeel. The new Red Dragon Emperor has risen. The previous one was, if I am correct, was a weakling, who was in Cerzia's sister's peerage. So was he powerful? Valle, he was, but I didn't get to see his face, but for sure he is a good one. Issei, I'd like to invite him to our side. The unknown person exclaims with a carefree smile as he drinks his wine, earning a frown from Valle. Albion, don't be so battle-thirsty. It will bring your own demise someday. In a battle, you shouldn't express your emotions. Doing so will hinder your concentration and will create an opening which the Red One will exploit. He's right. Do you want to get killed early? Valle, I don't care. I must be cursed to be born in this era where God is dead. I wanted to fight him to death in my childhood. The unknown person lets out a chuckle which turns into a full-fledged laughter, ticking of Valle. So what if he's dead? There are other gods, Norse, Shinto, Greek, Celtic, and many more. If you wish, battle one of them to death, though I personally don't like this. You know that I wish to form an alliance with the other factions. Valle, they say you are an excellent war general, yet you hate war. How amusing. Sun Tzu, of the greatest war tactician, once said, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Valle, whatever. Why peace when you can enjoy the thrill of a battle? Peace is a state of no emotions, a void, or excruciating feeling. It is. The mysterious figure just shakes his head in disappointment at Valle's answer. Peace is serenity, a state of mind, a beautiful feeling. Peace may be a void, but it is what soothes one's soul, and peace isn't a state of no emotions, it's an emotion itself. Valle, I don't get it. One day you'll find the true meaning behind my words. Valle, whatever. Azazel. Azazel, the new Red Dragon Emperor, might be an invaluable asset against the new threater, a potential enemy in the future. Let's see how much the Red Dragon can fuck things up. As the crimson moon shines high in the sky, the forest is covered in blood. Amidst the blood was Issei in his assassin outfit. Issei, targets eliminated, one left. Mordred, who made a contract with you this time? Mordred comes out from the shadows in her classic armor with blood all over her. Issei, the yokai faction, apparently the ones we killed were a group of notorious yokai bandits who have caused many troubles to the yokai faction. Mordred, in my early years as a knight of Round Table, I used to kill bandits and assassins who posed a threat for the king. Frowning slightly inside her armor, Mordred then tries to sense any other presence nearby, but with no luck gives up. Mordred, it seems like the last target has escaped. Sit, we'll find him soon. Suddenly Issei looks at a tree with wide eyes and yells. Issei, incoming, duck down. A long sword misses his head, narrowly startling Mordred, while a silhouette of a figure is seen on the tree. Prepare for your trial, young Hassan, for I shall be thy executioner for thy souls of the unworthy Hassans. Face your trial, young Hassan, and thy prove me you're worthy, if not then perish. Play button. Welcome to Chapter 9. Enjoy. Third POV. The sound of death echoing through the forest as the crimson moon bore witness to the duel of two assassins. Issei, you can come out, I have spotted you. Issei throws a knife at the tree only for the shadow to disappear. Issei, you are quite skilled, young Hassan, but let's see how long you can keep up with me. Suddenly a long sword heads towards Mordred but misses her head by a millimeter. Issei, run away, hun. Please play the OST below for a better experience. Mordred nods her head and teleports away, and then the figure comes out of the shadow. Prove your worth, young Hassan, if not then perish. Issei, who the hell are you? All he got was a kick to his abdomen and a slash to his back, making Issei grunt in pain and move backwards. Situation. Drag boost. A huge amounts of mana accumulate around his hands as the mana condense into a dagger radiating demonic aura. Issei, let's dance. Issei then proceeds to rush towards the thing with his dagger aimed towards its chest, but as he proceeds to stab it, the figure disappears, leaving a shocked Issei. Issei, an afterimage. Behind you. The long sword barely misses Issei, but then the figure kicks him in his gut and then delivers a kick to Issei's face, throwing him in the air. Issei, I have to get serious to defeat this abomination of an assassin. Situation. The dagger then disappears into thin air, but a bow takes its place. Bowman, interesting. 3 red-colored arrows imbued with mana rushes towards the thing at about Mach 3.3, giving him almost no time to counter, and when made contact creates an explosion. Issei, how do you like that skeleton face? As the smoke clears, the thing is seen unfazed with little to no visible damage. Such attacks won't even scratch me, young one. Issei, it's nice to meet you, King Hassan, the Grand Assassin, first Hassan, old man of the mountains. If I remember correctly, you are supposed to be dead. It seems you have uncovered my identity, Ongeling, but your trial isn't over yet. Issei, Drake, do it. Drake, boost. A crimson aura invades the surrounding, uprooting all the trees near then and pushing back the assassin by about a couple of meters. Situation. The bow dissipates into blue particles and a red spear he previously used against Kokabeel forms in his hands. Issei, rush and kill Crimson Rose of Exorcismgi Dirge. Issei then appers behind the first Hassan and pierces his leg, severing his tendons, but in retaliation the thing then stabs Issei in his gut with his long sword, making Issei stumble backwards, holding his wound. You have passed my trial, youngling, it's time I depart. The first Hassan then disappears into his shadows, making Issei sign as his wound regenerates slowly. Issei, it was really fun, but mark my word, old man, I'll kill you in an instant the next time we meet. An alley. The alley was covered in blood and corpses of children, women, men alike, and amidst the bloodbath was a thing tearing of the face of a child, eating him. The child was pretty good, but he wasn't as good as his mother. Now time to find the next unfortunate victim for my bloodlust. A man in a cloak is seen atop of a building watching the massacre below him with a disturbing smile on his face. Perfect, this one is a piece of art, he will make a good acquaintance, the way he killed them is cool. I believe it's time we meet Ryunosuke. A gentle breeze hits the figure atop the building, making his hood uncover his face. The creepy pedophile is the worst servant in Fate/0, which crazy bastard kills dozens of children for reuniting with his love, who is basically a dead saint and who even falls in love with a saint. Currently our protagonist is in a rather interesting situation as Issei is seen on a couch with Mordred hugging him while sitting on his lap with a pink hue on her cheeks. Mordred, Oderling, I love you so much, why don't we have some fun? Don't be shy, I'll take care of you quite well. No, you are drunk and I won't take advantage of such situations like this. Oniso, why don't you go ahead to our room and take a nap, I'll sleep in the guest room. Mordred punches Issei on his gut, making him have a pained face, and then continues to hug him while whining. Mordred, stay with me please, I won't be a bad girl, don't punish me daddy, I'll be a good girl, I swear. Issei then blushes brightly, trying to compose himself but failing miserably as Mordred falls asleep on him. Issei, that was just wow, didn't knew that she's into these kinks. Drake, partner, do you know the identity of the person we just fought? Issei, yes, King Hassan, the old man of the mountain, also the unknown first Hassan and the progenitor of the Hassan. Drake, in my time as a heavenly dragon just before I was sealed, I have heard legends about him. Apparently he was born 6,000 years ago as a human. He mastered the art of assassination and thus becoming the first assassin. His name faded long ago in the flow of time. Issei, it doesn't make any sense how come a human live up to 6,000 years, even the devils live only up to 1,000 years except the Satan class ones. Drake, rumors say that he was able to live up to 3,000 years by stealing others' life force but then tried of living died. A natural death. They say during his life he founded the Hassans. Issei, a group of elite mercenaries who were known for their ability to kill the supernatural in an instant while being humans. They say that if any Hassan becomes corrupt or fails to follow the code of conduct, the first Hassan will kill them from the shadows. Drake, it is said that no one has ever seen him, not even the Hassans, as anyone who sees him has never made out alive to tell the others. Issei, first time for everything. A crimson-colored magical glyph forms near Issei's ears, startling him a bit. Issei, state your identity. A voice is heard from the glyph. Surzex Lucifer am I speak with the hunter of Red Plains right now. Issei, state your business with me, Mr. Lucifer, I don't have all day. Surzex, indeed I wish to have a contract with you, for escorting someone who is targeted by the old Satan faction. Issei, I don't save people, instead kill them. I refuse your contract. Surzex, would you refuse if I said that I'll pay you a part of the Gremory territory? After a minute of silence, Issei in a relaxed tone replies. Issei, interesting, tell me about the contract. Surzex, this is a confidential matter, so please be discreet. We the Devil Kings have planned for a peace conference in about a couple of days at Kuo with the biblical faction and the dragons, and since the Kokabeel incident I believe that the old Satan faction will try to attack us, so we wish to hire yourself to eliminate any threat. Issei, don't think you could manipulate me. Surzex, I am no fool. Tell me the real reason. A huge sign is heard from Surzeas, earning a smirk from Issei. Surzex, as you know, Kuo Academy is ruled by my little sister, Rias, along with Sona Citri, sister of Seraphal Leviathan. We suspect that the old Satans wish to start a war by killing them, as it would result in Seraphal and myself declaring war against them. I wish to hire you to protect her till the conference ends. Issei, it's amusing to know that Zias wants the person who wishes to kill her and has killed her bishop without him knowing as her personal bodyguard. Issei, you want me to babysit your sister? Surzeas, that, and as the second in command of the dragons you are invited to the conference, Mr. Kodomine. Issei, just because you know my name doesn't mean that you know everything about me, you bastard of a devil. Surzeas, oh come on, I know the almost everything about you, more than anyone in this entire world. Red Dragon Emperor. Issei, you're the biggest fool I have ever met. Zias, you may know me as the current Red Dragon Emperor and the Hunter of Red Plains, but you don't know the fact that I am Issei Hayaduo, the former pawn of Rias and the mysterious killer of Kuo who killed your sister's bishop. You are a good tool for me to use to get my vengeance against your sister. Surzeas, hello, are you alive? Issei then snaps out of his thoughts due to Surzea's ramblings. Issei, you got yourself a deal, but on one condition, that my betrothed shall accompany me. Surzeas, sure, I'll pay you after the conference. With that, the magic glyph disappears, earning a huge sign from Issei and a scoff from Drake. Drake, the fool of a devil king, is going to be the reason for the death of his dear sister. Let's see how this turns out. Time skip the next day. In the hallway of the ever-busy Kuo Academy, we could see our protagonist and Mordred waiting outside the student council room. Mordred, why are we here, darling? Issei, it seems like Sona is the one investigating the murder of the Hayaduos and the vampire. We are here to keep tabs on her investigation. Unofficially, she doesn't suspect that we are aware of the supernatural. As they were indulging in a conversation, a student council member with a demonic and draconic aura is seen approaching them. Yo, I am Genshuru Saji, class 2C. I'm student council member. President wants to have a little chat with you, and if you pervert her, I will kill you. Saji's remark earns a chuckle from Mordred while Issei looks at him with caution. Mordred, sure, lead the way. Issei, absorption line 1 of Vitreous Sacred Gears, the only draconic type gear other than boosted gear and divine dividing. Both of them enter the student council as Sona and Tsubaki are seen playing a game of chess with the other members. Look in at the game. Sona, checkmate Tsubaki. Tsubaki, well played, President. The others in the room then notice Issei and Mordred as Saji sits on a couch doing some paperwork while eyeing at Issei. Sona, Issei, Kodomine, Mordred, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Mordred, likewise, Ms. Shidri. Sona, no need to address me in my last name, call me Sona. Mordred, well then Sona, can I know the reason being here? Sona then flashes a friendly smiles while proceeding to adjust her glasses. Sona, straight to business, I see. I would like to have a game of chess with both of you. Sona finishes answering as Issei slightly smirks along with Mordred doing the same. Issei, I have heard rumors about the unbeatable chess champion of Kuo. It's time I check out the facts. Mordred, indeed it's been so long since I've had a good competition. Hearing their replays, Sona then grins with amusement, dancing on her violet orbs. Sona, well then who wishes to play with me first? Mordred, I'll go first. Sona, get ready to be pummeled onto the ground. Sona exclaims with fake arrogance, earning a couple of chuckles from the other members while Tsubaki looks at her with suspicion. Tsubaki, it's been nearly a month since Sona was excited this much for a game of chess. The other time she was excited was about Gasper's death by the unknown murderer. Something isn't right. Mordred, first time for everything, I believe. Issei, I'm gonna have a talk with my Budsaji while you both play. Thumbskip. Both Sona and Mordred are seen focused on the chessboard, which only has a couple of pieces remaining on both sides, as everyone in the student council look at the board with extreme nervousness and excitement. Sona, you're really good at this. Mordred, not bad yourself, but checkmate, it was a nice match. Sona looks at the board with wide eyes, shocked at being defeated, but then a strange glint is seen in her violet eyes as she then chuckles, shocking the student council who are already bamboozled. Sona, thanks for a good match, but I want a rematch later. Mordred, sure, call me when you want one. Some next. Sona, sure, which side do you want? Issei, I'll take white. Thumbskip. Sona is seen sweating heavily while Issei, slightly tired, counters every moves made by Sona, earning shocked and nervous glances from everyone except Mordred. Issei, not bad at all. Sona, first Mordred defeats me and now this one is giving me a even tougher challenge. If I lose I'd be engaged with him, the world must be fucking with my life. Issei, checkmate Sona. Everyone looks at Issei with shocked while Issei wears a smug grin, earning a punch to his shoulders by Modred. Sona, that was a good game. After saying that, a crazied smile makes its way towards her, which goes unnoticed by everyone as they are distracted. Issei, I'll take my leave ya later. Mordred, likewise son, it was fun being in your company. Everyone. Both of them exit the student council, leaving everyone's except Sona with a dumbfound expression. Tsubaki, you do know what it means, alright. Sona, just give me a minute. After a minute of silence, Sona lets out a sign. Sona, Tsubaki, contact my mother and inform her of things development. Tsubaki, sure. Sona, to think that there is a man who bet me in a game of wits. This is so awesome. Eat last not one but two defeated me in chess, and one is a male. It's time I start knowing about my fiance. This feeling is so good. Finally someone who can match me in intelligence, but still I wanted a match of chess with the killer, but I don't plan to now. Tsubaki, shall I inform this to your sister? Sona, don't inform her and send your familiardo monitor Issei all the time. Tsubaki, to that stalking. Sona, no. It's called getting to know him more. Play button. PS, which Fate series do you like the most? For me it's Fate/Stay Night Heaven's Feel. P.S, it has been officially announced that Tsukiheim visual novel will get a remake released at summer 2021. The remake is done by Ufotable finally after 18 fucking years. Say POV. Today is a beautiful day indeed, as I am on my way towards Kuo Academy with my princess. Mordred, I swear we're going to be late to school. Issei, says the one who literally burned our food while cooking. Mordred then playfully punches me on my shoulders. She seems to be having a good day. Suddenly I swear that I saw a pair of red eyes looking at me. It must have been a familiar of either Sona or Rias. No, Rias's familiar is a bat which doesn't have red eyes. It must be Sona's. Mordred, can you feel that, darling? Issei, I can, must be a familiar of Sona. Mordred, the best course of action to take is to be calm to avoid suspicion. I suggest not to take any other assassination missions for a week. She does have a point, although 1 week is a bit too much for me to be without seeking the blood of the bad guys. As we were chatting, Sona walks towards us waving her hands. Sona, it seems we meet again, Mordred, and you too, Issei. Mordred, I didn't expect to see you this soon, so wanna have a couple of chess match. Sona then slightly chuckles. This isn't good. She's a lot more different than I last saw her while I was Rias's pawn. She was supposed to be static, but today she has this glint in her eyes. It's so unnerving. Maybe I'm seeing things, but then the bell goes off indicating the start of homeroom. Issei, it seems we have to leave. It was fun being in your company, Sona. Third POV. As Issei left towards his class with Mordred, Sona looks at Issei as a creepy smile makes its way towards her face. Sona, I'll make you mine. With that, Sona leaves towards her class with her static demeanor replacing the creepy smile from before. Thumbskip. Currently Issei is seen on his room reading a book about mystic eyes while Mordred is seen in the kitchen cooking. Issei, mystic eyes of petrification. I wish I had this one. It would have been useful for killing multiple targets. Instead I just got a lame but overpowered mystic eyes. Suddenly an indigo-colored glyph forms above Issei's ears, earning a look of amusement at the glyph. Issei, Mr. Kodomine here. The moment these words escape his mouth, a dark chuckle is heard from the unknown person. It seems you're doing fine, Issei, my boy. Issei, it's good to hear from you, old man. Tell me, how are the dragon apple farms doing? Good, the yield has been doubled thanks to my research on the dragon apples. You want one? Issei, if you can send a mountain full of it. A loud laughter is heard from the unknown person, earning a small chuckle from Issei. Now jokes aside, do you know that there is a peace conference between the BBCal faction? Issei, yes I know, Sir Zia's invited me as the dragon faction's representative and hired me for the protection of his sister. That damn Siscon never changes, does he? Also, I'd like to know about your whereabouts. Silence ensues as neither of them responds for a minute, and then Issei lets out a sign. Issei's Tannen, I respect you a lot, that's why you are one of the two people who know about me, at least a bit, but I don't take orders from you. I execute my will according to my plan, so stop persuading me from revealing my location. The person now introduced as Tannen signs. Tannen, I did expect this, don't you think you're being harsh on this old man? Issei, I'm being kind. Old man, if I was harsh, you wouldn't be in one piece, trust me, I'm far from being harsh. Tannen, we're getting out of topic. Issei, okay, I'll attend the peace conference, but I'll have my brother accompany me. A loud laughter is heard as Tannen laughs his ass off, earning an irritated smile from Issei. Tannen, you have a mate, so who's the lucky lady? Issei, her name is Mordred Pendragon, the Knight of Treachery. Tannen, what the hell? Tannen instantly shouts, making Issei yelp. Tannen, what the fuck, this isn't possible, she was supposed to be dead a long ago. Wait, is she a female, and how did a human survive that long? Issei, calm down. Take a deep breath, inhale and exhale. Tannen, tell me, now. Issei, well, she isn't dead because of her gaining partial immortality after her duel with King Arthur, and she is a female. Tannen, be more specific. Issei, I am specific. Tannen, anyways, should I send Bova to the peace conference for your safety? Issei rolls his eyes and lets out a pissed of growl. Issei, are you implying that I can't protect myself? You hurting my pride. Tannen, I'll take that as a no, don't forget to visit this old man later. Issei, sure, I'll also bring my mate. I've been planning on taking her to a date after the peace conference tomorrow. Tannen, that sounds fine. Also, Bova said hi. Issei, tell him that next time we meet we'll have a good old spar. Tannen, sure, I'll take my leave, the devil work is really tearing. Issei, see ya later, old man. The glyph disappears as Issei then proceeds to read his book with focus while Mordred yells from the kitchen. Mordred, shit, I burned our food. Hearing this, Issei sweat drops at the thought of a burnt stew as his dinner. Issei, this never gets old, guess I would have to cook this time. Drake, indeed, you should. Currently both Issei and Mordred are seen at the dining table with a delicious bowl of ramen near both of them. Issei, do you like my cooking, my highness? Issei turns around only to be met with Mordred eyeing the ramen with an face of ecstasy. Mordred, it'll do just fine. Issei, well then bon appetit. Mordred, bon appetit. Mordred then takes a bite at the ramen and soon a face of pure ecstasy as she then proceeds to finish the first bowl in a minute, making Issei jaw drop. Mordred, seconds please. Sure, here you go. Mordred, Japanese food sure is amazing. Mordred is seen on the dining table with numerous bowls around her as a depressed Issei look lingering on his face. Mordred, bring me another bowl of ramen. Issei, that was the 5th bowl of ramen, are you sure you want another one? Mordred, gimme one more please. Mordred then flashes her secret power, the puppy eyes, making Issei flustered. Issei, must resist, damn it, I can't resist this, no, must resist. Mordred, focus, channel your inner puppy eyes, make him obey you. Mordred then flashes a even cuter puppy smile, making him blush even harder. Issei, your eyes can deceive you. Don't trust them, but I can't resist. Mordred, please. Issei, fine, this is the last one. Drake, mind tricks don't work on me. Issei, do I have to remind you about the 3 years of death's training? Issei sarcastically laughs, making Mordred confused, but then Drake yells, making the other concerned. Drake, first rule of death's training, do not talk about death's training. Mordred, is he alright? Issei, I think I've reawakened his buried trauma. Mordred, I feel bad for him. Issei, don't be worried, he will be alright, although I think maybe I should have take him to a supernatural counselor, maybe then he'll be alright. Mordred, I don't think any counselor would remain sane after inspecting our poor Drake. Issei, maybe, I'll give it a try. Drake, first rule of death's training, do not talk about death's training. Louis. Both Rias and Aquino are seen outside a shrine as Rias has a look of irritation while Aquino just shrugs at Rias's attitude. Rias, why is it taking so long? Aquino, don't be like that Rias, he will be here so don't be like Theta you'll get wrinkles. Rias swamfever. As they are speaking a huge amount of divine aura enters the shrine as a golden light shines on the shrine. My apologies for being late, I hope I did not antagonize you in any ways. As the light fades away, a blonde man in his late 20s with a halo and wearing a royal attire while radiating a calm divine aura appears in front of them. Aquino, no you did not Lord Michael. Rias, on to business, my brother did inform me of your visit but may I ask you the reason as the governor of Kuo? Rias exclaims with pride evident in her voice causing Michael to chuckle. Michael, very well, I am here to present you a gift as a contribution to the peace conference and as you managed to hold Cocobielto a standstill till the white dragon arrived. Aquino looks at Rias with nervousness dripping from her face while Rias remains emotionless but one can feel malice hidden. Michael, did I touch a sensitive subject? If I did, my apologizes. Rias, it's fine Lord Michael. Aquino, we could have a good talk inside the shrine if you wish. Michael, sure it would be best as people won't be able to eavesdrop on us. Inside the shrine. Michael is seen leaning on a pillar while having his focus directed towards the two she-devils in front of him. After a few moments a divine aura invades the shrine as a sword materializes out of thin air as both the she-devils stare at the magnificent sword with awe and caution at the divine aura it emits. Michaels, behold the holy dragon-slaying sword Ascalon, the most powerful dragon-slaying weapon next to Samuel's Bloodits in its restrained form. Rias, but a devil can't wield a holy sword. Michael, that's true, however a part devil can wield this sword at its restrained form, however wielding this at its unrestrained nature will obliterate the part devil wielder in a snap. I believe this will be a fine present. Aquino, we are grateful for this Lord Michael. White-colored wrapper surrounds it as the divine aura slowly fades away. Michaelis, wrapping totally suppresses the aura of the sword enabling even a pure devil such as yourself Ms. Gremory to carry them without the risk of injuring yourself. Rias, I wholeheartedly thank you for this wonderful present Lord Michael. Michael, I hope this will come in handy for you during any crucial times and I forget to mention that Ascalon at its restrained form can kill mid-class dragons, which is low-tier ultimate class when fully mastered in the global aura scale and in its unrestrained form it is capable of slaying Dragon King class beings when fully mastered. Aquino, I will have that in mind Lord Michael. Michael, it's a shame I wanted to present this to the previous Red Dragon Emperor Issei Hayaduo. Michael, I'll take my leave. With that the Seraphim teleports away in a flash of golden light making Rias and Aquino sign simultaneously. Aquino, finally I can breath, his aura is really powerful. Rias, I didn't expect Big Brother to have Lord Michael give me Ascalon. Aquino, unexpected things do happen. Rias, come on Aquino are leaving to our mansion. Sona. Prez, I did the job you gave me. Sona is seen seated on a couch on her mansion with a file on her hand while Saji is seen standing next to her. Sona, did you find any suspicious person? Saji, nope. Sona, this isn't good. Hereafter I prohibit you from taking contracts with humans for a week. Instead you are to scout the places around your house. ABD the abandonment church repeatedly got it. So sure leave it to me Prez. Saji does a fake salute making Sona roll her eyes. Sona, you're dismissed, have a good night. Saji then teleports away with a blue magic circle as Tsubaki comes inside the room with her casual clothes. Tsubaki, Sagat, any clues regarding the killer? Sona, I'm working on it. Tsubaki, that's great. Also Momo informed me that her contract with our client 43 is completed. Devoid of an emotion Sona looks at Tsubaki straight in her eyes, slightly scaring Tsubaki in the process. Sona, that's good. Who is currently in patrol on the western part? Tsubaki, it's Tomo who is inspecting that part of the city. Sona, the eastern part. One believe that's where Issei Kodomine and Madrid live. With a small smile Sona looks at the file thinking of Issei. Tsubasa is scouting there I believe. Sona, are everyone in contact? Tsubaki, they are. Sona, well then Tsubaki, that's it for today. Tsubaki, oh my, it's 10 at night, I must be asleep by now. See you tomorrow Sona. Sona, sleep well, Tsubaki. Flashing a small smile at Sona, Tsubaki leaves the room. Sona is in. Sona, you can come out now. The moment these words left the Citri heiress's lips, a cute little manticore with black and blue scales teleports right at Sona's shoulders, causing her to giggle. Sona, tell me, how is Issei doing currently? The cute manticore then leaves her shoulders and with a puff of smoke turns into beautifully young girl with ocean blue hair. Master, he is currently asleep with Mordred by his side. Sona, polygamy isn't uncommon with devils. Maybe I could turn both of them into devils with the help of Mother. Sona, have a close eye on them. Your task is to find out about his likes and dislikes. Sure, master, may I take my leave? Sona, you can. If anything goes wrong, inform me imminently. The girl then bows a bit and then proceeds to teleport away, making Sona have a look of happiness. Sona, Sun me love, we can be together forever and no one, not even my parents or my sister, can take you away from. In our abyss wrapped in eternal darkness, a loud monstrous screech bringing despair and fear even upon the bravest of all echoed throughout the void. That it was the screech of something tormented, something twisted beyond mortal standards, as it was cursed in its very existence to a cycle of mindless rampage and isolation, now caged in the edge of the universe in an endless void by a pesky mortal at the cost of the said mortal's soul. A pair offered eyes stare at the very void surrounding it with such ferocity the void itself trembles under the pure chaos it holds, for it is something simple yet complex, something beyond the common plane of existence of mortals, something that makes the universe itself tremble not at the fear of destruction but at the carnage it leaves behind, a reminder of its existence. In the underworld capital Lucifad. In the peaceful city of Lucifad, the citizens of the underworld, ranging from slaves to common devils, are seen tending to their own business, while a huge number of solders are seen guarding the city and the fortress at its heart. This fortress is home to one of the current devil king Cerzia's Lucifer, aka Crimson Devil, or the first super devil. Inside the heavily guarded castle we can see dozens of maids and butlers tending to various things, while a certain silver-haired maid is seen outside the biggest room, which seems to be the office room of the devil himself. Graphia, Lord Lucifer, may I enter? After a moment of silence, the voice of the Crimson Satan, filled with exhaustion, is heard from the office room. Says, come in. As our favorite maid opens the door, only to be greeted with a sight she will never forget in her life. A futuristic spacious office room with a huge 85-inch wall-mounted TV displaying a devil journalist talking about various news reports regarding the underworld, and a typical office atmosphere with Cerzia's doing some paperwork is what greeted a wide-eyed Graphia Lucifuge. Graphia, the newly built office is astonishing. Cerzex, thank Ajuka for the futuristic design. Although the elder devils were irritated due to the futuristic design, as they said, this compromises our old traditions, the great Lucifer's office was filled with cultural depictions like that of a cult. Cerzex fakes a laugh, earning a smirk from the static maid. Graphia, I'll keep that in mind. Cerzex, Fiare, the reports for the tomorrow's peace conference ready. Graphia, yes, they are. The other devil kings have their reports ready. Cerzex, that's wonderful. Graphia, I also have the news from one of the clans that they have found out a perfect fiancé for their heiress, and the said clan wishes to gain your permission over it. Cerzex, which clan is it? Graphia, CitraClan has informed me that Lady Sona has been beaten in chess by a human in Quo Academy and wishes to marry him. Cerzex, shocked at the informed, accidentally falls from his chair. Cerzex, human, our Lord and Lady Citri willing to reincarnate him into a devil. Graphia, after a huge discussion, Lord Citri has approved of reincarnating him after a talk with the said boy. Cerzex, does the boy have any idea about this? Also, what about Seraphal? Graphia, no, the boy seems to be clueless, and Lady Citri decided to inform this to Lady Leviathan after their interrogation with Hemas. They fear Lady Leviathan may kill him in the name of protection, her favorite little sis. Cerzex then snickers at the thought of Seraphal chalking the boy in the name of protecting Sona. Cerzex, what's the human's name? Graphia, Issei Kotomine, I believe. The moment these words escape her lips, Cerzex looks at Graphia with wide eyes and then starts to tremble, earning a concerned glance from the silver-haired maid. Cerzex, I think I heard it wrong. Graphia, tell his name once more. Graphia, Issei Kotomine. Cerzex then accidentally falls down of his chair and hitting the floor, knocking him unconscious, earning a gasp from Graphia. Graphia, Cerzias. Hi fellas, it's your author here. I'll make this short. After the peace conference arc, which will come to an end in about 2 to 3 chapters, Issei will be getting his own peerage. I have already selected some characters from both Fate series and DxD, but a few places are undecided. I'll leave it upon you to decide the character by votes. Mutated Queen, decided, Fate. Mutated Bishop, undecided, must be a caster class servant from Fate. Mutated Bishop, decided, DxD. Mutated Rook X2, decided, DxD. Mutated Knight, decided, Fate. Mutated Knight, undecided, must be a Sabered Lancer or Archer class servant from Fate. Mutated Pawn X4, decided. Mutated Pawn X4, undecided, any class servants, must be powerful and balanced in stats. Third POV. In an unknown city it was currently raining, trees were blown away, no one was there, indicating the city was abandoned, but then a woman enters the city with an umbrella shadowing her face. El inu lihiat hashinui shianu ratsim liaroti beolem. The woman mutters something in an unknown language, but then, as if reacting to the words, the rain subdues and the ground cracks open, revealing a staircase. The woman then enters the staircase, which goes underground. After a couple of minutes of walking she arrives at a huge door with 2 mages guarding it. Mage, state your identity. Leviathan. Suddenly the 2 mages fall to their knees with their head facing the floor. Mage, forgive my insolence, my lady. The mage then opens the door, which reveals a gigantic base with mages and devils everywhere. Soon the mages and the devils notice her presence and bows down, earning a smirk from the lady as she unfolds her umbrella. Devil, my lady, Lord Tosaka wishes to meet you. Shall I accompany you, my lady? No. Go prepare the solders, I want them ready in about a couple of hours. Devil, yes, my lady. The random devil then runs away fanatically as the lady then proceeds to walk towards a room decorated with various mystic codes and others such. The lady then opens the door only to be met with a man seemingly at his late 30s wearing an elegant suit with a staff, as his deep blue eyes analyze the women with a small smile. 2. Welcome back, Lady Leviathan, I hope you had a good journey. Leviathan, I did tell me Tokiomi, how is the plan for our little project? Tokiomi, before that I would like to inform you that our truce is likely to end after the infiltration on the peace conference. I would like to have my promise fulfilled by today. Leviathan narrows her eyes at the request of Tokiomi. Leviathan, I don't have the lesser grail with mites under the jurisdiction of my superiors, but it will be yours after you have our pact fulfilled. Tokiomi, excellent. Well then, Lady Leviathan, I would wholeheartedly present you my finest mages, who are mainly rogue spellcasters and heretic, who are hunted down by the clock tower and the church. Leviathan, I couldn't understand the reason behind your pact with me. Why would you, a prestigious magi from a well-known magus family, help us, as you are clearly a well-known person in the clock tower who are allied with the BBCal faction? Tokiomi, it's simple, I will make my wish fulfilled at any cost. Once the lesser grail is mine, I'll summon the greater grail to kickstart the heavens feel ritual and then reach the epitome of all truth, the root, the Akasha, but can't tell you that, can I? Currently Issei is in his class listening to the class while having a deep thought. Issei, I can't help but think about what Death said when we were alone in the multiverse. Flashback, 1 year after Issei's arrival in the multiverse. In a grass field, Issei is seen laying down on the grass looking onto the sky, which has cracks indicating isn't the Earth but a subdimension. Issei's the so-called training is fucking intense, it helps, but I can't stop thinking about the shit I'm into. Suddenly a fist comes crashing into Issei's face, creating a huge crater at the ground, but Issei remains unfazed. Issei's Death, just give me second to rest. Death, I can, but what's the fun in it? Seemingly out of nowhere both Death and Life appear next to Issei in their human form. Life, how are you doing, my lord? Do you need any assistance? Issei, I'm fine. Death, you have improved a lot, Mama's proud of you. Life then slaps the living lights out of Death with irritation visible in her eyes. Life, shut up, I am not pleased with your seductive attitude towards our lord. Death, that doesn't mean that you can bitch slap me. Life, okay fine, we'll settle this later, but do you remember the reason why we are here? Death, I do, so shut up. Issei looks at them uncomfortable due to the fact that 2 of the most powerful beings having a verbal fight. Issei, guys. Life, forgive me for disturbing you, master. Issei, it's okay, so why are you both here? Death, we wanted to show you something extraordinary, but before that I'll make Draig unconscious, he can't get to know about it. Suddenly all the 3 of them exit the dimension and enter the multiverse. Life, master, you may have seen the Castle of Origins, but we are going to show you something even more powerful, so brace yourself. Suddenly all 3 of them gets thrown towards the center of the multiverse at incredible speeds. Say, what the hell? After 30 minutes the trio slowly decelerate as they reach a void, which exerts extreme pressure upon them, Issei causing him to stumble. Death, don't worry, that won't kill you, that was the first security barrier to keep others from reaching here. Suddenly a huge light blinds Issei, causing him to panic, but then the light slowly disappears, revealing what couldn't be described by any words on first sight. Life, magnificent isn't it? Issei, wow, what the hell is that? Death, allow me to explain, this is the finest creation of the primordial concept. It is known as the root, the Akasha. It is the anchor of the multiverse which connects the multiple universes. It also functions as the backup database of all creations. Only the primordial concept, or its prophesied vessel, can access the interior of the root, not even us can. Life, it was the first creation of the being. The root contains all knowledge about the multiverse which even we don't know about. The root is ethereal, it cannot be destroyed. It can also be used to observe any part of the multiverse. Issei, only I can reach it, how cool. Death, not exactly. See, any being with a soul can't access the interior of the Akasha, but theoretically even humans can reach the swirl of the root, but only one in a vigintillion can actually reach the swirl without having their soul destroyed, but the chances of being alive after witnessing the swirl is even less than infinite due to their shadow. Red shadow. Issei tilts his head in confusion only to be met with a scary red silhouette with eyes like that of a beast. Death, that's the red shadow, the last failsafe. If a mortal manages to reach the swirl of the root, don't be scared, he won't kill you, he recognizes you as the vessel. His job is to destroy any mortal that has touched the swirl of root. Life, touching the swirl of the root will grant the mortals unbelievable power called true magics. There are 5 of them, but the red shadow kills them as soon as they touch the swirl. Only one due to sheer luck has managed to evade their shadow. Issei, for real, you gotta be kidding me. Life, his name is Kistjer Zelrich Schweinorg. He is from the universe 23467884477007994000446 of the Nasoverse universe cluster. That old fool managed to gain the second magic. The kaleidoscopites domain is the operation of parallel worlds. It allows the user to travel between multiple universes and the ability to draw mana from the parallel universes. To an extent, he managed to access partial immortality. This specific means he is the person you wouldn't wish to meet, a huge troll who messes up other parallel universes for his fun. Issei, yeah, definitely a interesting person. He can't have fucked things up to extremes, can he? Death groans while Life scratches the back of her head while Issei sweat drops. Death, you have no idea that man fucked up nearly 10,000 timelines in the Nasoverse for his entertainment. He destroyed about 100 parallel universes either by mistake or by improper manipulation of a parallel timeline by adding an external factor to the original timeline, making it unstable. Would you believe that he destroyed an entire timeline just by saving a person from death? Issei, oh, great, I don't want to meet him ever in my life. Life, human mages in many parallel universes have partial knowledge about the swirl of the root, and many try to open up pathways to the Akasha and few succeed in doing, but all got killed except Zelrich. Also, once a successful pathway is used, one can't use it further, as we would close up the pathway in many universes. Maguses tried to use the Greater Grail, which has incredible amounts of condensed prana and mana, but all failed to open a pathway. In short, the Greater Grail cannot be used to open a path to Akasha. Issei, wow, this is too much for my mind to process, but I can understand it, at least vaguely. Flashback and with Mordred. As Issei is in his own world, Mordred is seen dozing off at the class. Mordred POV. Nothingness encompassed around me, till my eyes can see. It's just like the dream I had before where I saw her. It can't be real, I'm hallucinating, that must be it. Finally I can have a small talk with you. A whisper, it was her voice, I'm sure. It was her, the one I despise the most. I hate her, I want to make her disappear. You want me to disappear? Humph, how low have you fallen, my child? Mordred, who the heck ate you? This can't be coincidence. I am sure I am under a spell or have been cursed. Don't be so feisty, that I don't mean harm, child. Mordred, go to hell, you fucking imposter. The moment I said those words, the air around me become cold as a chill goes down my spine. It's been so long since I have felt this ominous sensation. You are not worthy. I tried that, I always did, but why did I fail? Why won't she acknowledge me? I just wanted to be her shadow, I wanted to make her proud. Then why would she cast me away? Tell me, why did you do? I wanted to inherit the legacy of the Pendragons, to make you proud. Then why didn't you let me be the future king of Camelot? I wanted to be a king who takes care of her subjects with happiness and righteousness. I just wanted for my people to flourish, to live a happy life. I wanted Tohavi, a good Lithias, a ruler of a prosperous kingdom with no, I didn't wish for these. I just wanted to prove my worth to you, to make of proud by inheriting the golden sword of Victorious, but you declared that I was unworthy. That was the sole reason why. Your death was at my hands. I felt remorse at your death by my hands, but I don't regret killing you as you pierced my guts, tears dripping down your face at the misery of slaying your own child, and surely I won't forget the expression of horror etched on your face as I used it to strike your heart, killing you. All I got was a loud, malformed whisper which I couldn't understand, but one thing I am sure of is that the voice belongs to the one person I hate the most yet admired the most, the ruler of Britain, king of Camelot, the king of knights, Artoria Pendragon, my mother, the only person I hate the most, the person I killed with my own hands, along with an entire country of men and women just to kill her. P.S. In this story, just assume that instead of Artoria being turned male by Merlin for a short period of time, Morgan was turned into a male and thus ended up impregnating her, and Artoria gave birth to Modred. She raised Modred but denied the throne due to certain reasons, thus the fall of Camelot occurs. Third POV. Thumbskip. Issei, Mordred, wake up, we're still at the class. Due to Issei calling her, Mordred finds herself awake with tears dripping down her eyes while she, unaware of her tears, has a stoic look. Modred, why'd you wake me up? I was taking a nap. Issei, hey, did you have a nightmare cause you're crying? Mordred. Modred then touches her face to find out that Issei was right, she was indeed crying, but then she thought. Mordred, why am I crying? I couldn't remember anything about having a dream. As if reading her thoughts, Issei then gains a serious look while pretending to listen to their teacher. Issei, maybe her dream was so frightening that her subconsciousness has suppressed them. Maybe, I'll find out soon. Thumbskip. At the night of the day at one of the hidden rooms on Kuo Academy, the three great power gathered together after the Great War. Each were beings of unparalleled power from the devil faction. Seraphal Leviathan and Cerzea's Lucifer and Graphia were present, along with Rhea Sona and their leverage standing near the exit. From the fallen angels Azazel and Valley, who was leaning on the wall, while Michael along with two exorcists were present as representatives of heaven. All the leaders were visibly tense at the tension on the air except Azazel, who was just calm. Cerzex, the representative of the dragon faction, must be here by now. Ah, he's here. Suddenly a bright multicolored magic circle appears on the floor, earning a small smirk from Cerzea's, while Seraphal gets excited at the color of the magic circle. From the magic circle, Issei and Mordred arrive in their battle attire, shocking Ryas and her peerage along with Sona and her peerage, but the one shocked out of all was Sona, who was staring at Issei with wide eyes, unable to comprehend the situation. Issei, greetings, I am Issei Kodamine, the honorary second in command of the dragon faction. Pleasure to meet you. Mordred Pendragon, the true heir of Camelot, and mate of Issei here, nice to meet ya. Everyone are seen shocked while Valley just grins and Azazel smirks at Issei. Azazel, you must be lucky to have a hot chick like her, lucky bastard. Cerzex, please take a seat, both of you. Both Issei and Mordred take a seat as Azazel claps his hand together. Azazel, so, why don't we get started? Cerzex, first I'd like to know about the incident with Kokabeel. Rhys and Sona, how about you give your report? Rhys, I'd like to Lord Lucifer. Here are the details prepared by both mine and Sona's report. Rhys then hands over a file to Cerzex. Cerzex, we are fortunate that this didn't turn into a war. We the devils can't offer to lose our remaining purebloods in a war. Michael, I am concerned about the objectives of Kokabeel. He stated that he wanted war. Azazel, that warmonger was really a big trouble. He managed to slip past my vigilance and stole the Excalibur fragments. I should have kept him in a leash, my bad, but I can assure you that the fallen angels are not interested in where he also had the white dragon to stop his nonsense, but the red one did it. The room visibly tenses at the thought of a new red dragon emperor. Issei, I'd like to inform you all that I am the new red dragon emperor. Issei then summons the boosted gear, causing nearly everyone gain a shocked look while Valley just grins even wider. Michael, no beings other than humans could inherit the sacred gears. How did you? Issei, I hope you all know about the flaw in the system due to you know whose death it was just a matter of sheer luck. Azazel, I would like to search your sacred gear. Would you like to visit Grigory? Azazel then looks at Issei with a creepy smile, causing everyone in the room to get uncomfortable. Seraphal, you look like a pedophile. At the comment made by Seraphal, almost everyone laughs while even Valley and Graphia have a small smile. Graphia, Lady Leviathan, please refrain from your childish tendencies. Mordred, this is lame, why don't you all just declare peace already? Azazel, my thoughts exactly, why don't we get over with this? Azazel grins, earning a sign from Michael while Cerzex narrows his eyes. Cerzea's, I'm afraid it's not simple, we the devils have some demands. Issei, the same can be said for us dragons. Michael, since the devil kings and God are dead, we have no purpose on a new war when we are on the brink of extinction. Azazel, well, I would like to focus on reviving our species and my sacred gear research. Seraphal, that's our primary concern too. Cerzea's, we were the ones who suffered the higher amount of casualties among the royal clans. Issei, we dragons want peace, nothing more nothing less. Also we would like some territory in the underworld as a fee for our armies. As you know, us dragons are one of the strongest species and we are in need of dragon apples which grow exceptionally on the underworld. Cerzea's, sure, your demands are reasonable. Michael, we can provide our sacred gear tracking system and our medical facilities, but we demand to know about the evil peace system and its functions. Cerzea's, we can agree to that. Azazel, we can share our sacred gear research and the new artificial sacred gear in return for a reincarnation system and some territory in the underworld. Also we have some Longinus users in our side. Seraphalt, sure, but Cerzeas, we request the armies of the dragons and help in dealing stray devils. Will offer some territory as well as information of our reincarnation system, the evil pieces. Issei, I agree for the alliance. We dragons support this proposal. Michael, we agree for the alliance. Azazel, no objections on our side. Cerzex, devils are in the alliance. Issei, then the peace treaty is sealed. Henceforth we dragons shall offer our military support. Azazel, now, I'd like to know the thoughts of the white one and the red one. Valet, I just want to fight strong opponents, that's all I wish. Valley just states, nonchalantly earning a couple of worried glances while Azazel just laughs. Azazel, you don't need war to have a spar. Valet. Issei, I win peace. Azazel, that's it now, officially the alliance is formed. Suddenly everyone except Issei, Mordred, Valak, Irina, Grafia, Sajic, Zenobia, Kiba faction leaders are seemingly freezed in time. Kiba, what happened? A frown then makes its way towards Cerzex's face. Cerzex, it seems time has been stopped. Mordred, what could have caused this? Issei, forbidden Baylor view. Azazel, Rias's bishop Gasper has it, he must have been kidnapped by the intruders. Cerzeas, how is it possible Gasper is dead? For once the laid-back personality of Azazel changes into a serious one. Valavitra's power must have saved this guy while your holy sword saved you, swordsman. Suddenly about 1,000 magicians arrive from a big teleportation circle. Cerzex, it looks like we are cornered and our troops are being teleported away. Play button. Hi folks, it was me, author, with a splendid chapter. Hope you enjoy. Third POV. Issei, impossible, I have that sacred in my house, this isn't good, not at all. Cerzex, our troops are being teleported away, this is bad. In the skies of Ko, the peaceful atmosphere was replaced by a huge magic circle through which numerous magicians entered the battlefield, force teleporting and killing the troops frozen in time. Azazel, we must rescue Rias's bishop. If this continues, he is currently in the balance breaker state of his sacred gear, they might force him to freeze even us. Cerzex, Rias's bishop is dead, he was found without his eyes, possibly exorcised, as this is some else's doing. Everyone except Issei and Mordred look at Cerzeas with wide eyes. Michael, this is troublesome indeed. Valet, Tisk, why don't we just kill the magus? Issei, go ahead, if you can, rival. Valet then lets out a huge grin and then procs to fly towards the magus with his divine dividing. Balance breaker. Albion, vanishing dragon balance breaker. A azure-colored light invades the battlefield, stunning the magus. Finding this opportunity, Valet then incinerates about 6 magi near him with white beam. In retaliation, the other magus fire numerous spells of black magic and witchcraft which disappears into thin air as it approaches Valet. Albion's divide. Issei looks at Valet with a smirk, knowing that his rival isn't pathetic, while the faction leaders have a discussing between themselves. Issei looks like he's enjoying his time. Cerzex, Kiba, Zenobia, if you can try to find anything about the person using Baylor view. Kiba, it's my pleasure helping you, Lord Lucifer. Both Kiba and Zenobia rush towards the battlefield with their weapons drawn out. Michael, Irina, help them in this if you can. Irina, in the name of our Lord, I will, Lord Michael. Mordred, that I'm going to kill some pests, wanna join me? Issei, nah, I'll stay here but do enjoy your party. Mordred, I will. Grinning like a madman, Mordred then summons her armor and her sword, rushing off to kill some unfortunate magus. Cerzex, are you sure she'll be fine? Issei, she will be, although I can't say that for the magus. A magus manages to sneak behind Mordred and tries to punch her in the face but gets stabbed at his heart and dies instantly. Mordred, I'm done playing, time to get serious. Issei, she's gone serious, nice. Dense red sparks fly everywhere from Clarent, causing some of the letters to raise their eyebrows in interest, while the ones nearby feel a shiver down their spine. Feeling and powerfully aura nearby, the feeling of dread overcame their mind as huge quantities of mana were accumulating around her, scaring Suji while gaining the interest of Valley, who is far away. Mordred, Clarent. As she whispers those words, her helmet automatically detaches from her, causing a mana burst, shocking everybody there. Except Esau, the magus nearby, tremble at the might of her sword, which emits violent red sparks. Issei, this is her hatred for King Arthur, her mother, never-ending, nor faltering once, she cuts down her enemies in a single slash of her past her hatred. Mordred. Blood Arthur. A huge beam of condensed demonic energy erupts from her sword, which then redirects towards the Magus, annihilating all of them on the battlefield, gaining the look of terror, surprise, disbelief, and shock. Mordred, how the heck do they keep spawning? Every time I kill one, another one replaces him. Surzex, impressive, that was a mid-tier Satan class attack. Azazel, cheats, I fucking hate them. Azazel whispers to nobody, which gets unnoticed by most of them except Issei, who cracks a small smile at his antics. Surzex, Graphia, did you find anything about the magic circle? Graphia, the magic circle is connected to someone inside the barrier. Shortly we have been betrayed. Michael, this dot isn't good, we have to find the one responsible for this. A huge frown makes its way towards nearly everyone except Issei, who merely smirks at Valley, who is fighting a group of witches. Issei, whoever broke into my house and stole Baylor View is dead. Cerzias, incoming 9 o'clock. The moment Cerzias said that a explosion takes place on where the faction leaders Issei and the Frozen Ones are. Mordred, darling, I must help him. The smoke clears, revealing a multicolored barrier encasing everyone, which is seen supported by the 3 great faction leaders along with Seraphol. Graphia, we have an uninvited guest. A yellowish magic circle identical to the one from which the Magi arrive appears next to Surzex, and from it. A woman seemingly at her late 20s with a double D cup assets, wearing what seems to be really revealing outfit appears from the magic circle, but the strange thing is her eyes, which seems to radiate power. The 3 great powers have casted a barrier, adorable and pathetic. Surzex, Kateria Leviathan, great-granddaughter of the first Devil King Leviathan, what do you want? Kateria, exactly the opposite of what you want, chaos. Kateria flares her aura in attempt to scare the younger devils, but then a sinister chuckle echoes through the air, scaring everyone except a few. Issei, chaos, what is chaos? Issei, with his eyes shadowed, asks with a calm, soothing voice which betrays no emotions, unnerving everyone greatly, making the descendant of Leviathan smirk. Kateria, who exactly are young man? You seem to be strong. Say I'm strong. Azazel, haha, it's funny of you, Kateria, to interrupt the peace conference and trying to take down all of us. Kateria, if I can take down one of the 3 powers, then I will give up my life for the true Satans to rule the world. Azazel then bursts out laughing, earning a cold glare from Kateria. Azazel, don't underestimate us, you are nothing compared to your great-grandfather, he'll be ashamed of you, tarnishing your clan's name. Nothing but a mere low-tier ultimate class being. Seraphol, Kateria, don't do this, don't you want to live your life peacefully? We used to be friends. Looking at Seraphol, who has a saddened smile, Kateria scowls and then shouts at her. Kateria, you have no right to talk. Sarah, it's your fault that I'm like this. I was the one supposed to inherit the Leviathan's lineage, not some low-class citri. Today I will kill you and claim what's mine. Seraphol's smile falters and an emotionless stare makes its way towards her. Azazel, can I take her one-on-one? Seraphol, sure. Kateria, what can you do, old bastard? I'll kill you, fallen scum. After all, I just got a new toy to check out. Suddenly her eyes then changes into something different, emitting an deadly aura, startling the faction leaders, while Azazel and Issei have their eyes wide open, unable to believe what they had witnessed. Issei, Gulti, I will fucking rip your eyes out and claim what's mine, bitch. Azazel, leave this to me, face her. Amidst the sky, both Azazel and Kateria with their 12 and 6 wings out are seen having an intense stare down, every muscle prepared to react the moment the opponent attacks. Azazel, ladies first, I guess. Kateria, you'll regret that, crow. Azazel, says the bat. With a shit-eating grin, Azazel taunts his foe, earning a ice-cold glare from Kateria. Azazel, I'll go first. Fate/stay night blazing ashes to Ost. For a better experience, play the above Ost. Azazel unfurls his wings and then proceeds to throw numerous light projectiles at Kateria, but then the projectiles abruptly comes to a stop, seemingly frozen midair. Azazel, smarty, but I'll just overclock your stolen sacred gear till you can't use it. Any more, pretty simple. With a snap from his fingers, about 1,000 light projectiles at very high speeds charge towards Kateria, who desperately tries to stop them with forbidden Balar view, but a dozen of projectiles hits her, creating a small explosion, but then the smoke goes off, revealing a furious Kateria with a magic guard raised a split second before the projectiles could reach her. Kateria, go fuck yourself, asshole. A furious Kateria then fires a demonic pulse of compressed water at Azazel, who single-handedly evades and then fires a light sphere which gets deflected by Kateria. Azazel, you act like a cliché villain from animes where the villain curses the hero and then dies, pathetic. Kateria, I won't let you underestimate me and my Leviathan heritage, I will kill you here and now. Issei, don't keep on boasting about yourself, talk less, fight like a crazy dragon. Draig, well said. Numerous spheres made out of water materializes out of thin air and charges towards Azazel, who summons a sword made out of light and then proceeded to deflect them, but the water spheres blast upon impact with his sword, forcing him back, but then Azazel retaliates by summoning a huge light sphere of his own and launching it towards the Mao descendant, who manages to conjure a magic shield to protect her in time. Azazel, not bad for a low-tier ultimate class, but pathetic for a Devil King descendant. Gritting her teeth, the Leviathan descendant creates about hundreds of ice sharpens from thin air aimed at Azazel, which rushes towards him. But then the fallen leader appears behind her and slams his fists into her gut with his holy aura, causing her to let out a scream and fall into the ground, creating a crater. Kateria, impossible, I am the true heir of the Devil King Leviathan. How can I be reduced to such a pathetic state by a mere fallen? No. I refuse to accept this. I will kill you, I swear on the dead Devil Kings. Azazel, pathetic that your manipulation of water and ice are nowhere near your great-grandfather's or your grandfather's. You're the weakest Leviathan. I pity you. Suddenly the Leviathan descendant lets out a scowl, and then a ocean blue aura surrounds her, earning a chuckle from Azazel. Kateria, I'll make you take back those words. Water then surrounds Kateria, creating a huge 20m torrent of water which increases in power gradually. Azazel, still it's just mid-tier ultimate class in power. Kateria, behold the greatest spell of the Leviathans and drown in despair. I shall kill you, see serpent of the end. The oceanic blue aura suddenly disappears, confusing everyone, but then Issei burst out laughing. Issei, you're pathetic. You wasn't able to fully use the true power of the Leviathan. You're a disgrace. Issei yells, making a Kateria gain a tick mark as she musters her coldest glare at Issei, who shrugs it off. Azazel, ha, hilarious, you must be kidding. From afar Mordred is seen killing many magi while looking at the battle between Azazel and Kateria in the air. Mordred, insolent whelp, foolishly arrogant when you clearly don't have the right to be arrogant. Kateria, unable to contain her fury any longer, lets out a loud high-pitched scream. Her eyes then glow bright purple while Azazel raises his eyebrows a bit. Unknown to the others, Issei grits his teeth, pissed at Kateria for stealing Baylor View from his house. Kateria balance break. Her eyes starts to glow a eerie purple, earning a grin from Azazel, who throws a light sphere which disappears into thin air the moment it reaches Kateria. Azazel, you've achieved the balance breaker for Forbidden Baylor View. Are you the one who killed Gaspard? Shame that I have to kill you. I'd have had fun researching your sacred gear. Forbidden invade Baylor the Beast. The balance breaker for Baylor View allows you to control time and darkness in your surroundings. That's a powerful ability indeed. Kateria, I did not kill that vermin. I got this as a mere gift from someone. Now die. Suddenly a dark aura shrouds Kateria, and then the accumulated darkness turns Kateria into a 5-meter-tall monster with a dragon head, making Issei grin like a madman. Azazel, didn't expect this. You had some cards up your sleeve, but still you're in high-tier ultimate class. You're still a child compared to me. The monster roars and unleashes a torrent of dark flames, to which Azazel responds by conjuring a holy barrier countering the flames, but then Kateria slams her newly formed tail at Azazel, throwing him off guard, but then Azazel retaliates by throwing a huge orb of concentrated holy energy, earning a scream from Kateria as it collides with her. Kateria, die bastard. Azazel, I'm done playing. A eerie bluish flame manifests on the fallen leader's palms, which gains the looks of curiosity and shock from others who are witnessing the battle. Azazel, divine azure flame of eradication. The flame in his palm then turns into a stream of holy fire which rushes towards Kateria in a blink of an eye, creating a huge explosion. As the smoke clears, a heavily burned and battered Kateria is found lying unconscious in a huge crater with her cloths torn in different places. Azazel, she's alive, you can interrogate her, I don't care. With a shrug, Azazel lands on the ground while Cerzea's force teleports Kateria to who knows where, but before teleporting a faint flash of light is seen. Cerzex, thank you Azazel for keeping her alive. I want to interrogate her about the death of Gaspar Vladi and the Baylor View. Issei, too bad for them since I extracted her sacred gear just now. Drake, you should be aware that she will not die, but she must have lost a good portion of her life force. Issei, I am aware. Michael, finally one of the old Satan faction leaders have been caught. Seraphal, leave this to me, your magic girl Leviathan will make her pay with a twinkle. Suddenly the time freeze disappears as the once frozen Sona, Rias and her peerage look at the now heavily damaged Kuo Academy with wide eyes. Sona, what is the meaning of this? Seraphal, don't be like that Sona, your sister will take care of this with a twinkle. Mordred, are you cosplaying as the magical girl Milky Spiral 7? The moment Theseus' words left the young Pendragon's lips, Sona, Rias and her peerage look at her with wide eyes while Azazel, Cerzex, Issei and Graphia smile nervously, confused by the sudden reactions of others. Mordred tilts her head only to be met with Seraphal just centimeters away from her face, having a noticeable glint on her eyes and a wide smile creeping out her a bit. Seraphal, you have watched Miracle Leviathan show? Mordred, yes I have. Cerzex, she's doomed. In a swift moment Seraphal tackles Mordred into a hug, causing them to lose their balance and fall down onto the floor. Seraphal, ui, I got a new friend, say, can we have a nice dinner together and have some girl-to-girl action? Mordred. Seraphal, if you wish we can have a hot threesome between your mate you and me, wouldn't that be great? Quite handsome. Mordred then blushes a 50 shades of red while Seraphal keeps on nuzzling her hair, earning few looks of pity from everyone except Sona, who is seen in a similar state as Modred, and Issei, who is seen motionless, unable to process the words of the Devil King. Draig, and the strongest Red Dragon Emperor, has finally created a harem of beautiful women. Graphia, I think you broke them, Lady Leviathan. Azazel, lucky bastard. Sanho Fair, the new student, first got engaged with President and now he gets her big sister. As the poor bastard Edu weeps to himself, cursing his misfortune and Issei's skill on attracting women, but then an unknown voice replies to him in his mind, startling him. Powerful dragons tend to attract many mates and foes. The way you are right now, even a low-class dragon will pummel you. Become strong, hatchling, that's your only choice. Saji, hello, who's there? Am I hallucinating? The voice then vanishes without a trace, making him believe that he must have been hallucinating. Azazel, something's wrong. Suddenly a huge magic blast hits Azazel, pummeling him while creating a huge shockwave. Azazel, I must have been getting old if you can hit Mean Valley. The smoke dissipates, revealing a unharmed Azazel and Valley flying above Azazel in his balance breaker. Valley, sorry, things look better on this side. Issei, Valiso, it's you who betrayed us. I did expect this. Azazel, I should have kept you in check. Valley, Issei, Hayato, my arch-rival, prepare yourself for a glorious battle to death. Name Issei. Age 19. Looks before. Looks after. Valley, Issei, Hayato, my arch-rival, prepare yourself for a glorious battle to death. The moment those words escaped his lips, everyone instantly looks at the twin dragons with surprise, shock and other emotions at the revelation, while Issei has an emotionless gaze fixed on the white one, but one could feel the waves of killing intent seeping through the air like a wave of tsunami seeping through the shore, destroying everything on its sight. Issei. Rias, Issei. Sona, I am engaged to the former pervert. That this doesn't make any sense. How did he become smarter than me? With tears steaming down her face, Rias musters all the strength she can and whispers under her breath, which gets noticed by Mordred, who looks at Issei with concern evident on her eyes. Issei, how did you find out? Ignore the blood. His golden orbs gazing into Vala's eyes, Issei mumbles under his breath with devoid of any emotions, causing Vala to chuckle while feeling a bit scared. Vala, if you want to blame anyone for this, blame Ophis. Cerzex, the Ouroboros dragon. Azazel, that confirms my suspicions about things I came to know recently. I've been informed about a terrorist group organizing some of the most dangerous individuals, from crazy lunatics to righteous people. Yes, they call themselves as Chaos Brigade, a group hell-bent on destroying the supernatural world. Guess who's the leader? It's Ophis. At the revelation of the new group, hell-bent on destruction, everyone looks at Valley like with their mouths agape, with the exception of Issei, Valley and Azazel. Saji, what's the Ouroboros dragon president? Sona, the Ouroboros dragon, Ophis, better known as the infinite dragon god, one of the most powerful beings. It is said that even you know who can't scratch eat a true monster. In my opinion, it's rumored that it represents infinity itself. A chill goes down the Vitra holder's spine at the revelation of the infinite dragon Lowly. Vala, Ophis has always been watching your life. From the day you were born to it, you were special, and the only time it wasn't able to was the day Issei Hayato was rumored to be dead, but then it sensed a strong power, one identical to yours, one screaming destruction and domination from Kuo the day you disappeared, and then it sensed the said power days ago in this city. Issei, alright, take a deep breath, relax, just relax. Ophis, I should have known, my bad. She must have been the one who stole the Baylor view. Does that mean Vale and Ophis knows about me being the supreme concept? No, he himself said that Ophis only sensed the concept destruction, but Vale didn't use the term concept. This means Ophis knew about me being the third dragon god but chose to hide it from others. Ophis must have not informed me being a dragon god. In short, Ophis doesn't know about the multiverse or the supreme concept as Death said so, but Ophis must have known about the concept of destruction inside me. Not as bad as I thought, but I think I should pay Ophis a visit. Rias, I say, is that you? Issei, I am not Issei Hayato, not anymore. I am Issei Kotamine, adopted son of Kirai Kotamine. With a shrug, Issei looks at Rias, dead in her eyes, his golden orbs peering into her eyes. Sajid, this doesn't make any sense. Mordred. Issei, I once was known as Issei Hayato, but I have discarded that identity a long time ago, and you Valley Lucifer, you are playing with things beyond your knowledge. Valley immediately tenses at the last name, which earns few shocked stares at the white dragon. Even the insane Mao Seraphal Leviathan lost her composure. Valley, how did you? Issei, I can literally feel the blood of Lucifer in you, and, since you somehow with the help of that fucking lowly ruined my identity, I decided to do the same. With a heavy sign, Valley unfolds his wings, revealing 8 dark-colored devil wings, earning a gasp from others. Valley, I am Valley Lucifer, the great-grandson of the former Devil King Lucifer. I am a half-blood. My mother was a human while my father was the grandson of the former Devil King Lucifer. Sirzex, a half-blood, we didn't know about this. Michael, dear Lord. Azazel, since you are a half-blood, you managed to inherit divine dividing, which is astonishing to have the blood of the true Devil King Lucifer and host the white dragon. You weren't supposed to exist. Azazel looks at Valley with a grin plastered on his face. Valley, I prefer the term miracle. Sajid, too much secrets revealed on one day. I wanna go home. Azazel, this era is unique, a descendant of the former Devil King Lucifer wielding the divine dividing, making him the strongest white dragon emperor in history, while the red dragon emperor is a powerful dragon with his past shrouded in mystery, an anomaly without any true identity, making him the strongest red dragon emperor in history. Fabulous. Sona, when this is all over, I want answers to this mess. Wait, hold on, if Issei is the red dragon emperor and a royal dragon, then I can easily convince my parents for the marriage between us. Mordred, I should have stayed at the mansion. Rias, why did you leave me alone? It hot that you were. Did I found your pieces? How are you alive? Hearing this, Issei groans in irritation while Vala chuckles. Issei, I am not your boy toy, neither am I your servant. I have every right to be free as a respected dragon. Sirzex, I want answers, this is confusing as hell. Valley, Issei Hayato, I. Issei quickly raises his voice to stop Valley from whatever he was about to say. Issei, could you please refrain from addressing me as Issei Hayato? I have long forsaken that name. Call me Issei Kotamine. Valley, very well, Issei Kotamine, I carry the blood of a devil king while you carry that of a powerful dragon. I'd say we were the best heavenly dragons to ever exist. Albion, indeed, I want to know how this will end. Who will win, strongest red dragon or the strongest white dragon? Let's see, but I am sure my partner will be victorious given his intense training regime. Drake, you're underestimating my host Albion. Albion, let's see. Drake, let's see. Saji, are these both destined to fight or something? Hearing Satsuke the fool's dumb question, literally everyone avert their gaze at him, making him nervous. Sona, Saji, I can't believe that you don't know about the heavenly dragons and their history. With a sign, Sona shakes her head in disappointment, causing Saji to scratch his head nervously. Drake, this is ridiculous. Every supernatural being knows about the battle, and we are praised and feared for our past actions. Sona, a really long time ago, 2 dragons, immensely powerful, were born far away from each other. They were Drake Gotch and Albion Gwyber. Both the dragons were born with the power to kill gods. They were praised as heavenly dragons. They roamed the world with the intention of gaining power and fighting. They killed the gods who dared to challenge them, thus ending many pantheons, but then they found each other and fought, and to their surprise both were equally matched and their powers didn't affect each other. They fought each other as rivals, developing techniques such as boost, divide, but then during the time of the Great War the dragon faction decided to remain neutral, but then the red dragon and the white dragon fought each other amidst the battlefield. They killed millions of devils, fallen angels who were nearby, and they also proceeded to wreak havoc on the realm of dead, killing countless grim reapers, but Hades, the god of death, interfered, which annoyed the dragons, who then returned to the underworld, which was the primary war ground. The 3 factions were forced to deal with the rampaging dragons and formed a truce to kill the heavenly dragons. Countless lives were lost. That day was known as the Great Genocide. Lucifer and Leviathan were killed by Drake, while Asmodeus and Beelzebub were killed by Albion, and then you know who appeared, and he fought the dragons, who were already weakened as they were fighting each other, and had a fight with the Maus. You know who managed to seal the dragons inside the sacred gears with his dying breath? And thus the 2 dragons have always battled each other, using their host as their vessel for the sake of their rivalry. But don't forget that the 2 heavenly dragons were one of the strongest beings to ever exist. They butchered multiple gods in the past, made Hades, the god of death, terrified of them, killed nearly 3 different races, killed the 4 original devil kings, gravely wounded you know who succumbed to his injuries. As Sona finishes her huge lecture on the two dragons, Sod falls to his knees with a terrified expression while everyone except Issei and Valley look uncomfortable. Albion's haha, it feels so good to be praised. Citri Devil are a person worthy of my acknowledgement, but Drake wasn't as good as me. Drake, I see, you're still as grumpy as ever. Albion, what did you call me, you boob sucker? Drake, I said you're grumpy ass licker. Albion, why you insane bastard? Drake, you have no right to talk ass smacker. Albion and Drake then continue to insult each other's sexual preferences, causing everyone to sweat drop at the rapid insults between two of the most powerful beings to exist. Issei, I need a can of Coke. Valley, shesh, I didn't expect our partners to verbally insult each other's preferences. Issei, I wanna die. Valley, dear Cloud, please swallow me. Issei, so are you gonna stay there all day or man up and fight? Valley scoffs at Issei's remark, making Issei smirk as a crimson-red aura and a azure-blue aura fills the air as each clash with each other, pushing back everyone but Surzex, as a bloody red aura of his own prevents the auras of the heavenly dragons from nearing him. Sona, at this rate they're going to have a fight, the school will be ruined. Surzex, perhaps, but we can't do anything. The enraged heavenly dragon isn't a sight to see. Graphia maintain a strong bounded field which prevents any being lower or equal to low-tier Satan class. Graphia, on it Lord Lucifer. Graphia then erects a translucent dome around the academy. Michael, my fears have come true, dear Lord, bestow us your power to survive this. Back with the two dragon emperors, the auras of each intensifies, creating huge cracks on the floor, scaring the shit out of Saji and the two heiresses. Valley, come on, show me what you've got. Issei, let's fight in our base forms for a while, shall we? In an instant, Valley closes distance with Issei and throws numerous punches at Issei, who matches them with his own barrage of punches. This goes on for half a minute with neither managing to overpower the other's onslaught. Issei, not bad at all. Valley, I guess you're a close combat type fighter. This makes a lot of things easier since I have a lot of mana reserves while you obviously haven't trained them. Albion, divide. Drake, boost. Valley then jumps back, regaining his footing as Issei chuckles like a madman. Issei, why don't you try that out, Lucy? Enraged at Issei's words, Valley then dashes for word at Issei, only for Issei to sidestep and catch his fist and delivering a punch to his guts, to which Valley retaliates by moving back. Valley, perish. Valley then procs to fire a huge projectile brimming with an unusual demonic energy darker than the normal ones. Issei then successfully dodges, but then Valley releases his wings and flies above Issei, who just groans in irritation. Issei, I'll make you pay for revealing my identity to the ones I despise. Drake, boost. Issei's twin dragon shot. Issei then fires two concentrated red orbs brimming with mana at Valley, but then Albion, divide. The orb disappears into thin air, but then Valley notices that Issei is nowhere to be found and turns around only to be met with a kick to his face, sending him crashing down and making blood to flow from his now damaged nose. Drake, boost. Albion, divide. Divine dividing then glows a deep blue in color while releasing an azure aura, earning a grin from Issei. Albion, Valley, that we can't be playing around, the gear has reached its limit for dividing. I suggest using balance breaker. Azazel, but that doesn't mean that Valley can't use divide. He can just expel the excess aura, thus increasing his limit, but even then he'll reach his limit at one point if this goes on. Valahimmer, I want more. Issei, you're not half bad, Valley. Mordred, kick his ass, Issei. Drake, boost. In a blink, Issei appers behind Valley, catching him off guard and throws a sucker punch, to which Valley responds by a hook kick which manages to push Issei back by a few meters. Sona, dear Satan, capable of this without getting serious. Suddenly a beam made of demonic energy hits Issei, creating a sandstorm blocking others' view of Issei. Albion, divide. Drake, boost. The moment Divine dividing procs to divide Issei's sealed power, Drake springs into action by boosting. Issei, I can just destroy him if I release a few of my seals. If I release them all, Valley will surely die even if he tries to divide once, but doing that isn't worth. This guy has potential to become strong. I'll spare him, but that doesn't mean that I should give up. As Issei ice in his own world think about things, Valley utilizes the situation and tries to deliver a punch to his face, but Issei, due to his draconic instincts, manages to evade the attack and then delivers his own roundhouse kick, sending the white dragon flying. Valley's time to take things up to another level. A bright light invades the area, causing everyone to shield their eyes. Soon the light disappears, revealing Valley in his balance breaker. Albion, vanishing dragon balance breaker. Valley, let's fight the way a dragon fights. Albion, divide. Suddenly Valley rushes towards Issei at unbelievable speeds, catching Issei off guard and delivers a will kick to which Issei narrowly dodges, but then a sucker punch comes crashing onto Issei, slamming him towards the ground, causing a sandstorm. Valley, well, I think I overestimated you, rival. Sajich, has the fight ended? Surzex, no, this is nothing but a prelude to the actual fight. With his eyes narrowed, the Crimson Satan looks at the sandstorm with a calculating look. So the hell did I thought it was over? Michael, will the red dragon be victorious? It's necessary for the red one to be victorious as the white one is with the Cow's brigade. Surzex, Issei is childish, he hates losing. I am also childish and I hate losing. That's how I know. Surzex, even I didn't know about Issei Hayaduo and Issei Kodomine being the same person. Hyod, no. Kodomine Issei, the Red Dragon Emperor and the Hunter of Red Plains, you are a miracle that wasn't supposed to exist. The sandstorm then settles down, revealing Issei with his battle attire torn and having a bruise on the place Valley punched him, shocking Valley, while Sona and Madrid unconsciously sign in relief. Issei's balance breaker. Drag, Welsh Dragon balance breaker. As Issei enters the balance breaker, a huge crimson aura forms a silhouette of a red dragon, causing Valley to sweat slightly while the others erect a barrier to protect them from the monstrous aura. Drag, boost, 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 boost. Issei, crimson firestorm. Albion frowny face reflect. The huge firestorm conjured by Issei gets reflected, but then Valley is met with a roundhouse kick to his face, slightly cracking his helmet, which gets repaired instantly. Albion divide, 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 divide. Divide. Issei, drag, boost about 5 times and transfer them to my nervous system. Drag, you want to boost your nervous impulse, thus increasing your reflexes. This is extremely dangerous. Issei, just do it. Drag, boost, 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 transfer. Valid Azure Wave Impact. A huge beam with blue sparks surges towards Issei at unbelievable speeds, but to Issei the beam seems to be slower thanks to his boosted draconic reflexes. Issei Force Barrier. At the last instant, Issei manages to erect a transparent barrier in which the beam explodes, creating a huge explosion. After the smoke subdues, Issei is seen above a crater 6 meters long with second-degree burns. Issei, erecting that barrier was definitely useful. Albion divide, 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 divide. In an instant, Valley closes distance with Issei and tries to blast Issei with a demonic spell at point-blank range, but Issei tries a new technique. Issei, drag, rapidly boost and increase my defense. Drag, boost, 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 boost. A huge blast takes place mid-air, blowing back Valley due to recoil, but Issei is seen unfazed by the attack, earning a frown from Valley. Valley, I underestimated you. You aren't weak. Issei. A swirl of holy aura accumulates around Issei, causing Valley to get uncomfortable while Michael looks at the sword with curiosity and shock. Michael, the forgotten holy sword of purification. Drag, boost, 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 boost. Albion divide, 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 divide. Issei suddenly disappears and reappears behind Valley and delivers a horizontal slash, breaking his balance breaker while Valley gets flung back and bleeds a little from his mouth. Valley, you completely destroyed my balance breaker. That's what I expected from my rival. Issei, you're good. A bright light shines and soon disappears, revealing Valley in his balance breaker armor flying. Sajit, I thought the fight was over. Tsubaki dragons fight till only one is standing. Indeed, we dragons are prideful creatures and will fight till death for the sake of our pride. This is how we dragons battle, partner. The mysterious voice from before echoes through Saj's mind, causing him to look beside him in confusion. Now with the 2 dragons. Valley supremacy strike. Issei, domination jab. Albion divide, 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 divide. Drag, boost, 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 boost. A azure blue aura and a red aura envelop Valley and Issei respectively, and both at unbelievable speeds ram into each other, trying to gain superiority between each other. Shocked at the intensity of the fight, Rias tries to intervene, thinking that her dear pawn is in danger, but Surzex stops her. Surzex, Rias, if you try to interfere, their aura will burn you into a crisp. Reluctantly, Rias stays away while biting her lips in frustration, causing Sona and Mordred to look at him in irritation. Issei, time to end this. Drag, boost, 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 boost. Transfer. Soon a green aura transfers to the holy sword, causing the golden aura to significantly increase in size, and then Issei appears next to Valley and delivers multiple slashes, breaking the balance breaker and sends Valley crashing into the floor with blood pouring out of the cuts on his body. Issei, this battle is over. You fought valiantly. Valley W, why didn't you use your full powers? Sit. Have made a promise to Drake that I will defeat the white dragon with his power, not mine. Struggling to get up, Valley looks at Issei with a battle-hungry grin as Issei walks away from him. Albion, you wouldn't dare. Valley, oh, but I can. Albion, doing this will destroy this whole town, it will kill innocent people. Valley, I don't care. As Issei walks away from Valley towards Mordred, who is in the opposite direction to Valley. Mordred, at last it's over, but it's currently 12 p.m. Fuck. Sona, finally my fiancé came out alive and victorious. Valley, I who shall awaken. A heavy dense azure blue aura erupts from Valley, causing Issei to turn around and look at Valley dead in his eye, but all the faction leaders look at the scene with somber looks, recalling their past memories. Even the crazy Azazel and insane Seraphal look at them in worry. Issei, don't you dare. Issei then looks at Valley, fear evident in his golden orbs. Valley, I who shall awaken. A heavy dense azure blue aura erupts from Valley, causing Issei to turn around and look at Valley dead in his eye, but all the faction leaders look at the scene with somber looks, recalling their past memories. Even the crazy Azazel and insane Seraphal look at them in worry. Issei, don't you dare. Issei then looks at Valley, fear evident in his golden orbs. Albion, Valley, don't do this. Do you want to repeat the same mistake that my past hosts did? Azure blue orbs appear from his balance breaker armor, emitting an ominous aura. Feeling the ominous deep blue aura released by Valley, the two heiresses and their peerage members gasp for air, unable to deal with the heavy aura, but the most affected one is Saji, who is seen twitching on the ground in agony while whimpering a bit, causing Issei to look at them with concern for Saji and Sona's peerage. Issei, Surzex, can you increase the barrier around the academy to deity class? That's the only way innocent people will make it out alive. Surzex, I sure can. The barrier suddenly turns a faint red in color, indicating Surzex powering up the barrier, but then both Michael and Azazel, combining their powers, establish a barrier protecting themselves and the other devils. Valen, the heavenly dragon who has taken the principles of supremacy from God. The vanishing dragon balance breaker armor releases a monstrous aura responding to Val's chant. Drake, partner. Issei, if he activates the drive, I'll be destroyed in an instant unless I release some of my seals, but if I use trace on the faction leaders, we'll be able to deduce my identity as the Hunter of Red Plains. Surzex already knows of this, but if Heaven finds out, the peace conference will be ruined, as they will declare war against the dragons as I massacred the first Heaven. Michael, Irina, I order you to leave this place. Irina, why yes, Lord Michael. Should I gather reinforcements? Michael, no. Need for that. Surzex, Rias, Sona, I'm going to force teleport yourselves along with yours peerages. This isn't a sight for youngsters to see. Rias, brother Bu. Surzex instantly force teleports the younger devils and Irina to an unspecified location. Vale, I envy that infinite, and I pursue that dream. Albion, fine, if you wish to taint your hands in the blood of the innocents like my former hosts, go ahead. The former Devil King's descendant's voice turns more deeper and primal, like that of a dragon's, while his deep blue aura completely overwhelms Issei's crimson aura. Mordred, Issei, I'll help you. Mordred tries to approach her beloved, but Azazel stops her. Azazel, Mordred, right, don't go after them. If you do, you'll die, which I am sure your husband will not happy about. Vale, I shall become the white dragon of supremacy. The vanishing dragon balance breaker grows a pair of extra wings while his tail and claws increase in size. Issei, don't do this, you'll die along with thousands of humans in this town unaware of anything happening here. Drake, partner, it's no use, we have to do something before it's too late. Surzex, this drive I can never forget about. I have seen many who have fallen into the curse, and it has always been disastrous. The Zazalat, I'm not afraid of Vale. He can use his vast demonic reserves to sustain the drive for about 10 minutes, but since he's a bit exhausted, he'll be able to maintain it for about 5 minutes at best. I hope the red one survives. Mordred, what exactly is this drive? Issei didn't tell me a single thing about this. Vale, and I shall take you to the limits of White Paradise. A very intense flash of light covers Valley, and as the light dissipates, colossal white dragon at the height of 45 meters radiating sheer power, scorching the land below and the buildings with its aura, earning a look of utter terror from Mordred at the dragon. Albion, divide, 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 divide. The white dragon suddenly slams Issei with its tail at unbelievable speeds, breaking Issei's balance breaker upon impact while also causing Issei to cough up blood. Basic, it's now or never. Issei, release restrains, 3, mana. Issei mumbles those words which manages to go unheard by everyone. Drake, let's do it, but beware, don't drown in the curse, partner. Issei, if he uses his demonic powers to sustain, I'll use my hatred for the ones who treated me like a trash. O past hosts of the Red One. Respond to my hatred and give me your power, remove your curse and abide with me. Issei, who am about to awaken. A deep red-colored aura erupts from the boosted gear as if responding towards its wielder, earning the attention of the white dragon, which doesn't attack but patently awaits for Issei to complete the chant. It's starting, the time has finally come. Numerous green orbs appear besides Issei, through which a pale humane voice is heard. Issei, the heavenly dragon who has stolen the principles of domination from God. The crimson aura intensifies, making the earth itself tremble under the might of the two dragons. It has always been his way, always and forever. Azazel's, he is using his hatred to power the drive, unlike Valet. This is crazy, but for him to maintain this by overcoming the curse, the negative feelings of hundreds of past hosts, just using his hatred, that he must have suffered a lot. Drake, the past hosts, they are responding to his hatred. They are helping him finally. You old geezers are providing to be useful. Issei, I laugh at the infinite, and I grieve at the dream. What the world desires, what the world rejects. The voices of women, men and children alike are heard echoing through the place, sending chills up everyone's spine. Issei, I shall become the red dragon of domination. Has always been power, has always been love, no matter the occasion, you always choose the path to ruin. Slowly Issei's hands changes into that of a dragon's claw. Issei, and I shall sink you to the depths of the crimson purgatory. As these words are said by Issei, a huge green light envelopes the surroundings, but if one concentrated hard enough, he could see the dot transformation that took place. A colossal red dragon at the height of 45 meters with large fangs matching the size of the white dragon. A gigantic dense amount of red-colored aura screaming the concept of domination surrounds the said dragon, thus blowing up all the buildings of the academy into dust, gaining the attention of the other dragon. Fate/Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works Ost 2, Warfare Again. Saker. Drag boost 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 boost. Albion divide 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 divide. With a ferocious roar, Issei, the red dragon, charges towards Valkyrie, the white dragon, breaking the sound barrier in the process, possibly moving at Mach 2, but the white dragon successfully evades the attack and bites the red dragon in his neck. Enraged, the red dragon fires a red-colored beam from its mouth, sending the white dragon flying. Issei, feel my anger, my hatter, et can you feel it? Drag boost 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 boost. Issei's Neffel Flamao Dominidu, heavenly flames of domination. A dragon made out of flames appears around Issei, and a hot concentrated blast of dragon fear imbued with the principles of domination hits Valley, scorching his outer scales. Albion, the timer is further reduced due to that attack. At best you have 2 minutes, any longer you'll lose your mind. Valley, I can feel it, hatred, anger, sorrow, I think I can't do this, I feel like I'm staring at the abyss itself, the curse, it's so strong, I can see how the past hosts died, their agony, pain, hatred, anger, it's suffocating, the red one must have been going through this just like I am. Albion, the red one, he isn't using his magical reserves, but instead he is using his own negative emotions to bend the will of the curse. This mustn't be possible. His hatred has surpassed the hundreds of past hosts' curse, but even he will have a limit. Partner, I never expected to say this, but let's flee, we'll fight him when we are strong enough. Valet, I won't flee from a good fight. Albion, divide 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 divide. Valet, Sigma Phi Rho Alpha Gamma Delta Alpha Tau Omicron Upsilon Cosats, Seal of Cositus. In an instant the air next to Issei starts to rapidly crystallize, creating a huge ice seal around the red dragon, trapping it inside. Albion, divide 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 divide. Drag boost 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 boost. The giant layer of ice suddenly cracks on multiple sides, and then with a loud roar the ice seal breaks, revealing a pist of red dragon. Albion, Valid, the timer has been reduced from 1 minute to 20 seconds due to the usage of one of my original spells. We cannot win this, the red one may still have about 10 to 60 minutes, so cannot win. Drag boost 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 boost. Transfer. The red dragon suddenly releases its wings and dashes towards the white dragon, now reaching the speed of Mach 5, catching the white one off guard and delivers a solid punch to his gut, creating a huge shockwave, making the barrier to shake, and proceeds to reverse kick the white dragon in its neck, penetrating the thick scales and draws blood. Albion 2. Valet, let's make a deal, an eye for an eye, a dragon for a dragon. Albion, you have 1 minute, good luck. Huge amounts of deep blue aura bursts from the white dragon, causing the red one to lose his footing. Albion, restart. The white dragon glows an eerie blue, causing the red dragon to fire a red blast into the air in frustration. Drake, partner, it seems like the white one made in sacrifice to gain power, partner, are you still in there? Issei, I'm fine. Drake, how much time do I have left? Drake, 40 minutes if you're using your negativity, but if you use your mana at this state after releasing a part of the Sealide, say you'll get an additional hour or two. With the faction leaders. Inside the protective barrier conjured by Michael, Azazel and Graphia, Mordred bits her lips in frustration and worry while Surzex looks a bit tired but still keeps on maintaining the deity class barrier which separates the city of Kuo and the academy. Seraphal, Zexi, do you want me to help you maintain the barrier? Surzex, lady, just shut up. Seraphal, you're no fun. Surzex groans while resisting the urge to facepalm himself, noticing the chirpy Seraphal. Mordred looks at her confused. Mordred, hey, weirdo, you're Azazel, right? Tell me, is she always like this? Azazel, you have no idea. I think she may have some physiological issues because she is obsessed with her younger sister Sona City, obsessed with magical girls, and who the fuck can remain calm when the two heavenly dragons fight each other using the drive? Mordred, indeed. Azazel, you're awfully calm about this situation. I don't find it amusing, Blondie. With a sheepish smile, Mordred looks at the two dragons fighting each other. Mordred, it's simple. I have faith on my darling that he made a promise to me on the day he confessed his love for me that no matter what it takes he'll stand by my side no matter what happens. He then said that he will always be there for me and would even kill 1,000 gods to prove his love for me. With a heartbeat smile, Mordred looks at ferocious battle while earning the attention of everyone. Some looked at her in awe, happiness, while some looked at her with shock. Graphia, this girl, it's like I'm looking at an old mirror of myself. Michael, true love fascinates me more than anything else. Cerzias, man, looks like you got yourself a good woman. Issei, I don't care if you're Issei Kodomine or Hayaduo, you are my friend. As long as you don't turn into a cruel person, I'll help you. No, I must help you at least repay my debt that I owe you. Azazel, quite amusing. Valith, I can't win this battle unless I use all that is at my disposal. Albion, divide. Issei's huge crimson aura starts to shrink in size, and then suddenly the white dragon seeming disappears and appears behind Issei and uses his claws to attack Issei, which provides to be futile as a part of the scale gets ripped of the red dragon, causing Issei to try to counter by using his own claws to rip the white one's scales, which works but only to be met with a point-blank range dragon shot stunning him. Issei, shit, this is bad. Wait, that's it. Drake, under normal circumstances you'd be dead if you do that, but I think you'll survive. In a desperate attempt, Issei manages to take hold of the ripped-off scale of the white one, which has a deep blue crystal imbued in it. Suddenly Issei takes the orb and places it to his chest plate, shocking everyone who was witnessing this. Valley, you wouldn't. Drake, boost. The blue orb suddenly merges with the center green orb of Issei's boosted gear, causing the various orbs in his body to simultaneously flash from green to blue. Azazel, you fool, do you have any idea on what would happen if you combine two opposing forces? You'll die. After a few seconds, the simultaneous light changes stops, and the orbs retain their original color. Drake, vanishing dragon power is taken successfully. Albion, this isn't possible, no way, this can't be true. Issei, Lomidas, how yo, you something is, spectacular. Drake, divide. As the orbs at Issei change into blue, Drake shocks everyone by calling out divide instead of boost, as Valley could feel his power being divided, and Drake, boost. The ground underneath him begins to get broken into shards of rock due to the sheer intensity of aura contained with the red dragon. Issei, sad face, lambda gamma chi sigma pi sigma iota mu omicron, Longinus Smasher. Drake, Longinus Smasher. The green orb in his chest glows a radiant green, and soon huge quantities of mana accumulates around the orb, and in an instant a huge green-colored beam brimming with raw power is launched from the red dragon towards the white dragon and successfully hits its target, causing a huge explosion which cracks the barrier created by Michael and Azazel, but then the white dragon crashes into the ground with huge chunks of its armor broken. Albion, reset. The white dragon starts to glow a pale blue in color following Albion's words, and soon the glow dies, revealing a badly hurt Valley, barely conscious, with numerous deep cuts and third-degree burns littered all over his body throughout, and the most important part was, his left eye turned blue. Valley, Issei, tell me a good reason for not gut you like a fish. Soon the red dragon vanishes into thin air, and instead Issei in his battle outfit with his arms crossed, and as he looks at Valley his face adorns a disgusted feeling. Valley, werd, rag, ons we, f, I, li. These. Signing in relief Surzex dispels the barrier around Kuo, but the once beautiful Kuo Academy was no more than a piece of land adorned with craters and piles of rumbles. Azazelyo, that's what I call a good fight. Surzex, I'll take responsibility for repairing the academy since it's a devil territory. Dashing forward in an instant, Mordred tackles Issei to the ground while giving him a bone-crushing hug. Mordred, you came back unharmed. Smiling to himself, Issei tries to hug her back to comfort her while feeling her enchanting scent. Sit. Promised you that I'll always be by your side. What kind of man am I if I couldn't fulfill my promises? Suddenly a fast red blur crashes into the ground, which reveals to be a Chinese man in his early 20s with brown eyes, carrying a staff and wearing a Chinese armor. It seems like you took quite a beating, Valley. Valley, fuck you. Azazel laughs at the mysterious Chinese man. Azazel, Biko, you've joined the Cows Brigade. I'm sure your old man will be mad at you. The man, now introduced as Biko, chuckles. Biko, I don't care, I just live my life doing as I like. Issei, who the hell are you? Don't tell me you're here to fight me. Biko, nah. I'm here to save the pretty boy. Azazel, the descendant of Sun Wukong and the descendant of the first Devil King, you both make a good pair. Biko, I'm flattened, but I don't swing that way. With that, Biko swings his staff, creating a portal under them, thus successfully escaping. Valley, you may have won this time, but the next time we meet I'll be the victorious one. Until next time, rival. Both Valley and Biko disappear via a magic circle, earning a sign from Azazel. Surzias, I think you owe us an explanation. Issei Kodomine or Issei Hayaduo. With a heavy sign, Issei motions for Surzex to pay attention. Issei was known as Issei Hayaduo. Booty have long discarded that identity. Surzex, how did you become a dragon? Issei, Drake changed me into one. Surzex, for what purpose did you decide to visit Kuro? Issei, classified. Surzex, are you the one behind the recent killing on Kuo? Issei, no. Surzex looks at Issei dead in the eye to find any traces of deceit, but since Issei is a master in concealment, he finds no trace of lies. Surzex, does this change anything between our friendship? Issei, now unless you try something else like keeping tabs on me. Surzex, last question, why did you leave my sister's peerage? After a long, uncomfortable minute of silence, Issei answers his question. Issei, she kicked me out of her club and turned my life a miserable one as the students tried to harass me, and even my own parents abandoned me as they thought that I did something bad to your sister, and after some small analysis I found out something. Surzex, what did you find out? Issei, tell me Zex, if any rogue fallen angel trespassers into a devil's territory, what should the devil do according to the protocols? Surzex, well, if the fallen angel is confirmed as a rogue, the governor of the territory can do whatever she wants with the fallen, either kill them or capture them. Issei then looks at Surzex with unparalleled rage present in his eyes, causing him to flinch. Issei, she knew that a group of rogue fallen angels have infiltrated Kuo, but she didn't take any action, and when I was asked to a date by a fallen angel, she didn't alert me but instead ordered her rook to stalk me, and on the day of my date her familiar gave me a summoning circle belonging to the House of Gremorian. When the fallen killed me, she forcefully revived me as a devil since I had a sacred gear, and she was in desperate need of powerful peerage pieces. As Issei completes his speech, everyone looks at him in surprise and shock, but the worst affected out of them was Surzex, who looks at the ground with many unrecognizable emotions, unable to believe that his dear little sister is capable of doing this. Serafal Minrius, I'm going to kick her ass. Azazel, Idat did inform the Duke of Gremory about the rogues. Grafia, the moment he was revealed as the old pawn of Riasai, knew someone was terribly wrong, but this, I never expected this. Zek must be taking this the hard way. I hope he doesn't do anything rash. Surzex, he can't believe she did this. Surzex whispers in a low tone with his hair shadowing his eyes as his voice turns into a raspy one at the end. Grafia, I am so sorry, Lord Kodaman, but if you wish you could bring this to the Council of Devils for a proper questioning. Surzex, I am terribly sorry for my sister's immature behavior. I will definitely bring this to the trial for justice. Issei, you don't have to be saddened by the actions of your sister. Booty do want severe actions taken on her. Issei, I definitely wanted to kill her, but now no. She mustn't die. Death is a luxury she can't afford. I have faith in Zex that he'll punish her sister, but still that won't be enough. I'll make her life a living nightmare. Surzex, I wanted to give this as a present, but considering the circumstances, I am giving this as a token of apology. Please accept this. Surzex brings out a small black case which radiates a faint draconic aura. Surzex, this is a set of evil pieces custom made for turning humans into part dragons instead of devils. The same rules of the evil pieces apply for this, and you can also enter the devil's rating game. That I hope you like this. Surzex then opens the case revealing a set of evil pieces, which has 15 pieces radiating a strong draconic aura, earning a small smile from Issei. Issei, thanks for your gift, this will be of a good help in future. Surzex, well, you must infuse your aura into the pieces for them to acknowledge you as the king. Nodding his head, Issei places his hands above the case and pours his aura into the pieces, causing them to glow brightly. Surzex, all 15 pieces have mutated. This hasn't occurred more than twice. Ajuka and myself were the only ones who got all the pieces as mutated ones. Issei, great, I'd like to have a good conversation, but it's time for me to go home, and as the payment for protecting your sister, I'd like half of Kuoa's ownership, which Rias owns, to be transferred to me. Surzex, it will be done in a couple of weeks. Issei, well then, see you later, Crimson. With a bright red light, both Issei and Mordred disappear from the academy. Grafia, Lord Lucifer, have to rebuild the academy. Surzex, curse my dumb luck. Grafia then drags Surzex to help her rebuild the academy, while Surzex weeps like a woman at his misfortune. But then, Surzex, oh shit, I forgot to tell him about the engagement between him and Sona. With Sona, currently at the middle of the night, Sona is seen on her bedroom, unable to sleep even after receiving the news that Issei is safe and the academy will be rebuilt within tomorrow. Sona, I have to inform to mother about my fiancé being the Red Dragon Emperor and the second in command of the dragons. An oceanic blue-colored magic glyph forms at her ears, and soon a feminine voice is heard from it. Sona dear, how are you? Sona, I'm fine mother, the treaty went well, the city is safe. Lady Citri, good, how is your peerage my dear? I have been notified that a Vitra sacred gear holder has been made your pawn. Sona, indeed, he is not bad for a newly reincarnated devil, he's like an annoying little brother at times. A loud giggle is heard from Lady Citri. Lady Citri, now I'm looking forward on meeting him. Sona, mother, about my fiancé. Lady Citri, oh, the one who bet you in chess, say, is he a good individual? Sona, he is, and mother, he is aware of the supernatural. After a long cold minute of silence, Lady Citri responds back. Lady Citri, oh, so what is he? Sona, he's a dragon and a really powerful one, that he was invited to the conference representing the dragon faction. It seems like he's a very powerful dragon and their dragon emperor. Lady Citri, the perverted pawn of Rias. No way, he was declared dead. Is he the new Red Dragon Emperor? Sona, no. Mother, he is Issei Hayaduo, but somehow he managed to survive removing his pieces and became a dragon and adopted a new identity, but I assure you he is no longer a naive pervert. He has drastically changed into a ruthless but caring person, and mother, please don't oppose this engagement. I'm in love with him. I fell in love with him the moment he defeated me in chess. Before that, when he arrived as a student in Kuo, it was just a small crush, but now I love him with all my heart. Lady Citri, which I cannot say no to that, I suppose, but I wish to have a present talk with him. Sona, inform him of this engagement, and if he is all right with it, we'll proceed. With an atomic blush, Sona tries to compose herself but finds herself unable to do so. Sona, it's late mother, so I'll call you after a couple of hours. With that, Sona dismisses the magic glyph and proceeds to fall asleep thinking about Issei, but unknown to her, behind the ventilator grill of her room, a small camera and a microphone is seen, and if one could look at it clearly, a word is seen on the camera which says property of Leviathan. Third POV, unknown location, a day after the conference. Darkness, as far as one's eyes could perceive. Amid the darkness was a heavy stench of blood along with whimpers and groans. Suddenly a small streak of light appears as a lone candle is ignited, revealing a small boy curled up in a corner, his hands drenched in a crimson liquid, but soon a chuckle is heard, not from the boy but something else, causing the boy to sob. I'm back, kiddo, tell me, how was your day? How was it to feel your own intestines in your hands? A deep voice is heard within the darkness, scaring the boy to no end. Head devil kids are more resistant to pain. Any human kid would have been dead before he could see his insides, but you can feel your own intestine in your hands. I envy you. With a loud clang, the lights turn on, revealing blood and some squished organs all over the room, and in the corners of the room corpses of children and young women were piled up, with some rotten behind identification. But the most intricate thing was a teen with amber hair, most likely on his late teens, but the most remarkable feature was the unnaturally smile on his face. Tell me, kiddo, how are you feeling? Kid PPB, Fitch, help me. But then from the shadows on the corners, a Mano, a scary humanoid creature, wearing a luxurious robe of ancient design, sanguineous scarlet patterns adorned the pitch-black fabric, comes out, traumatizing the kid by those abnormally big eyes, easily reminding one of nocturnal animals. But the amber-haired teen just grins at the creepy thing. 2. Ryunosuke, that I have arrived at last. How is our new victim? I have brought you earlier. Ryunosuke, he's just cool. He can feel his own guts and insides in his hands without dying about to test him by severing his man part and making him look at it his despair. It's so cool. The teen now introduced of Ryunosuke exclaims with glee, causing the scary thing to chuckle. Toots, his despair is quite fresh indeed, but, hey boy, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, you can get out, you can go by yourself, right? Kibbuses. The thing casually heals the boy and opens the door with a smile on Jay's face, which makes him look more uncomfortable than before, but the boy, with hope in his eyes, exits the room and looks at the hallway, with the main door just a couple of steps ahead in happiness. Thulifdane. As the boy with his hopes high tries to leave the house, multiple tentacle-like things catch him and drags him towards the creepy thing, and the teen in process to stab him through this newly healed guts and proceeds to rip out his limbs, earning a loud scream of agony from the boy, which soon becomes faint as the boy slowly dies. Ryunosuke, oh, that was cool. Toots, some forms of terror are livelier than others, the best is to show them a ray of hope just to be crushed in an instant, just like what happened to me a long time ago. Suddenly a green-colored magic circle opens up, and from it a man with his identity concealed by a hood appears. 3. Ryunosuke Yuri next mission is to infiltrate the city in the underworld called Balsafad, in the territory of the Bale Devil House. You will be infiltrating that place as a common devil citizen and gather any available intel. Keep a low profile and do not commit mass murders, maybe a couple of killing. Do not by any chance try to enter the Bale private grounds. This mission was directly appointed by Beelzebub himself, plus if you wish you can Jave Bluebeard accompany you, but by any chance Bluebeard mustn't leave your house. Will assign you. Ryunosuke, I'll do it, for the brigade. 2. I will help you. 3. Good, be of good use to us, since we were the ones who have saved your life by reincarnating you as a devil. Issei, princess, hurry up, we don't have all day. Mordred, I'll be ready in a sec. With a huge sign, Issei crashes onto his couch while checking his watch. The reason for him being like this is because today they were visiting London for a date, and on official purposes. Draig, I've been meaning to ask you something for a long time. Issei, tell me. Draig, what goal do you have? I mean, everyone has a dream, which is what makes them to push forward. Issei, I don't want to make Rias's life miserable and spend my eternal life with my love. Draig, after that what will you do? Hearing Draig's question, Issei struggles to give him an answer, but after a couple of minutes Issei answers his question. Issei, I always had a dream of being a hero when I was a child, but honestly I don't know what to do. Draig, a little boredom can be a dangerous thing. Issei, I know I have always felt a urge to destroy things since the day I became a dragon. Draig, in my honest opinion, I don't think you can be a good person nor a villainous one. Sure, you kill people, but I think that you should be an embodiment of balance. Justice, because without balance everything will fall apart. After a minute of hesitation Issei replies to Draig. Issei, I don't know, sometimes I kill people and sometimes I help them. Honestly Draig, I don't know what I have become. Draig says, I said you are neither the light that protects nor the darkness that consumes you, both of them. Sometimes you're the brightest light and sometimes you're the darkest nightmare. Issei, I don't, you're right booty, think of myself as an abomination that shouldn't exist. I'm a cruel person, I enjoy tormenting people. Draig, silly boy, you are nothing but a broken soul tainted by the deaths you took part in and the anger you hold within. Till meth moment you became the vessel for that thing. I saw the restricted sections of your soul. I am sure you remember those horrific things that your consciousness once erased. The moment Draig said those words, Issei's hands tremble violently while few tears escape from his eyes. Draig, I saw them, everything they did to you. The Hyaduos, they weren't your true parents, they were a Magus family with a hefty bounty placed on them for their illegal activities. Your memo. Issei, my memories were altered. I wasn't a cheerful child, I was an orphan who was adopted by them, but then I found out that they adopted me only to experiment on me since I had a good quality of magic circuits. And you? They tortured me. For months, but then I lost my sanity and tried to kill them only to fail. That I in fear they altered my memory with fake ones and intended to erase my knowledge on supernatural as they feared that I might become a threat. That's why I killed them. The pain and sufferings on my life changed my physic. Draig, as a dragon your instincts make you more emotional. I fear that you might become an evil dragon. Issei, I was so close to becoming one, but she saved me. For her sake I'll live and I'll kill anyone who tries to take her away from me. Draig, your past may be a tragic one, but your present is a life filled with happiness. You have your mate to help you and I'll wholeheartedly support you till the end of mine. Issei, I have decided I'll have my vengeance, and after that I'll become the justice itself. I'll punish the wicked. With a determination demeanor, Issei looks at the now conjured boosted gear as passion and determination replaces the unmotivated look on his eyes. Mordred, I'm ready. A red blur suddenly crashes onto Issei, making him fall off the couch, and the red blur is revealed to be a super giddy Mordred wearing her usual outfit with a pair of glasses, earning an atomic blush and a nosebleed from Issei. Mordred's my cute master. Mordred giggles mischievously at the stuttering Issei, who lays on the floor unable to form any words. Issei, see cuteness overload. Unable to take the pressure any longer, Issei faints, causing Mordred to pinch him in his cheeks, making him gain his consciousness. Mordred, don't die on me. Issei, I hate you. Mordred, nah. Love me. Issei, only I can be the meanie here. Mordred, as you wish me, king. With a sly smirk, Mordred suddenly give her boyfriend a sweet kiss which lasts for a couple of seconds, and then she pulls away with a grin. Issei, I should have known that she'll become more bolder than before once I've made her as my queen. Flashback, a day after the peace conference. Currently at Issei's apartment, everything was good as it was the weekend and the Kuo Academy was being rebuilt. Mordred, it seems like the Crimson Clown and the Weirdo reported the Kuo Academy's annihilation as a gasoline explosion. Inside the kitchen, Issei is seen cooked some food while Mordred helps him on mundane things. Issei, a shame, I must have held back my last attack. Mordred, that wasn't your fault, it was the silver-haired bastards. Issei, yeah, he destroyed my entire plan by revealing my old identity. Issei stops chopping the vegetables and looks at the cutting board with anger, causing Mordred to hug him from behind. Mordred, you yourself said that you wouldn't kill her but make her suffer 1,000 times. Issei, I originally thought of killing all her peerage member, but now I can't kill them if they are dead. Zex will get suspicious of me. Also, I can't abruptly stop killing them, it will just increase their suspicion. The best things I could do is to kill in Rouge Exorcist and make it look like he's the killer and I killed him as he tried to kill me. Mordred, I'd like to join your peerage. Issei abruptly stops as Mordred out of nowhere asks him to make her his servant. Issei, I beg your pardon. Mordred, I'd like to join your peerage. Are you sure? Mordred, I am. Mordred looks at Issei in his eyes with a burning passion and determination, causing Issei to look at her in astonishment. Issei, the perks of being a part dragon are enhanced reflexes, enhanced mana reserve, magical resistance, enhanced physical strength, but the downside are that you'll be vulnerable towards dragon-slaying weapons, you'll become emotionally sensitive. Mordred, not bad. Issei, overall, it will be a good boost to your potential as you'll be able to use Clarent Blood Arthur in succession without getting exhausted due to your enhanced mana reserves. Mordred, I don't want to be your knight or queen. Issei drops his kitchen knife and summons a case and takes out the queen pieces. Issei, are you ready? Mordred, I am. Issei, on the name of Issei Kodaman, I order you, Mordred Pendragon, to be reborn as my queen and my beloved. You shall be my sword and shield. A bright green light engulfs the whole room, and after a few seconds the light dies out, revealing a perfectly fine Modreed with mana circulating around her. Mordred, I feel incredible, but I can hear various noises. Issei, it's nothing to worry about, it's a side effect of becoming a half-dragon, you'll get used to it. Mordred, as I am your queen, I shall call you as my master. With a deadpan look, Issei stares at the newly reincarnated half-dragon who has a sly smile plastered on her face. Issei, how in the world did she find out my kinks? Present. Issei looks at the ceiling with a blank stare, reminiscing his past memories revolve around Mordred's reincarnation. Mordred, hello, Earth to Ise. Issei, twa. Mordred, you were staring at the ceiling for a whole minute, we have to be at London, remember? Issei, yeah, I do. A bluish portal opens up and the couple enters the portal holding hands. In the underworld. In the outskirts of the city of Lucifad, several devils were in a majestic room which serves as the council room since the Civil War. Devils from various royal clans were present, and a few elder devils along with the 4 great Satans and the great King Zekrom Bale were seated on upper deck overlooking the trial. Surzex, welcome distinguished royal devils of each clans, let the trial begin. Zekrom Rias Gremory, heiress of the esteemed Gremory clan, has been charged with the breaking of the Reincarnation Act, violation of the territory protocols, endangering the devil community, improper rule of her territory, high treason. May Rias Gremory be present. As soon as an older devil, aka Zekrom Bale, the oldest devil alive, announces the news, 2 guards bring Rias chained towards the trial. Surzex Rias Gremory, you have been charged with breaking of the Reincarnation Act, violation of the territory protocols, endangering the devil community, improper rule of your territory, high treason. Do you have anything to say? Rias, I.K knew that a bunch of fallen angels have infiltrated into my half of Ku, but I didn't do anything as I was banking on Issei to be killed so that I could reincarnate him. In a crestfallen tone, Rias, tell them the truth, with her head hung low, causing a few murmurs. Sirzex, I'd like to clarify that the person Rias forcefully reincarnated was the Red Dragon Emperor Issei, and recently he was declared to be dead, but we have found that he is alive and he managed to expel the pieces and became a full-fledged dragon after he found out the truth. Who is the second in command of the dragon faction. Rias Gremory has managed to not only risk a great war but also risked a war with the dragons, but Lord Issei didn't let his personal grudge against Rias to affect the devils as a whole, and it's all thanks to him that we have achieved peace. The moment Sirzex ends his long speech, the whole council enters a state of panic and chaos, causing various clan heads and elder devils to scream at her. Lord Gamajan, she dared to cause the extinction of the devils, she must be executed. Lord Agar's, Gulti, she must be executed amid the common devils. Lord Belial, a disgrace to devils, must be eliminated. A huge uproar breaks out as many devils demand for Rias to be killed, but then Zekrom intervenes. Zekrom, as the great king, I personally consider that Rias Gremory, although guilty, is an immature devil. She wasn't well aware of the consequences of her doing so. I suggest that we can reduce her punishment. Lord Citri, I agree, it isn't right for an immature devil heiress to be executed. Lord Phoenix, execution isn't the right thing to do in this case, but one can't leave this unpunished. We the Phoenix clan will be neutral for this trial. Ajuka, a vote shall be taken to decide the punishment of Rias Gremory. Sirzex, the votes of every pillar and the mouse have been received, and the results are 13 clans have voted for execution, 4 clans have pledged neutrality, and 15 clans have voted for minor punishments. Mouse have voted for minor punishments. Rias Gremory will not be executed. Zekrom, as the great king, I propose that Rias Gremory should be stripped of her position as a heiress and should be stripped of her peerage. Lord Gremory, I agree. Sirzex, I disagree. Rias Gremory is considered as an upcoming devil prodigy by the common masses and the clans, so I refuse to strip her of her peerage. She will be a valued asset to the devil society as a whole. After a long minute of silence, Zekrom Bale with a huge frown answers back. Zekrom, I can't deny that, but what if the dragon comes back with an army demanding her head? Sirzex, he would do no such thing. It was all thanks to him that we managed to secure the treaty. Zekrom, the dragons are in a dire need of portions of the underworld, as the dragon apple is only found in the underworld. That was the primary objective of the dragons, so what if he betrays the treaty after acquiring the lands and comes back for her head? A few murmurs raise at Zekrom's point, causing Sirzex's face to twirl into that of a frown. Sirzex, if that happens, Rias Gremory will be handed over to the Red Dragon Emperor, but she won't be executed by us. Zekrom, I acknowledge the fact that Rias Gremory is considered as a prodigy and she won't be stripped of her peerage, but what about her positions as the heiress? Lord Gremory, Lord Zekrom, you should consider the fact that we have no other heirs to the clan, that if Rias is stripped of the position of heiress, the Gremory clan will most likely become extinct. Lord Agars, don't fool us. Lord Gremory, I am well aware that there is another heir to the clan Milica's Gremory, firstborn son of Sirzex, Lucifer and Graphia Lucifuge. He inherits the power of destruction of the Bales and the power of unholy chains of twilight, the long-lost signature ability of the Gremorys, which allows the user to conjure and manipulate chains made of demonic energy, which earned the respect of the former Lucifer, as he himself acknowledged the ability, and that is why the Gremorys were given the rank of Duke. As Lord Agars reveals the information, the whole meeting disrupts into chaos, causing Zekrom to sign. Lord Phoenix, dear Satan, power of destruction and the unholy chains of twilight, the last no Gremory to wield this ability was the first Gremory and his son. Lord Bale, the Gremorys have such a terrifying child. Lord Gremory, but he's just a 6-year-old child. Lord Agars, yes, a 6-year-old child with the power level of a low-tier high class, and he hasn't even trained his powers, and not to mention that Rias Gremory, the prodigy who is 19 years old and has trained since the age of 9, is also a low-tier high class in power. With a mocking laugh, Lord Agars looks at Lord Gremory, causing him to sign. Lord Gremory, fine, I agree to strip my daughter from the title of the heiress, and from now on Milikas Gremory will be made the heir. Lord Sirzex, that's all. The council is now adjourned. Mordred Brighton has changed a lot. From the top of a huge skyscraper, the couple stare at the city of London with their hands intervened. Issei, so, where do you want to go? Mordred, shopping. So. No. Issei fanatically waves his hands and looks at the now smiling Modred with horror etched into his eyes. Mordred, first we'll go to Hyde Park and then we'll spend our time in the National Portrait Gallery and the National Museum. I want to see how the humans have depicted my glorious life. After that we'll pay a visit to the Millennium Wheel. Issei, sure, let's get going. Mordred looks at a something with no emotions visible on her eyes, and next to her Issei lets out a chuckle. Mordred, why, this absurd mother is portrayed as a gruff-looking man, welding an incompetence piece of steel. Mordred looks at the portrait of a gruff man on a horse with a sword. Gritting her teeth in frustration, the Pendragon averts her gaze of the portrait while a huge bloodlust covers the gallery, causing several people near them to sweat profusely, and many move away from them. Seeing this, Issei slight nudges her. Issei, humans tend to misinterpret many things. You have to tone down your bloodlust. After hearing her boyfriend's words, Mordred halts her bloodlust, causing the people to unconsciously sign. With a flick of his hands, a portal opens up and the couples go through it and come out only to be met with a busy street brimming with life and excitement and a huge Ferris wheel next to a river. Mordred, this isosome. Issei, so this is the Millennium Wheel, not bad. Mordred, come on, let's check it out. With a mysterious glint on her eyes, Mordred drags Issei towards the Millennium Wheel. As the sun slowly starts to set high above the Millennium Wheel, the couple enjoy the view while standing on an iron rod which supports the wheel. Quite an unorthodox way of watching the sunset from a Ferris wheel. Mordred, it's beautiful. Issei, maybe but it dwarfs in competition to my beloved queen. With a toothy grin on his face, Issei teases his queen, causing her face to turn a 50 shades of red, earning a small chuckle from Issei. Mordred, Issei, I had lots of fun today, thank you for spending your time with me. With an innocent smile, Mordred in a swift manner plants her lips onto his, catching him off guard. Drag, a young love. It's like I'm looking at an old mirror of myself. Those were good days, although I'm surprised they didn't give in to their urges. He likes to take it slow, just like me. Time skip the next day. At the early hour of the day, the birds were happily chirping and the trees waved as the cold breeze brushed the trees. Amidst this forest was the couple. Both Issei and Mordred look at each other, and with a nod they change into their battle attire in a flash of light using magic. Issei, head northeast and scout the land nearby for any bounded field. If you spot any, do not infiltrate, just inform me the place and I'll check it out, be safe. In a swift motion, Issei suddenly disappears, causing her to sign. Mordred, well timed to find the one old Satan faction's rumored base. Mordred then changes into her typical battle armor and charges towards the forest. Issei, where are they? According to my intel, a secret bunker must be around here. Issei scouts the place by jumping from tree to tree at high speeds, but then he feels a source of mana around him, causing him to stay on guard. A typical bounded field with about 3 layers, not bad, but I can still breach it. Issei places his index finger near the field and a green light radiates from his hands, which cuts a pathway through the bounded field. In an instant, Issei passes through the bounded field only to find a huge castles with numerous devil and mage guards alike. Devil 1, halt, state your identity. Issei, don't you know me? Devil 2, we don't now, state your identity. Issei, Kodamine. Issei, your non-friendly slayer. With a maniacal smile, Issei grabs the 2 devils and smashes them into the floor, killing them. Mage 1. A soul mage tries to alert the other guards, but suddenly someone grabs him by his collar and lifts him to the air by his throat. Issei, ouch, could you please tell them that I'm sorry? Issei's maniacal grin widens, looking at the mage's terrified expression, and then proceeds to kill him. Drag, you're awfully violent. Issei 2, mages made my life a living hell when I was young, so what did you expect from me? Drag, remember, control that frenzied side of yours. Issei, can't help it, whenever I see these fucking mages and devils trying to kill, it reminds me of my past. Suddenly Issei disappears out of thin air and reappears next to a devil guard with his presence concealed. Devil guard, hey guys, open up. The devil knocks on the door, causing a mage to open the door with a frown. Mage 3, what do you want? In a swift manner, the devil's head falls down on the floor, earning a small yelp from the mage, but then the mage looks at his chest only to find a hole. The mage's body falls onto the floor with a thud, causing the other devil and human mages to notice him. Mage 4, kill that fucker. Drag, boost. Issei, tration. Mana accumulates around Issei and then condenses into multiple kitchen knives which rush out towards the guards, kill most of them. Issei, pathetic. A soul mid-class devil crouches onto the floor, barely conscious, with a knife on his eye. Issei, where's your boss? Devil, BB basement. Issei, thanks for young cooperation. 2 kitchen knives form around Issei's hands, and then Issei proceeds to cut the devil into pieces with his knife while having an innocent smile. Issei, just a couple of mana-infused knives and nearly everyone on this floor is dead. Pathetic. Issei then searches for anything suspicious only to end up finding a poorly hidden elevator into which Issei enters and presses the basement button. After a few secondary, the elevator door opens up, revealing a futuristic lab with a huge central computer and next to it 3 tanks filled with a mysterious liquid inside which a girl, a small baby seemingly in a type of stasis, were present, forcing Issei to lose his cool demeanor. Issei human experiments. Drake partner can feel a strong amount of aura with faint trances of holy aura. Issei then looks at the main computer which displays words in devil language. Issei Project Homunculus Artificial Spiritual Fusion of Spirits onto Homunculus Experiment, Success. Drake the bastards were trying to fuse a powerful soul into a homunculus, it will kill them. Issei Activate Experiment, 43. Suddenly the capsule which contains the girl opens up and the girl opens her eyes, which is accompanied by smoke. What am I am a homunculus, I can you understand him, see ya, aided by the old Satan faction. A hoarse voice echoes through the surroundings as the smoke dies down, revealing a young woman with short lilac hair, lavender eyes and fair skin. Ho-ar. Issei W-lam Issei Kodamine the Red Dragon Emperor, nice to meet you. The girl suddenly looks at Issei with curiosity, causing him to sweat drop. Boosted, G-A-R long.e news. Issei yes, you are correct, but can I ask you something? Hesitant face, you're. Issei how do you know of this? He was, imp. Lant with knowledge about the supernatural. Issei, oh, Oxo what do you want to do now? The girl looks at Issei with a blank look, causing Issei to get concerned. IW, and 2, L, 4, Issei you're a homunculus right? Yes. Issei, do you know that you'll die in about a couple of years? B, U-T-I wa, and T-to-li. Issei. Unable to form any words, Issei looks at her with sympathy and pity. I want to follow you. Issei W. E1, T to follow you. Issei W, hi. My instincts say that I can trust you. Shell shocked at her naivety, Issei look at the now summons boosted gear with confusion. Drake, you could just make her into one of your peerage members, that way she'll be able to live for thousands of years. Also this girl has the presence of a hero which could be useful. Issei, hey if you desperately want to live, I can reincarnate you as a dragon so that you'll live a long life just like what dragons do. The girl looks at Issei dead on his eyes and answers in a monotone. On lied, Vils and Ong, Els can reincarnate. Issei, oh, but I can make you a dragon using my custom-made evil piece. Ajari, say are you sure? With a sign, Issei summons a pawn piece and tries to reincarnate her, but nothing happens. Confused by this, Issei summons 4 pawn pieces which suddenly glow a dark violet, which soon dims down, revealing the girl whose body radiated a draconic aura. I feel better. Issei, now do you have a name? Subject 43. Issei, that won't do. Itho about any name you like. With a sweat drop, Issei signs. Emesh. Issei, you like the name Mash? Yes. Suddenly the elevator dings and from it a pist of Mordred comes out. Mordred, why do I sense the shield bastard nearby? Sit. Enjoy. Say POV. Issei where am I? I desperately looked around, but as far as my eyes could perceive, only an infinite void was around me. Issei, this isn't funny, who's there? Nothing. I got nothing in return to my question, but I can sense a presence. A faint one, but then suddenly the void dissipates and a lake appears out of nowhere. Are you here? What I turned around but saw nothing abnormal, the voice it sounded cold, inhumane. Issei, where the hell are you? Issei Kodamine, it's good to meet you. Issei, where am I? As much as I want to get out of here, there's something peculiar about this place, Iwan answers. If you weren't this troublesome, I'd have brought you here without any resistance. Issei, that's called kidnapping. You are right. Issei, so why'd you bring me here? If you wish to kill me, I'm more than capable of disintegrating you. That's it. I'm shoving his ass 6 feet under the ground. I then called out for Drake, but he didn't answer me. It isn't like him to avoid me in crucial times. I'm sorry, but Drake won't be hearing you anytime soon. What the hell, it is nearly impossible for someone to cut the link of a sacred gear. I didn't sever the link you inside your soul plane. This place can't be invaded by outside sources. Issei, okay, so what do you want? Do you want this universe to be destroyed? What kind of question is that? This voice, it isn't normal. Issei, of course not. The storm is approaching. All I heard was a distorted voice. I wasn't able to understand except the words storm and approaching. Issei, do you mean that a storm is approaching? It will be free. Again the voice was heavily distorted, but somehow I was able to recognize the words it and free. Issei, what is it? The second I said that, the landscape morphs into the void, and he felt something that made my bones chill. I could feel every cell on my body screaming the word danger. I tried to move, but I couldn't. My body was frozen, unable to move. Is the sphere, but then amidst the void I saw something. Blood-red streaks, resembles an eye of a savage beast. I couldn't feel my already tense body screaming at me to get away. It wasn't something to be taken lightly. That thing I could feel something chaotic. It screamed of madness. It's like I'm staring at something diabolical, but then the void disappears and the lake reappears, making me sign in relief. Issei, is that you? No. I could help but fall on the floor as my body didn't respond to might, was frozen in fear. This hasn't happened to me. In fear. The voice soon distorted into a monstrosity screech. This don't make any sense. Third POV. With sweat dripping down his face, Issei wakes up from his bed. He then turns around only to be met with Madrid sleeping peacefully. Issei, what was that? Drake, what's the matter? Is something wrong? Issei, just a dream. Drake, oh, it's just 1 past midnight, so just go to sleep. Skip. Say POV. A sweet aroma lingers around the house as my love Mordred, Mash, and surprisingly Sona have their breakfast together. It's been 1 week since I made Mash my pawn. Mordred managed to reveal the identity of the spirit which got fused with Mash, and surprisingly it was the spirit of a Arthurian tradition, Galahad, whom Mordred addresses as the shield bastard. Also, a couple of days ago Sona requested to temporarily live with us since her mansion was under renovation, and surprising Mordred agreed. Issei, Mash, have you succeeded on controlling your new draconic aspects? Mash, controlling my reflexes have gotten a lot better, but I'm not able to use draconic magic, but I'm able to use human magecraft thanks to my homunculus part. Mordred, if you need any help feel free to ask for my help. Mash, thank. I can feel it. Mash is around high tier, high class in power, but she has potential to get to the peak of ultimate class or maybe low Satan class. She can manifest Galahad's shield, but still she'll far from reaching her true potential. Issei, so Sona, can I create an own club for my peerage? Sona, it will be done, but do tell me your club's name. I'm tempted to create a video game club. Screw it, I'm gonna create an archery club. Issei, archery club. Sona, perhaps are you interested in archery? Issei, I'm. Sona, it's unnatural for a dragon to practice archery. Issei, I'm an exception, I guess. Why did I stammer in front of Hera? Dragon mustn't stutter in front of a weaker being. Sona, Lord Kodamine, since you're the governor of the part of Kuo which belong to Issei, think we should cooperate with each other on catching the killer who may be a rouge exorcist. Issei, no need for formalities, just call me by my name. Shite, everything was going fine until now. I could feel the calculating gaze of Sona. I can't afford to be outsmarting. Issei, sure, what plan do you have? Sona, my peerage is constantly on patrol within Kuo, and my familiars are also constantly supervise the city for any abnormal activity. So far we didn't have any lucky. Propose that we both work together to secure the city. She suspects me just as I expected. Sona isn't someone to be fooled easily. My answer to this will be the deciding factor for this messy. Could see Madrid's slightly nervous smile. Issei, sure, we can help each other, I guess. Sona, that's great. Also, I'd like to have another game of chess with the both of you if you could spare some time. Sona looks slightly nervous while Mordred winks at her. Is there something I'm missing? I'd love to. Mash, I have to train, so bye. Mash must have been uncomfortable with this many people. She's just a child. Sure, she may be 16 years old physically, but mentally she isn't that matured. But for a part homunculus, her progress on her draconic part is extremely fast. Third POV. Mash leaves to the underground training facility while the rest of the time goes awkward for Sona, who continues to eat in silence. Sona, I still can't believe that I told her about the engagement straight up to her and she said she has no problems. Flashback 2 days ago. At the cafeteria of Kuo Academy, it was a normal day. Students were busy having their meal. Mordred was no exception. The Knights of Treachery was not in a good state of mind. She was annoyed as her love was unable to be with her. Mordred owes me a good spar. The Knight of Treachery grumbled under her breath. It was an unnatural sight for her to be irritated by her boyfriend's actions as she was distracted by her thoughts. A certain student council president made her way towards her. Sona, you're here. That saves my time on searching for you. Lady Pendragon, could you please save some time for paying a visit to the student council room? Mordred, I sure can, but do tell me the reason behind your request. Sona. Sona, I would like to have a private conversation. With her eyebrows slightly raised, Mordred analysis for any hint of deceit on the Citri heiress's eyes, but then lets out a sign. Mordred, just make it quickie. I'm not in a good state of mindset. Sona, sure. At the student council office. Inside a well-organized room filled with various materials, Mordred and Sona look into each other while being seated on their respective chairs. Mordred, is it related to Issei unable to spend his time today with me at the cafeteria? Sona, no. But if you wish to know more regarding that, I can help you. Mordred, tell me. With absolute serious in her tone, Mordred demands the answers from Sona. Sona, Issei wanted the piece of Kuo under Rias's jurisdiction, and an official order from Lord Lucifer has arrived stating that Rias should be relieved of her duties and the land to be transferred to Issei. Also, it seems like the issue regarding Issei's reincarnation has caused an uproar among the council. The council wanted to execute Rias, but later they have decided to strip her of her status as an heiress. Mordred, she deserves it, that sick bitch manipulating my A to her selfish desires. This does makes me feel better. With a snarl, Mordred curses Rias, causing the Citri heiress to nervously laugh. Sona, I can't deny that. Mordred, so what do you want to talk about, Sona? With a snarky smile, the Knight of Treachery slightly teases her victim with her previous irritations to be replaced by bliss, causing Sona to look at her nervously. Sona, I'll be honest with you, I'm engaged to Issei. Mordred looks at Sona with her face twisted in anger and jealousy. The infuriated knight looks at Sona while subconsciously emitting huge amounts of bloodlust, scaring the Citri heiress beyond belief. Sona, hold on, let me explain. Sona looks at Mordred with pleading for hearing her out. Mordred, explain. Sona, when I was about 13, my parents made a marriage contract with the Amon clan. I was forced to marry the second son of Amon clan, who is a great pervert, so I challenged him to a game of chess and he lost. Using this, I demanded that I wouldn't marry a devil who couldn't match my intelligence. Since then, my clan made a deal with me that the first male to win a game of chess against me will become my fiancé. I was challenged by many devils, but none managed to win, but then you and Issei won against me for the first time. Mordred, explain to your parents about this. I am sure they will cancel this mistake. With her voice as cold as the ice, Mordred harshly answers her, causing Sona to flinch. But then, Sona, why can't you understand that I love him? First, the moment I saw him, it was just a crush, but then after all this, I love him. I love him, 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 I swear, I love him, I want him. Why can't we just share him? With a twisted smile on her face, the Citri heiress stares directly at the knight's eye. But then her twisted smile changes into a frown as her facial features becomes distorted, holding her unhealthy desires. Mordred, do you love him? Sona. Mordred, what will you do if someone tries to take him away from us? Sona, I'll kill them. Mordred, what will you do if he doesn't accept you? Sona. Sona visibly tenses and stays quiet with her hair shadowing her face, earning a small smirk from Mordred as she knew that she struck a nerve. Mordred, answer me. Sona. Mordred, tell me, are you scared? That if you are scared, you don't deserve him. Sona, I will kill. With her expression that contradicts to her original personality, Sona yells as she breaks a table nearby into two and looks at Mordred with an expression of a person nearing the verge of insanity. Mordred, who will you kill? Sona, everyone and everything. Mordred, will you kill your sister if she tries to interfere? Sona. Will tear her limbs apart till she pleads to kill her. That I will obliterate her wretched existence of this planet. In a fit of rage, Sona lets out her aura, causing the ceiling to crack and furnitures break into two. If you're a hardcore anime fan, try to find out from which anime the above gif is. Mordred, such intense bloodlust, even the Lucifer's descendant didn't have this much malicious aura. She's dead serious about the fact that she will kill anyone to be with my Issei. Her eyes then glows a eerie red, causing Mordred to take a step back but quickly composes herself. Mordred, that's a nice answer. Sona. W-tet. Mordred, I'm not scared by your little trick. I won't stop you from pursuing him. Sona, what WWH? Mordred, it can't be helped. Dragons are known for having multiple mates. If Issei falls in love with both of us, we can share him, but if he doesn't like you that way, I have no choice but to kill you if you'd lose your sanity. After a long minute of silence, a small smile makes its way toward Sona. Sona, much appreciated. Dread. Mordred, damn, I think Issei's Yandra tendencies did change me into one. Flashback. And the sounds of metal clashing with each other resonates throughout the room as Mash with a shield blocks an attack from Issei's sword. A fireball makes its way towards Mash, but using her shield she blocks the attack, but then Issei sneaks behind her and throws a haymaker, which the newly reincarnated homunculus retaliates by kicking him in his abdomen. Issei, your reflexes are good but still it's not enough. Your physical capacity is too low according to a dragon standards. You're just as strong as a high-tier high-class being, but in dragon standards you're just as strong as a low-class dragon. Mash behave to increase my physical capacity. How can I do that? With a confusing evident on her face, Mash looks at the floor, causing Issei to sign at her innocence. Issei, I forgot that she's just a child. Mash, come on, teach me. Issei, let's call it a day. Mash BBUTI. Issei looks at Mash, stuttering, causing him to get amused at her desire to grow stronger. Issei, you've made a great progress on training your innate abilities. Booty, think you should learn about the society. Mash, oh, what's that? Issei suddenly stops dead on his tracks and looks at her in disbelief. Issei, what are the things that the old Satan bastards taught you while you were in the weird capsule? Mash, basics of Devil Society, list of the main targets, to kill. Issei, it's time I teach you about the human society. The elevator nearby opens up, revealing Mordred, who has a furious look on her face. Mordred, that damn bitch. Issei, what happened? Mordred, the Gremory bitch and her group of sluts dared to come here to see you. How dare she? Hearing this, Issei's previous expression changes into an emotionless one. Issei, where is she? Mordred, Sona threatened to revoke her permission to stay in Kuro, causing her to leave. Issei, this was bound to happen sooner or later since Valley carelessly revealed my past identity. Mordred, she was really furious when I asked her to leave and then half fallen. I think her name is Akino, tried to attack me. Keyword tried. With a battle-hungry grin, Mordred playfully punches Issei on his shoulders, who remains unfazed. Issei, what did you do in retaliation? Mordred, just a light punch to her guts and a kick to her groin, although she was weirdly blushing after my small retaliation. Issei, she's a masochist and a sadist, a huge one at that. Sona, sensing the commotion, Sona decided to threaten Rias to leave. This went a good spar. At the Occult Research Club, a depressing aura surrounds the club room, inside which all the members of Rias's peerage are present. Asia, President Akino's wounds are healed. Rias, thanks for your help. Asia. With tears streaming down her face, Rias sits down on her chair while Kiba and Asia silently move towards the corners of the room. Kaneko looks at a crimson magic glyph with a frown. Zenobia just stares at the depressed club. Kaneko, President, the familiar sent to spy Issei's mansion, is dead. It looks like a cursed bounded field was erected which killed Akino's familiar. Hearing this, Rias's sobs become louder than before, causing Zenovia's eyes to twitch. Zenobia, why should we spy on Lord Kotomine? If your brother finds out, you'll be punished. Severely. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Rias lets out her aura to flare, silencing the former exorcist. Rias, he is my ice. That gives the reason for me to watch his actions, just being manipulated by that disgusting whore. In a fit of fury, the former Gremory heir summons her power of destruction and obliterates a chair nearby. Kiba, Rias, I know that the past week has been very hard for us. Booty, think we should let him be by himself. Rias, he is Issei. Kiba, not after what we've done. Kiba yells at Rias, trying to knock some sense into her thick skull. Rias, Yoha is my pawn. My Issei, he belongs to and I love him. Kiba, he isn't yours anymore. Rias, he is not Issei Hayaduo. The man called Issei Hayaduo is long dead. We killed him without remorse. Issei Kotomine isn't the Issei we knew. He is a monster that we init that into your dense skull. If you can't accept the truth, you're the most delusional fool ever. With a cold glare, Kiba leaves the club by summon a teleportation circle, leaving a pissed of Rias. Rias, I didn't deserve this. I lost my territory. My position as the heiress is stripped of me and is given to a immature brat by my brother, and now a blonde slut and my bestie Sona have my Issei under their strings. Do not be worried, my beloved, I will cut you free from her strings. Hell yeah, boys. Now we got 3 Yandras on the city. They are Issei, Sona and Rias. In Kotomine residence. The air was tense at Issei's apartment as Issei, Mordred and Sona stare at a figure cloaked in the shadows. Issei, fancy seeing you here, Azazel. The figure slightly smirks and comes out of the embrace of the shadows, revealing himself as the governor of the fallen angels and former archangel Azazel. Azazel, yo, Red Dragon Blonde and Citri, it's good to see you kids. Issei, oh, who's the kid? Azazel. Issei suddenly throws a knife at the fallen angel governor, who casually dodges the knife. Azazel, your aim's a bit off. Issei, why are you here? Azazel, last time I checked, Valley Lucifer was your subordinate who you couldn't keep tabs, was the one who casually blew away my identity. The blame's on you, Azazel, for not keeping him in a leash. Azazel's cheerful smile vanishes in an instant and a frown replaces his previous demeanor. Azazel, look, I'm sorry for what Valley did, but can we just have a small talk? Sona, what small talk do we owe you, Governor of Gregory? Azazel, oh, I just came here to tell you that Zek and Tanin have asked me to be your advisor and live here in Kuo. Sona, I refuse. Azazel, are you sure, Citri, because if you do not want to have me as your advisor, your beloved sister will pay you a visit, and I heard some rumors that your sister was extremely pissed about something related to you. With a broad grin, Azazel looks at Sona's flag-stabbered face while Madrid slightly shivered, reminiscing her past encounter with Seraphal at the peace conference. Sona, you can stay here, Lord Azazel. Azazel, no need for formalities, just call me as Sensei or Azazel. Issei, having you as our advisor is not that bad. You're the best sacred gear researcher, aren't you? Azazel, I am, but do you mind tells me about the other part dragon here? With a cocky grin, Azazel looks at the slightly frozen face of Issei. Issei, her name is Mash, my new pawn. Azazel, how many pawn pieces did she take? Issei, for pieces, she has the spirit of Galahad fused inside her body. Azazel's cocky grin vanishes and a horrified expression makes its way towards his face, causing Mordred to burst out laughing. Azazel, how is that possible? Issei, homunculus experiments by the old Satan faction base near London. I rescued her after destroying the lab. Azazel, that's noble of you. Anyway, I have decided for a training camp in the underworld till the end of the semester vacation, which is 30 days, so I think it would be better to inform this your respective peerage. We'll be leaving to the underworld via Gremory private train in about a couple of hours. Sona, thanks for helping us. Azazel. Can't miss a opportunity like this. I'll be ready in an hour. Mordred, if I get to fight some powerful people, I'm in. With a huge smirk, Mordred exclaims, causing Azazel and Issei to chuckle while Sona sweat drops. Sona, if you excuse me, I have things to do. A Citri teleportation circle appears below the Citri heiress, through which she teleports away. Issei, hey, will Gremory also be accompanying us to the training session? With rage present in his golden eyes, Issei questions the governor of Falcon Angels, causing him to heavily sign. Azazel, she will be accompanying us to the Gremory mansion, but during the training montage, I have decided that you guys will be training separately in a seclusion location. Issei, that's a relief. See ya later, Az. Azazel, have a good day, and this is for you. Azazel hands out a scroll and in a flash of light disappears, leaving the Kodomine residence. Issei, this training montage, it'll be useful for Mash and Madrid to get stronger, with Cow's brigade trying to cause chaos. It's only a matter of time before a new war. Drake, indeed, partner. We have to find out the reason behind Ophis creating a brigade of terrorists. Issei, I should also try to find out about my weird dream. Issei takes a seat on his couch and opens the scroll that Azazel gave with a small grin. Issei, it says the Norse pantheon has decided to form an alliance with the Christian factions, and the dragon faction representatives from Norse will arrive at the Young Devils party to officially enter the alliance, which will happen after a month from now. Drake Norse pantheon is decently powerful. The main god of Norse is Odin, also known as the one-eyed hero. That man is very powerful. He is a deity god class entity. Hearing Drake's lecture on Odin, Issei stares at the ceiling with his thoughts going into overdrive. Issei, if the Allfather is a deity class being, I could only defeat him in my true draconic form. Even Juggernaut Drive will not be sufficient in countering him. How will the Allfather be? Will he be able to sense my concept of destruction? Drake, indeed, Juggernaut Drive will not suffice, but do not be worried, as the Allfather isn't an arrogant, battle-hungry fool. Issei, that's nice to hear. Drake, I don't think you're aware that we must pack our things, and you still haven't informed the young hatchling about the trip to the underworld. Issei, Drake, have you ever been to the Gremory territory? In response to his question, the boosted gear manifests on Issei's right arm and the green orb in the gear glows. Drake, if memory serves me correct, during the Great War about 3,500 years ago, I destroyed a quarter of the Gremory territory as a warning for trying to subdue me, and the now extinct Marba territory was complete annihilated by my rage for interfering in my battle. I think I destroyed Marba clan at my hands. Hearing this, Issei breaks out into a fit of laughter. Issei, I'm sure the Gremorys won't try to provoke me or my peerage, but I must admit that if I was in your place I wouldn't have destroyed a whole clan for interfering in a battle. Drake, that's embarrassing, but the most embarrassing event is that I destroyed the city of Billiard in the Belial territory just for a stupid bet with an old friend. Issei sudden tilts his gaze at the boosted gear, causing Drake to grumble in embarrassment. Issei, you destroyed one of the most important city in the underworld just for a bet. Drake, don't blame me, we dragons have a huge pride and we don't go back on our promise. Issei, Soho was the old friend you mentioned. A cold, uncomfortable aura enters the room, causing Issei to get confused at the sudden change. Drake, that's none of your concern. Unable to properly handle the situation, Issei cuts the conversation, puzzled at Drake's sudden change in his behavior. Mordred say hurry up and get changed. He informed Mash about the trip. Mordred's loud yell enters the room, causing Issei to flinch at the loudness. At the Grammary train station. At a lone train station, Issei, Sona and their peerage members are seen waiting for the train while having a small conversation with each other. Issei, you'll be leaving to the Citri mansion, huh? Sona, that is correct. It is not appropriate for me to stay at the Grammary mansion while my parents have requested for me to visit them. Mordred, I heard some rumors that the Citri clan has some of the best dessert recipes. Can you bring me one the next time we meet? Suddenly all of Sona's peerage members avert their gaze towards Mordred as Sona's smile brightens. Sona, can bake them on my own for you if you wish. Mordred, you can bake. Sona, I can. Both of them develop a grin of their own, earning a few nervous chuckle from the student council members. Issei, Yosuji, how are you doing? Issei diverts his attention from the two girls to Saji, who looks a bit lonely as the other girls on her peerage are having a talk with Mash, who has a cute smile on her face. Seth, I'm fine, Lord Kodomine. Issei, dude, just relax, we've been friends for months. With a pat to his shoulders, Issei reassures him, causing him to relax. Saji, right? Issei, tell me, got any girlfriends? Saji, yeah, unfortunately no. Scratching the back of his head, Sona replies with a carefree voice. Issei, don't be sad, man, I'm sure two girls on Sona's peerage are interested in you. Saji, for real, who are they? Saji looks at Issei with a little hope, only to be crushed. Issei, sorry, can't tell you. Saji, why must this happen to me? With a loud noise, a futuristic train arrives at the station which has the Grammary symbol. Drake, partner, you seem to have befriended the Vitra holder. Issei, he has a good amount of potential to enter the top 100 beings in this world. Beside that, he is also my friend. Dragons respect other dragons who they consider to be their rival. Mordred, Issei, what are you waiting for? The train has arrived. Issei, geez, don't yell at me. Shaking his head in amusement, Issei enters the train where he spots Azazel waiting for them. Azazel assigns separate chamber for each peerage. Hope you brats enjoy. Sagi, the GG Governor General of F Fallen Angel Zissel. The poor guy stutters like a madman, causing everyone to chuckle. Azazel, that's my name, kid, don't sweat it. Sona, see you guys later. As Sona's peerage leave to their own compartment, a brown-haired girl nears Mash, who has a sad smile for unknown reasons. Hey Mash, why don't you stay at our cabin? Both myself Tomo really wants to spend some time with you. Mash, bibi batarai. Mash stutters a bit in embarrassment and hesitation while Madrid looks at them with amusement, while Issei looks at the heartwarming scene with a smile. Issei, it's fine Mash, you can stay with them if you want to. Mash, thank you, master. With a small nod, Mash and the brown-haired girl walk away, chatting with each other. Mordred, she seems to have befriends the student council. Issei, it's good to have a friend or two. Azazel, if you need any help, feel free to pay me a visit. Azazel walks away, but Issei then asks something that makes him stop. Issei, where is Grammary? I didn't spot a single person of her peerage. If she was here, she would have tried to annoy me. Azazel, it seems like she's late. With a nod, Issei grabs Mordred's hand and both of them enter their cabin, and both of them looks at the cabin with wide eyes. It was a premium cabin which also has a huge television that differs from the regular cabins on Human Train. Mordred, this isosome. Issei, but it's weird to be in a huge cabin with a girl and nobody else around. A mischievous smirk makes its way towards Mordred. Seeing this, Issei gulps as his instincts were screaming at him to run away. Mordred, it seems like you're lonely, Aster, perhaps I could provide you with some kind of entertainment. With a seductive smile, Mordred slowly moves near Issei while swaying her hips, causing Issei to blush. Issei, Madredwa. Issei abruptly stops talking as Mordred's seductive smile changes into one dripping with innocence. Mordred, why are you staring at me with those lustful eyes, master? You wouldn't do anything bad to an innocent maiden, would you? Issei, Mordred. Issei's atomic blush intensifies, causing Madrid to inwardly smirk. Mordred, you're bored, aren't you? I can help you to escape your boredom if you want me to. Mordred establishes eye contact with Issei's golden orbs, causing Issei to cease his rational thinking. Mordred, I have decided that it is my duty as your queen to help you, master. With that, Mordred pounces onto Issei and aggressively kisses Issei in his lips, who grabs her wrists and kisses her back. Issei, I wanted to wait till we got a bit older to engage in physical contact other than a few kisses, but that's screw it. If I can't fuck her now, I'll at least have a good makeout session. Unable to resist his urges, Issei forcefully pushes her into one of the couches and fiercely kisses her and dominates the kiss while his hands roams around her pale skin, earring quiet mourns. Mordred, it's been nearly 2 weeks since we had a makeout session, so don't you dare stop. Issei forcefully separates the kiss with a smug grin on his face, causing Mordred to earn a tick mark. Issei, I am aware that we hadn't had a good makeout session in weeks, but did you forget that I'm the one in control? Issei's voice turns a bit deeper as his eyes turn into slits like that of a dragon's, causing Mordred to shiver in pleasure at his commanding tone. Mordred, why's master been a bad girl, so punish me. Suddenly the cabin's door opens, revealing Sona and her peerage standing there with a huge blush on their face, looking at the position the couple was in. Sona. Mordred. Say. Sa'll just go back. Suji runs away with a huge blush, and soon after that both Issei and Mordred separate from each other's embrace with their face red with embarrassment. Mordred, why's master been a bad girl, so punish me. Suddenly the cabin's door opens, revealing Sona and her peerage standing there with a huge blush on their face, looking at the position the couple was in. Sona. Mordred. Say. Sa'll just go back. Suji runs away with a huge blush, and soon after that both Issei and Mordred separate from each other's embrace with their face red with embarrassment. Mordred, I should have locking the door. So you should have. Issei sarcastically says, causing Mordred to punch him in his guts, causing him to groan in pain. Sona, it's my fault, I should not have been here. Issei, it's not your fault, it's just that you've got here at the wrong time, it's a misunderstanding. Sona, anyway we'll be at the Citri territory in a hour, so just wanted to say my farewells, and some else. Sona bites her lips in nervousness, earning a small smirk from Mordred and a clueless stare from Issei. Mordred, tool check out for Mash, I must make sure she's fine. Mordred leaves the cabin with a small smile. Issei, well, what pleasure do I owe you? Sona, I'd have been waiting to confess this to you for a long time. Issei, what do you want me to know about? Still clues about the situation, Issei nonchalantly asks her, causing Sona to develop a small blush. Sona, please don't freak out about this, but we are engaged. Drag, holy shit partner, you got yourself a harem. Wait partner, can you hear me? Drag yells at Issei's mind but gets nothing in return, while Issei, unable to believe what he has just heard, stares at her. Issei, pardon. Sona, we are engaged. A small crack is heard from Issei as his mind internally collapses, earning a boisterous laughter from the Welsh dragon, whose voice fills the cabin, startlingly the blushing Citri. Drag, I can't believe this, the strongest red dragon emperor with the power to crush multiple gods at his full power, who has an unbreakable wilts, has been mind broken by a girl. Issei, Sona, I'll explain this. My parents decided that the first male to outsmart me in a game of chess will be made my fiancé, and Yuri the first person to do this. I have also informed Mordred about this, and she doesn't have any problems with this. So. Issei, I don't know what to. Sona, to love you with all my heart. The day I laid my eyes on you I felt a blissful feeling that I hadn't even felt. It was tempting. I wanted to see you, to look at you, and before I knew I had a crush on you. But then the moment I lost to you in the game of chess I fell in love with you. I just wanted to let you know this and think about this. I'll be waiting for an answer. With a gentle smile, Sona gently kisses him on his cheeks and then takes her leave, leaving a dumbstruck Issei. Issei, what the fuck was that? I got kissed by a girl other than my Mordred, and it's none other than Sona fucking Citri, the most serious person I've ever seen. And apparently I'm engaged to her without my knowledge, just because of the fact that I won a fucking game of chess against her. What ism hentai protagonist who is hellbent on fucking women and creating a when I was a devil. I did have my goal as creating a harem. Does that mean that I am a hentai pro? But why do I feel my dragon sense is getting a bit dormant? Should I just accept her confession? Wait, now did I ever think about cheating on my queen? Indulged in his own thoughts, the Red Dragon Emperor fails to notice his queen making his way towards him. Mordred, suppose that she confessed. Say that she did. Without letting his emotions out, Issei vaguely answers her, earning a small frown from the Knight of Treachery. Mordred, say darling, I am not against the fact of you having multiple lovers. Dragons are known for having a lot of mates, but if you ever try to replace me, I'll tear you apart. With a maniacal grin replacing her previous smile, the note of treachery lets out her bloodlust. Looking at her malicious behavior, Issei feels himself getting a bit nervous, feeling a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead, but then another feeling took over his nervousness. Issei, too will never leave your side. I made a promise to be beside you forever. Mordred, I'm glad to hear that. Anyway, what about Sona? Issei, I honestly don't know. Letting out a huge sign in frustration, Issei makes eye contractions with Mordred, earning a small smirk accompanied by a blush. Mordred, perhaps I could help you. Understanding the meaning behind the smirk, Issei immediately pushes her into a couch and proceeds to kiss her. Louise. The ex-Grimoire heiress has her gaze fixed on the television in which a devil tells the news regarding the underworld. Aquino President, the familiar spying on Issei's cabin, has reported a live feed. Hearing this, the crimson-haired ruin princess averts her attention to a newly formed Grimoire magic glyph while also earning the attention of everyone except Kiba. Kaneko, I want to see this. Asia, Pipi, pay attention. With a meek voice, Asia responds to Aquino while Kaneko answers to Aquino with her static voice. Zenobia, this is called as stalking, I don't recommend this. Rias, it's not stalking, it is called taking an interest. Zenobia, that doesn't justify your actions, President. Rias, play the clip. Ignoring Zenovia's comment, Rias orders her queen to play the clip with her voice as cold as the Cocytus, earning a flinch from the half-fallen, who proceeds to play the clip only to freeze at the sight. The glyph shows Issei pinning down his queen and hungrily plants a few kisses down her neck, earning a few soft mourns from the knight, who has a lewd expression. Seeing this, almost everyone with the exception of Rias gain a pink hue on their cheeks. Zenobia, that's embarrassing. Aquino makes the glyph disappear, earring a sign of relief from Kiba, who shakes his head in disappointment, but then a cold, bone-chilling aura invades the surroundings. Aquino P. President. Rias looks away, averting her gaze from her peerage members, and slowly her emotionless stare morphs into a terrifying smile that reflects her dark, twisted side. Rias, do you think if you ignore me, I would stop following you? Do you think if you would get some help, I would back down and give up? Or have you ever thought, if you hide somewhere, I'd never find you? Oh, my dear, I. Somewhere around the Shinto realm. In an unspecified hill, Peak Valley is seen staring at the sunrise with a small smile, reminiscing his old memories. Suddenly, a blue-colored teleportation circle appears, and from it, Biko comes out, earning a small frown from Valley. Biko, yo, Valley, how are you doing? Valley, Biko, you're back earlier than expected. Biko, oughtn't blame me, the job was extremely easy. With a huge grin, Biko lays down the grass and looks at the beautiful scenery with a huge smile. Biko, this does brings me some good memories. Valley, how was your assignment? Biko, the Norse gods have decided to ally themselves with the BBCal faction. If rumors are true, also there is a party for the young devils. Valley, I wonder will you be there at the party, rival? Albion, Valley, he may there for the party, but focus on getting stronger. You may be in the peak of ultimate class, but you're a mere hatchling compared to the real world of gods. Listening to Albion's words, the White Dragon Emperor looks at the now manifested divine dividing with a small frown. Valley, if you compare my power to the list of the most strongest beings, where will I be placed? Albion, in your balance breaker, you'd be in the placed between 1500 to 1300 inches. The Juggernaut drive, you'll be between 600 to 400. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Valley looks at the sunrise with a huge frown. Valley, not enough. Even at my best, there are about 600 people who can defeat me. Biko, you know she has planned to try and take back her sister at the party. Hearing Biko rant about someone, Valley signs and looks at the sunrise, trying to avoid Biko, but then suddenly the space itself tears apart, and from it a silhouette of a man appears. Valley, why did you decide to come here? My assignment was finished earlier, and thus I have arrived here earlier than expected. A smooth voice echoes through the surroundings, earning a small smile from Valley, while Biko just snorts. Valley, I am curious about what will you do if you ever cross paths with the fabled Mordred Pendragon. The air suddenly becomes more colder than usual as a strange golden aura radiates from the silhouette. I shall execute that impostor for tainting the name of the Pendragons. After a long make-out session, the couple was watching a movie with a smile on their face. Issei, it looks like we've arrived at the Grimoire territory. With a small smile, Mordred looks outside the window, spotting a huge territory roughly at the size of Japan. Mordred, that's the Grimoire territory. It is. Suddenly Azazel barged into the cabin, breaking the door in the process. Azazel, I forgot to mention something. With a heavy sigh, Issei looks at the panting fallen angel and questions him. Issei, what? Azazel, as you already know, I have planned to train you guys, and for that I'll have to test them, so I had asked Surzex to send Tannen for a small examination of their skills. Hearing this, Issei's neutral expression changes into that of pure surprise at the mention of Tannen. Issei, Tannen is here how? Azazel, he's not here in this train but is waiting at a valley between the Grimoire territory, and I'll force teleport Rias's peerage there and Tannen will attack them. This way I'll know about their skills, and Tannen may be a higher up in the dragon faction, but he's also a part devil under a devil. Issei, I'm well aware that was the reason for Tannen not being the sovereign of the dragon faction. That's why he made his second son as the sovereign. Azazel, I know that your queen and yourself are highly capable, so I don't want to waste my time testing your skills, but I would appreciate it if you could help me out with finding out their skills. After a minute of thinking, Issei's lips curve upwards indicating his approval. Azazel lets out a nervous chuckle spotting Issei's disturbing smile. Louis. The Orc Club members were minding their own business with little to no conversations better them, but then suddenly they find themselves in a valley. The whole group breaks into chaos except for Rias, who has an emotionless gaze. Kiba, what the foo? Zenobia, it's a trap. Aquino, force. Teleportation. The peerage bring out their weapons and their spells getting battle ready, but then the ground shakes violently and a dragon comes out of a cave nearby. It was a 30 meters tall, gigantic western dragon. With the exception of his lower body, specifically his belly, the inner portions of his long tail and legs, that are beige in color, a majority of its body is covered in dark purple, draconic scales. Aquino ADD dragon. Seeing the dragon, everyone except Kiba immediately launch their attack, creating a small smokescreen, but the smoke disappears, revealing the dragon without a scratch. Kiba, its magic resistance is very high, we shouldn't focus on strategy. Rias, focus on offense, we can do this. Ignoring Kiba, the Princess of Ruin orders her peerage to blindly attack the dragon, much to Kiba's shock with her illogical thinking. Rias, Asia heal. Kaneko blindly charges towards the dragon, which simply uses its tail to knock her down, but then Aquino fires a lightning bolt which causes no visible damage. Issei, what the fuck are they doing, blindly charging at a dragon? A fucking dragon that is 30 meters tall, and their teamwork isn't even mediocre. The only one who is thinking rationally is Kiba. A golden glyph directly telecasts the fight between Rias's peerage and the dragon. Azazel, even amateurs are better than this. Sure, Rias is a low-tier high-class and the others are mid-class in power, but if their teamwork is this bad, even a small group of mid-class fallen angels could defeat them. How am I supposed to teach them? Groaning in frustration at the peerage's terrible coordination, Azazel curses himself for his own luck, causing Madrid to laugh at his misfortune. Issei, pathetic. If they're this hopeless, then they'll be the first to die. Rias. The situation was very bad for Rias and her peerage, as Kaneko was knocked out and Asia was extremely exhausted by using her reserves to heal, and the dragon was unfazed by their attacks. The Ruin Princess uses her fabled power of destruction at the dragon. The dragon calmly uses its claws to block the attack, causing Rias to enter a state of panic. Rias, it blocked the power of destruction. The blue-haired Devil Knight suddenly disappears and appears next to the dragon and draws out a sword brimming with holy aura. Ignoring the uncomfortable glances of her fellow devils, Zenobia rushes forward with her sword aimed to kill, but the dragon extends its horns, which successfully blocks the attack, and the dragon uses its self-tail to knock her to the ground. Zenobia, it blocked. Durandalphus isn't a normal dragon. Aquino fires a lightning at the dragon, which casually blocks the lightning with its tail, but then the power of destruction makes contact with its scales and dissipates, leaving a small scratch. Kiba balance breaker. A black sword brimming with both holy and demonic aura manifests on his hands. Suddenly the dragon fires a torrent of flames at the devils, who narrowly dodges the attack on time. Kiba. In a blink of an eye, Kiba appears next to the dragon and tries to impale it with his holy demonic sword, but the dragon uses its claws to break the sword. Issei looks at the sword that Zenobia used with a small smirk, while Mordred had a joyful smile. Mordred, the girl, she has the potential to become a good swordsman, and the sword that she used, it isn't a normal one, it may be on par with Clarent. Issei, Durandal, the peerless sword, one of the most powerful holy swords. It was wielded by Roland, the paladin leader of the 12 paladins of Charlemagne. He was the only wielder who mastered Durandal. He reached mid-tier ultimate class in power with a human body, a very rare exception between humans. A disturbing gleam makes its way towards the Knight of Treachery's eyes. Seeing this, Issei pats her, causing her to blush, while Azazel coughs. Azazel, geez, don't be flirting in front of me. Issei, you're just jealous that you couldn't flirt, isn't that right, old man? Azazel's mischievous attitude changes into a cold one as he throws him the coldest glare he could muster. Azazel, what did you say, Mr. Virgin with no experience? Issei, yes, I'm a virgin and I'm proud of it. I bet that you're a virgin as well. Azazel lets out a boisterous laughter hearing Issei's words, and soon a smug smirk replaces his laughter. Azazel, bitch, I lost my virginity when I was just 12. Issei. Mordred. Issei, did I think you should go get them? Rias. Everyone except for Rias and Aquino falls down, unable to get up due to exhaustion kicking in. Rias, how in the name of Satan can it block my power of destruction? A golden-colored magic circle appears next to Rias, and from it the Governor-General comes out with a huge smirk. Rias and her peerage look at Azazel with a dumbfounded expression at the new information. Rias, that dragon, was a test for us. Azazel, Rias, and we failed miserably. Azazel gleefully smiles, causing Rias to let her aura flare, earning a flinch from her queen. Azazel, that is Tannin, former Dragon King, now a half-devil and a high-ranking member of the Dragon faction. Hearing the name Tannin, everyone freezes, knowing about his strength as they avert their attention to the former Dragon King. Tannin, I must admit, that wasn't that bad. The young Durandal wielder has a good potential and the holy demonic sword user has a decent agility. Zenobia, did the dragon just talk? Cuba did. Azazel, but your teamwork was very sloppy and you have a lot to improve, especially you. Rias, you mustn't have ordered them to attack Tannin on sight. Hearing Azazel pointing out their mistakes, Rias bites her lips in frustration. Rias, we managed to push back a former Dragon King, this is good enough. Azazel, keep dreaming, kid. Tannin was just using 10% of his powers. A tick mark appears next to Rias's head as Azazel nonchalantly walks away after giving them a teleportation leaflet. Azazel, this will take you to the Gremory mansion. Lord Gremory wishes to have a dinner with you all. After that we'll start our training and your Valley. Issei, Hayato, my arch-rival, prepare your...
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the...
Brother has invited the newly appointed second governor of Kuo, Issei Kodamine, to the Gremory mansion, so your brother wants you to avoid disturbing him or his peerage members. In a blink of an eye, Azazel disappears into thin air, leaving a shocked Rias, and soon a small grin appears on her face. Rias, I don't care what the fuck my brother says, he is mine. In the Gremory mansion. After a long day, Issei finds himself and his peerage teleported to the gates of a huge mansion located at the center of the city. A devil guard comes closer towards Issei and a smirk makes its way to his face, looking at Mordred and Mash with lecherous eyes. Guard, halt, this is off limits for civilians. This is the housing of the great Lord Gremory, so why don't you just let me have these slutsham, they'll do fine. The ignorant guard moves towards the girls, greedily eyeing them, while the other civilian devils nearby just sign. Issei, I don't think Lord Gremory will be happy once he finds out that his guests have been ill-treated, and I don't like the fact that you're flirting with my mate. With a fake smile, Issei warns the guard, but deep down one could feel enormous amounts of hatred. Guard, fuck you asshat, these low-class bitches must be proud of receiving our esteemed mid-class devil's dick. I'll make her crave my dick like a bitch in heat. Drakes show him the feeling of death. Issei, oh low-class, ha, you have the guts to take them from me, ha. Issei lets out his blood-red aura, run free, scaring the shit out of every single devil, while the guard falls to his knees, unable to breathe, scared beyond under by looking at the unstable smile on Issei's face, and his eyes changes into that of a dragon's, and about 50 low-class devil guards hastily try to approach him but failing miserably. The civilian devils run away from the scene, unable to resist their primal instinct, and then a Gremory magic circle appears, and from it a highly panicked Lord Gremory comes out while sweating profusely at the unnatural smile on Issei's face. Lord Gremory, Lord Kataminiari, scaring the sea civilians. Mordred, Ise, calm down. Lord Gremory, he just released an aura equivalent of a high-tier ultimate class and he isn't using his full powers. Guard, PPP please don't kill me. Issei, wrong choice of words, I hate people like you. Issei's aura comes into contact with the guard whose body vaporizes, unable to withstand the aura. Issei, Lord Gremory, pleasure meeting with you, but I think I owe you an apology for disintegrating one of your guards. He tried to lay his filthy hands on my mate. With a nervous laugh, Lord Gremory apologizes to him for his guard, and soon Grafia appears next to them to guide them to their rooms. Lord Gremory, please feel free to do anything you want to do. Grafia here will give you a small tour around the mansion. With a small smile, Lord Gremory leaves them with the strongest queen, who humbly bows down to greet them. Grafia, Lord Kodamine, Lady Pendragon, if you would like to, may I give you a small tour around the mansion? Issei, sure, I'd appreciate that, and tell me, Lady Grafia, how is Sirzex? Grafia, please refrain from addressing me with such titles. Lord Kodamine, I'm just a maid of Lucifer, and to answer your question, he is fine. Grafia sternly corrects Issei with a static voice, which earns a small look of curiosity from Mash. Issei, we dragons always respect the strong Lady Grafia. Mordred, you're the one bearing the title of the strongest queen, right? Grafia, I am Lady Pendragon. Modred, then let's have a spar. With a huge maniacal grin, the Knight of Treachery challenges the silver-haired Queen of Annihilation to a duel, earning a facepalm from Issei and a sweat drop from the static maid herself. Issei, I apologize for my Matesh's a bit of a battle maniac, and since she's a dragon now her tendencies have multiplied. Grafia, there is no need for an apology, Lord Kodamine, and I would wholeheartedly accept a spar if you wish, Lady Pendragon. Mordred, yay, I got a duel. Issei, princess, control yourself. Grafia, I am merely curious to know about the girl next to you. Out of curiosity, which is rare for the static maid, she asks about Mash to her, causing Mash's body to go stiff. Issei, she's my newest pawn. Mash, pleasure to meet you, Lady Graphia. I am him Mash, pawn of Issei. With a shy tone, Mash introduces herself to Graphia, who slightly smiles at her. Graphia likewise Lady Mash. The Red Dragon Emperor along with his peerage walk through this main hallway, which is filled with butlers and maids who bow down to them at respect. Mordred, this place sure has a lot of maids. Issei, devils highly believe in the system of hierarchy. As they were walking through the hallway, a cute young boy with short crimson red hair advances toward the Red Dragon. You are the one who caused the aura flare, aren't you? With a small scowl on his face, the young boy glares at them, causing Issei and Mordred to be amused by his actions. Issei, it's impressive that you could sense that kid. Why did you do it? Issei, a snob threatened someone close to me, I guess. With a sleepish grin, Issei nonchalantly explains to the boy, who scoffs in return, amusing Issei even more. You shouldn't have done that. What if an innocent man got caught up in? Issei, tell me kid, were you able to sense the power of my aura? I was able to. It was in the range of ultimate class. Issei, aren't you afraid of my power, kid? No. It's a noble's duty to save the innocents, so I'll do anything to defend them. With all the serious he could muster, the kid proudly exclaims, causing Issei and his queen to break out laughing. Mordred, you have such a good heart. Issei, well, if you are a noble, where are your manners? With a smirk, Issei questions the young boy, who answers with an innocent smile. I am Milikas Gremory, nice to meet you. The serious tone of his sudden vanishes and a cheerful one takes its place. Issei, you're the son of Surzex, aren't you? I am Issei Kotamine, but you can call me as Issei. Mordred, I am Mordred Pendragon, the one true heir of King Arthur. The boy, now identified as Milikas, suddenly bows down. Milikas, I am sorry for being cold, but I just wanted to make sure the people were fine. Issei. With his coldness completely gone, the son of Lucifer flashes a cheerful smile akin to his father's. Issei, you're pretty powerful, Milikas. I can tell that you're as powerful as a low-tier high-class devil, while most of the pure-blood devil kids of your age are just low-class or mid-class in power. Have you ever trained? Milikas, and no, I did not have any training. I was born with this power. Grandfather said that devils only train after they're 10. With a sad smile, the boy looks at the couple, who have a slightly shocked expression. Issei, you are something else. Milikas, you have the potential to reach the ultimate class. Keep trying hard and do not become an arrogant prick. Milikas, you're kinda weird in a good way. Can we be friends, please? Issei, I am your friend. Issei gently ruffles his hair and walks away with his peerage following him, but before leaving, Mordred flashes a smile at him. Dragia felt that right. Draig, I did. It's a suppression seal. Issei inwardly chuckles at Draig's words while diving deep into his thoughts. Issei, he has such a tremendous amount of potential. He is suppressing his powers. He must be at least high-tier, high-class in power. Milikas Gremory, you are amazing. You have the potential to reach the realm of gods. Mordred, seems like you took a liking to him. Said it, he looks just like Surzex. Mordred's, he's kind of funny. He has his mother's cold demeanor and his father's cheerful attitude. He is also cute. Currently there was an unbelievable incident taking place, which was Issei and his peerage seated on the dining table, with Rias sitting on the opposite side of the table with her peerage. Rias keeps on staring at the Red Dragon, who holds back the urge to kill here right here. Noticing this, Mordred throws a cold glare at Rias, who returns the same, while the members of Orc look down, avoiding eye contact. Issei, I really want to kill her right now. Lord Gremory, please relax and enjoy yourselves. By the way, Lord Issei. Lord Gremory shoots Rias a glare, clearly understanding the staring contest. Issei, yes? Lord Gremory, I have been informed that you'll be taking part on the training montage. I hope you have a good time. Issei, thanks for your concern, Lord Gremory. Lady Gremory, quite a gentleman you are, Lord Issei. With a mischievous smirk, Lady Gremory teases Issei, who just brushes it off. Lord Gremory, this is a formal event. Please refrain from being your mischievous self. Lady Gremory, you're no fun. Lady Gremory slightly pouts, earning a small blush from Lord Gremory. Seeing this, Mordred chuckles. Rias, Mother Iwa. Lady Gremory cuts off her daughter by engaging in a conversation with Mordred. Lady Gremory, Lady Pendragon, may I call you? Mordred, of course you can. Lady Gremory, well then, Emo-san, if you want any advice from me, feel free to ask me. Mordred's face changes a deep red in embarrassment, causing Issei to stare at them blankly. Issei, women are strange. Draig indeed. And the rest of the dinner was filled with utter silence, but it wasn't peaceful as Rias's glare was directed towards Mordred. Third POV. Location, unknown. Tokyomi, this is a magnificent sight, isn't it? Tokiomi takes a glance at the ominous altar which has an aura of dread surrounding it. Soon a couple of mages emerge from the shadows with a grin. Mage, take a look at the heavy mana presence surrounding this altar. This must be used by a supernatural entity. The Tosaka Patriarch and a couple of other mages approach the ancient altar with a power hungry. Tokiomi, this isn't a typical altar, this one is special. This specific altar was built 2,500 years ago for the sole reason of execution, but what many don't know is that this altar is a seal. Mage a what? Tokiomi, a seal which confines an ancient relic, one feared through the supernatural world. It can make the mightiest of the ultimate class tremble. Mage, what relic are you talking about, Sir Tosaka? Hearing the unknown mages question, the Tosaka Patriarch's grin widens. Tokiomi, the curse of gods, the true power of the bewitching black serpent, but it's commonly referred as Sibylle or mystic eyes of petrification. Suddenly the mage nearby lets out a gasp as he finds a staff lodged into his chest. Tokiomi, it isn't pleasant to kill a fellow magi, but alas, what needs to be done needs to be done. Unfortunately, I can't let you walk away with this information, and a magus should never trust another magus. The dying mage looks at his killer with shock and disbelief as the jewel on Tokiomi's staff glows, and soon the mage gets incinerated. Tokiomi, the mystic eyes will be a great help in my search for the Sephiroth Grail, and once I get the Grail I'll make sure the old Satan bastards die a painful death for my betrayal of our terms. Speaking about betrayal, the Hayaduo family got butchered by some random freak. I wonder, is the child with the mystic eyes that they've adopted and experimented under my orders alive? What was his name? Say, yes, Issei Hayaduo. Note, Tokiomi did not know that Issei was the Red Dragon Emperor when he made the Hayaduo family adopt him. He just knew about Issei's mystic eyes. The Grammary Mansion. Issei, you want Mash to be trained by Tannen. Azazel correct? With a smug grin, Azazel replies to the Red Dragon Emperor's previous question, causing Issei to facepalm himself. Issei, the poor girl will be traumatized by him. Azazel, but she'll get stronger. Issei, you want me to send her to the Dragon Valley for a whole month. Azazel, yes. Issei, have you lost your mind? Issei yells at the governor of fallen angels, who lets out a small sign in return. Azazel, look, I don't know a lot about dragons and half-dragons, but I know what will happen if you keep a hatchling sheltered for a long time. Issei, she is just a week old. Azazel, have you become soft Red Dragon Emperor? A taunting smirk makes its way to Azazel's face, earning him a scoff from Issei. Issei, fine, I'll send her to the Dragon Valley for Tannen to train her, but if I find her missing a limb or two, you're gonna die in the most painful way possible. With a cold gaze adorning his face, Issei threatens the Governor of Fallen, who laughs nervously at the threat. Azazel, and I have made a special arrangement for Blondie with Okita Tsuji, the Knight of Surzex, to help her with her swordsmanship. Issei, I am aware of the fact that Mi Mordred lacks technique in swordsmanship, as her stance is mainly focused on strength and speed. Azazel, for you I believe that you can just train yourself in isolation. Issei, I am sure I'm going to miss my Mordred and her adorable smile. Issei's neutral demeanor morphs into a sad smile, causing Azazel to raise an eyebrow. Azazel, you're fine, aren't you? Issei, I'm good, I was just curious if anyone from the Gremmary's peerage will be trained by Tannen. Azazel, yes, Tannen personally wants to train Barakiel's daughter. The next day. On the courtyard of the Grammary Mansion, the Red Dragon Emperor amidst the rising sun bids farewell to his peerage. Issei, take good care of yourselves, I'll be back in a month, and Mash, Tannen won't hurt you while training, so quit worrying and use this to improve yourself. Mash, shall try my best. With a meek smile, Mash turns away as Tannen flashes a thumbs up and gently carries her away. Mordred, I am going to enjoy this training to its fullest. Sith, I'm sure you will just stay safe. Mordred, bye. Mordred gently kisses him, causing Azazel to groan. I'll miss you. A pair of emerald-colored wings sprouts from Issei's back, and the Red Dragon Emperor flies away, taking a last glance at his queen's beautiful eyes. Mesh. A deafening blast echoes throughout a valley in which Mash desperately tries to escape from the Blaze Meteor Dragon's blasts. Mash, did she said Tannen won't hurt me. Tannen, getting distracted in a battlefield, is fatal, young one. Tannen once again fires a torrent of hot flames at the exhausted dragoness, who narrowly dodges the attack. Suddenly another torrent of flames hits Mash, who falls into the ground exhausted. Tannen, your reflexes are good for a hatchling but dwarfs in comparison to an experienced dragon, and we'll have to train you on hand-to-hand combat. Tannen, now get up, hatching, we haven't finished our training yet. While Tannen roars at the poor girl, a teleportation circle appears, and from it the Priestess of Thunder arrives with a mischievous smile. Akino, foo, this makes me hot. Suddenly Mash feels a chill down her spine as Tannen turns around, facing the Queen of Rias. Tannen, your late daughter of Barakil. Akino, I am sorry, please don't punish me. With a sultry smile on her face, the priestess of thunder tries to tease the former dragon king but failing miserably. Tannen, are you really Barakil's daughter? Akino, don't ever say his name. Tannen, your training for today is to evade my attacks and attack me till you're out of steam. Tomorrow I'll take the both of you to the Dragon Valley for you to meet other young dragons. Akino, before that you must be Mash Pawn of Issei. I am Akino Himajima, Queen of Rias Gremory. I'm looking forward to train with you. With a small smile, Akino introduces herself to Mash while waving her hands. Location, unknown. A magic circle appears and from it Mordred comes out only to find a forest, causing her to raise an eyebrow. Mordred, the crow said that someone called Okita Suji will be here. After a few minutes of searching the forest, the Knight of Treachery finds a silhouette under a sakura tree. Mordred, this place is really stunning. Mordred tries to sneak on the silhouette by concealing her presence, but gently gasps in shock of having a look at the silhouette. It was a girl in her mid-teens, who wraps her body in fashionable Japanese clothing but has an unnatural aura around her. You must be Mordred Pendragon, I presume. The girl suddenly averts her gaze towards Mordred, who looks at her with wide eyes. Mordred, I am Okita Suji, Knight of Surzex Lucifer. Mordred, now then shall we have a spar? I'm itching for a good fight. Okita, I'll be glad to face you, Knight of Treachery. In a archery located on the Underworld Club, Issei raises a classic bow and with outstanding concentration aims at a target. With his aim never faltering, the Hunter of Red Plains releases the string and soon the arrow hits the target in a bullseye. Random devil, what the fuck is he? No supernatural creature I've ever seen has hit a target 10,936 yards away accurately. The other devils in the room back away nervously while a few newbies look at him with curiosity. Random devil 2, hey, this is the one who killed the guard Marcus of the Gremory household. Drake, you're quite famous it seems. So great. Drake internally chuckles at Issei's sarcastic remark. Drake, this isn't training, this is kids play for someone like you, so why don't you train a bit seriously? Issei, I think you're correct. I must take things seriously. Drake, do you know of any isolated places to train? Drake, there is a place called as Dragonsbane on the Shinto realm. I think it would do fine. Issei, thanks for your help, partner. In a blink of an eye, Issei disappears into thin air, leaving a bunch of flag-stabbered devils. In a flash, Issei appears out of nowhere into a dense forest, causing Drake to groan as the boosted gear manifests itself on Issei's hands. Drake, this isn't dragons beneath, this looks like a creepy shrine. We have been teleported to the wrong place. Issei, but I must admit this place is creepy. In front of them was a spooky shrine which most likely is abandoned. Issei, I am going to search this place for any living thing. Issei decides to take a stroll through the shrine and slowly inspects the shrine while never letting his guard down. Drake, partner, I can sense a faint source of aura inside the shrine. Issei approaches the shrine cautiously, and the moment he sets foot on the shine disappears and an ominous forest replaces the shrine, causing Issei to up his guard even further. Issei, reverse spatial teleportation loophole. Drake, if it is true, then we have no choice but to destroy this whole mini-dimension. Issei, we can't escape this place by running, flying, or teleportation. This place is an endless loop. You'll end up in the same place even if you fly for years. Suddenly Issei snaps his head at a particular direction with a small frown on his face. Issei, this aura, that must be a kitsune. Issei spreads his majestic dragon wings and searches for any living thing, but then he spots a huge chunk of ice located far away. Issei flies towards the ice at speeds nearing Mach 2. Location, Gremory Mansion. The sounds of kicks and punches echoes through the surroundings as the Rook of Rias works out with determination on her eyes. Kaneko, I don't need it, I won't become a monster. Location, secluded chambers of the Gremory Mansion. Amidst a colossal library of books, the crimson-haired ruined princess desperately searches for a book. Rias, where the hell is it? In a fit of rage, Rias bangs her fists on the bookshelves, causing a pile of books to fall down, but then Rias's anger changes into a smile as she picks a book from the pile of books. Rias, let's siege cultural heritage of dragons. Draconic anatomy? What is this book about? Let's siege the dragon eater. This book will do fine. A predatory smirk appears on her face as an torrent of negativity surrounds her. Issei looks at the sight before him with caution as a huge hill of ice radiating a faint trace of aura is seen. Drake, partner, this looks like a seal, which means that someone or something is trapped inside this. Issei, I have never seen a ice this strong in my entire life except for the Cositis. Drake, this ice is a fine one indeed, but even this pales in comparison to Albion's ice spells. Say, should I break the ice? Drake, I would break the ice if I were you. Hearing Drake's advice, Issei ponders on what to do for a couple of minutes and finally makes his decision. Issei, I have decided I'll break the ice and find what's inside. Drake, a good choice, partner. Now tell me, how do you plan on breaking the ice seal? It seems to be at least an ultimate class seal. Issei, balance break. Drake, Welsh dragon balance breaker. A bright red light invades the surroundings, and as the light dissipates, Issei, covered in his balance breaker, is seen flying. Drake, boost, 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 boost. Huge amounts of mana accumulates on his lungs, and with a mighty roar the mana was released as a huge torrent of fire. After a few minutes the fire stops, revealing nearly all the ice vaporized, earning a smirk from Issei. Issei, time to check out the remains of the seal. As Issei gets closer to the remains of the ice seal, his face morphs into one of pure shock. Drake, at female kitsune. In the middle of the remains was a gorgeous girl with long pink hair and fox characteristics, such as the ears and tail. The girl was wearing an elegant blue kimono as she laid amid the ice with a peaceful smile on her face as she was unconscious. Issei, I didn't expect a kitsune to be the one sealed. Drake, the woman in front of you is no random kitsune, she has an aura of divinity on her. She is a nine-tailed kitsune. Issei, she seems to be in a coma due to extended periods of imprisonment. Issei gently checks her pulse, and with a snap of his fingers the unconscious girl levitates into the air while the dimension around them crumbles in a burst of light as the Red Dragon Emperor finds himself on the creepy shrine with the mysterious kitsune next to him. Issei, Drake, how many nine-tailed kitsune were recorded in history? Drake, only a handful of nine-tailed kitsune has ever existed, and the only two alive are Yasaka, the leader of the Kyoto yokai faction, and her daughter Kunu, but I can assure you that this woman is not Yasaka. As Drake was explaining about the nine-tailed yokai, the unconscious woman slightly opens her eyes, regaining consciousness. WWH. I can remember those wretched yokai, they took everything from me. The kitsune yells out, startling Issei a bit, but then a huge fireball comes crashing onto Issei, creating a small explosion, and from it Issei comes out with his shirt completely burned as a impassive frown made its way towards his face. Issei, I helped you and I get a fireball to my face. Is this how you greet others? Shut up, you vile creature, you're here to make my life a miserable one, aren't you? You're all the same. The girl responds with a snarl, preparing another spell, causing Issei to sign. Issei, I am a dragon and not a yokai, and I am not here to make your life miserable. I freed you of your prison. This is the Kamakura period, isn't it? Hearing this, Issei nearly trips due to the shock at her question. Issei, and were why you imprisoned? A year 1193. Issei. Drake. Issei's T, that's 828 years ago, you were imprisoned for 828 years? Issei's answer comes in the form of a whisper while the kitsune stares at him with a blank expression. Which year is it? Issei, year 2021. What the F? Issei, who are you? Why should I tell you? The girl snaps at his question as a smirk forms on Issei's face. Issei, I'll ask you a question and you can ask me. Oh, night's a win-win for both of us. The girl stares at the ground for a moment, pondering the offer, and with a small sign agrees. Fine, who are you? Issei Hayato, the strongest Red Dragon Emperor and a full-fledged dragon. Now tell me, who are you? With a proud smirk, Issei answers a question, earning a small smile from the kitsune. Reincarnation of the divine fox yokai Tamamonome. Hearing this, Issei's smirk gets replaced by a emotionless stare. Issei, if you're telling me the truth, I have to admit that I am shocked, but how do I know that you're not a threat? Tammo's chill dragon boy, I won't mindlessly kill everyone in my sight. Issei groans at Tamamo's nickname for him, causing her to giggle. Issei, how were you trapped inside the ice seal? A frown replaces her giggles the moment she heard his question. Tamamo, when I was weakened, a wandering ice mage used his life force to reinforce his ice magic and successfully sealed me at the cost of his life. It's your turn to answer. Tell me about the Shinto pantheon and the yokai faction. Issei, the Shinto pantheon lost a bit of their territories to the devils, but other than that nothing big has happened, and the yokai faction's authority has rapidly declined to a state where the only territory they have are the city of Kyoto, Takatsuki and Hirakata, but the ruler of the yokai faction, Yasaka, a nine-tailed fox, is doing a good job at recovering the lost glory of the yokai faction. Hearing Issei's lecture about the yokai faction, Tamamo bursts out laughing. Tamamo, those fools deserve even worse than this. Issei, one final question, what are you going to do after this? Maybe kill a bunch of yokai and wander the realms. Tamamo nonchalantly answers his question as Issei signs at her bluntness. Issei, I am in search for an isolated place to train. If you wish to follow me, you're welcome. I don't train with lizards weaker than me. Issei attempts to hold back a laugh but fails to do so, causing her eyebrows to twitch. Issei, you know the last person who said that to me ended up pretty badly. Tamamo, why don't you prove it to me, dragon boy? Tamamite. A battered and bruised Tamamo laid on the ground, clearly exhausted, while Issei was standing next to her with a few minor bruises and burns. Issei, is this enough? Tamamo, follow white. With Mordred, 2 weeks later. Mordred, stay still, bastard. Mordred desperately tries to land a hit on her opponent, but Okita skillfully dodges all her strikes. Pretend that the man with the hat is Okita and the man on the offense is Mordred. Okita, not bad, you've improved considering your terrible lack of technique in your swordplay when we first had a spar. Using her katana, Okita skillfully blocks Mordred and disarms her. Mordred, this isn't fair. Okita, your physical strength and reflexes surpasses mine, but you have a huge lack of technique, but you are slowly getting better. Mordred, thanks, I guess. But Mash was running for her dear life as Tannen fired numerous fireballs without giving her a rest, while far away Akino was reportedly using thunder on a rock which failed to shatter. Akino, for the past 2 weeks I have done nothing but use my electricity to shatter rocks. This isn't training. Masha. Tannen, keep dodging, hatchling. Mash, you're insane. Tannen, respect your elders, young hatchling. Suddenly a huge firestorm surrounds Mash, trapping her inside the fire. Tannen, in about a minute the fire will begin to scorch your pseudo-dragon scales. Try to find a way out before that happens. Mash, please stop this. Tannen, no, I can't. Now save yourself. Mash POV. The firestorm Tannen summoned was beginning to get closer. I feel like I am being roasted. What is this feeling? Is this fear? Am I scared of death? I was created without being able to feel any negative emotions, but why can I feel fear? But then several images invaded my mind. Mash, I want to get stronger. The image of Mordred patting my head appeared. Mash, need to get stronger. The image of Issei teaching me about things appeared. Mash, if I don't. The image of Mordred beating me in a spar appears. Mash, I think. The image of Issei saving me from those wretched bastards appeared as my vision went red. Mash, I'm not worthy of their friendship. Everything went black as I fell unconscious. Third POV. Tannen was getting worried as the firestorm began to get incredibly close to Mash, but then Mash's shield transforms into a green-colored magical barrier which easily dispels the tornado of flames. Mash then falls to the ground unconscious. Tannen, well, this is unexpected. In an exquisite hidden lair covered by ice, Issei was meditating under a giant ice dragon statue. Next to her, Tamamo was also trying to meditate but failing miserably. Tamamo, this sucks. It's been 2 weeks and the only thing you made me do is to meditate. Issei, meditation helps in better health and controlling of our aura. Tamamo, but this sucks. The fox priestess whines like a child, to which Issei responds with a sweat drop. Issei, I am trying to enter the subconscious of the boosted gear, so please don't disturb me. Tamamo, fine. Tamamo leaves Issei to do his training and goes out to find anything to eat. Inside the subconscious of the boosted gear, Issei found himself floating on a void, but then a strange force pulls him away from the void. Issei suddenly opens his eyes with confusion etched on his face, to which Tamamo raises an eyebrow. Issei, Drake, something blocked me from entering the subconscious of the boosted gear. Drake, partner, it looks like the boosted gear is responding to your draconic nature and it's changing itself. Hearing this, Issei's confusion changes into worry. Issei, a subspecies? Drake, no, the boosted gear is undergoing evolution. In other words, you may gain access to a power similar to the Juggernaut drive. Issei, a good news for me. Drake, it is. Issei, Drake, I was thinking about Sona. I don't know what to do about her. Issei asks with anxiety dripping of his voice, which was a rare sight. Drake, do you have any kind of romantic feelings for her? Issei, I don't know. Dragis, you are really dense. With an amused chuckle, Drake laughs inside Issei's head. Drake, follow your heart's desire, it will help you. Issei, easy for you to say. I like her, but I can't cheat on Mordred. Drake, you could have a harem just like you wished back then. Issei, that part of me is dead. Don't want to be a sex-crazed maniac who bangs everyone. I want to be loyal to my princess just like how she is loyal to me. Issei snaps at Drake, earning a huge sign from Drake. Drake, try to act a bit matured. Issei, your mate understood about the culture of a dragon and gave her permission to have Sona as your mate. Issei suppressed the urge to yell as he gets frustrated hearing Drake's advice. Issei, you don't know what it feels like to be betrayed and stabbed on your back like Rias did. You don't know how it feels to think about your only hope casting you aside. Drake, you believe that Mordred would cast you aside. Issei internally screams at Drake, causing Drake to go silent for a minute, and then the boosted gear manifests on Issei's arm and punches him on his face. Drake, I understand that you have troubles with trusting others, but this is just extreme. Issei, says the oldest virgin dragon with no experience in libido, you know how would it feel if your love left you all alone in your darkest days. Drake, I was in love with the most beautiful and the most fearless dragoness I have ever met, but then one day she left me all alone on my darkest days for the sake of gathering her fucking treasures and neglected me for her precious little treasures while I was in pain, and that was the day Albion, my rival. Soon I devoted my life for the sake of getting stronger to defeat my eternal rival. With the intention to knock some sense into his mind, Drake reveals his dark past to Issei, who goes silent hearing his words. Say, Drake, that I hope that I have knocked some sense into your thick skull. That day Issei learned to never lose his temper and finally made a decision while insides the boosted gear. A silhouette of a man with red hair feels a lone tear on his face. Drake, I will always love Tiamat. Time skip, last day of training. At the courtyard of the Gremory mansion, Mordred keeps on waiting for her king with longing and desire in her eyes. Mordred, I swear I am going to kick his ass for making me worried. Suddenly Mordred senses a presence behind her and with her guard up turns around only to be met with his king and Tamamo with a sly smile. See, long time no see. Mordred, Issei fucking Kodamine, you have a lot to explain about the girl behind you. Issei nervously laughs as he is met with a punch to his face from Mordred. Issei, this is a misunderstanding. This is Tamamona Miletist Bishop. Tamam, nice to meet ya. Mordred, how did you manage to recruit her? Issei, well. Thumbskip. Mordred, so she wanted to join the group on her own will. See. Mordred, well, welcome to the group. With a huge grin Mordred walks away, but then Issei appears behind her and whispers something into her ears. Issei, I have decided to pay the Citri mansion a visit. You wouldn't mind if I do, would you? Mordred, I go ahead. With a small smile on his face, Issei leaves the Gremory mansion. Third POV. Location, unknown. I found it. I found it finally, I did it. Haha, I can't wait to break her. In a dark room which appears to be a dungeon, a voice filled with malice and desire echoes along with a maniacal laughter. At last I found it. I found the perfect maiden who I desire. To a master. Soon screams of ecstasy fills the room as the sounds of banging increases, but then a photo of the Knight of Treachery lands nearby, blown by a breeze. I'm bored and I have no use for you hereafter, you vile slave. Go prepare the bishops. I shall have them on my room tonight. To yes, master. I can't wait to taste you, my dear little maiden. A silhouette of a man with green hair picks up the photo of Mordred and places it on a desk nearby. Location, Citri training grounds. A teleportation circle opens up and from it Issei comes out with a small smile on his face as he finds himself on a cliff from where he could see a huge lake. Issei, they are the Citri training grounds? Issei spreads his wings and flies towards the lake, but then finds a barrier around the lake protecting it. A hole appears on the barrier through which Issei enters the training grounds with a content smile. Drake partner. A presence is approaching us. Issei must be Sona or her peerage. Sona, you do know that trespassing is a major crime. The melodious voice of Sona reaches his ears, earning a smile from Issei, who notices Sona was behind him. Issei, you've improved. Sona, of course I am. What brings you here, Issei? With a small seductiveness on her voice, Sona tries to tease the Red Dragon Emperor, which gets no response from him. Issei, I just wanted to check on you guys. Sona, I'm trying to deduce my peerage's development, aren't you? Say maybe not. Sona rolls her eyes at Issei's antics, earning a small chuckle from Issei, but soon Sona finds herself getting tense. Sona, this certainly decreases my stress, but I find it hard to believe that you'd pay me a visit without any hidden motives. Issei, is it that obvious? Sona chuckles at Issei's comment, but then raises an eyebrow at the Red Dragon Emperor's change in character. Sona, this can't be my Issei, this must be a replica of my Is. Did someone abduct him? Issei notices the heiress's face filled with doubts and concerns, earning a sigh from him. Issei, I assure you that I am Issei Kodamine, not a doppelganger. Sona, well then, why don't we have a nice conversation inside the Citri Royal Farmhouse? Issei, how nice of you, Ona. With Mordred. In a highly decorated room in the Gremory mansion, Mordred, Temamo and Mash are seated next to each other having a conversation. Mordred, Foxeat, tell me, how did my A convinced you to be on his peerage? Actually I was the one who wanted to join him. Flashback, a week before. A huge explosion takes place, scorching the ground nearby. Issei's Hami powers are cooler than yours. Tell me, if you're cooler than me, does that make me hotter than you? With a predatory smirk on her face, the fox priestess throws a witty remark with sarcasm dripping off her voice. Issei maybe. Drag boost 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 boost. The boosted gear glows, earning a curious smirk from Tamamo, but then a fist comes crashing into her face, but Tamamo dodges and fires a golden beam hits him. Issei quite powerful. Tamamo, there's still more. A strange sensation invades Issei's mind as his draconic instinct reacts to the sensation, and by pure instinct the red dragon flares his aura. Issei, Senjutsu. Tamamo, I have mastered all the forms of ki manipulation and Senjutsu is one of them, and by using Senjutsu I can cut a person's life force like severing a puppet's strings, but it's hard to do it to beings having a huge reserve of mana. A crimson orb makes contact with Tamamo, causing a small explosion while she was busy rambling. Issei, payback accomplished. Suddenly Tamamo gets up with a strange smile on his face. Issei, what's with that smile? Tamamo, I have decided that I'll join your peerage. With a mischievous grin Tamamo declares, causing Issei to jaw drop at her unexpected declaration. Issei, what? Tamamo, I have no regrets on my past life and I have no goals to achieve, so I have decided to follow you and aid you. Issei, if that's what you wish for, I'll gladly do it. A lone bishop piece appears on Issei's hand as he places it near her. Tamamo, I have no regrets. Issei, by the name of Issei Kodomine, heed my call and join me as my trusted bishop, be reborn as my faithful bishop Tamamo. A bright green and golden light invades the surrounding, and after a few minutes the light dies down, revealing Tamamo with a pair of dragon wings. Issei, how do you feel? Tamamo, I feel great. This is impressive. My magical reserves have been increased by about 30%. Flashback and Tamamo, that's it. Mash T, that was quite a nice way to join. Mordred, welcome to the team Foxy, and do not try to steal my Issei from me. With a toothy grin Mordred shakes hands with Tamamo, who giggles mischievously. Tamamo, don't worry Emo-chan, I won't steal your Issei. Mordred, good. Location Citri Outhouse. In a well-designed, stylish room, Issei finds himself staring at a bookshelf nearby. Sona, noticing his stare, smiles internally before bringing him a cup of tea. Sona, want some refined tea handmade by myself by using the famous Citri royal recipes. With a boastful smirk on her face, the Citri heiress brags about her tea, earning a amused chuckle from Issei. Issei, the tea is quite delicious. Sona, thanks for your compliment, I guess. Issei, I've been meaning to ask you about Saji, tell me how is his training going on? Sona, quite well. Sona sudden goes silent as she struggles to refrain a disappointed frown from replacing her stoic face. Issei, it's good to know that a fellow dragon is doing fine. Sona, not to be rude, but why are you here? Issei, how can I avoid you after that little confession from before? With a heavily amused smirk, Issei watches the Citri heiress's face turn a deep shade of red. Sona, I'm so sorry, that was my fault for being rash. Issei, look, I'm not angry at you, sure I was a bit shocked, but I was not angry about it. With a heavy sigh, Issei mentality curses himself for feeling anxious, but then decides to calm down and finish his speech. Issei, I can't blame you for falling in love with me, and after gathering my thoughts I have decided to give it a shot. I'll keep this short, it had fallen in love you. Sona, W. The Citri heiress's face turns into a shade of red never seen before. Issei, calm down Issei, don't blush, ah damn, I'm a dragon, I shouldn't be losing my composure. Sona. Gathering all the courage she could, the Citri heiress dashes forward and seizes the red dragon's hot lips with her. Location outskirts of the Bale territory. In a beautiful village at the outskirts of the Bale territory, commoner devils were busy minding their own business. The devil guards on the gates of the village were inspecting the devils entering and leaving the Bale territory. Devil Guard 1, man, this is tiring, why should we have to inspect every single devil who enters the village? The Devil Guard was relatively young, who was questioning a older devil. Devil Guard 2, you have lot of learning to do, son. The Great Gate is the only way through which the common devils can enter and leave the great territory of Bale, and there are chances that some criminal or an old Satan follower may try to infiltrate the great King Bale's territories. As the older devil was delivering a lecture to his son as a familiar ginger-haired serial killer and his so-called creepy mentor arrive at a checking terminal. Devil Guard 2, welcome to the inspection terminal number 45, please hand over your permit and your devil identification card. Ryunosuke, sure. Ryunosuke and his mentor hand over a card and a few papers to the guard, who takes a look at the papers and smiles a bit. Devil Guard 2, welcome to the Bale territories, Mr. Black and Mr. Yuri, your papers are legitimate and glory to the old Satans. The older devil guard whispers the last part with a wicked grin on his face as the killer duo leaves the great gate and enters the streets of the village nearby. Ryunosuke, so many kids, so many guts hiya. Location? What do we do? In a spooky building a lone voice echoes through the room. Soon 2 hooded figures appears from the shadows. 2. We must reclaim our rightful place as the Satans and continue our legacy. But first we must help Leviathan escape from the clutches of them. 2. Indeed, but do tell me, how are the tasks assigned to you? The first voice lets out a hollow chuckle at the second voice's question. Near London, a few of the solders of the elite squadron encountered a group of first-class enforcers from the Magus Association, but our men managed to kill them except one who fled. 2. Casualties on our side? 2. The Magus Association must have known about us by now. The second voice sneers at the other voice who hangs his head in shame. Apologies. 2. The Magus Association is allied with the angels, so by now the fake Mao and the Heaven must have learned about this. Is there any precious outpost or bunker at that place? No, but 3 squadrons are placed near London. 2. Abandon that city and relocate our squadrons to the city of Bristol and Birmingham. Task them with scouting any potential resources and kill any angel which dares to hinder our plans. Time skip the next day. Location, a castle at the city of Billiard. The magnificent city of Billiard, which was full of advanced technology and a busy people. Inside the castle, Issei and his peerage were all in elegant costumes for the young devil part. Several devils were gathered, as well as the 4 devil kings. Tamamo, this place is amazing, I want a house like this. The fox priestess observes the surroundings with curiosity and admiration, causing a few devils nearby to stare at her beauty. Mash, a lot of people. Mordred, don't be scared, Mash, I'll dispose any vile devil who dares to harm you. The Knight of Treachery reassures the nervous homunculus as she catches the eyes of everyone due to her formal black tuxedo with a white rose on her side. Devil 1, damn, I want that hot chick. Devil 2, I want her. A few devils stare at the knight with lustful eyes, but then an angry glare from Issei scares them. Azazel, that's a nice dress, blonde. The Governor General walks towards the group with a smirk while wearing a white tie suit. Issei, Azazel, it's nice to meet you. Azazel likewise. Mordred, yo creepy crow, how's life for ya? With a mirthful chuckle escaping from his lips, Azazel gains a small smile. Azazel, life isn't that bad when the Cows Brigade wants your head and your faction destroyed. The Governor of Fallen Angels answers in a sarcastic way, earning a couple of chuckles from the group. Not bad. Azazel, may I get the honor of getting to know you, my lady? Tamamo bursts out laughing at Azazel's poor attempt at flirting. I'm the reincarnation of Tamamo the Fox Priestess. It's a pleasure to meet the Azazel in flesh. With a wink, the Fox Priestess introduces herself to Azazel in a seductive manner. Sayo Issei. Across the hallway, Sona and her peerage make their ways towards Issei and the others. Sona, it's good to see you. Sona winks at Issei as she was in an elegant light green party dress, earning a small blush from Issei. Sona, like what you see? Issei, I do. With a grin rivaling that of the Governor of Fallen Angels, Issei answers to her flirty remark. Mordred, the dress looks great on you, Sona. Sona, I'm flattered. But before they could continue, suddenly the wall nearby exploded into debris, and through the debris they saw a man and women who were in a deep argument. I won't let a filthy bastard such as you to insult my ancestors, Zephyrdor. Zephyrdor, quit whining, you shitty old hag. Sona, this was bound to happen. 2. Isn't it rude to trash a party hosted by the Devil Kings? The voice was that of a young man with a muscular body who appears next to Zephyrdor with speeds untraceable by anyone except Issei and Mordred. The man suddenly shifts his attention towards Issei, who stares at him without any emotion. Strong. Sona, Serorg Bale, the strongest youth devil. Serorg, Sona Citri, heiress of Citri clan. With an air of confidence and pride around him, the young man walks towards the 2 arguing devils. Serorg, a Zephyrdor, the problem child of the Glacialabala's family. Do not anger my fiancé. The young devil proclaims with a smirk, causing the problem child of Glacia family to frown while the unknown devil gains a faint blush. Zephyrdor, I'll make you pay for disrespecting me, Bale. Serorg, final warning. Zephyrdor, you don't scare mean trash of Bale. The moment Zephyrdor utters those words, he finds himself embedded into a tree which is about half a kilometer away from the castle. So, Mordred, impressive. Every single devil on the room stares at a gigantic hole through the castle with wide eyes. Devil 1 fucked. Issei's peerage and Sona look at the strongest young devil in awe except Issei, who has his eyes narrowed. Mordred, that punch it was strong enough to knock out a high-tier ultimate-class devil, but still he's holding back. Do you think he has reached the Satan? The Knight of Treachery whispers to Issei, who still has his gaze at the gigantic hole. Issei, he may be a low-tier Satan class, but strangely I can't feel any trace of power of destruction from him. Mordred, oh, I want to fight him now. Issei, what is this feeling? This devil, he isn't normal. I am sure I can defeat him, but why do I feel tensed? Perhaps there are monsters with huge potential among devils. The image of Sajid Serorg and Milikas appears in Issei's mind as a predatory grin appears on Issei's lips. Issei, I can't wait to see their full potential unleashed. Sona, he is the next heir of the Bale family, that he is known as the strongest youth. With Serorg away from Issei and the group, the strongest devil has a thoughtful look on his face as he walks away. Serorg Kodamine, Issei, I'm looking forward to meet you in a battleground. While Issei and Mordred were having a stroll around the hallway, a young blonde devil bumps into them. Apologies. Issei, your riser's little sister. With a surprised tone, Issei exclaims about the young devil who blushes at his praise. Issei, how's your bratty big brother doing? Revel, quite terrible actually, since his humiliating defeat at your hands when you were a devil. He has refused to interact with us, and it only became worse when the news about the Red Dragon Emperor has become a dragon. With a short sigh, the blonde devil expresses her feelings about the condition of her brother, earning a sympathetic smile from Issei. Issei, I might have went overboard. Revel, that you did. Mordred oidn't ignore me. The once heir of Camelot punches Issei at his face with a cute sunder pout. Revel, I'm Revel Phoenix, third born of Lord Phoenix. Mordred, I have never met a Phoenix devil in all my life. I always wanted to check out a Phoenix devil's immortality. Mordred scares the blonde devil with her strange smile. Revel, hee. Mordred, where are my manners? I am Mordred Pendragon, the one true heir of Camelot. Revel, you're the Knight of Treachery? Mordred, I am. With a proud smile adorning her face, the Knight of Treachery boasts about herself, while Revel has a look of pure glee. Revel, oh my Satan, I am in front of a true knight, but isn't King Arthur's heir a son? Issei, no, both King Arthur and Modred are female. They were portrayed as men by old historians, but I'm surprised devils know about the legend of King Arthur. Revel, the legend of King Arthur is one of the most famous legends in the underworld. It is said that King Arthur once killed a low-tier Satan-class devil, and only a handful of Satan-class devils were alive at that time. The Phoenix devil enters her fangirl mode as she continues to ramble about King Arthur. Issei, hey, it's time for the party to start. Why don't we have this talk after the party? Revello. Mordred, shouldn't you help your big brother since you work for him? Revel, no, I don't serve under him. Hearing this, Issei averts his attention towards the blonde devil. Issei, explain. Revel, I left his peerage for my mother's. Issei, you can do that? Revel, you don't know about trade? Revel calmly explains about the process of exchanging an evil piece on the condition that the two pieces must have the same value. Issei, Beelzebub did a good job on creating the evil piece. Revel, mother doesn't participate in the raiding games, so I'm a free piece, Lord Kodamine. Issei, just call me by my name without any honorifics. Revel, I can call you by your name? The blonde devil's tone breaks into one filled with embarrassment. Issei, of course. Mordred, this is boring as hell. I'll wait for you at the party hall. With a soft kiss to his cheeks, the now blushing blonde knight says her bye to her beloved, earning a squeak from the poor Revel. Revel, you know your reputation has increased exponentially among the devils since the news about the defeat of Kokabeel and the trial of Rias Gremory, which was directly broadcasted across the underworld. I'm sorry for you. Issei, it's fine. Revel, as I was saying, every single devil alive, either a slave or a Nobel, knows about you being a Nobel dragon. Also, rumors state that the White Dragon Emperor was defeated at your hands. Issei's previous stoic expression changes into a astonished smile at her knowledge of his endeavors. Issei, I'm surprised that many know about me. Revel, the common masses have no knowledge of the White Dragon Emperor's debut, and only the influential pillars among the 72 pillars know about the White Dragon Emperor, and even us know nothing about the identity of the White Dragon. Issei, politics. A huge sigh leaves the Red Dragon Emperor's lips at the thought of politics. Revel, politics indeed. Issei, I hate politics. Revel, but it is necessary to upkeep peace among the common devizens. Devizens equals common devil citizens. Issei, indeed. Revel, if you wish to know more about politics, why, you could ask me anytime. Until then. With a small nod, the blonde devil leaves Issei on his own and walks towards the party hall. Issei, what a strange girl. Draig indeed. At the party hall, the aroma of delicious foods were found in the air as many devils were gathered in one place. Mordred finds herself unable to take her eyes off the food next to her while a guard devil approaches the group. Devil 1, Lord Codamine, Lord Lucifer has requested your presence. Issei, tell him that I'll be there in a few moments. Devil 1, Lord Lucifer has requested your presence at the moment, my lord. With a sigh escaping his lips, Issei nods his head at the guard and, Issei, lead the way, guys, I'll be back in a few minutes. Issei leaves with the guard devil after bidding his farewell to the group. Issei finds himself in a luxurious room with the Crimson Satan, who was beaming with happiness. Surzex, greeting, my friend. Issei, likewise, but do tell me the reason for requests my presence. I was having a good time with my loved one. The Crimson Satan lets out a huge exhausted sigh. Surzex, Issei, I did not call you here for a pep talk but instead for your help regarding certain issues. Issei raises an eyebrow at Surzex's abnormal change in character from being goofy to serious. Issei, what help do you want from me, Zexi? Surzex, Issei, whatever happens in this room must not leave this room. With a small smile, Surzex places his hand on a mirror nearby and soon a mysterious mechanical voice is heard. Identifying Surzex Lucifer, entry approved. Suddenly a oceanic blue-colored magic circle appears and a bizarre eye appears on the magic circle. Feeling the potent aura emitted by the magic circle, Issei gets shocked. Surzex, that is a multi-dimensional cross-transmit teleportation seal created by Ajuka. Only the individuals that I have acknowledged to be teleported can use this, not even a Dragon King class being can trespass through this seal. Issei, you better the explain reason for using this. Surzex, I will now enter the magic circle. Issei enters the magic circle along with the Satan Lucifer, who grins at Issei's slightly shocked face. Surzex? A bright blue light blinds Issei as he finds himself being teleported away. Location, private laboratory of Ajuka Beelzebub? In a blink of an eye, Issei finds himself in front of a giant door made of fairy silver, reinforced with magic. Fairy silver equals the third most durable metal ever known to the supernatural. It is said to cost a fortune to buy a single piece of it. Surzex, Nix, open the door. Nix, yes sir. A mechanic's voice now named as Nix responds to Surzex's command and opens the door, revealing a high-tech laboratory. Issei looks at the advanced equipments with surprise evident in his eyes. Surzex, the devil. Society is not underdeveloped in technological developments thanks to the one and only Ajuka. Gee, thanks. A mysterious man with green hair and azure blue eyes wearing a lab suit approaches Surzex. You must be Issei Codamine, the Red Dragon Emperor, the honorary champion of dragons and the hunter of Red Plains. Issei, Ajuka Beelzebub, I'm not surprised that you know about my alias identity. The man now introduced as Ajuka flashes a very small smile. Ajuka, while you did a decent job at concealing your identity as the hunter of Red Plain, it was not hard to find out the truth. Issei, as expected of the most intelligent devil. Surzex, reintroduction aside, why don't we inform Issei about the issue? The current Beelzebub's non-existent smile turns into a visible frown. Ajuka, after the reveal of the White Dragon Emperor Valley Lucifer being a half-breed descendant of the first Lucifer, the Devil Council decided to conduct an all-out search for any other half-devil descendants of the royal clans, and 2 weeks ago a devil mole inside the old Satan faction had informed us about the existence of a half-devil descendant of the Leviathan clan being kept in stasis, and we successfully managed to find out the target and some important information. A small alarm goes off as the current Beelzebub rushes to a system panel and lets out a sigh as soon as having a look at the monitor. Ajuka, as I was saying, we successfully retrieved the descendant of Leviathan, but we just found out that she could not be taken out of stasis as she has the aura interference disease, which is due to her Longinus class sacred gear Nereid Kyrie rejecting her body. This disease has no cure as it damages the soul, and I have estimated that she only has a few days to live even in her stasis. Surzex, but Ajuka here believes that theoretically the disease could be cured by changing her original aura signature and her half-human body into a creature with huge affinity for energy, and the only creature we could think of is Issei Dragon. Issei interjects Surzex's ramblings with a sympathetic smile on his face. Ajuka, yes, dragons are creatures born of pure energy and have the greatest affinity for aura, thus I believe that if she was to lose her humanity and turn into a dragon-devil hybrid she will live. Issei, since I am the only one with a draconic evil piece, you want me to resurrect her into my peerage. Ajuka, yes, I can't create a new draconic evil piece in a couple of days, and so I ask you please help her. With a sad smile adorning his face, the green-haired devil pleads to help her, causing Issei to sigh at the devil. Issei, I may be ruthless at times, but I wouldn't dare to refuse to help a innocent little girl. Ajuka, thank you, Issei. Surzex, well then, we'll resurrect her after the party ends. That I believe that Imo-chan would be upset if you were to miss the party. Issei, it seems like I have to go. Farewell, Lord Beelzebub. Issei and Surzex walk away from the lab, leaving the Beelzebub, who now has a bright smile on his face and a lone tear escapes his eye. Ajuka, at last I have fulfilled your final wish. Tsufame, my love, I swear on my name that I will look after your daughter as my own, that if only you were alive today instead of being killed by my own hands, my childhood friend and eternal love. The image of a young Ajuka who has a bloodthirsty grin choking a beautiful purple-haired woman who struggles to escape his grasp but failing miserably appears on his mind. I always love you, Ajuka. Location: Young Devil Gathering, the city of Billiard. Issei finds himself in the middle of the party hall with Mordred eating a ton of food, earning nervous glances from everyone nearby, while Sona was being dragged away by her big sis Leviathan, who was ranting about her sister being kidnapped and mind-controlled by the evil dragon of lust known as Issei. Issei, a few things never change. Drake, do you think I could save the girl? Ajuka said about Drake, to be honest, you can help her by turning her into a half-dragon, since her sacred gear is the only known Longinus that can strengthen dragons. Suddenly Issei senses a faint wave of senjutsu, causing him to look at Mordred, who appears to have not noticed it, while at the corner of his eye, he spots Kaneko going stiff before running away from the part hall. Issei, princess, I'll be back. Issei suddenly disappears into the shadows, leaving an infuriated Mordred. Location: a forest near the city of Billiard. The white-haired Nikomata rushes towards a tree, unaware of Issei following her. Kaneko, where is she? Above a tree, a silhouette of a woman appears, and soon a seductive voice is heard. Kaneko, big sis Kuroka. Kuroka, you can still sense me. I'm touched, Naya. Kaneko, what do you want? Kaneko raises her guard and takes a fighting stance, while Kuroka merely raises an eyebrow. Kuroka, I am disappointed in you, Chiron. You cast aside our gift in senjutsu and use your fists instead of magic. This is the reason why you are just a mid-class at best. Biko, yo Kuroka, don't be harsh on your sister. Biko appears from a portal nearby with his staff ready to strike down the white-haired Nikomata. Kuroka, shut up, monkey. Now then, Chiron, why don't you let your big sister take care of you? Biko, we also have to gather intel on the Young Devil Gathering, so make this quick. Issei, I'm afraid I can't let you do that. From the depths of the shadows Issei emerges, startling everyone. Kuroka, you must be pretty skilled for evading my senses, Naya. Kaneko, what is this fool doing here? Biko, oh, the Red Dragon Emperor found us. I'm scared. Issei snarls at Biko's sarcastic remark, earning a gleaming smile from Kuroka. Kuroka, this is the one who pounded Valet Naya. Issei raises a barrier, trapping them with him. Issei, sorry, I didn't pound him, but rather he got his ass kicked by me. Biko, whatever, think you could take both of us? A victorious smirk appears on Issei's face as a dragon's roar is heard from afar, and soon Tannen in his dragon form appears above them. Tannen need help taking care of these pests. Issei, yes please. Biko, the former Dragon King, I wanna fight him. Extend. A cloud appears below Biko, and the cloud takes him high in the sky, and then his staff extends and tries to hit the former Dragon King, who evades the attack. Kuroka, looks like the monkey is having fun, Naya. Issei, I will warn you for the last time, get out of here if you wish to live. Kuroka, nope. Third POV. Battle Osjujutsu Kai-san, Hollow Purple. Issei, I will warn you for the last time, get out of here if you wish to live. Kuroka, nope. Issei finds his body tense at her answer, causing him to narrow his eyes. Issei, nice try, but your senjutsu techniques won't work on me. So, while Issei was busy explaining about how her senjutsu didn't work on him, he is met with a blue orb made out of senjutsu on his face. Issei, how rude. Drake, what are you waiting for? Activate the balance breaker. Drake, sorry pals, the boosted gear is still undergoing its evolution, so you can't use it. Kuroka, you wanna play with this naughty kitty, Naya. In an instant, Kuroka disappears in a mist and reappears at random locations, earning a smirk from Issei. Kuroka, now what will you do, Naya? Issei, Jujutsu Hydration. Mana accumulates around Issei's hands as it materializes into the familiar red spear. Issei, rush and drilled gi dirge. Issei rushes forward and slashes every single clone of Kuroka as they disappear into thin air at the moment the spur touches them, earning a shocked gasp from Kuroka. Issei, found you. Issei disappears into the shadows and appears behind Kuroka with his fist ready to strike her, but by pure instinct, the older Nikomata conjures a Defensive barrier just in time to stop the attack. Issei, you know you're really foolish to think that you could win against me. Kuroka. While Issei and Kuroka clash against each other, the white-haired Nikomata decides that this is the time to escape, but then, Kuroka Naya, don't leave you big sis alone, Chiron. Strange obsidian-colored runic texts appear as Kuroka raises her hands, and then suddenly a mist appears. The white-haired Nikomata instantly falls into the ground, unable to withstand the effects of the fog. Kuroka Naya, that was my own spell which is poisonous to beings who come into the mist, although it won't work against dragons. Issei, a mid-tier ultimate class at the least. Drake, don't lose your focus amidst a battle. Kaneko, run away, you'll die. Ignoring Kaneko's warning, Issei with a war cry dashes forward with his stance unbroken. In an instant Kuroka conjures multiple barriers made of ki, but the crimson rose of exorcism cuts through them like a hot knife slicing a block of butter. Kuroka, what the h? Issei, use your brain, dumbass. Using the blunt end of Gi Dirge, the Red Dragon Emperor pushes back Kuroka by several meters and then delivers a sucker punch. Issei, Harry, hardly a challenge for SS-class stray devil. I wonder who wanted a pathetic waste of space like you in their peerage. Kuroka, the arrogant bastard. Visible hints of frustration appear on her face as Issei inwardly smirks at angering her. Issei, they say that you became drunk in power and killed you, master, but I doubt that you would have killed him by yourself. Kuroka, you have no idea. The older Nikomata's voice becomes filled with hatred and venom, indicating that the red dragon has opened up old wounds. Issei, perhaps you weren't drunk in power but killed him in a fit of rage. Kuroka visibly flinches at Issei's words, causing Biko, who was fighting Tanin, to yell at her. Biko, Kuroka, snap out of it. While Biko averts his attention towards the Nikomata, Tanin fires a huge torrent of fire which engulfs the descendant of the Monkey King. Tanin, fool, do not leave yourself open. Biko, damn, you're not bad, old man. Biko rushes towards Tanin in his cloud with his staff ready, but Tanin evades the attack and uses his tail to slam him into the ground, leaving a huge crater. Tanin, you're 1,000 years young to face me. Issei gracefully dodges multiple blue-colored projectiles with ease, further frustrating Kuroka. Issei, you're a disgrace of a sister. To abandon your own sibling is something I wouldn't think of even in my darkest nightmares. Kuroka, damn you. A purple-colored magic circle appears behind Kuroka, and with a loud yell, the older Nikomata creates 3 orbs of pure Yujitsu. Issei, using his spear, deflects the first 2 orbs towards the 3rd orb, making them explode midair. Issei, I need a new weapon. The crimson rose of exorcism dissipates into thin air as a couple of throwing knives charges towards Kuroka, who uses her senjutsu to stop them mid-air but then finds out that Issei is missing. Kuroka, bait. A vicious haymaker was the only answer the Nikomata received from the Red Dragon, but retaliates by slamming a dozen of Yujitsu spheres into his face at point-blank range, throwing him about 50 meters away. Issei, that hurts like bitch. The smoke dissipates and Issei with his right eye bleeding stands there with an uncanny smile. Issei, you were able to penetrate my pseudo dragon skin, haha, you must be a high-tier ultimate class with mastery in long-range combat. Drake, you're not invincible in your base form, you're just a height-tier high class, and if equipped with a good weapon you may reach mid-tier ultimate class, but without releasing one of your seals, using the boosted gear, or suppressing the limiters on your reality marble, you can't win this, girl. Issei, you know very well that I cannot release the limiters on my reality marble as it would reveal too much about me, and most of my ace weapons are available only after releasing the limiters. With an angry snarl, the Red Dragon Emperor charges towards Kuroka, who retaliates with a huge orb of concentrated ki to his guts, who grunts in pain. Kuroka, activate your sacred gear if you want to win, Red Dragon. Issei, fuck off. Kuroka, how rude, maybe I should tame this naughty dragon, Naya. A dozen of orbs made out of Yujitsu appear behind Kuroka and then merges with each other, creating a circle of pure ki. Kuroka, Orb of Calamity. Drake, say dodge that. Issei, fu. The attack successfully hits Issei, causing a huge explosion which blows away a dozen of trees and creates a huge shockwave. The explosion catches the attention of the former Dragon King, who has anger all over his face and then summons a huge fireball which severely injured Biko. Tanin Issei. Biko used it. Back to Issei, the smoke cloud disappears, revealing Issei with his combat outfit reduced to cinders, a dozen of first degrees burns all over his body and a broken finger. Issei's Dragon Slayer magic. Kuroka Naya, you must be pretty strong to be able to stand after taking my strongest Dragon Slayer attack. Issei, I can't take a Dragon Slayer attack on this form, I have to release a seal or I will die, if only I had the boosted gear now. Drake, you fool, did you lose your mind? You refused to use your full powers and nearly got yourself killed. Are you the strongest Red Dragon Emperor who killed Kokobile in his new armor and defeated the strongest White Dragon Emperor in the Juggernaut Drive? Drake roars inside his mind, causing Issei to stare at the older Nikomata, who has a smug grin on her face. Drake, the most powerful Red Dragon Emperor who has mastered the Juggernaut Drive and has gained powers enough to slay gods, has lost to a mere ultimate class Nikomata as you hesitated to use your full powers. Don't you have any pride as a proud dragon? Issei. Drake, educate this weakling about the power of a dragon and show her the might of the Red Dragon Emperor. The primal, unshackled fury of the heavenly dragon who was chained and used as a tool by lesser creatures who tarnished his name fills his mind as Issei's battle instincts take over him. Issei. Will kill her. Drake, kill her. Issei, seal release #1 partial limiter release, reality marble. All Kuroka knew was a unhearable whisper, and soon all she saw was a predator staring at its prey. Sutreson. A ton of information floods Issei's mind as he chooses the sword he desperately wants. Issei, search select. A lone gigantic axe appears on his mind while a huge amount of mana bursts from his body, earning a look of pure shock from everyone, even the former Dragon King and Biko. Biko, what the? Tannin, he has given into his instincts. Issei's 9 lives blade works, shooting the 100 heads. The feeling of dread and despair was all around the air as a huge axe materializes on Issei's hands. Kuroka eyes the stuff. In an instant, Issei dashes towards Kuroka at unbelievable speeds, causing a loud sonic boom. Biko, Kuroka, watch out. Kuroka stares at the nearing figure of Issei with wide eyes as time seems to slow down for her, but then a explosion occurs. Biko, Kuroka, answer me. Tannin, the girl must have agitated him. The smoke dissipates, revealing Issei's giant axe clashing with a sword of a stranger who was trying to protect the older Nikomata. The stranger was a blond man in his mid-20s wearing a tuxedo, but the most unnatural thing was the sword in his hands, which was radiating a strong holy aura. I'm afraid I cannot let you kill her. Issei, fuck off. Issei proceeds to use his axe and strike at the stranger at his vital points at speed greater than sound, but the stranger blocks all the attacks. Quite impressive. The stranger switches into offense and tries to slash him at his tendons, but Issei uses his axe to block it and kicks him on his guts, slamming him into the ground, and uses the momentum gathered to deliver a devastating strike to his sword, which he uses to defend himself. This is the greatest Excalibur fragment, Excalibur ruler. The stranger immediately moves back and changes his stance, and only then he finds out a large part of his sword broken. Kuroka, death, it felt like I was staring at death itself. Impossible, what is that weapon? While the stranger dropped his focus just for a moment, Issei disappears and appears behind Kuroka and Issei, upper arm, collarbone, windpipe, temple, diaphragm, rib, testicles, and thighs. What happened next could only be described as carnage. Within a second, Issei delivers 8 lethal strikes at Kuroka's vital points, causing blood to gush out of her now unconscious body. Kuroka! Biko, you bastard! I shouldn't have underestimated him. Biko rushes towards Issei with his staff extended, but Issei uses his axe to deflect it while the stranger takes out a sword brimming with divine aura, causing Issei to stare at it with his eyes wide open. Issei, Caliban? The stranger uses the sword to cut the air, creating a rip in space into which Biko carries the unconscious Kuroka while the stranger following them. I assume that you are the Red Dragon Emperor. I will not forget this and tell the fake Pendragon that I will hunt her down for her misdeeds. Issei, you'd have to go through me to harm her, Pendragon. Farewell. The rip on the space vanishes without any trace. Issei then shifts his attention towards Kaneko, who was staring at him with wide eyes. Forget. Issei snaps his fingers as Kaneko falls into the ground, unconscious. Issei finds himself in the party hall of the young devils gathering after his fight with Kuroka. Mao Lucifer, am honored to inform you that all that 16 devils have reached the required age to participate in the raiding games, and 7 are from the 72 pillars. They are Serorg Bale, Sikvaria Agars, Diodora Astroth, Sona Citri, Rias Gremri, Grag Fornius, and Zephardor Labolis. To celebrate this occasion, we have decided to host a raiding game tournament between these young devils, and also the honorary champion of dragons, Lord Issei Kodamine, will be competing in the tournament as a guest and to improve the relationship with the dragon faction. The crowd cheers for the young devils while the pillar heads were busy chatting among themselves. Mordred, we're going to participate in a raiding game? Issei, yes we are. Mordred, awesome, is killing aloud in the tournament. Every devil stares at her absurd question and her cheerful smile with fear. Surzex, no, killing is prohibited. Tamamum, this might be a good way to spend some time. Mash W have to fight? With nervousness dripping from her voice, the Shelder asks with a nervous smile on her face. Surzex, the first round of the matches are also selected. They are. A holographic image of the schedule for the first round was shown to the devils present, causing a few devils to take photos of the hologram that it displayed. Match 1, Serorg Bale vs Zepherdor Glaciolabilis. Match 2, Rias Gremory vs Issei Kodomine. Match 3, Sona Citri vs Grag Fornius. Match 4, Diodora Astaroth vs CF Varia Agars. Everyone in the room erupt into cheers and smiles at the display, but Issei spots Rias, who has an uncanny smile on her face as she stares at the hologram, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Rias, this is perfect, I'll kill that blonde bitch with Ascalon, and since it was at the rating game they can't arrest me and the only thing they'll do is to disqualify me. If you're wondering how Rias has Ascalon, the answer is, in a previous chapter Michael gave Ascalon to Rias as a present. Surzex, the tournament will start 1 week later. I wish you all good luck. Surzex finishes his speech, earning applause from almost everyone in the hall. Sona, this tournament that I will win this. Location? In a mountain cliff during a cold night, a split in space appears and the blonde swordsman and Biko come from the split in space with an unconscious Kuroka. Vale, is she dead? Biko, nope, but if we don't help her she will be. Without a second thought in his mind, the White Dragon Emperor carries Kuroka to a nearby tent and places her down with a solemn expression on his face. Vale, I have no knowledge on healing spells, I should have hired a healer. May I suggest we patch up her fatal wounds while I contact my sister, who must have knowledge of a few basic spells. The unknown swordsman suggests a solution, but Vale shakes his head in disapproval while letting out a sigh. Vale, I suppose that I could heal her in the traditional devil way. Biko, how would you do that? Vale, devils can heal other devils or half-breeds by sharing a bit of their life force, but the process requires both the devils to be naked. With no visible changes in his facial expression but a faint pink hue adorns his face at the thought of certain things Vale explains about the devil skinship, causing the others to snicker. Biko, damn, you really have the devil's luck. Very well, I wouldn't be a hindrance by being here. And Vale, do treat her well. With amusement dangling in his face, the unknown swordsman leaves with a content smile. Biko, see ya later. A teleportation circle appears below Biko as he teleports away with a grin on his face. Vale, time to heal her, I guess. Albion, in my all life Albion never expected you to be embarrassed. Vale, just shut up. Time skip the next day. Issei finds himself in the middle of Ajuka's laboratory with Ajuka nearby working on a holographic computer. Nix, countermeasures, stand by. Ajuka, Roger, what about the stabilization pod? Nix, operational. The mechanical voice of the AI Nix is heard through the room along with the sounds of metallic clanging. Ajuka, Nix, bring out the stasis pod. The floor opens and from it a futuristic pod appears which was brimming with magic. Ajuka, you have 54 seconds before she dies. Ajuka, Nix, open the pod. The pod opens, revealing a purple-haired girl with her skin paler than the moon itself and has orange eyes, but the most captivating feature was the innocent smile on her face. Ajuka stares at the girl with a solemn expression as his past memories overwhelms him. Issei, by the name of Issei Kodomine, I be reborn as a faithful dragoness with your weakness casted aside and serve me as my pawn. A bright purple light engulfs the laboratory. Location: the Gusan Castle town 3,800 years ago. The city of Gusan, a magnificent city portraying the diversity of the devils, was in ruins, a territory filled with nothing but debris and remains of the once great city. Amidst this ruins, a total of 150,000 solders were stationed around the city, while a younger Ajuka was among the army generals. Ajuka's status. Devil General, the forces under Tsufame Leviathan are estimated to be around 700,000 to 10,000,000 and are currently in the Royal Trident formation, which is suited for direct offense and stealth strikes. Hearing this, Ajuka lets a frown adorn his usually stoic face. Ajuka, they will break our defenses, we are also outnumbered in numbers. Devil General, what do we do? Ajuka, rapid fire at the city, aim for the skyscrapers. A gasp escapes the general's lips at the young super devil's command. Devil General, but sir, there might be civilians who have escaped the fall of the Guisun. Ajuka, I don't care, kill every single devil you come across for victory. Multiple beams of demonic attacks are fired from Ajuka's army as they wreak havoc on the buildings while killing innocent people and the Satan army, but then a huge shield covers the whole city. A desperate attempt to defeat me, is this everything you've got, Ajuka? A silhouette of a woman is seen on a building with a devil nearby. Devil 1, Lady Leviathan, a quarter of our forces killed, and the traitor Ajuka himself is in the front lines. Let us show them our conviction. After a few days of the battle, both sides were heavily routed with only Ajuka and the unknown women standing face to face. Surrender, I don't want to fight you, Ajuka. Ajuka, I have come here with the only goal of killing you, Tsufame. Ajuka lowers his hood revealing his handsome face. Tsufame, you've gotten stronger. The silhouette of the women now introduced as Tsufame lets out a sigh as she reveals herself as a young woman in her late 20s with looks which could kill any man. Ajuka's stoic face morphs into a disgusted scowl at the sight of the women earning a sigh from her. Tsufame, you still haven't let go of your grudge. Ajuka, I see you were having a good life far away from me while I was all alone, broken and tortured. With rage barely held back, the young super devil lets out an animalistic howl. Tsufame, I had no choice but to bear his child. My mother's last wish when she died 100 years ago was to marry him. Ajuka, a human, you had a child with that human. The Leviathan lets out a huge sigh as sadness was all she knew at the sight of the gentle Ajuka reduced to such a state. Ajuka, you could have asked me to help you live your life, our life, but you betrayed me for that creature that I was tortured for 40 fucking years by my own clan for falling in love with you. Tsufame too didn't know. Ajuka, you broke our promise and revealed our past relationship to everyone. I was berated and tortured just because I was a lowly Astaroth obsessed with the great Tsufame Leviathan. With venom that could make a god shudder, Ajuka yells at his past lover, causing the Leviathan to shed a few tears. Tsufame, Ajuka, I feel in love with a gentle woman who admired me for who I was, but now all I see is a broken hag with a rotten heart covered in fake innocence and beauty. I will not let you deceive me any longer. A huge green-colored beam hits Tsufame, blowing her a couple of kilometers away. Will make you pay for the 40 years of torture and heartbreak I have endured, and I shall kill your offspring and your cousin for your sins. And thus began a fight that would one day change the underworld and the young super devil. Time skip, 8 days later. The fight lasted for 8 days without food or a good sleep, but still there was no clear victor in sight, but it was clear that Ajuka held the advantage over the fight. Tsufame, stop holding B back and fight me. Ajuka pathetic. A multicolored beam of demonic power directly hits the Leviathan at point-blank range, but she erects a barrier just in time to protect her. Tsufame, Demon King Leviathan Water Dragon of Greed. The water vapor in the air rapidly condenses, taking the form of a dragon which rushes towards Ajuka. Ajuka conjures multiple barriers, but the water dragon breaks all of them and directly hits Ajuka, creating a huge explosion which is capable of destroying a small country. Tsufame, if there's no way for him to survive that, he is a Satan-class devil, but I am Dragon King class in power. The power gap between us is huge. The smoke dissipates, revealing Ajuka with bruises littered all over his body with a sickening smile on his face. Ajuka, I am not the weakling science freak Astaroth you knew. Tsufame chow. Ajuka can Kara formula. Ajuka's voice becomes slightly distorted while a ton of magical energy accumulates next to Ajuka. Strange magical runic texts appear on the super devil's arms, shaking the whole city with his enormous power. Ajuka, fight me with everything you've got. Tsufame, dear Satan, this power it's on par with Rizavim, who is stronger than the father of lies himself. Ajuka, how's my new power Tsu? I can control every single phenomenon if I know about its mechanisms. For example, I could control the latent magical energy in the atmosphere to create countless attacks which could engulf entire continents, or I can just control a god's ether concentration to kill them from inside. Haha. Tsufame, Demon King Leviathan, Sea Serpent of the End. With a sad sigh, the daughter of the original Leviathan uses her trump card, which allows her to change into a giant sea serpent, and an ocean of water appears out of nowhere. With a loud screech, multiple jets of concentrated demonic waters rushes towards Ajuka, who simply deflects the attacks with a wave of his hand. Mama, is that why you? A childish voice is heard, gaining the attention of both the devils as they spot a little girl with violet hair with a teleportation circle below her. Ajuka, what a rotten luck you have, your own child has found its way here to see you die. Tsufame, Ingvild, go away from here. The terrified little girl tries to summon a teleportation circle but fails at doing so. Ajuka, can't let you escape, brat. Tsufame, let go of my baby. The serpent wraps its tail at Ajuka and tries to drag him into the water, but only manages to save the girl now known as Ingvild from the super devil's grasps. Tsufame, Ingvild, always remember that Mama always loves you. With all her might, Tsufame opens up a small magic circle and pushes Ingvild into it, but unknown to her the little girl's body flickers a shade of blue. Ajuka Kenkara formula dissipate. The green-haired super devil's voice comes out distorted, accompanied by the water disappearing, and the giant serpent's body starts to glow as cracks from all around it, and soon the serpent disappears, leaving a heavily wounded Sufame with a hand missing. Ajuka, any last words? Ajuka returns back to normal and grabs the beaten devil by her throat and chocks her with a sadistic grin on his face. Sufame, I will always love you. Ajuka, liar. Sufame, my sins have finally caught up with me. I have many regrets. Just keep my daughter safe, I beg you, my Ajuk. The women's voice comes to a stop as Ajuka snaps her neck, causing a sickening crack sound. Ajuka, you liar, you never loved me, but instead I am the one in love with you. With hot tears streaming down his face, the super devil gently picks up her body and lays it down on the ground next to him as he stares at the night sky with a heart-wrenching smile filled with both grief and happiness. Location: Ajuka's lab. The bright light fades in an instantly and Ajuka hurriedly made it to a hologram nearby and was working on it. Nix, sir, the patent's aura signature has been altered successfully. Ajuka, what about the aura deficiency? Nix, sir, it looks like the sacred gear inside her has strengthened the draconic aura, thus curing the disease. With a huge sigh, the super devil walks towards the pod and unlocks it. Issei, you're going to take her out of stasis? Ajuka, yes, I am. The pod opens, revealing the girl to the outside air for the first time, and then, where Ami? The girl gently opens her eyes and looks at Ajuka and Issei with confusion on her eyes. Who are you? Issei, this is going to be a long day. Time skip, a few hours later. In a hospital room, Issei and Ajuka are seated next to the Leviathan descendant, who is having a peek at the outside with a small smile. I have been asleep 4.3800 years? Ajuka, yes, since you were 6 years old you are kept in stasis as you have contacted a type of aura malfunction. My mother is dead, isn't she? I saw her in her giant snake form fighting a man with green hair just like you. The girl innocently replies, earning a small frown from Issei and a sigh from Ajuka. Ajuka, yes, she wasn't able to make it out of that fight. My homeland has changed a lot. Issei, you're awfully mature for a 6-year-old girl. The girl innocently flashes a smile at his question before answering. I am not a 6-year-old child. Ajuka, I'll order the maids to send you a few books regarding the recent changes in the underworld since 3,000 years. With that, Ajuka leaves the room in a blink of an eye to somewhere. Hey Issei, I am your pawn, am I right? See? Then I'll follow you, big brother. Drake, I like this girl. The girl jumps on the stunned Red Dragon Emperor, who unknowingly pats her head, earning a coup. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Ingvild Leviathan, daughter of Sufame Leviathan. Can I join your peerage? I promise I won't be a burden to you, please. Issei, if that's what you wish, I'll make sure to inform the others about this. Ingvild, yay, I get a lot of big sisters. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Issei awkwardly waves her his farewell and leaves the room with his thoughts wandering. Issei, big brother, I'm glad I have a little sister. Chuckling to himself, the Red Dragon Emperor teleports away. Enjoy, smiley face. Third POV. Location, Kodomine Manor, Kosidich. 2 days later. Back at Issei's own house, a stranger was on the doorstep as he presses the doorbell with a smirk adorning his face. Kodomine residence, how may I help you? I have come to see Issei, the Red Dragon Emperor. The man blandly replies, causing the Fox Priestess to raise an eyebrow but welcomes him. Follow me. The man proceeds to follow her with a stoic face as he finds himself in the lounge with Mordred, Sona and Mash having a conversation. Mordred, who are you? He wanted to meet the Red Dragon Emperor. With a teasing smirk on her face, the Fox Priestess teases the unknown man, earning a small snicker from him. Mordred, what business do you have with my king? Classified. The man answers almost like a machine, causing Mordred to snarl at him, causing Sona to interfere before things get worse. Sona, don't be rude to our guest Emochan. Mordred, whatever. Can I see Issei Kodomine? Mordred, I'll bring him here. The Knight of Treachery spares the mysterious man one last glance and proceeds to the basement. Mordred, that guy, he is not normal. Shaking her thoughts aside, Mordred proceeds to the basement only to find Issei and Ingvild in a friendly spar. Issei, you've got a lot better at controlling the draconic aura. Ingvild, I'm going to hit you, big brother. A series of explosions follows the Leviathan descendants' threat, shaking the walls nearby. Issei, control yourself, Ingvild. This manor can't withstand attacks of an ultimate class being. Ingvild, okay. Mordred, yo, the crappy dude wants to see you. The Knight of Treachery approaches the Red Dragon Emperor with a sly smile on her face as she delivers an unexpected kiss to her love and pulls back. Issei's intoxicating. Mordred, now hurry up and kick that stranger's ass. Ingvild, get a room. Ignoring the Leviathan descendant's sly remark, Issei proceeds to the lounge with his stoic face replacing his previous expressions. Mordred, hey darling, that guy he isn't a normal one. Issei, fear not my princess for I am invincible. Mordred rolls her eyes at her love's proclamation before elbowing him on his guts. Dragon. Issei, definitely a dragon's aura. The couple enters the lounge where Issei spots the mysterious man who now has a toothy grin on his previous stoic face. Yo, I see you look good as ever. Issei, I can say the same to you as well, Bova. The man now introduced as Bova spreads his four-scaled obsidian wings as his appearance changes into that of a tan-skinned man in his late 20s wearing a regal dress. But the most prominent features were his golden eyes filled with warmth and mirth. I am very much fond of Solomon and Goetia. Bova, I thought you wouldn't recognize me in my disguise. Everyone on the lounge has their eyes set on the dragon with wide eye, but the fox priestess eyes the man with lust. Mordred, the hell is this? Issei, that my love is Bova, third son of Tanin, famously known as Bova the Destroyer, and my associate. Bova, you all must be a member of Issei's peerage. Sona, I did not receive any notice regarding the entry of the notorious troublemaker of the underworld. The Citri heiress gives a blank stare to Bova with irritation present on her eyes. Bova, I'm here on a top-secret business of the dragon faction. Say, is there anything wrong? The air of the households drastically changes from the cheerful nature to seriousness. Bova, the Cows Brigade has attacked a nesting on the eastern sector of the dragon faction and 15 guardian dragons were killed on our side and a dozen other hatchlings were killed brutally by dragon-slaying magic. Rage floods into Issei's mind at the thought of hatchlings killed, which is the same as provoking the dragon faction. Drake, how dare those insolent pests attack you? This deserves death. The booming voice of the Red Dragon Emperor echoes through the room as a red aura shrouds the room, forcing everyone except Sona, Mordred and Bova to their knees. Issei, Drake, save your anger for the ones who deserve it. Sona, they're trying to provoke the dragons since they are the biggest obstacle in the Cows Brigade's way. The dominating aura of Drake disappears without a trace after a few seconds, earning a sigh from many. Mash, how could they slaughter innocent children? Bova, the High Council has decided to assign the task of killing those bastards to my eldest brother. The son of Tanin tells them with anger and disappointment in his voice. Issei, stupid councilman, they want that disgrace of a dragon to avenge the dead while they could have sent you to kill them. Bova, according to those old geezers, I'm irrational and unfit for helping them in this issue. Issei simply sighs and proceeds to calm the sneering dragon while the others just watch him. Bova, I argued with those fools and they decided to assign me with guarding you, and they believe that you'll be able to help me control my irrational behavior, so I went to join your peerage. Issei. Pardon. Location: Underworld. In a dark room, a lone voice is heard across the room. I did what you asked for me to do. Food. Another voice is heard across the room as a silhouette of a man is seen. Give me a snake. 2. I am afraid I can't. I wanted you to kill every single dragon in that village, which you have failed in doing so. The dragon-slaying artifact you gave me was very weak. A cold aura infiltrates the place as a loud voice is heard. 2. Fine, I'll give you a single snake, but use it wisely. A creepy smile makes its way towards the silhouette's face. I'll use it wisely, soon, my purest maiden. I'll save you of the wretched dragon that has you captive. Our business here is concluded. I'll see you later, Astroth. Location: Co Academy. A day later. After a long time, Issei finds himself in his classroom with Mordred next to him as the teacher was waiting for something or someone. Teacher: class, today we will be receiving a new student. As the teacher finishes, Ingvild enters the class with a cheerful smile on her face. Ingvild: hi guys, I'm Ingvild Levistone, I'm from Norway, please take care of me. The whole class erupts into cheers, but in case of boys, many were loudly yelling praises and perverted things. Boy 1, hell yek, a total babe. Boy 2, she's mine, back off. 3, damn, she's cute as fuck. The teacher decided that he had enough of this and yells at the class to calm down. Teacher: now if you have any questions for Ms. Levistone, please ask. Mohodama: Dio, you have a boyfriend? Ingvild: nope. Every boys in the class acquires a strange glint after hearing her answer. Ika: are you a virgin? The she-pervert questions Ingvild with a teasing smile on her face. Ingvild: that's for you to find out. Teacher, alright, Ms. Levi Stone, you can sit next to Ms. Kiryu. Aika raises her hand to show the Leviathan descendant her place. Skip. The whole class was having their gaze fixed on Tamamo, who was wearing an elegant outfit with a couple of books in her hand. Teacher, students, your old history teacher has been hospitalized since he got hit by a baseball and he has left the school, so instead of him Ms. May here will be teaching you history, so be nice to her. Tamahe, I am Tamamo May, your new teacher for history. I like brave young men kukuku. Gotta admit, that sounded like a hentai protagonist intro. The whole class was a blushing mess excluding Issei and Mordred, who were having amused smiles on their face. Matsuda, holy motherfucker, she's one hot piece of ass. Skip. The whole class was having their eyes fixed at Bova, who was in front of the ground wearing a skin-tight performance t-shirt. Bova, yo, I'm Bova, your new physical instructor, since your old teacher has been hospitalized after being hit by a basketball on his head. Everyone stares at him with a deadpan look as two teachers were out of the school due to a Mundara accident. Ikat, TT, that's a big 111 inches, my god. The she-pervert faints with a nosebleed while all the girls were a blushing mess. Both of them accurate. Location, Gremory Manor, Ko City. The sounds of explosion and metal clashing with each other is heard. Kiba, is that all you've got? In a training yard under the manor, the whole orc members were training and having mock battles against each other. Zenobia, come at me. Kiba, balance break. The holy demonic sword of Kiba appears on his hands as he sprints towards the blue-haired former exorcist, who raises her sword to parry with Kiba's onslaught. Hina lightning strike. A few meters away from Kiba and Zenobia, Rias and Aquino are engaged in a battle in the air with firing magic attacks at each other. Rias, stronger I have to make them strong enough to be useful. Aquino, President, how about we try our new move? Rias, okay. Aquino, holy lightning. A pure beam of divine lightning rushes towards the ceiling. Multiple Gremory glyphs appear beside the beam as demonic aura is injected on the beam of holy lightning, making it glow rapidly. Rias, holy lightning of demonic destruction. The training arena was in ruins at the powerful attack, but then the field automatically repairs itself in a minute while Aquino and Rias are on the ground visibly exhausted. Aquino, it drains a lot of magic energy from our reserves. Rias, but this attack can take down a low-tier ultimate class devil. This is our trump card along with Zenovia's Durandal and Kiba's balance breaker. A satisfied smile appears on Rias's face as she examines the other members who were training. Rias, no one gets away with stealing my Ise. Aquino, it would have been a great help if Gasper was here. Rias, the others may believe that a Chaos Brigade terrorist infiltrated our manor and killed him for his sacred gear which the Leviathan descendant had along with Hyaduos for their hidden magi researches, but I won't believe it. The supposed infiltrator was killed by Ise, but I doubt that it was the truth. Location, Malbolge 8 Circle of Hell. The screams of countless souls, each writhing and screaming in agony, was heard while amidst them Kateria Leviathan was tied up in a cage screaming. Kateria, oh stop it. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Seraphal, Shuth, pain will stop if you tell me about your plans. Think about it, you are experiencing this for about 3 weeks, and yet none of your allies have tried to save you. Face it, Kateria, you are just a pawn who has no value to them, but I promise you I'll free you from here if you tell me everything you know. In a sickly sweet tone, the current Leviathan interrogates the old Satan descendant. Kateria, I'll tell you, please make the pain stop. Seraphal, then tell me. Kateria, Eshalba and Cruisery are the L leading members. Olphus II is the L leader. Of T the brigades he helps us by giving us a part O of her powers, and T there are several spies inside the Devil faction. A G group of Rouge Magi led by Tokiomi Tosaka. The Madman Magi was our ally, but he betrayed us. The Leviathan descendant's reply comes as a crooked whisper indicating that she was not in a good state. Seraphal, how did you get your hands on the Baylor View? Kateria, Elphus, you gave it to me. I don't know how she got it, that all I can know. Kateria desperately pleads to Seraphal, who has a smile on her face. Seraphal, your help is much appreciated, but I am afraid I have no choice but to kill you. The moment those words left her lips, a huge ice sword was embedded into Kateria's chest as she dies instantly. Location 6th Heaven. In the residence of the Archangels, a meeting was held between them. Michael, brothers and sister, is there any developments on the heaven? Brother Michael, the rebuilding process in the first heaven is complete. Hearing this, Michael looks pleased, but then another voice is heard. Brother, we have found an interesting development on the elusive hunter of Red Plains. Michael, please tell me about it. Uriel. The angel now known as Uriel summons a bunch of papers, earning a sigh from Michael. When the hunter of red plains assaulted the first heaven, we have found a faint trace of magical energy, and after a brief examination my men have found a trace of draconic aura, but the most intriguing thing is that the detectors on the fourth heaven has detected a awfully similar energy on the forest of the city billiard in the underworld at the time of the young devil gathering, but the energy was lacking its draconic aura. The energy match is 84.34% with our samples. The whole room becomes unnaturally silent after hearing the Archangel Uriel's discovery. The devils, they dare to help a monster and betray our treaty. 3. Raphael, calm down, wrath is a deadly sin. A heavenly voice is heard across the chamber as women with blonde hair and killer curves that could kill a mortal was seen seated next to Uriel. Michael, she has a point, Raphael, we have all faced a great loss, but revenge is not what we want. Raphael, fine. As the meeting was going on, a six-winged angel bursts into the room with a terrified expression startling the archangels. Angel, Lord Michael, intense holy aura has shrouded the seventh heaven. Hearing this, all the archangels find their body trembling in worry and fear. Michael, I'll inspect it myself. Inside a huge flying castle, Michael was seated on a throne radiating intense holy aura. A holographic screen appears displaying various descriptions in an unknown language. Michael to Medan is fine, belief system is operating, defense systems, fine, third heaven is stable. Michael desperately searches for the cause of this phenomenon, but then, Michael's sacred gear locating and transplant systems are unstable. Warning, access denied. A mechanical voice is heard from the throne as a burning sensation invades the leader of angels. Michael, that voice Lazarus, I haven't heard that voice since Great War when God was in charge of the throne. Lazarus auto self-correction program activated searching for the error multiple errors detected, error detected in sacred gear location and transplant system scanning the subcategories error found in Longinus section trying to locate all Longinus users error found in locating the boosted gear error third-party interference found deploying countermeasures self-defense systems unstable. The mechanical voice turns distorted at the end while the golden throne turns red and a surge of electricity passes through the scared Michael. Protocol 234 as 444 success, rebooting system, reboot successful system operations, online sacred gear location and transplant system, stable and active boosted gear is hereby removed from the sacred gear system and all suppression seals on the boosted gear remove. The number of Longinus has been reduced to 12. The system returns back to normal while Michael has a terrified expression which contradicts to his gentle expression. Michael, what in the name of the Almighty Lord? Location, Kotamine Residence, Kuo City. At the same time the system of God was malfunctioning, Issei was in his personal library reading a couple of books, but then suddenly, Drake, something's wrong with the gear. Suddenly Issei feels a burning sensation which soon turns into a painful sensation as Issei groans in pain. Drake, the sacred gear is getting out of control, it's not stable. Issei, what the fuck is happening? My body feels like it's on fire. Issei internally screams and tries to get up and walks towards the exit with abnormal breathing. Drake, Issei, the gear is trying to obliterate your soul, I'll pull you inside the sacred gear. Issei then faints and falls on the ground with his sacred gear manifested, but unlike before it was in a horrible state with the green gems losing their brilliance. Location, inside the boosted gear. Inside the boosted gear Issei finds himself in front of the mighty red dragon of domination Drake. Flames were all over the place as multiple red dragon emperors were in their balance breaker fighting Drake. Drake, it's good to see you, partner. Issei, hey Drake, what's going on? The mighty 70-meter dragon drowns the past hosts in a sea of endless flames with a smug grin on his face. Drake, looks like the boosted gear was unable to evolve to suit your powers due to the suppression seals on the gear, and your power partially broke the seal, causing the sacred gear system to become unstable, and the system has identified you as a third party trying to tamper with the gear, and it has just now launched several offensive measures to subdue me and kill you. Drake calmly explains the current situation to Issei as he stomps on a couple of past hosts. Issei, the sacred gear system can influence the inner gear mechanics? Drake, the god of Bible, was not a fool. He knew of the dangers of imprisoning multiple beings more powerful than him, and he designed the gears and the system with multiple safety measures if a third party tries to tamper with the gear, and it seems like you have just now broke a part of my suppression seal. Issei, there is a suppression seal on you. With barely hidden shock, Issei questions the dragon who unleashes a torrent of fire at the past hosts. Drake, indeed, most of my abilities are sealed by that old fool. The only ability the users if the boosted gear can access is boost and only 3 exceptional users were able to use my other ability, transfer, and there are still a couple of abilities sealed which none knows. Issei, the Juggernaut drive must release all the limiters on you, right? Drake, you truly are clueless about the gear, partner. The forbidden drive is mistaken by many that all the limitations are released, but it is nothing but a lie. The drive releases a quarter of my limiters. Why do you think the drive gives Dragon King class power while I am a heavenly dragon? While Drake finishes his speech about the gear, a red beam of draconic energy hits Issei in his face. Past host 1, use it the Juggernaut drive and reduce the white one to cinders. Past host 2, yes do it. Issei summons a bow and releases a dozen of arrows at the past hosts, who disappear into thin air the moment the arrows touch them. Issei, why are the old hosts attacking us? Drake, the system has full control of the past hosts and it is the one that's using them to attack us. Drake lets out a loud battle cry and charges towards a dozen of past hosts and kills them effortlessly, but then, how amusing to think that a host has managed to overwhelm the suppression seals on Drake. A voice is heard across the surrounding areas, causing Drake to sigh. Drake, what are you doing here, the best white dragon emperor? A man probably in his early 30s reveals himself as he effortlessly crushes a past host of the boosted gear. The brat managed to absorb my soul while he merged a jewel of Albion with the boosted gear. Issei, why are you here? Just giving you a helping handy. Just want to end the rivalry of the twin sky dragons and bring back the old glory of the heavenly dragons. The man along with Issei and Drake continue to massacre the old hosts for about a couple of hours. Time skip, couple of hours later inside the gear. Issei and the man are seated on the ground after killing every single past host. You're quite powerful, brat, but I must warn you, the current White Dragon Emperor has the highest potential out of all the past White Dragon Emperors. That in a couple of months he will have access to a power stronger than the drive. I can feel it. Make my dream a reality, will you, Issei? Issei, I will do whatever I can. Booty still will fight against him the next time we meet. Hearing Issei's reply, the man lets out a huge laughter. All the dragon emperors of the past have become part dragon. It is in our blood to fight. The man lets out a final chuckle before disappearing into thin air, causing Issei to sigh. Drake, the system.it has cut all connections with the gear. It's as if it has given up on retrieving the gear. A pulse of overwhelming energy flows through the red dragon as he stops his speech with his eyes widening in shock. Issei, we have succeeded, haven't we? Drake, fuck yes. At last I have been freed of my shackles. The system has released the suppression seals. My powers are like it's back to my prime. The boosted gear is free from its clutches, partner. We have attained a new power today. With this we shall burn our enemies to the ground. Location, Kodamine Residence, Ko City. A few hours later. Issei and his peerage were on the couch watching a live relay of the first match of the Young Devil Rating Games tournament, which was between Sarorg and Zephyrdor. Bova, the guy with green hair, is acting like a wimp. Mordred, While the others were busy commenting about the battle, Issei was having his gaze fixed on Sarorg, who was demolishing a couple of rooks of Zephyrdor. Sona, I think is something wrong. Mordred, you're not going to faint like what you did a couple of hours ago, are you? Both of the girls look at him with concern for his health evident in their eyes, making Issei smile at the pleasant feeling of bliss knowing that there was someone worried for him. Issei, I am fine, I was just thinking about certain things. Bova, hell yeah, kick his Issei nearly fell off the couch due to the delinquent dragon's loud yell. Noticing this, Mordred flashes a malicious glare at Bova, who was slightly unnerved by the glare. Inviled, Bova-san, do you want me to weaken you with my sacred gear and hand you over to Tamamo? I'd like that. Oh, the number of things we could do together. The newest rook of Issei lets out a nervous laugh at the menacing smile plastered on the fox priestess's sexy face. Bova, this woman is crazy. Looks like Tamamo took an interest on him. A loud explosion is heard from the television, which shows Sarorg destroying the problem child of Glagia clan without breaking a sweat. Bova, I wanna fight him to death. Mash, this man is Taninsama's son? Issei, you can't kill him, Bova. He is the heir of Baal clan and a promising young devil. Besides, we have to focus on wiping the floor with Rias. Bova, the Gremory girl is no more than a weak training dummy for us. The delinquent dragon puffs his chest in pride while Issei's expression changes into a serious one. Think we should increase our daily training regimen. Sona, I almost forgot that I have to a meeting with my peerage. See you later, Mr. Serial Killer of Kuo, and a good night to you all. The Citri heiress leaves the apartment by a magic circle with a victorious grin on her face, leaving a stupefied Issei and Mordred. Issei, but how? I set up a random exorcist nobody and even avoided going on assassination missions, and yet she figured it out. Now I regret killing that vampire hybrid, but hey, I reduced the red-haired bitch's peerage power and got my hands on a extremely rare sacred gear. Although it did cause me some trouble, it certainly will be useful. Drake, the girl finally figured it out, but seeing how she loves you, she won't inform this to anyone. Location: Third Heaven, a couple of hours past midnight. Michael, in my whole life, never once did the system disconnect with a sacred gear. The voice of the leader of heaven was grim as he held his gaze fixed at the serene night sky filled with stars. Michael, the boosted gear, the prison of the Dragon of Domination, has broken. I wonder what happened to the Red Dragon Emperor. The Archangel feels a melancholic smile on his face as memories of distant past surges into his mind. Michael, the world is changing. We angels must adapt to the changes, if not we may perish. Father, what would you've been your move if you were in my place? You'd probably laugh at the problems and give me a reassuring smile saying that everything would be all right. Michael's voice turns a bit melancholic at the end as few drops of tears are seen on his eyes. Michael, I swear, Father, I will do whatever I can to save the humans and angels while propagating your eternal love. Time skip 4 days later. Location: Kodomine Residence, Kuo City. It was a typical morning in the Kodomine residence, with Ingvild and Mash having a long conversation, the Fox Priestess and Sona having a girls' talk, but unexpectedly the Archangel Michael was seated on a chair and having a talk with Issei. Michael, the system was acting strange for a moment, but then it severed its connections with the boosted gear. That I don't know why it did it, but Drake must know something about this. Drake, I was shackled for thousands of years by your god. It's natural that my prison will be broken in time. The Red Dragon of Domination gives the Archangel a rather rude response, which causes the Archangel to sigh. Issei, the Longinus and the balance breaker itself was a bug in the system, so it maybe happened naturally. Michael, this is the first time a sacred gear has been severed from the system, and nobody wants uncontrollable Red Dragon Emperor. Has Drake ever tried to take your body? The leader of heaven interrogates Issei with a sharp look in his eyes, causing Issei to give him an emotionless stare, but underneath his stare was uncontrollable rage and wrath at the thought of his partner and friend betraying him. Issei, I am fine, my partner will do no such things. Michael, then my business here is concluded, and this piece of information must remain a secret from everyone, including the other faction leaders and your peerage. Michael disappears in a flash of light with a smile on his angelic face. Issei, today is the day the battle with the Gremory bitch commences. Beware, Rias, for I shall humiliate you in front of every single devil. The Red Dragon Emperor sets his gaze at the bustling city with an unusual determination on his eyes. Location: comma. Once again in a familiar place, a silhouette of a figure is seen. Interesting, truly interesting. This is the moment from which the future is unpredictable with numerous possibilities. I wonder, my vessel, will you succeed in the future or lose everything you have and become a broken soul? A deep primal voice is heard from the figure, which seems to be familiar. You are standing on the threshold of the limits of destiny. There are two prominent possibilities, one in which you shall succeed in your life and become the true watcher. The surrounding space distorts into an image of Issei wearing a red scarf, but the most surprising thing was his eyes, which were filled with conviction. In the other one, that you shall fail and lose everything you had except for a wretched landscape of infinite swords and undergo an eternity of pain, becoming a broken soul hellbent on salvation which you shall never find. The space again morphs into a blurry image of Amun on his knees amidst the countless swords embedded on a desolate landscape. Third POV. Location: Kodomine Residence, Ko City. Midnight. It was a peaceful night for the citizens of Ko, but inside the Kodomine residence the atmosphere was serious. Issei, today is the day I will humiliate you and break your ambitions and dreams. I promise you, Gremory. Mordred, I'm ready. The melodic voice of the Knight of Treachery is heard as she moves towards Issei. Issei, you look great on the dress, princess. Mordred, you're making me blush. A small pink hue is seen on her adorable face, causing Issei to smirk. Say, are the others ready? Mordred, yes they are. Drake, you suppressed your bloodlust and that crazy side of your, but how much longer do you think you can do it? Issei completely ignores the Welsh dragon's questioning, but then the sound of the clock striking 12 is heard as a teleportation circle appears below them. Issei, it's time. Location: Capital Castle, Lucifad, the underworld. The Crimson Satan was with his queen on a room filled with numerous devils working on something with a smile on his face, while the ultimate queen was in her usual stoic mood. Surzex, are the preparations complete? Devil 1, L Lord Lucifer, the preparations for broadcasting the rating game is complete. A rather old-looking devil answers to the Devil King, who was trembling with anticipation. Surzex, good, I want every devil, may it be a commoner or a noble, to be able to witness the game. Graphia, it looks like the game is to begin. Location, Gremory Mansion, Co City. Inside a European-styled building, the members of Rias's peerage were on the lounge. Aquino, the preparations are complete. Rias, good, I want everyone to give their best in this game. Everyone, yes, President. The whole group yells together, earning a smile from Rias. Rias, Kaneko, you remember our technique I've plained to you? Kaneko, yes, Rias-sama. The white-haired lowly replies to her master in her usual static tone. Rias, this time we will defeat every single one of the opponents and will rescue our Issei. Hhi. Rias, in a couple of hours Issei, I'll save you. Dark, sinister thoughts make their way towards Rias, who barely restrains herself from letting out an insane grin. Kiba, why do I feel like this game is going to go terribly wrong and Rias will be behind it? I don't wish to die at the hands of a psychopathic Yandere. The devil swordsman shudders at the thought of Issei threatening a couple of students who were eyeing Madrid in a lustful way. Rias, it's time for me to save you. Location? Underworld. Inside a small tent, sounds of moaning and screaming in pleasure is heard, and soon the voice of a familiar Nikomata is heard. Kuroka, Naya, don't stop. Oh my, are you at your It was unexpected, but then another voice is heard. Valin, never provoke a sleeping dragon. Soon the sounds of moaning and grunting intensifies, so does the sounds of flesh smaking sounds, but weirdly a few meters away from the tent Biko was next to a campfire with a barbecue on his hand. Biko, never mind that, I've been hearing those sounds for the past 72 hours. Letting out a sigh, the descendant of Sun Wukong sets his sight on a glyph which was displaying a underworld news channel. Biko might want to see how a dragon pounds his opponent. Kuroka, he's pound me like the beast, you air fuck, yes. After a minute of uncompromising silence, Biko shakes his head furiously with one thought on his mind. Biko, I take that back, I don't want to witness a dragon banging. The poor bastard goes back on watching the glyphs with a sweat drop. Location, pocket dimension replica of Kuo Academy. In a flash of light, Issei and his peerage members were teleported to a luxurious room in Kuo Academy. Over which place is this? Graphia, frowny face, welcome to the second match on the Young Devil Tournament. I, Graphia Lucifuge, Queen of Lord Lucifer, will be the overseer of this game between Lady Rias Gremory and Lord Issei Kodomine. The booming voice of Graphia is heard across the whole dimension, earning the interest of everyone. Graphia, frowny face, the base of operations of Lord Issei Kodomine is the principal office in the main building of Kuo Academy, and Lady Rias's base is the Occult Research Club. The usage of lethal holy weapons and dragon-slaying weapons are prohibited. Pawns can be promoted in the enemy territory, and the usage of familiars are allowed. Good luck. Issei, looks like we're in the principal's office. It's time to devise a plan. Location, RC Club office, replica of Kuo Academy. The peerage members of Rias were in next to Rias, waiting for their king's orders. Rias, the opponents must have started plotting their move. It's time we devise a strategy. Our base of operations are the Occult Research Club. There are 3 obvious ways for them to attack, which is by crossing the playground, crossing through the gym, and by air, but the third is unlikely. The Crimson Princess of Ruin for once decides to use her brain to formulate a strategy. Takino, then the gym is a position holding the high ground as it is near the main building and Occult Research Club. Rias, correct. Issei will most likely send a rook or pawn and another piece of moderate value, so we will send Kiba and Aquino there. Location, principal's office, replica of Kuo City. At the same time Rias was plotting her plan, Issei was also doing the same. Issei, the gym building is one of the critical areas that may be of good use for us. Knowing Rias, she'll send either one of her knights and rook or her queen, so we'll send Tamamo and Mash. Mash, I want you to focus on defending Tamamo, and Tamamo wreak havoc, but don't kill them. Sure, leave it to me. Location, RC Club office, replica of Kuo Academy. The atmosphere around the room was tense as Rias was deep in her thoughts. Rias, Asia, you are our only support for our group, and the enemy will most likely take her out, so you will stay here with me. Aquino, if you ever feel like losing, use your holy lightning, and if you can't win, withdraw and make it here for Asia to heal you. Aquino, yes, President. The fallen devil hybrid bows down in respect, but a small twitch in her lips are seen. Rias, Zenobia, and Kaneko, you'll be our offensive team, as you both will try to infiltrate their base by crossing through the playground, and you will find the opponents there and engage with them, but at all costs protect Kaneko while also attacking the opponents, even if you are forced to use Durandal. Location, principal's office, replica of Kuo City. Issei, our next priority is to ruthlessly strike down the members of Rias's peerage, and her Bishop Asia will be a pain, so I will personal eliminate her, as she will most likely be with Rias in the Orc. After taking care of the healer, I will engage in a duel with Rias, but before that every single member of her peerage must be eliminated. Everyone pays close attention to Issei with utmost seriousness. Issei, before that Ingvild, I want you to use your sacred gear and strengthen everyone while guarding this place, and Mordred, I want you and Bova to lead the offense in the playground. That's it, now go and win. With that, Issei disappears into the shadows with a smirk on his face while the other equip their battle gears. Location: RC Club Office, replica of Kuo Academy. Rias, there's no time to spare, let's win back our SC. With that, everyone leave the base except for Rias and Asia, who were on their guard. With this, the raiding game has begun. Rias, soon my Issei. A unnerving grin emitting a malicious feeling was the current expression of the Crimson Princess of Ruin. How low has the once prideful Rias Gremory heiress of Gremory clan has fallen? Location: Capital Castle, Lucifad, the underworld. Inside a huge room, many devils along with Surzex and Azazel dressed in regal-style dresses were paying close attention to the huge screen displaying the raiding game. Surzex, I'm curious to witness my sister's utter humiliation at the hands of Issei. Azazel, don't you think it is a bad idea for the both of them to fight each other? The first angel to fall was having a serious look, contradicting to his cheerful personality. Surzex, Issei has no desire for revenge nor vengeance. He has long forgotten the past and he wishes to be left alone, so I doubt that anything serious will happen, and Rias was getting way too prideful and arrogant. This will certainly destroy her pride. The Crimson Satan explains his motives behind the raiding game, but he has no idea of his sister's obsession with Issei, which he will find out soon. Azazel, however, I can't get rid of this uneasiness. Grafia, Lord Lucifer, it looks like the game has officially began. Location: RC Club Office, replica of Kuo Academy. Rias was focusing on the several glyphs next to her, displaying various places inside the replica of Kuo Academy. Rias frowny face. Aquino, this is Rias, can you hear me? The voice of Rias is heard through a communication device which each orc member has. Aquino frowny face, I can hear your voice, President. Rias frowny face, good. Are you in your position? I'm on the way. In a split second, one of the glyphs displaying the locations becomes blurry, and soon all the glyphs become blurred. Grafia frowny face, all the familiars of Rias Gremory eliminated. The voice of the ultimate queen is heard across the dimension as Rias gains a shocked look. Location: replica of Kuo Academy. Above a huge building, the soul rook of Issei was holding a bat-like creature as it disappears in a faint blue light. Bova, that was easy. Location: gym building, replica of Kuo Academy. Sounds of metal clashing against metal is heard across the field as Mash blocks a strike from Kiba, who was wielding a nameless demonic sword. Kiba, I am Kiba Yuto, Knight of Rias Gremory. I don't care. Multiple black-colored tentacles sprout out of nowhere and rush towards Kiba, who prepares to dodge, but Kiba prepares a sword ready to defend himself, but a huge lightning blocks the attack, giving time for Kiba to escape. Aquino, who might you be? Not bad, little crow. With a huge smirk on her face, Aquino summons multiple lightning bolts and fires them towards Tamamo, but Mash redirects the attack towards Kiba with her shield, forcing Kiba to block it. While Kiba was busy blocking the lightning bolts, Mash sprints towards Kiba and readies to slam her shield on him, but due to his instincts, the blonde knight manages to block it with his sword, but the sword breaks upon impact. Aquino demonic lightning flash fire. A huge Gremory glyph appears mid-air as Aquino fires a huge lightning strike at Mash, causing a small explosion. Aquino flies above the building's now ruined ceiling while Kiba dashes backward and summons a bunch of swords which covers him. That was an exceptionally powerful attack for a low-tier high-class, but Aquino suddenly falls backwards with a stunned look on her face at the sight of Tamamo, and Mash perfectly fine, but then Tamamo black flash of the wicked. Multiple runic texts appear beside the foxtress as a black mist hits Aquino and Kiba, causing them to cough blood. Tamamo, that spell is my favorite. It contaminates your magical reserves, causing them to shut down, which means you can't use any magic for an hour, but unfortunately your sacred gear remains usable. Kiba, this is bad balance break, sword of betrayer. The priestess of thunder helplessly watches as Kiba tries to turn the tides by activating his balance breaker. Location: athletics track, replica of Kuo Academy. Kaneko was in a tense situation as she found Bova in his human form staring at her with a smirk. Bova Nikomata, if memory serves me correct, Nikomatas are extinct, hunted by devils, and yet a half-devil Nikomata is in front of me amusing. Kaneko dragon. With that, Kaneko rushes towards Bova with a fighting stance ready to strike, but the dragon pays no attention to her and simply catches her attack. Bova, weak, use your true abilities, kitty. The mischievous dragon then does something incredible. He punches Kaneko in her gut, sending her flying at speeds that a naked eye can't perceive. Bova, there's no way she can stand after that attack, even though I just used a small fragment of my power. A couple of 100 meters near Bova, the armored Mordred was clashing with the blue-haired ex-exorcist. Mordred, how you guys are weak as fuck. The Knight of Treachery ruthlessly slashes at Zenobia, who was forced to defend against her attacks using Excalibur Destruction. Zenobia, this is not bad, I'm just a second-rate compared to her. Mordred, pathetic. To think that the fabled Excalibur being reduced to such a state, it taints my mother's glory, so I shall destroy it. In one swift motion, Mordred uses her monstrous strength and slashes at the Excalibur fragment with all her might, causing it to crack. Zenobia, and she managed to crack Excalibur Destruction. I have no choice but to use my trump card. The intense holy energy aura surges from the former exorcist's body, pushing back a slightly intrigued Mordred. Zenobia, the sword that chose me, my final trump card. Durandal, the peerless sword. A regal-looking long sword manifests on her hands, radiating an intense holy aura around it which scorches the surrounding rocks. Mordred, things just got a lot more interesting. While Mordred was busy admiring the peerless sword, a white blur approaches them. Mordred, Bova did his job well. The Knight of Treachery grabs the flying Kaneko and slams her down the ground, creating a crater. Graphia, frowny face, Queen of Rias Gremory, retired. The voice of Graphia is heard, earning a smirk from Mordred. Location: gym building, replica of Kuo Academy. The blonde Devil Knight was panting heavily as he restlessly blocks the magical onslaughts from Tamamo and physical attacks from Mash. Kiba, I can't keep up with thee any longer. Tamamo, be grateful that Issei didn't want us to go all out on you guys. Kiba, I'm just a mid-tier high class at best with my balance breaker that I can't land a scratch on them by their aura, their ultimate class in power. While Kiba was distracted, Tamamo closes distance with Kiba and fires a spell at Kiba, who manages to dodge it at the last instant. The spell misses Kiba and instead blows up a large part of a building nearby. Kiba, that was close. Tamamo, look above you, dear. The mischievous Foxtrees flashes him a teasing smile, and soon a huge chunk of the building was flying towards Kiba, who tries to dodge, but then a dozen of yellowish chains appear from the ground, restrain his movements. Kiba, Tamamo, bye. The huge chunk of the building crashes onto the Devil Swordsman, who lets out a groan in pain before disappearing in a flash of light. Graphia, frowny face, Knight of Rias Gremory, retired. Tamamo, Kokoku, he was a fine young man, let's make sure Ingvild is safe. Location: athletics track, replica of Kuo Academy. The surroundings were a wreck with cracks and craters all over the ground, but amidst the ruins two knights were facing each other. Mordred, good, your style and reflexes are good, almost as good as an expert, but... In an instant Mordred seemingly disappears and reapers next to Zenobia and ruthlessly delivers a few strikes from her sword, forcing the former exorcist to block them. Zenobia, why? Your strength, speed and almost everything is above mine, and yet you are toying with metal. Me, am I not good enough for you? Mordred, I want to test the peerless sword to its full extent, that's all I aim to. Without wasting a single second, both the holy sword users continue with their clash of swords with inhuman speeds. A true splendid clash indeed. Almost for a second both of them were on par with each other, but soon Mordred overwhelms the blue-haired devil. Mordred, after the destruction of Camelot, I have visited a lot of places and I have heard legends about the peerless sword even among the supernatural, but to find that it's this weak, pathetic, you weren't worth of this sword. Of being Griselda's adopted child, perhaps even the dead god of Bible would have been ashamed at you. The Knight of Treachery taunts the devil with a mocking grin, causing the blue-haired devil to grit her teeth in frustration. Mordred, looks like it's working, this brat has potential to enter ultimate class in power and become a master swordsman. Zenobia, is that an insult to me or my sword, bastard child of King Arthur? Amid the clash of swords the wielder of Durandal questions Modred with a blank stare, earning a frown from the Knight of Treachery, but the thoughts of Zenobia was, Zenobia, did she just berate doing all, how dare she to bluntly throw insults at the miracle for which I bled for, my whole life of training and hardships are worthless for her. For a brief moment the former exorcist's eyes turn into a void of emotions, which is unnerving sight even for veteran fighters. It was the look of something pushed beyond its limit, a look of pure undulated fury. Mordred, I suppose that you're Fa. Zenobia, shut up. A huge aura bursts forth from the blue-haired devil, throwing Mordred by 100 meters back while the ground breaks into smaller pieces. The aura gains the attention of Bova nearby, who tenses a bit, but Mordred raises her hand signaling him stay out of this, but the white-haired Nicomeda on the other hand was terrified. Kaneko XX Zenobia-san. Zenobia, child of King of Knights, think twice before you speak. A foreign voice is what comes out of her lips, to which Mordred responds by removing her helmet and looking at her in the eye with a small smirk. Mordred Durandal. Zenobia, indeed, I have indeed taken control of this wielder for a short period of Tomedo. Teach you a lesson, child of Artoria. Mordred, even if you take control of her body, there is a limit to her body. Zenobia, it will suffice. I cannot tolerate someone tarnishing my glory, but I must admit, this host is a good one, just behind Vasco Strata in terms of potential. The posse's Zenobia raises her sword in a stance that radiates power. Mordred, let's see what you've got. Zenobia, go forth, bring me victory. Peerless swords. Durandal, unleash. The peerless sword glows brightly, almost as if responding to her word. Sensing this, Bova turns his skin into scales while Kaneko runs away for her dear life. With a mighty swing of her sword, a golden beam of intense divine energy surges towards Mordred, who was staring at the beam with wide eyes in nostalgia as she recalls a memory etched into her very being, the sword of promised victory unleashing its radiance. Mordred, Excalibur. Mother, it's just like Excalibur. Mordred, Clarent Blood Arthur. A unnatural dense red beam of pure energy surrounds Clarent, but surprisingly the beam was twice as big as the original one. The peerless sword met the radiant and brilliant royal sword, the divine destruction met the manifestation of demonic hatred of a child with twisted feelings towards its parent. The red beam effortlessly cut through the golden beam of Durandal and hits Zenobia in a point-blank range, causing a huge explosion. The whole dimension trembles under the explosion. After a few minutes the smoke dissipates, revealing Mordred with a part of her armor damaged, while Zenobia was on her knees with a broken arm and numerous 3rd and 4th degree burns and cuts, along with a fractured ribcage. Zenobia, I got lost? Mordred, he that wasn't half be bad. Zenobia, your hatred for Arthur is stronger than my expectations. That attack of yours was on par with a high-tier Satan class. This body is not in ashes only due to sheer luck. Before the possessed Zenobia can completely finish, she disappears in a blue light. Graphia frowny face. Rias Gremoris Knight retired. While Graphia's voice is heard, Bova appears next to Mordred with a grin on her face. Bova, that was cool. Location RC Club office, replica of Crow Academy, 15 minutes earlier. The sister of Lucifer was staring at the glyphs nearby with a frustrated sigh while Asia was next to her. Rias, to think that Aquino got eliminated before we could use our combo, how unfortunate. Graphia frowny face. Knight of Rias Gremory retired. Hearing the Ultimate Queen's declaration, Rias closes her eyes and concentrates to find out which one was eliminated. Rias Kiba. Asia PP President. Is Kiba-san. Rias, yes, he must have been outnumbered. The blonde ex-nun glances back and finds the shadow behind her move, freaking out her. Asia Arias. Rias, what? Asia, the shadow behind me moved. Rias's eyes widen at Asia's proclamation, but before any of them could act, the deep voice of Draig is heard. Draig, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. A choking sound was soon heard, causing Rias to turn her attention to the healer, who was on her knees as the dominating figure of the red dragon was before her with his fist on her gut. Issei, it's nice to see you, Asia. Asia Iasisan. Issei, shut up, you don't deserve to utter my name, traitorous filth. Tears were seen on the blonde healer's eyes as she cries at her former friend's remark. Rias eyes. Issei, shut the fuck up, bitch, who gave you permission to talk to me? The immense hatred and bloodlust emitted by Issei was enough to scare both the devils, or so he thought. Rias, not now, I need a opening to execute my plan. Issei, now be a dear little girl and willingly retire yourself from the game. Asia. Asia, I can't. Asia abruptly stops as she looks down only to find out that Issei has mercilessly delivered a roundhouse kick, causing her to fall to her knees. Drag boost. Issei, Asia, I always thought of you as a friend who I could trust with my life. I went as far as taking a light sphere to my lungs and 2 to my knees just to save you. I never expected you to do this to me. My whole life was a lie. Me parents are fake, my friends were fake. I just wanted to be loved, but thanks to you guys I got strong enough to challenge gods. I always wanted to do this to you for a long time. So Issei appears next to Asia in a second and grabs her head and slams her into the ground, breaking the floor and causing Asia to instantly disappear. Issei, you're next. Rias. Issei, just hear me out. Both the dragon and Rias avert their attention to a massive aura flare at the level of a top-tier ultimate class. Issei, that aura is not identical to any of the others. Drag partner, if I am correct, that was the raw aura of Durandal, but the current wielder cannot use it in her state, so it looks like the sword took control of the wielder. But then a awfully familiar aura was also felt, but strangely it was a lot stronger than before. Issei, Clarent Blood Arthur. I have never felt it this strong. Is it due to her change as a dragon? Riasos? Issei, fuck off motherfucker. Graphia frowny face Knight of Rias Gremory retired. Hearing the strongest queen's announcement makes Issei sigh in relief, but then, the Gremory family glyph appears, and from it the fabled power of destruction rushes towards Issei. Issei calmly summons a red sphere and shoots at the power of destruction as both of them cancels each other. Issei, a terrific ability to destroy at a molecular level, but you do not possess any skills to use it. Disgrace of a Gremory. Rias, oh, I know that the blonde bimbo is the one messing with your mind. I'll prove you my love for you and save you. Issei visibly pales at the sickly sweet tone of Rias. Drag boost 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 boost. Issei, you've gone insane. Rias, only for you. Kaneko, execute our plan the moment I tell you to. Unknown to Issei, Rias telepathically communicates with Kaneko using their transmitter. Issei, get lost bitch. Rias, now Kaneko. Both of you, it's time. Before Issei could engage in a duel with Rias, two silhouettes appear between them, causing Issei to jaw drop. Issei, Matsuda and Motohama, what are you doing here? Rias, do your job well. Pawns, activate castling. The moment Issei drops his guard, Rias uses castling and disappears in a blue light, and in her place was a terrified Kaneko. Say, Matsuda, sorry buddy, but I can't let you pass through us. Rias-sama has promised me that she will not take our virginity if we help her. Ho ho, I can't wait. Motohama, innovate cleared miniature garden of the green tree of innovation. The world around Issei disappears and Issei finds himself on a grassy plain with Matsuda and Motohama next to them. Drag innovate clear a high tier Longinus, be cautions partner. This sacred gear can create a pocket dimension and create any type of monster within the pocket dimension. Motohama, the balance breaker is not bad. I had to sacrifice my arms to use this, but Rias gave me another arm made of demonic power. Issei, you can't stop me. Motohama, I can't stop you, but we can stop you. Issei. A bright light surrounds Matsuda, causing Drag to groan in irritation. Drag freezing Archaeopteryx, a rare sacred gear. Location athletics track replica of Kuro Academy. A few moments ago. After a long duel, the Knight of Treachery was in middle of a crater with an exhausted sigh on her face as a trembling Kaneko was in front of her. Bova was on the sky watching this mess. Mordred, if you want to leave this game then I won't stop you. Kaneko to I. Stealing her nerves, Kaneko rushes towards Mordred, who lets out a sigh in annoyance. Mordredful. When Kaneko was a few meters away from Modred, a bluish light engulfs the Nikomata, and in a split second Rias was on the place where Kaneko was as she charges towards Mordred, who was caught off guard due to her exhausted state. Rias, die bitch. Rias then summons the strongest dragon-slaying sword and proceeds to stab Mordred, who narrowly dodges the strike to her heart, but the sword was impaled to her left lung, causing her to cough up blood while Bova was rushing towards Rias with an angry snarl. Rias, baby, that's what you get if you try to take what's mine. Bova, you crazy bitch. Rias notices the delinquent dragon flying back towards them and drops Mordred with the sword embedded on her lungs and backs off. Mordred, your CC, the Bova lands next to the injured Mordred and kneels down and inspects the stab wound. Bova, no, stay awake, look at me if you close your eyes you. Location, Capital Castle, Lucifat, the underworld. A few minutes ago. The whole audience at the Capital Castle were speechless at the fight of the possessed Zenobia and Mordred. Surzex, that was unexpected. Graphia, retire Rias's knight immediately. Graphia, on it Lord Lucifer. Lord Agars, what in the name of Satan, how could a devil wield such holy aura? Even ultimate class devils won't be able to escape that attack alive. A few devil nobles and elders scream at the sight before them, causing Surzex to sigh. Surzex, calm down gentlemen. Azazel, this is really interesting. The screen shifts to show Issei brutality eliminating Asia. Azazel, that'll hurt. Graphia frowny face Bishop of Rias Gremory retired. After a few minutes, everyone on the castle including Surzex and Graphia stare at the screen displaying Motohama activate his sacred gear, and soon the screen goes blurry. Azazel, what the fuck is this? Surzex, innovate clear is at the hands of my sister? And freezing Archaeopteryx? Graphia, this will cause an uproar within the devil faction as well as the other pantheons. The screen shifts to Mordred, who was impaled by Ascalon in her lungs by Rias, who had preformed Castinto transfer places with Kaneko. Surzex, what the fuck? Graphia, teleport them out of there. Graphia, Lord Lucifer, the balance breaker of Innovate Clear, is interfering with our teleportation system. Azazel, that sword is Ascalon, she will die if we don't do anything. Surzex grits his teeth and summons a Gremory glyph and tries to teleport then, which fails. Surzex, get a Juka here, now. Zekrom, cut the feed, our citizens are watching this. The oldest devil alive manually cuts off the feed with an enraged look on his face. Locations pocket dimension created by Innovate Clear. The sounds of huge explosions were all over the air, which was due to the Red Dragon Emperor destroying countless monsters while they keep respawning. Motahaman Rias told us everything. Hayato, how dare you betray us and find a girlfriend for yourself, you bastard. Issei, fuck off Motahama, I am not the same pervert you knew. A beam of ice hits Issei, freezing his arms. The beam was from a giant 15M flying ice bird above Matsuda. Matsudarius, Sama also promised us to hand over your blonde bitch to us after we defeat you. We are gonna have a lot of fun breaking that bitch into a mindless slut. Issei lets out a loud roar and soon a green orb in his hands glows red, spewing a huge torrent of fire at the ice bird, destroying it. The monsters nearby were also reduced to cinders by the devastating attack, making Matsuda tremble at the attack, but Motohama was maintaining his composure, perhaps due to his arrogance of wielding Innovate Clear. Issei's pathetic, you guys are just mid-class in power. Accept the fucker with Innovate Clear. He is a high-tier high-class at best with his limited time balance breaker URAF. Instantly Issei stops his speech and averts his gaze to the ground while the balance breaker deactivates. Issei's, Mordred. Inside the boosted gear, the Welsh dragon was having his mouth agape with disbelief and shock present on his draconic features. Issei's Mordred, I Dragon Slayer magic? I can feel Dragon Slayer magic. Issei's, the connection between us due to the peace, it's almost undetectable. This means my Mordred is fatally injured. Rias performed castling with Kaneko and he think Kaneko was fighting Mordred. Rias. T that bitch no. No. The Welsh dragon checked on his partner's state. He found nothing. Not a shred of emotion or conscience. It's as if his partner just shut down. Drake tried to enter his mindscape but was forcefully ejected. Drake, that's not good. Partner, can you hear me? Issei, she took my saving grace from me. Drake, is it wrong that I want to kill her? Issei, I really am a fool. She doesn't deserve death. What she deserves is pain. Issei, my thinking was wrong until now. Booty finally understand. Issei whispers those words, causing a chill to go down their spine. Those golden eyes devoid of any emotion really did scare the perverted duo. Issei, release restrain #2 reality marble, total release. The perverted duo knew that they were fucked by the look on Issei's face. Location? The Knight of Treachery groggily opens her eyes and finds herself inside a majestic tower surrounded by an endless field of flower petals. On the flower field there was a person whom Mordred never expected to see. It was a blonde woman with eyes of an experienced warrior and the aura of a king. The woman flashes a small sad smile at Mordred before. It's been 700 years, my child. It's amusing to finally see you, Mordred. Mordred, mother? Third POV. Location Bale City Capital, the Underworld. It was a busy night at the capital city of Bale territory. The raiding game between Rias and Issei was being telecasted. Devil 1, dude, the high-class devils are freaking powerful. I can't even blow up a house. Devil 2, hey, the dragons are more powerful than the us. Devil 1, this world is freaking scary. Only 1 out of 10,000 devils is a high-class devil and only 1 in 10,000,000 is a ultimate class devil. The giant screen displays Mordred being stabbed in her lungs by Rias, causing the crowd to yell in disbelief. Devil 3, what the fuck? Devil 1, my Satan. Devil 2, the champion of dragon is going to be pissed. The dragon faction may wage a war with the devils. We are going to die. Location? Underworld. Biko was staring at the glyph in front of him in disbelief while ignoring the moans of pleasure on the air. Biko, holy motherfuck. Location 6th heaven, layers of heaven. The King of Angels was watching the screen displaying Motohama activating his sacred gears balance breaker. Michael, dear Lord, Innovate Clear has found a new host. The screen shifts to Rias stabbing Mordred on her lung with Ascalon, making him break a table nearby in shock. Michael, fuck you, Rias Gremory. Michael, dear Lord, forgive me for I have committed a sin. Gabriel, brother, is something wrong? The most beautiful woman in the heaven innocently questions Michael with an expression dripping with innocence. Michael, everything's fine. Location, Mount Kailash, India. In abode of god Shiva who resided there along with his consort goddess Parvati and their children, the god Shiva was on his meditation. Shiva was in the appearance of a teenage boy with black spiky hair, and his wife Parvati, the Hindu goddess of love, marriage, beauty and power. She was one of the top 30 beings in the world. Parvati, hey husband, the evil creatures of the Bible are holding a war and a group of dragons are participating in it, you should take a look. Shiva, they are known as devils, they are not holding a war, it is called a raiding game and I am taking a look at the game my wife. The Hindu god of destruction speaks without opening his eyes, but then, Shiva, the child of King of Knights, has reached the ever-distant utopia which holds the key to all about her, the red dragon unleashing its fury, Alund of infinite sword's eye, a concept. Shiva, the true manifestation of destruction, is his identity, for he is a god of all gods, a usurper of gods who shall bring harmony and destruction. Parvati looks at her husband's face in curiosity, but then a third eye appears on his forehead and opens. Parvati, the third eye of destruction. Shiva, my dear wife, I just found out an interesting development which my clairvoyance foresaw. Shiva, truly curious. Locations, pocket dimension created by Innovate Clear. Issei, my thinking was wrong until now, booty finally understand. Issei whispers those words causing a chill to go down their spine. Those golden eyes devoid of any emotion really did scare the perverted duo. Issei, release restrain #2 reality marble, total release. The perverted duo knew that they were fucked by the look on Issei's face. Motahama, what can you do, bastard? The perverted glasses tries to act unaffected by the sudden turn of events by creating a huge 10m giant black monster with a huge blue eye. Issei, I am the bone of my sword. The single sentence itself brings fear upon the feeble souls of the two fools that it was an incarnation of something deadly, and the two perverts felt it. Matsuda, quit trying to intimidate us, bastard. Drake fools, run away or you will die. The Welsh dragon of domination warns the perverted duo who were shocked at the deep voice. Motahama, who the hell are you, sucker? The custom bow of Issei manifests on his hands, causing the duo to raise an eyebrow. Matsuda, seriously, a bow? What can you do with a bow which lacks arrows? Issei, hound of the red plain, fronting. Huge quantities of mana accumulates around Issei, taking the shape of a black weapon with a few small edges coiling around the thin core, spiraling around it and somewhat curving outward. The perverted duo pales at the sight of the sword due to their survival instincts, screaming to get away from the weapon. Issei perish. The magical arrow was released from the bow and reaches the speed of Mach 10, causing a sonic boom. The arrow was invisible to naked eye, and in a second a huge explosion erupts on the place where the perverted duo was. Drake say, we have to get out of here. The dimension crumbles as the wielder of Innovate Clear was unable to sustain it. Motahama no. Issei and the perverted duo were teleported to ORC Club Room, the place where Motahama activated his balance breaker. Matsuda, damn it. As a last-ditch effort, Matsuda fires a weak ice spell at Issei, but the ice vaporizes due to the intense aura of Issei. Dizzy, get out of my sight. Issei dismisses his bow, and instead on its place was a red spear oozing with bloodlust. He then rushes towards Mordred at speeds beyond comprehension, creating a sonic boom. Location, comma. The Knight of Treachery is staring at the blonde woman with her mouth agape while the blonde woman was smiling at her. Mordred, how is this possible? I was sure that Edith. You are not dead yet, my child, and I am not an illusion, I assure you. Mordred, don't fuck with me. Mordred flashes a threatening glare at the women, who does nothing but makes eye contact with Mordred. This place is known as Avalon, the ever-distant utopia, a tower on the center of the universe, and was the home of Vivend, the mother of all fairies, and the current home to Merlin, the flower mage. Mordred, you're Merlin, aren't you? No, child, Merlin is being held captive to avoid any interruption to us. The women nonchalantly answer to Mordred, causing the Knight of Treachery to sigh. Mordred, I can't believe that you are King Arthur. Give me any sort of evidence. The blonde woman slightly flinches at the venomous tone of Mordred. Very well, the history doesn't know this, but the affair between Lancelot and Guinevere was brought to public by Morgan. The blonde woman whispers those words with a solemn smile on her face, causing Mordred to take a step back in shock. Mordred, mother. The blonde women now identified as Mordred's mother, King Arthur or Artoria Pendragon. Artoria, I am proud of you, Mordred. You lived your life filled with happiness even if you deny it. Mordred, you are proud of me. Don't lie to me, Arthur. I am no fool, because the last time we met you stabbed me in my guts using Rongaminiad. The Knight of Treachery recalls a few bad past between them, causing Artoria to avert her gaze to the ground. was burdened with the purpose of a king and you were a threat to my people, I had no choice but to do it. Mordred, how could I forget that King Arthur does not understand feelings? Letting out a bitter laugh, Mordred throws a glare at Artoria, who gains a sad smile upon hearing those words. Artoria, truly the knight of treachery and rebellion. Mordred, you were the one who pushed me to such extents. I never wanted Camelot to be reduced to ruins. Artoria, you were not meant to wielding Caliban. I have also learnt that Caliban has chosen another wielder. The King of Knights blandly mentions a touchy subject, earning a death glare from Mordred. Mordred, that I have no desire for Caliban. Hearing those words, Artoria's eye widens in surprise before a visible smile appears on her face. Mordred, before that I want answers. Location, Quo Academy replica. A fast blur races across the replica of Quo Academy in search of Mordred and finally finds Mordred on the ground unconscious with Ascalon impaled on her lung. Issei, hey Mordred, it's me. I see you're going to be fine. Mordred, can you hear me? The red dragon lets out a roar of pain and breaks down crying. Soon the rest of Issei's peerage were there with shock and sadness on their faces. Issei, Ingvild, use your sacred gear and strengthen her draconic aura. It may repel Ascalon's magic. Ingvild, be big Sicile, help her. Bova Gremory, I'll find her and make her suffer. The delinquent dragon roars in anger, but Issei pays him no attention. Issei, that I'll be back. Tamam, I'll also try to heal her. Issei, thank you. The Red Duno, the hunter of Red Plains, extends his aura to sense the location of Rias and in a second finds her location. Issei found you. Again, Issei sprints away at speeds surpassing ultimate class beings. Location, Capital Castle, Lucifad, the underworld. Half hours after the incident. The atmosphere around the castle was reeking of anger and rage. Inside the observation room, a few devil nobles were screaming insults at Rias and the Gremory clan. Lord Agars, we should have executed that vermin when we had the chance. Lord Bale, indeed, that foolish little girl has clearly gone insane. That I'll personally hire mercenaries to eliminate her along with the filthy Gremory clan. Surzex, touch my mother and I'll show you how real pain feels. Lord Bale. The super devil gives the Bale clan head a glare and releases a part of his aura which destroys all the nearby furnitures, which shuts the Bale head. Zekrom, is that a threat, Lord Lucifer? Surzex, it's a warning, Lord Zekrom Bale. Lord Phoenix, the Gremory has risked a war with the dragon faction. Our clan will no longer remain as an ally of the Gremory clan. Ajukat, dear lords, can you quit yelling? The green-haired super devil was really irritated by the noble's antics, but there were hints of worry in his eyes. Surzex, how long will it take Ajuka? Ajuka, 55 minutes gives or take a few minutes. Azazel, she will be dead before that. Surzex stomps his foot on the floor so hard that the floor was 0s in pieces and the entire castle rumbled for a moment. Ajuka, my daughter Ingvild Leviathan can use her sacred gear to strengthen the knight's aura, which will buy us a couple of minutes' time. Lord Bale, you have a daughter? Everyone except Surzex were shocked at the discovery. Ajukat, adopted daughter and the last descendant of Leviathan clan, the granddaughter of the original Leviathan. Zekrom, that it looks like the citizens of the underworld are undertaking a protest in Billiard and Oros City. Location, Tower of Avalon? Mordred, before that I want answers. Artoria, very well. The King of Knights averts her gaze towards the endless skies of Avalon and begins to answer her daughter's questions. Mordred, how are you still alive? Artoria, during the Battle of Camelot, as we fought against each other, you managed to disarm me and threw my Caliban away, and when you did that I used the Holy Lance to pierce you and mistook that you were dead, but you were able to live thanks to my long-lost scabbard Avalon, which was implanted inside your body by Morgan. That I was caught off guard and was forced to use Excalibur B, but that used that thing to fight on equal terms with me. I lost to the final clash because my light was not pure enough. Excalibur is as strong as its wielder's intentions, and my thoughts were not pure at that instant, which weakened my Excalibur, and you shattered the sword of victory. My light lost to your darkness, but before that thing's attack overpowered Excalibur's and reduced my body to ashes. As a desperate attempt I removed my soul and placed it inside my scabbard, which was inside your soul. That I watched your life for the past 700 years without being able to communicate with you. Artoria completely loses her composure and let out all her emotions, which were restrained for nearly all her life. Mordred, what? Artoria, I'm not finished yet. Are you aware of what that thing is? Mordred, I know a bit about it. Artoria, you craved power so much that you actually fell that low to become the wielder of it. You did exactly what I feared for. That sword is the manifestation of primordial darkness. I am very much disappointed in you, Mordred. You sealed your fate when you took the sword. Where is it now? The King of Knights raises her voice in anger and disappointment along with a hint of sadness. This earns a sigh from Mordred. Mordred, it's locked up inside a pocket dimension. I never used it after the fall of Camelot. Artoria good. Mordred, since when do you care for me? The Knight of Rebellion yells at her mother with rage and many other dark emotions on her voice. Artoria, I'm your mother. I raised you when Morgan left you with me. Mordred, yet you raised me like a bastard child, and when I wanted to be by your side, you broke my heart and then impaled me to near death. What a nice parent you are. Mordred lets out a dark glare with unadulterated fury, making the once perfect king feel something. Artoria, am I feeling sad? It's been so long that I forgot these feelings. Ingvild's POV. Location replica of Kuo Academy. The situation is worse. Big Sis Mordred is fatally wounded by Adragon's slaying sword and big brother Issei wants revenge against the Gremry. Bova, let me pull the sword out of her body. Is this guy a fool? Removing the sword will kill her in seconds. Ingvild, no, if you remove the sword she will die. Tamamo, but the sword's dragon-slaying ability is killing her slowly. The fox has a valid point, but removing her sword will cause her life force to escape from her body. The life force is the force binding a soul to a physical body. The manifestation of a life force in physical body is called as aura or magic reserves. If an aura of opposing nature contaminates a magical reserve, it will drain their life force at an incredible rate. Ingvild, I can use my sacred gear to strengthen her draconic aura so that the aura dominates the dragon-slaying nature. Moving towards Mordred, I placed my hands near the stab wound and activate my sacred gear. This is everything I can do to stabilize her, but then, Tamamo healing flames of Sun God. I watched in awe as Tamamo-san activates a spell which produces a small flame around Emochan, accelerating her healing. Bova, get well blonde. I hope Big Sis Mordred gets well soon. Third POV. Location replica of Kuo Academy. After committing an atrocious attack on Mordred, the ex-heiress of Gremry was hiding inside a building with a satisfied smile on her disgusting face. Rias, at last I killed her. There's no way she can be alive after taking a stab from Ascalon. Thank you, Michael, for unknowingly helping me by giving me Ascalon. Issei, Rias. Rias completely freezes hearing a growl from Issei, who was standing behind her with a pissed glare. Rias, it's good to see you, Issei. Issei, why did you do it? Rias, do what? Rias tries to play innocent, but an intimidating growl from Issei makes her drop her act. Issei, why do you always meddle with my life? Rias, my dear, I love you and that gives me the reason to meddle in our life. Issei, yet you brought me nothing but pain. Issei surprisingly suppresses his urge to tear her into shreds and make a conversation with Rias. Rias, love is pain. Issei, you're insane. Rias, I prefer the term mad love. The moment those words escapes her lips, she felt a sneering hot pain across her cheeks. Rias, you slapped me, your dominating hand touched my face. This is bliss. I know who you are. Issei, the pervert with the dream of becoming a harem king. Issei, you may know me but you have no idea who I am. Rias, we are destined to be together. Issei, all my life was filled with lies and illusions, people manipulating me with sweet words. My so-called parents, the girls, you my old friend, you all used me like a toy to satisfy your desires, and when I was no longer needed you threw me away. I was forced into a cruel unforgiving. I would have gone insane if my saving grace, my Mordred, didn't show up, but you took her from me. Issei calmly explains with a stoic expression which contradicts to his previous rage. Rias, Issei, you will not go insane, I will take care of you. Issei, sorry Rias, I hope we can have a longer talk, but unfortunately my sanity is on short supply. Images of Mordred appears on his mind while a lone tear escapes his eyes at the thought of Mordred's gentle smile filled with love and mirth. Issei, you hurt my mate, you suffer. And then the world around them distorted. Reality itself distorted around Issei. Cracks appeared on the isolated dimension due to the sheer amount of energy radiating from Issei. Issei, can you feel it? My rage, my anger, my hatred. A deep primal voice full of authority was all the horrified Rias heard before a dead golden pair of eyes met hers. Issei raised his face and met Rias's horrified looks. His face had cracks as if the world itself was being eroded around him. But the one that invoked terror on Rias was the dead golden eyes which shone dimly. It held something deadly, and then Rias knew that she has officially fucked up. Issei, I am the bone of my sword. Those words filled Rias with even more terror than before. It was as if she was staring at an impossible existence which held unadulterated rage. Those words brought the beginning of an taboo but godly power, and subconsciously her soul itself shook. Drake partner. If you unleash the reality marble, This dimension will dissipate into the dimension gap. Location Hawaii Earth. It was 4 past noon at Hawaii. Aside the seashore was a traditional Japanese building which is extremely rare at Hawaii. Inside the building, it was unnaturally silent that one could get spooked by the silence, but for a being that amount of silence was not adequate. It was a cute young girl with long black hair down to her hips and black eyes, but the most alarming feature was her dark gray eyes having reptilian slitted pupils. The girl was munching over a dozen of sweets without a care of the world. Swords are disturbing my silence. The cute little girl's innocent presence was completely replaced with a primal aura which destroyed everything in the room. No, they were not destroyed but were removed from existence itself with no way of bringing them back. Issei, Kodomine, you will help me obtain my silence. The girl's lips curled upwards by a little which made her scary in a way. Before that, I need a ton of sweets. Location? In a strange dimension with multicolored ripples all over the space which gave a weird feeling. No. That place was devoid of space and time itself. The laws of time and space was nil in that dimension. It was something that no ordinary being can enter and live. How annoying. As if responding to the deep primal voice, the dimension trembled for a minute before returning back to normal. A presence strong enough to gain my attention. Ouroboros must have felt it by now. That voice mused to itself with annoyance and curiosity in its tone, but source of the voice was not visible. A concept related to destruction. Last time I checked, only 2 were linked to the concept of destruction. One was the Crimson Devil and the God of Destruction, but this one, he is not linked but is a manifestation of a concept just like me and her. Location replica of Kuo Academy. The dimension around Issei was being teared into shreds by the unknown aura. Drake Gremory Devil, run away or you'll die. Rias the Welsh Dragon? Issei, I sought a blade that terminates enmity. The aura around the air started to condense while the dimensions slightly shook at the authority the deep draconic voice possessed. Issei, a blade that severs bonds, severs certainty, severs karma. The dimension trembled under the might of the chant. Red sparks were flowing around the air, giving of a horrible sensation. Drake partner, don't do this. Issei, that is to say, to free one of one's fate. The Welsh dragon's pleas fell on deaf ears. Issei paid no attention to Drake as his gaze was fixed on Rias. Rias, my dearest Satan, you are not my Issei. Issei, forging thousands of swords to create a barrow of blades. A heavy pressure forced Rias to her knees, bringing despair and fear upon her wicked soul. Issei's golden orbs keenly observed Rias with an emotionless hollow smile. Issei's many paths converge here. Rias must flee. A huge tear in space occurred below Issei, giving birth to pitch-black darkness below him. Spacetime itself was being destroyed despite the self-correcting maneuver of the universe. The universe was built in a way that it was always equal in every aspect to avoid its self-destruction. When something threatens that stability, the universe tries to repair itself by weaving the fabric of spacetime back to its original state. Only a few individuals can affect the metaphysical universe in its very fabric. Issei, enduring desires, flow her. Rias to stop this. Issei, unjust deaths, gather here. Rias desperately tries to move away from him, but her body remains frozen in fear at the beast she has unleashed. Drake, there is nothing that can falter his spirit now, accept your fate, Gremory. Issei, accept this blow from my Tsumikari Muramesa, originless creation of swords. For a second, the ominous aura disappears, but soon an even more terrific aura invades the surroundings. Rias, I don't want to die. The ideal sword of a demonic bladesmith which severs karma destiny itself, the sword forged by a human which reached the level of severing cause and casualty. It was created to be a perfect copy of Kusanagi no Tachi, the divine sword which was forged from the tail of the dead evil dragon Yamato-Naroki. A large Japanese katana materialized on Issei's hands, taking a one last look at Rias, the hunter of Red Plains disappears in a flash. Rias, W.A. Rias's confused whimper suddenly comes to a halt as she feels a phantom pain across her right arm. Rias tilts her head towards her right arm only to find her limb missing. She screamed in horror while a ghostly smile appears on Issei's face. Issei's hee hee ha ha ha. A lone wail echoed through the surrounding. Time skip, 5 minutes later. The heavy aura that made the dimension itself shook was nowhere to be found. The land around Issei was heavily cratered and scorched. Issei was standing tall with his head up, blocking Rias. The Red Dragon Emperor slowly moved away from the crater of his own making in an almost mechanical manner. His eyes betrayed no emotions except for satisfaction. Issei, never think of meddling with my life. If you do that, I won't be merciful. Sparing one last glance at the crater, Issei disappeared almost immediately, revealing a grotesque sight. At the center of the crater, the Crimson Princess of Ruin was lying on the ground with her crimson blood all over the place, and both her legs and a hand were missing from her elbows. Her body was littered with deep gashes. The biggest one was a deep cut running down from her left eye to her chin. Rias, I got to sit. Ajuka frowny face, I got access. Surzek's frowny face, now Grafia, get them out of there. Location Capital Castle, Lysifat, the underworld, 10 minutes ago. Multiple runic symbols were hovering over the green-haired super devil. The others on the room were having a conversation between them. Zikram, I've got reports from all over the underworld about riots and armed protests. The oldest devil alive glares at the crimson devil, who pays no attention to the glare. Lord Phoenix, I have gathered all the Phoenix tiers our clan can, and there are a total of 14 Phoenix tiers to be immediately used. Surzex, thank you. Zikram, this is a fucking mess. The Dragon faction may break off the alliance and declare war against US, which will drag the Fallen and Angles to the war as our allies by the treaty. To make things worse, the Cows Brigade and the Old Satan faction may attack us, leading to a full-blown second Great War. A cold aura erupts from the old devil, breaking the glasses and furnitures nearby. Surzex, the Dragon faction has served an ultimatum on us. That I just received the official statement from the Elder Dragons. Truly things were grim for the devils. All the devil nobles who were present were nervous at the new development. Surzex, the official statement says. Statement of demands by the Dragon faction on the United Devil faction. The United Devil faction has been found guilty of attempted murder on the Champion of Dragons and the unofficial ambassador to the Devil faction and his peerage, the mate of the said dragon Mordred Pendragon. A half-dragon is fatally wounded by one of the greatest dragon-slaying artifact Ascalon. The prideful Dragon faction will not tolerate such offenses against one of the highest-ranking dragon, and thus we present you with 15 demands to be fulfilled. If not, then we the dragons shall declare war against all devils in existence. The 15 demands. If the devil responsible for this Rias Gremory is alive, she must be stripped of her title as a Gremory and exiled from the underworld to the human realm for 300 years along with her peerage. The clan of Gremory must cede half of its territories in the underworld to the Dragon faction. The Sharpfong Valley, the modern Devil Gate, the Anima Mountain Ranges, and the Forest of Zion must be ceded to us for 5,000 years. 15,000 Phoenix tiers are to be paid per year for the span of 135 years. 1/4 of the familiar forest must be handed over to the Dragon King Tiamat. The clan of Gremory is required to cede all the books in the Imperial Library of the Gremory to the Dragon King Yulong. The northeast sector under the Bale clan is to be lended to us for 4,000 years. The eastern lands under Astaroth clan must be ceded to us. Any Dragonslayer artifacts, if under the Devil faction's control, must be handed over to us immediately. 15,000 megatons of demonite per year is to be supplied for the Dragon faction for 100 years. The Crystal Lake must be given to the victim Issei Kodomine. No devil under the service of the clan of Gremory must enter the city of Kuo. If the fatally injured Mordred Pendragon is alive, all medical expenses must be taken care by the Devil faction, and the said dragoness must be given utmost treatment. The number of dragon sodders under the Devil faction as per the peace treaty must be reduced to 1/2. Hellblaze under the Phoenix clan must be lent to us for 50 years. If these demands are not fulfilled, we shall obliterate every sigil devil in existence. The prideful Dragon faction are not cowards to back down from war. The room was unnaturally silent after Surzex finishes reading the demands. Lord Bale, why the fuck should I give my lands to them? Zikram, those sly old bastards. They are using this situation to fulfill their goals that they weren't able to. Yulong is known to be a book freak. There were rumors that he wanted the books on the Imperial Library. Tiamat wants to increase the size of her territory in the familiar forest. 15,000 Phoenix tiers per year for 135 years. Those fuckers are trying to decrease our profits by exporting them to other pantheons while they can also use them to their advantage. The Forest of Zion, Sharpfong Valley, were once a part of the Dragon faction, but under the first Lucifer they were conquered before 4,000 years. They also want the Crystal Lake, a popular tourist attraction in Citri territory. The demand for any Dragonslayer artifacts, treatment of Mordred Pendragon, and stripping Rias off the name of Gremory seems reasonable. 15,000 megatons of demonite ore per year for 100 years. This alone can ruin a quarter of Belial clan's profit, as they are the leading producers of demonite. The old man almost screams the last part. Zekrom never yelled once since the Great War, and this made the super devils worried. Lord Phoenix, there's nothing I can do now. The Phoenix clan agrees to the treaty. Lord Baal, I will not cede a chunk of my land for a pompous Gremre's mistake. Surzex, under the supreme authority of the Satan, I Surzex Lucifer order you all to abide by my decision. The Crimson Satan's voice held immense authority that it made everyone shut up and nod at him wordlessly. Zekrom, you are not a Satan. Surzex, yes, I am not a Satan but a super devil with enough power to destroy the underworld. An intense stare-off between the wisest devil and the Crimson Super Devil ended with Zekrom sighing in defeat. Zekrom, do whatever you want. I will stay here no longer. Surzex, now Graphia, pull them out of there. Location Tower of Avalon? The sound of giggling and laughing was all around the air, and the source of it was Mordred and the King of Knights? Mordred, I can't believe that I was this cute when I was young. In the hands of Mordred was an old book labeled as Memories to Remember. The Knight of Treachery was looking into a picture of a child Mordred on her mother's lap with a horse nearby. Truly, it was a wonderful picture filled with warmth. The usually stoic Artoria was also having a small upward twitch on her lips. Artoria, you were adorable and extremely curious for your age, always trying to impress me. Mordred, this doesn't mean that I forgive you's King of Knights. Artoria, this picture is my favorite. Completely ignoring Mordred, Artoria flips a page revealing what could be described as one of the most beautiful things in the world. It was a picture of a child Mordred asleep on her parent while the King of Knights was busy adoring her face with a contempt smile on her face. Mordred, you were narrating me a story and I found it incredibly boring that I feel asleep. The Knight of Treachery was having a smug smile. Artoria, the story I narrated you was the Epic of Gilgamesh, and yes, you did find it incredibly boring. Mordred, she remembers about me. Artoria, it pains my heart to see this, but I cannot reveal everything I know. That I will carry this burden alone and no one else will, but to think that you went as far as becoming the wielder of that forbidden sword. Mordred. Artoria, I also known that you found yourself a new king and a husband. Yet Mordred was soon a blushing mess trying to compose herself while Artoria watched her with a smug smile on her usually stoic face. Inside the tower, a man with hair as white as the snow was tied up to the ground. Someone save me. That's it. I hope you all forgive me for the delay and the update by mistake. Issei unleashed terror upon the perverted duo after finding out about Mordred. That I sure enjoyed writing it. And Artoria did die, but at the last moment binded her soul to Avalon, which was inside Mordred. Looks like Artoria has finally decided to act more humane. Back to Issei, the dude senselessly beat Rias to near death and now Rias has lost her legs and an arm. Also, Artoria and Mordred had a family bonding moment inside the Avalon. Will they make amends with their past? Only time will tell. Finally, Issei used Tsumakari Muramasa to show the Crimson Bitch what pain is, and the Dragon faction has served an ultimatum at the Devils. How will the Devils react? Will a war break out? The Hindu god Shiva is introduced into the story. How will this op dude help our protagonist? Issei unknowingly caught the attention of three powerful beings. It seems point one is a little girl with a terrifying aura, the other one is a god of destruction, and finally the voice. Petas, as an apology you guys get to see this wonderful pic. Smiley face, and don't forget to vote. Play button. I have lived for over 1,000 years and never in my life have I ever seen such a mess. Devil 1 Lady Citri, the Dragoness and Rias Gremory have been brought. Looks like I can't take a break. That I don't hate doing this as I am merely helping my future son-in-law's queen. I just can't believe that Venelana's daughter will do something like this. Lady Citri, take the Dragoness to the critical ward. Devil 1, I will, Lady Citri. The noble doctor bowed down and left to do his duty. That I should also be going to the ward as I am the best doctor in Devil Society along with Aurelius. In a couple of minutes I reached the critical ward. That IT was full of my colleagues who were desperately trying their best to help the poor lad. Devil 2, Lady Citri, this way. The young devil brought me to the surgery room. That it was painful to look at the girl's condition. She had the dragon-slaying sword removed from her body, but the fresh stab wound was large. Devil 2, Lady Citri, we have stabilized the patient's aura poisoning, but we are not able to pinpoint her life force. What? Lady Citri, Dr. Lore, are you telling me that she is alive even without her life force? I yelled at the man in shock. The man soon flinched. Andy looks intimidated? I must have subconsciously released my aura. Dr. Lorne, no. what I am implying is that there is something that is interfering with our life force detector. Devil 2. Is that possible? An interference? It is possible for something or someone to interfere with the life force, but only conceptual weapons can do that. Dr. Lore, but the most astonishing thing is that her body is repelling the Dragonslayer's aura. Thesis, just impossible. Even a high-ranking dragon will find his aura being eaten away by a potent Dragonslayer artifact, and her body is emitting Lady Citri holy aura. I can feel it, the uneasiness in my very being. This girl. Dr. Lort, her wounds are also being healed by this unknown energy, but I must say that in my entire life I had only heard of a few artifacts with this much healing power, and all of them are lost in time. Devil 3, what do we do, Doc? Dr. Lore, keep her in observation, and 2 relatives of the patient are allowed to be on the ward. The good doctor flashes a small smile and walks away to check on the other patients with an exhausted sigh. He must have been exhausted by this whole mess. After a few minutes I too left the ward and went to my own office room to my regular duties. What I didn't expect was my beloved Aurelius and Surzex on the office waiting for me. Surzex, greetings Lady Citri, I hope I am not interfering with your duties. Lady Citri, of course not Lord Lucifer, but I wonder what brings you here with my beloved. Surzex chuckled at my response while all Aurelius did was groan in annoyance and a little bit of lust. Aurelius, dear, now is not the time for your teasing. He certainly is aroused. I can tell that by just a look at his eyes, those mesmerizing pearl blue eyes filled with hunger as he Surzek, I believe you know of the mess my sister has caused. I know the Devil Council wants to know of Mordred Pendragon's condition. Lady Citri, the girl will live, but the stab wound would most likely leave a scar, but not sure as something is accelerating her healing. This made everyone confused. Aurelius looked at me in the eyes wanting more information. Surzex, what kind of thing are we talking about? Lady Citri, I believe that it is a conceptual weapon. The room went silent for a minute before Aurelius softly spoke, breaking the silence. Aurelius, that's insane. Lady Citri, whatever it is related to something divine. Surzex shakes his head with a sigh and then, Surzex, let's not pry into the specifics. Aurelius agreed. Lady Citri, by the way, how is Issei Kodamine? I couldn't help but outright ask about the man my little girl loves. The dragons are really dangerous if angered, and I do not want my baby girl in danger. Surzex, he and his entire peerage are outside the critical ward. He's not in a good state. I'm afraid that he was just staring at the door with a detached look on his eyes. Aurelius, a shame we couldn't meet him in a good occasion. Surzex, Lord Citri, do not try to get near him as he may lash out. I couldn't help but agree with Venelana's son, this could provoke him. Surzex, due to this mess Sarah decided to have a meeting with the dragons and Aurelius, Lord Lucifer, the Citri clan will do whatever we can to be helpful in this situation. Surzex, the dragon faction has served an ultimatum at us. I expected an outright declaration of war from those prideful dragons, but looks like my daughter being engaged to him made things a bit better. Lady Citri, what do they want from us? Surzex, they mainly demanded land and treasures from the Gremerides, Bale and Phoenix clan, but they want the Crystal Lake from your territory. The official statement will soon arrive to you formally. Aurelius lets out a sigh but compiles with the treaty to give away our Crystal Lake. Surzex, Lady Citri, how is my sister doing? I could practically feel his sadness and guilt just with the look in his eyes. Shame on you, Rias Gremery, you are the sole reason for a good-hearted clan to suffer. Lady Citri, she is, well, how do I say this? Surzex, is she dead? Aurelius, no, she is alive but barely. Her legs and an arm have been severed completely. We tried to use the Phoenix tears to fix them, but a curse is preventing us from reattaching them. She also has lost an eye and the scar on her face can't be fixed, but fortunately the other wounds on her body are not as severe except a huge gash on her stomach. It will take several months for her to recover, but even then her legs and her hand cannot be healed. I'll be blunt, your sister cannot be fully treated and she will most likely be crippled. Aurelius explains the Gremery girl's condition to Lord Lucifer with no hint of sadness or remorse. She did deserve this, but the poor Satan did not deserve this. Surzex, I will take my leave from her. A good day to you both. And just like that he went to Satan knows where. Say POV. Location, Citri Main Hospital for Supernatural, City of Glaton, Citri Territory. I gazed upon the unconscious vulnerable body of my love. She'll be fine I guess. Bova, I'll fucking kill that bitch who did this. Bova was sneering in rage at what happened. I feel the same way, but that can wait. My first priority is to make sure my Mordred is alright. Mashed B Bovasan, this is a H hospital, do not yell. Why? What did I do to deserve this, my light, my sunshine? I. Dr. Lore? L. Lord Bale is H here to meet with Yun Lord K. Kodamine. The doctor stuttered in front of my presence, breaking me off mythoughts that I must have been staring at Mordred for a long time. Issei, fuck off. I'm in no mood for this. The doctor ran away with sweat dripping from his forehead, causing Tamamo to sigh. Temma, Issei, Mordred will be alright, so stop scaring others who wish to help you. Even the mischievous foxtress is acting serious that I will fucking kill all the devils. Sona, Issei, look at me. She must have felt my anger. Why Ice Princess moved forward and placed her hand on my chin and forced me to look at her in the eye. She was at the verge of breaking down into tears. This forced me to restrain my anger. Temmo, come on guys, let's give them some space. The others left the room, leaving me and Sona alone on a couch. Sona scooted towards me and placed her cold hands on my hair and started rubbing them, causing me to flinch slightly. Sona, you need to be strong for both of us. Issei, leave me alone. I slapped her hand away from my hair and glared at her. Did I know that I shouldn't do this, but that I don't give a fuck. Sona, I know that you want to burn the underworld for what happened to Mordred, but trust me, revenge brings no good. Issei. Drag, your mate takes precedence over a twisted bitch. Drag is right, but deep down I can feel all those rage. I feel confused. It hurts. Issei, Sona, though I saw it coming, it hurts. Those words brought tears from her eyes as she wrapped her hands over me and pulled me for a hug. Sona, sometimes, you just have to stay silent because no words can explain what you feel. She is right, no words can explain my feelings, but. Issei, why do you desperately try to help me? Sona, all relationships have a one law: never make the one you love feel alone when you are there. I broke down at her heartwarming words. Tears of pain and sadness that was bottled up until now rained down like a thunderstorm. Sona, I know. We will always be there for you. I buried my face at the crook of her neck and cried without a noise that I will never admit this, but I wanted that. Drag, how go back to sleep. I obviously ignored that and kissed her on her lips, catching her off guard, but soon she gave into the kiss and snaked her arms around my neck and pulled me even closer while I roughly slammed her to the wall. Issei, thank you Sona Citri, for everything. Mordred, WW what ani, CE view. Mordred. Third POV. Location Tower of Avalon? 5 minutes ago. A gentle breeze brushed past the Knight of Treachery, whose gaze was fixed at the seemingly endless field of flowers. Mordred beautiful. Artoria indeed, but for me it is just a painful reminder of my past. The stoic former king spoke with Mordred with a solemn voice, earning a glare from Mordred. Mordred, let's have a battle, King of Knights. Artoria, that I accept your challenge. Mordred, I'll make you bite the dust. Before they could continue, a strange tugging sensation spread across Mordred, which doesn't goes unnoticed by Artoria. Artoria, your body is pulling your consciousness back to your body. It seems like Avalon has healed all your wounds. How unfortunate. I wanted to spend some time with you. Mordred, ISC. King of Knight's voice comes out as a whisper filled with longing and loneliness, making Artoria's lips twitch upwards. Artoria, go ahead my child, live a great life with your beloved. That I can see the love and loneliness in your eyes. Also give me a grandchild soon. The King of Knights' sly words brings out an atomic blush from Mordred. The mental image of a blonde-haired girl with golden eyes on her lap makes things worse for Mordred. Mordred, see you later. Say POV. Location, Citri Main Hospital for Supernatural, City of Glatton, Citri Territory. Mordred. In a blink of an eye, I rushed next to her and gently grasped her hands as I felt relief and a small spark of happiness inside me. Issei, you're awake. Mordred, why, yes. I frowned. Her voice was so fragile that it broke my heart to hear her chirpy voice in such a state. It is my fault. Sona gasps in surprise and soon rushes towards us. Sona, take it easy, you were stabbed by Ascalon straight at your lung. Don't try to overwork yourself. Mordred, effin' fine. A lone tear slid across my ice queen, but she quickly wipes them. Mordred, noticing this, lets out a chuckler. At least try to. Issei, sleep well darling, you need rest. Mordred, hey Issei, no. Any of tea, this is your difficulty. I lost my calm hearing those words. I silently cried with a sad smile on her face. I cowed feel her and Sona's worry instantly. Did it make me feel happy? Dre, quit sobbing you fool. Dragons do not show our weakness, we destroy our weakness, so stop crying and make the ones responsible for this to suffer. And by the way, it's good to know that you're safe, Mordred. The booming voice of the Welsh dragon makes me stop sobbing. I swear I can feel amusement from that grumpy old bastard. Sona, have a nice sleep. Third POV. Location, City of Dragonborn, the Eastern Dragon Sector, Underworld. High up in the sky, a floating city was hovering over the barren landscape. The city was magnificent with lively castles and multicolored crystals. Inside the most tallest castle in the city, something was going on. Rejoice, the devils have nothing to do but bow to our terms. 2. This is a day of celebration. Many dragons were gathered inside the castle in their human form. They were happily drinking and chatting with each other. 3. This is all thanks to the great Lord Klein, firstborn of Lord Tannen. Your Majesty provides your superior intellect and strength once again. A random dragon bows down in respect to a man in front of him. The man had a sharp aura wearing a black tuxedo. His noticeable features were his handsome face and his blood-red eyes. He was staring at the dragon with arrogance and pride. Klein, look at your savior, your hero, your god, you lowlifes, that I Klein Tannen order you to amuse me with your praises to your god. The dragon flared his aura a bit, making the others comply his words, and seeing this a smile finds its way towards his lips. To hail, Lord Klein our savior. Klein good, bow down to your god, weaklings, that soon I will overthrow the council and become the Grand Dragon Emperor. Just wait, father, your reign is nearing its end. Location Mount Olympus? Up above the realm of the Greeks stood a mighty mountain castle. It was Mount Olympus, the abode of Greek gods and the center of Greek pantheon. Inside the castle, inside the council chambers, a old man at his 60s with scars all over his face was seated on the throne with a lightning bolt next to him. This old man is the Greek god of thunder Zeus, also the man known for his playboy nature which made his wife kick his ass. Zeus, ho ho ho, the mortal women of this era are a piece of work. Should I visit the mortal realm and impregnate a earthly woman giving birth to a new demigod? The number of demigods are also declining so. The perverted god of thunder had a smile on his face, but upon hearing a voice his smile faded away into a look of horror. Don't tell me that you're trying to cheat on me again. The voice held so much malice that it would have made even the strongest mortal to kneel. Zeus, Hera my dear. Hera. Zeus, I'm fucked. Zeus. The ominous raspy voice is heard all over the gigantic room, earning the attention of the two gods. Hera, identify yourself, mortal. Zeus, get back, dear, I will take care of this wretched existence by my hands. The god of lightning's booming declaration earned a maniacal chuckle from the voice. The shadows turned darker and from it a man came out. The mysterious figure's noticeable features were his pitch-black skin, as if sin itself is given form other than that his features were blurry. The man let out a chuckle at the stunned expression on Hera's face. You have something I want. Zeus, you can't demand things from me. Well then I will take it from you. Hera, foolish god, you dare to threaten the supreme god of Olympus inside Olympus itself. You can't face all of us alone. The vengeful goddess grew a cruel smirk at the thought of killing the man before them, but then, I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye, bitch. The moment the man said those words, a huge explosion took place below Mount Olympus. A demigod camp was in flames, and the cause of it was a huge army of about 10,000 soldiers, each low-class and mid-class, while a few hundreds were ultimate-class beings. Zeus, you want a war, you get one. The gigantic room exploded violently a second later, but it was clear that none of them were injured. Location abandoned house, outskirts of Baal territory. The stench of rotting flesh and metallic blood was all over the place, along with screams of agony. The resident psychopath duo in Baal territory, Ryunosuke Uryu and the creepy Bluebeard, were currently disposing a woman's mutilated body. Ryunosuke, hey dude, that woman, she felt so good, didn't she? Bluebeard, of course my friend, that lady was a 100% A-grade virgin. That brought a smile on the ginger-haired serial killer. He flashed a cheeky grin at his partner in crime. Ryunosuke, what do you wish for? Bluebeard, blasphemy, god doesn't exist. He stole my holy maiden away from me, cursed our future together by taking her away from Meihei. He burned her alive in front of me. That I want to prove that god doesn't exist. That is my W's. The insane speech by the creepy clown was cut short as he averted his attention to a devil version of TV which displayed the news of Mordred being stabbed by Rias. The creepy clown felt the world freeze at the image of Mordred. His eyes widened considerably. He slowly raised his hands covered in blood and went towards the TV and placed his hands on her image. Bluebeard, MIH Holly maiden, she lives, ha 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 ha. Ryunosuke, what are you laughing about? The most insane psychopath who loves to kill women and children as his hobby tilted his head innocently to face his erratic partner in crime. Bluebeard, she is what I desire the most, my holy maiden. The pedophilic clown hugs his partner in crime with tears streaming down his face. Ryunosuke, boss just gave us an order to deliver her to our green-haired friend. What are we gonna do now? Bluebeard, we save her from those bastards and deliver her to him. I believe that he will let me have her after doing his thing, but before that I'll take care of my holy virgin. Ryunosuke. Bluebeard, oh, my holy maiden, I will come for you. Location, Citri Main Hospital for Supernatural, City of Glaton, Citri Territory. 3 days later. The room was plain white without anything but a few equipments and a all-familiar redhead lying on the bed with a deep scar running all over her right eye to chin. The Crimson Satan was next to her along with Venelana Gremory. Surzex, stay strong mother, I have the best doctors on the underworld treating her, she will be fine. Venelana, you're a terrible liar, ironic considering that you hold the title Lucifer. The brown-haired women laughed at her poor joke, or at least tried to. Surzex, she can't have her arm and legs restored, most probably she'll end up crippled for her entire life. The Devil King places his hand on his mother's shoulder and pulls her into a hug. Venelana, I know, trying to kill a historic well-known figure and the mate to the Red Dragon Emperor, how low has she fallen? Surzex, I know very well that she deserves this, but it pains me to see her reduced to such a state. She could have died rather than being subjected to such a cruel fate. Venelana, she deserves this. She is not my daughter anymore, nor is she a Gremory. Once all her wounds are healed, she will be exiled from the underworld. Before the mighty will of Venelana, the Devil King wasn't able to do anything but nod. He may be a super devil, but still he feared his mother. Venelana good. Surzex, where's father? Venelana at the Gremory Castle, dealing with a civilian riot. Before she could continue, a weak groan echoed through the room, drawing the attention of both the devils. Surzex, Rias? Rias, BBR. For WH. The raspy voice of the redhead was cut short as her own body went limp except for her mind. Surzex, please don't try to speak, your vocal cords are not so well. Rias, W? Rias tries to move her hands but finds unable to do so. Taking a deep breath, she slightly opened her eyes only to be greeted with a stump where her arms should have been. Rias, Location, a street, Gremory Territory, the underworld. In one of the most popular streets in the capital of Gremory Territory, it was a not-so-regular day as there was a small riot with rouge spells flying at each other. The Devil Metropolitan City was crowded with raging protests who were trying to leave the city towards the Citri Main Hospital, with the Gremory Special Forces trying to hold them back. Random Devil 1, let us kill the Gremory girl. Random Devil 2, yes, death to traitors. The Special Forces were trying their best to hold the violent protesters back, but they were being overwhelmed by the sheer number of the protesters. Guard Devil, I need reinforcements, the protesters are pushing back our forces. The Special Force agent, who was a high-class devil, gets bombarded by multiple spells which breaks his barrier, but then. Lord Gremory, stop this madness, my citizens. Lord Gremory appears from a teleportation circle with a pleading look on his face. Random Devil 4, you cannot control us. The protesting citizens turn their attention towards Lord Gremory, who tries to peacefully resolve this issue. Lord Gremory, what do you want to accomplish from this killing Rias? That girl is no longer a Gremory, she will be cast aside to the human realm without her legs and an ARM. Citizens, do you realize that you are fighting for nothing but meaningless bloodshed and death of our own kin? Random Devil 2, we are fighting for our future that your daughter ruined by provoking the dragons. The Patriarch of Gremory sighs in exhaustion at the roaring crowd. Lord Gremory, declare a state of emergency due to the riot which threatens the life of thousands of the civilians. For the well-being of our race, I am hereby declaring all the protesters as a Rouge Devil to be killed or captured. The whole street went up in flames at the aura of the Gremory Patrick. It was the aura of a low-tier Satan-class being. A bloodbath was about to begin which will shake the core of any civilian low-class devil. Location? Underworld. Somewhere at the underworld, inside a huge base with hundreds and thousands of devils were equipping themselves with battle armor and weapons. Inside a room with the name board True Satans, a conversation was going on between a dozen of devils, each having the aura of a ultimate class devil, but the most prominent ones were two devils who were hidden in the shadows whose aura surpassed the others. General, my liege, the preparations are almost complete. A old devil bows down in respect and looks at the shadowy figure for a replay. Good. 2. It's a shame that Tokiomi betrayed us. A different voice was heard from the shadowy figures. It was the voice of the second man. Humans are selfish little creatures killing each other for nothing but their own dreams. They fail to see the bigger picture as a species and live in a dream world eluded by false hope and the illusion of peace, while such things clearly don't exist. The first voice bellowed at the other figure with anger and disgust. His words had wisdom beyond a human's comprehension. Lieutenant and my lord, we've got reports from our spies in the underworld that the Elder Gremory has personally decided to eliminate the rioters in the Imperial Gremory capital. The youngest devil in the room spoke up with his voice visibly shaking at the beginning. The other devils took in the information with a smile. 2. This makes our plan easier. Beelzebub, you do remember about our wager with the Astaroth, don't you? Beelzebub, I have already sent Ryunosuke and Gillis Darius to abduct the Mordred girl and deliver her to the freak. The man now identified as Beelzebub utters those words with disgust at the thought of a certain Astaroth. General, my lord, the dragon might cause a lot of trouble. Try to save her. Beelzebub will use that as an advantage and launch a full-scale assault at them. Lieutenant, hail old Satans. Location, Citri Main Hospital for Supernatural, City of Glaton, Citri Territory. A day later, at the entrance of the Citri Main Hospital, a crowd of peaceful protesters were demanding Florius's execution. Amidst the crowd, a man whose face was hidden by his hoodie slowly mowed his way towards the reception desk where about a dozen of devils were politely helping out others. Receptionist, welcome to the Citri Memorial Hospital, sir. How may I help you? A female devil politely welcomed the stranger with a small smile, but soon her smile faded when, "It would be much appreciated if you die." The mysterious stranger removed his hoodie, revealing one Ryunosuke Uryu and the Bluebeard behind him. The receptionist stared at the two figures with wide eyes, but before she could do anything, a nauseating pain was all she felt before her head was severed from her body, earning shocked glances from nearly everyone. Guard, everyone get back. Bluebeard, rise my summons, show them that God is no more. A few devil security officers rushed towards the duo preparing to launch a few spells, but then from the shadows below a couple of figures appeared and what the guards saw made their bones freeze in horror. What the fuck am I looking at? That I may be a closet pervert, but I don't do pedophilia and necrophilia. Two corpses with one missing its head and another missing an eye were giggling at the horrified expression of the guards etched into their face. Guard, the fuck is this? The screams of horror and the sound of flesh being ripped echoed through the building. Location room No. 777, Citri Main Hospital for Supernatural, City of Glaton Underworld. Inside the room, Mordred was having her a talk with Tamamo seated on the hospital bed. Tamamo, looks like the artifact in your body can accelerate your healing factor. It may have any other abilities, but I don't know for sure. Do you know anything about this artifact? Mordred, no. Tamamo, if I am correct, there are only a handful of mystical artifacts that can increase the healing factor to this extent and are lost. One such artifact is Usbetha, but it was destroyed, and then there is Resurrection Fraught Hades, which is with Hades. Painbreaker is also capable of explosive healing, and there is Avalon, but it can't be The Fox Princess's ramblings were cut short by a high-pitched scream followed by sounds of flesh being ripped apart. Mordred, what? The King of Treachery's shout was cut short as she saw Tamamo with a terrified expression. Tamamo, no, how is this possible? How can someone use such a dark art? Mordred, what's wrong? Tamamo silently walks towards Mordred and gives her a golden pendant. Tamamo, this is a protection spell against dark arts. It will help you because you are in no condition to fight, and I'll inform Issei and Bova about our situation. Tamamo waves her hand and leaves the room with a stupefied Mordred. Tamamo's time to find out who did this. With the killer stood across the reception deck with corpses and body parts littered all over the place. Bluebeard, Ryunosuke, I will take care of the fox here while you save my holy maiden for me. The pedophile's creep's face twisted into a disturbing smile at his own words. Ryunosuke, sure man, I'll bring the girl to you. Bluebeard, wait a minute Ryunosuke, take this ruin, this will help you to put her into sleep. The crazy pedophile was smiling as he saw his partner using a magecraft to propel himself upwards. Bluebeard, I should cast a barrier. Bluebeard casts a barrier around the hospital blocking it from the city and takes a few surviving devils in the first floor as hostage. After that he tries to go to the second floor only for a black orb to narrowly miss his head. Bluebeard, oh you're the one I felt. The creep looks above to find Tamamo with a serious expression contradicting to her cheerful personality. Tamamo, a dark arts user with Grandmaster level of mana control, why are you here? Bluebeard, Tamamo, you won't talk, fine. The female kitsune fired a beam of golden light towards the dark magician, who simply raises his hand and a pitch-black shield blocks the attack effortlessly. Bluebeard, kill her. Obeying to their master's command, the two living corpses attack Tamamo, who uses Senjutsu to effortlessly destroy them. Tamamo, using innocent children for your own gains. I hate you. Bluebeard, and I love breaking women like you. That earns him a aura-infused punch to his face, sending him flying. Tamamo, I may be a spellcaster, but I can fight with my fists. The crazed dark magician lets out a maniacal laugh and fires a dozen of tentacles towards Tamamo, who conjures a magical shield to protect herself. Tamamo, reinforcements are on the way, you can't escape. Bluebeard, my friend, will help me escape. With Mordred, the Knight of Treachery, was ready to fight with Clarent in her hands. Even at her weakest moments she won't go down without a fight. Mordred sits. For a second Mordred lowers down her guard, only to be greeted with a ruin to her face. Ryunosuke, he said that this would work. Well, never mind, I'll just do this my way. The killer easily knocks her down with a kick to her chin and creates a teleportation circle, and the moment he was to enter the circle, the windows broke, revealing Issei flying towards Mordred with his dragon wings. Issei let her go. Ryunosuke, sorry pal, can't do. The killer enters the circle with Mordred and disappears just a second before Issei reached the place. A bone-freezing scream of a dragon was heard all over the city. Brother has invited the newly appointed second governor of Kuo, Issei Kodomine, to the Gremory mansion, so your